Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Prologue. Soul Society. North Reincarnated District. The sun was setting as the citizens of Reincarnated retreated to their humble abodes after a day of work while the Vile of the district slowly crept out of the shadows. In a deserted area surrounded by dead trees, a young boy that looked around the age of 13 could be seen lying on his back seemingly unconscious. His silky, snow-white hair arranged in a chaotic manner covering the upper half of his face. The lower half of his face consisted of a partially revealed cute but straight chiseled nose that sat atop his beautiful lips akin to a budding strawberry. Donning a tattered kimono and normal straw sandals had no effect on hiding the boy's slender yet fair white arms and his partially revealed ankles that could even put ladies to shame. This picturesque scene could have anyone marveling at its beauty for days. Unfortunately, the one who stumbled upon this scenery couldn't be bothered to appreciate it. The intruder was another young boy whose head was covered in unusual silver hair and sky-blue eyes narrowed into slits, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. He appeared unusually tall for someone his age and was quite thin with sharp features giving him a skeletal appearance. He was wearing a ragged black kimono which indicated his modest status and was carrying a handful of persimmon seeds. Just as he was about to nudge the boy awake, a grumble was heard, presumably due to hunger, and the unconscious boy voiced out a groan, slowly opening his eyes. Azure blue eyes with a red/pinkish circle was what came into view of the silver-haired boy, sending chills throughout his body as his blood froze twice over. Those beautiful yet indifferent eyes scanned over his body as if death itself was breathing down his neck. After a short silence which felt like hours for the silver-haired boy, the young boy slowly sat up, voicing his thoughts out. "Who are?" A childish yet icy voice rang out as he interrogated the silver-haired boy, only to be stopped by an expression of pain as the boy once again collapsed and fell unconscious, only this time with a sliver amount of pain appearing on his face. As the silver-haired boy watched all this occur, a myriad of emotions masked his face, unsure of what to make of this situation, feeling a hint of déjà vu though not completely. He then just released a defeated sigh, proceeded to place the persimmon seeds into a pouch he was carrying and went forward to pick up the collapsed boy and carry his surprisingly light body home. "How should I explain this to her?" thought the boy, leading to another sigh escaping his lips, and slowly retreated into the distance. Jin. Chapter 2, Waking Up. As his house came into view, a melodious shout was heard as a young girl exited the house anticipating his return. She had wavy blonde hair that reached her shoulders, blue eyes, and a beauty mark located under the right side of her mouth. She was wearing a tattered and torn green kimono that showed bits of skin, and although she was still growing up, her nascent curvaceous figure and modest chest indicated that she would be a head-turner in the future. "Jin. Who is that?" the young girl questioned, noticing the extra baggage Jin was carrying. "Someone I found, Ranjiku," replied Jin, seemingly short of breath. It was only then she noticed the tired expression that adorned his face and rushed over to help, fearing the worst case possible. As the two carried the boy into their own home, they gently placed the unconscious boy onto a makeshift bed. Ranjiku got a better look at the boy as a small yet subtle blush crept onto her face, gazing at the boy's immature yet immaculate features. Ranjiku wasn't used to being in close proximity with another boy her age, as it was only her and Jin that lived together for as long as she can remember. This didn't go unnoticed by Jin as he loudly cleared his throat, bringing Ranjiku back from her daze, turning her head away while blushing deeply. Noticing the mockery on her best friend's face, she was able to clear up her thoughts and started to reprimand him. "What happened, and why did you leave once again without telling me?" "Nothing happened. I just went to get some food and found him unconscious on the road," Jin smiled as he took out some staple bread and a handful of persimmon seeds. Ranjiku wanted to smack the smirk off Jin's face, seeing that he always left without telling her, but held back as her face lit up when she noticed the dry persimmon seeds. These seeds were a favorite due to it being what her best friend fed her when she had collapsed from starvation. They have been living together since. As she was about to dig in, she heard Jin adding, "He seemed hungry." This revelation shocked Ranjiku, as this meant that the unconscious boy was in possession of spiritual energy, in other words Ryatsu. "You mean?" "Yep, I think he possesses Ryatsu." Still shocked by what she heard, they continued eating the stale bread and then proceeded off to a peaceful sleep. Unknown to them, the mind of the young unconscious boy was anything but peaceful. Rewinding time when the boy just fell unconscious for the second time. A soul-rendering scream could be heard in his head as he felt indescribable pain. Accompanying this pain were visions of his past life, from the moment he first set sight on his previous world to his completely random and spontaneous death after answering a harmless-looking questionnaire. An above-average life, you could say, as it wasn't anything special. Above-average looks and with above-average grades, and finally going to an above-average university. Being an introvert, he had no girlfriend, but he did watch anime, read manga, and light novels. You couldn't call him an otaku, but he did spend quite some time engrossed in them. One day, whilst browsing the internet, a pop-up questionnaire appeared. With nothing better to do, he completed it. Who knew that the submit button would be the harbinger for his death? As the young boy cleared up his thoughts, innumerable curses went through his head as he organized his thoughts. Where am? Another shot of pain went through his brain as he could feel his brain splitting in two, creating another room where a whole different set of thoughts were being processed. Once again, he came to his senses and realized he had the ability to accelerate his thoughts to twice the speed than normal. Partitioning and accelerating his thoughts, he tried to understand the situation he was currently in, which resulted in a single word. *T. Remembering the first face he saw when he woke up briefly, he concluded that he was in the world of Bleach, as that was undoubtedly Ikamaru Jin, former 3rd Division captain of the Godai 13 and a traitor of Soul Society. However, that was the least of his worries, as he could vividly remember seeing lines cluttered across the body of the future traitor. Seeing this, he tried recalling what he last did, faintly remembering completing some sort of questionnaire. Slowly the memories started coming back to him. If you had a choice, what anime would you like to be reincarnated into? He remembered he answered Bleach, as he was extremely dissatisfied with the end, feeling that it was unjustly rushed with many unanswered questions. What powers would you like your Zanpakuto to possess then? Carat and %% and $pound $% For some reason he couldn't remember what he had typed, as he felt the question strangely interactive. Feeling that he won't get an answer anytime soon, he tried remembering the last question. 3 wishes. Having difficulties remembering the last question, he recollected the answers he gave. Mystic eyes of death perception. Memory partition paired with thought acceleration. Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu. After pressing the submit button, he was immediately blinded by what seemed a pair of headlights while a faint horn of a truck passed into his ears. Still confused by what was happening, he never got a chance to adjust to the sudden light before he felt something impact his body, followed by a painful spreading across his body and immediately blacking out. An instant death, but what was that noise? How did a truck get there? Knowing he wouldn't get an answer anytime soon, he pushed aside these thoughts for now, as he noticed that he had received the first 2 wishes, but there were no signs of the third one. He tried focusing on this aspect, which ended up causing a tremendous amount of information to be planted into his brain. He saw how to train in Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu along with the experience of the technique's predecessors. Although, this time, there was no pain, the sheer amount of information caused him to black out. As his brain tried to process this information, unknowingly his reacts slowly increased, and he partitioned a third room, allowing him to have 128 different thoughts, all trying to work towards a single goal, sorting out the information in his head. Once all the information was sorted out, he finally tried to wake up. Chapter 3, Current Situation. His mystical eyes once again greeted the world as he slowly woke up. What welcomed his view was a worn-out wooden roof with little cracks where one can peek at the sky. Noticing the blaring sun that lit up the sky through the openings on the roof, he determined that it was currently noon. Looking around, he noticed that he was alone, and the owners of this place were barely hanging on. There was a small place where wooden utensils were kept, including a couple of dirty plates in what could be a kitchen. On the other side, 2 makeshift beds like the one he is currently laying on were planted on the ground. In the middle of this tiny hut was a small area for firewood to keep the cold out, providing warmth to the residents. It was a simple place which rarely got any visitors, however, for him it was unnerving. This was because no matter where he looked, he could see lines everywhere, and, in his heart, he knew that these were conceptual lines of death. He was able to notice that the more lines one object had, the closer it was to the end of its lifespan. His mystic eye seemed different to Shikitano's, who sees jagged lines and points of death, as his eyes specialized in killing living things. They, in fact, seemed similar to the other user, Shiki Ryugi, whose eyes specialized in killing concepts. The mystic eyes of death perception differ with each individual in the way they perceive death and their experience. This can be seen as Shikitano's eyes are several ranks lower than those of Shiki Ryugi. As he was lost in his thoughts, Ranjaku entered the hut carrying a bucket of water and immediately saw him awake. As his back was turned towards her, she never got a proper look at his eyes and instead called out, "So, you're finally awake." This drew his attention, causing him to turn around and get a proper look at the person who called out his name. Identifying her as Matsumoto Ranjaku, future lieutenant of the 10th Division of the Godai 13, clear excitement appeared on his face. Fortunately, it went unnoticed due to it being strange if a stranger randomly gets excited seeing you, especially in Soul Society where someone loses their memories once they enter Soul Society. Unfortunately, for Ranjaku, she was too scared to notice. For her, she just entered and called out to the unconscious boy Jin brought yesterday, seeing he had finally woken up. She saw him turn around, anticipating to once again see his beautiful face, as her expression turned red but was immediately replaced by sheer fear when she saw his eyes. She felt like death itself was grasping her heart, and one move would be all it takes for it to kill her. You couldn't blame her due to the fact that as soon as our main character looked at her, his attention was immediately grasped by the lines of death on Ranjiku. Realizing the complexion of Ranjiku becoming pale white and the increasing fear in her eyes, he quickly closed his eyes to stop scaring her further. As soon as he closed his eyes, Ranjiku seemed to have woken up from a daze and fell backwards. Realizing the cold sweat flowing on her back, she once again looked at the boy only to notice he had closed his eyes and the sensation of death gone. Before she could escape, she heard a voice riddled with guilt and apology. "Sorry." A small voice sounded out, but it was heard clearly by Ranjiku as she saw him bowing his head, his figure conveying his apologies. Still shocked by the previous matter, she absent-mindedly replied, "It's okay," and continued to observe the boy from a distance. After a few moments of silence, she was unable to take it and questioned, "Who are you?" The boy was taken aback with the question but remembered her personality from the anime being an easygoing one. He replied with a faint smile, "I don't remember much, but all I know is that my name is Minamoto Itsuki." Once again, she fell into a daze, but this time seeing his smile. With the previous incident pushed to the back of her head, she started to ask more questions, becoming increasingly more active, although there were still some traces of fear in her voice whenever she talked to him. Itsuki just sighed to this as there was nothing that he can do and just needed to learn to control his eyes properly, so he won't start frightening everyone he looks at. As they continuously conversed, slowly the fear in Ranjiku started to subside as she got to know him more. She realized that he was just a new soul unaware of where he was in the current situation. That's what Itsuki wanted her to think, as he technically was a new soul but just had his memories from before his death. As the conversation slowly went towards his eyes, Itsuki replied that he didn't know or just evaded the topic altogether. Remembering back to her encounter with his eyes, fear appeared on her face but was quickly replaced by determination to help this new friend of hers to come to terms with his situation. This was interrupted by the sound of a growl coming from the boy's stomach as a faint shade of red appeared on his face. Noticing his embarrassment, reduced more of her fear as this further indicated that he was just another soul just like her. Taking out some leftover stale bread, she handed it to him and found some cloth to help cover his eyes just like Itsuki requested. As Itsuki ate the stale bread, she started to explain to him about Soul Society. Although Itsuki knew the general situation of Soul Society, he didn't know everything. Slowly listening to Ranjiku's explanation, he got a better understanding of Soul Society, learning that he was in District 64 of North Rokkangai. Part of Soul Society, Rokkangai was the most populated area, was divided into 320 districts, which can further be divided into 4 parts, north, east, south and west, with each containing 80 districts. They are then each numbered in descending order, starting from 1, which is the closest to the center, and Siriidii, which will be introduced further on in the story. The number then increases the further they are from the center. This results in the higher numbered and farther districts decaying into slums. Thus, while District 1 is peaceful and lawful, much like the antiseptic lifestyle of early Edo-era Kyoto, District 80 is a hardscrabble, violent, crime-infested area that more depicts the Heian-era Kyoto. As he listened to her explanation, footsteps could be heard walking towards the hut. Jin was returning from collecting some firewood and more dried persimmon seeds. As soon as Jin entered, Ranjiku sprung up and rushed to Jin for her persimmon seeds she craved for. Just as she was about to dig in, she looked up as if remembering an important matter that she had forgotten. "Ah, I never introduced myself. My name is Matsumoto Ranjiku, and this here is my best friend Ikamaru Jin. Pleased to meet you, Ikamaru-san, Matsumoto-san. I'm Minamoto Itsuki." Chapter 4, Goals. As Jin looked at the boy, a hint of fear showed on his face, but he quickly took it back, returning to his usual smirk. Ranjiku saw this and immediately knew that Jin had seen Itsuki's eyes. She gave Jin a rundown on the boy's situation as she saw his fear subside. At first Jin wanted to let the boy go on his own way, but after much pleading from Ranjiku he finally relented in allowing Itsuki to stay with them. As he approached the boy, he looked at his blindfold and started speaking. "Minamoto-san." He barely started to speak when Itsuki interrupted him. "Please call me by my first name." Then, "Itsuki-san, would you like to stay with us?" A noticeable smile appeared on Itsuki's face as he heard the question. He knew that Ikamaru Jin was doing this all for the sake of Ranjiku. But he wasn't upset, he quite liked Jin's character, as whatever he did in the anime was all for Ranjiku. Seeing him smile brought a hint of surprise to Jin as he remembered the indifferent look Itsuki gave when they first met, but this went unnoticed by the rest as one was too busy eating while the other was blindfolded. 1 week later. A week has gone by since Itsuki arrived and has continuously trained his eyes to not focus on the lines of death, finding a way to turn them off similar to how Shiki Ryugi turns them off. As Itsuki was blindfolded, he was also able to train his other senses as they got more sensitive than his eyes. This then led to him being able to sense the surrounding Ryatsu and the Ryatsu of a person. It was like how Ichigo was able to once again sense Ryatsu due to being blinded by Jinjo after he lost his Shinigami powers. As he was able to turn his mystic eyes off, he was able to remove his blindfold and see the world in all its glory. He found a lake to use as a mirror and was finally able to see his appearance. He couldn't see before as he always kept his blindfold on and only took it off when training. After looking into the lake, what entered his vision was a remarkably handsome yet immature young man. He had put his hair into a high ponytail with a blue ribbon, courtesy of Ranjiku, and had deep azure, gem-like eyes. It seemed that his eyes only lost the inner red/pinkish ring in its glow. His face looked quite cold and apathetic, with his gaze being extremely cold. This didn't go unnoticed by him, as he concluded that his mystic eyes had, in one way or another, dampened his emotions to some extent. Although he was able to smile and show emotions when he was with Ranjiku and Jin, he was told that any other time his face showed no emotions. His clothes were pretty much the same as before, as they never had enough capital to buy another piece of clothing. Also, his relationship with Jin and Ranjiku had improved, as the former talks more with Itsuki and treats him like a genuine friend, while the latter doesn't blush anymore whenever she sees him. Jin also told him about Ryatsu and that all three of them possessed it. After turning his mystic eyes on and off and making sure he could control them proper, he began to contemplate about what he should do from now on. He knows that there will be massive wars in the future, and to survive in this world he has no choice but to become stronger. As he doesn't know how to train his Ryatsu currently, he would try to meditate and see if that brings any results. He can see both Jin and Ranjiku have Ryatsu, but due to the lower proficiency in sensing Ryatsu, he currently can't gauge the amount they have. While training, he made a discovery that due to the strengthening of his soul and the effects of memory partition allowed him to be ambidextrous. Although it seems like a no-brainer being ambidextrous with memory partition, it is actually not that simple. Memory partition is the ability to partition a user's thoughts to form multiple independent thought processes. While normal people can only have a single room in their brain and focus on one thought, partitioning adds partitions to the one room to create multiple rooms. It is different than having multiple independent machines because, while there are multiple processes, they only work towards one goal. They manage different problem sets but work together to generate one overall solution. Pulling his thoughts back, he decided to do some physical training first. The Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu manual didn't come with just the sword techniques, it also came with a proper training routine to help build up the user's body to handle the strain the sword style possessed. Although his body now was just a soul, it didn't stop him from training, as his intuition told him that it will help him in the long run. He would probably start to train the basics movements of the sword when he got his hands on a stick of some sort before he could get an actual practice sword. First, he done some stretches and started to jog to increase his stamina. He never thought of the distance and just continued jogging until he ran out of breath and couldn't continue. He barely ran for 10 minutes before he was on the floor panting as his kimono was drenched with sweat. After a few minutes of rest, he was back on his feet when he noticed Ranjiku and Jin returning from the market. They were talking about something before he called out and grabbed their attention. Jin. Ranjiku. They both noticed Itsuki standing there drenched in sweat. Ranjiku was about to scold him for dirtying his clothes when she noticed that he had taken his blindfold off. Jin also noticed this, astonishing the two of them as they could see his eyes perfectly without any repercussions. Itsuki, your eyes, exclaimed Ranjiku as she started running towards Itsuki, clearly happy for her friend. I know, I was finally able to turn them off, answered Itsuki with a small smile. They perceived that it was a genuine smile from the bottom of his heart. Although they worried about Itsuki's face showing no emotions, they liked the fact that with them he was capable of expressing more emotions. That night, the hut was filled with a merry atmosphere. Chapter 5, Jin's Change. It has been a month since Itsuki was finally able to turn his mystic eyes off and was now currently finishing off today's training session. The ground was littered with snow as winter had arrived. Ranjiku could be seen sitting down wearing an overcoat over her green kimono as she gazed at Itsuki as he trained, unsure of what she was feeling in her heart. It always happened when Itsuki smiled at her or when she watched him train. Jin glanced at him training and then at Ranjiku before giving a knowing smirk and started to leave. By the time Ranjiku realized, he was already gone. A faint glimmer of worry passed through her eyes, but then her attention was immediately gathered by Itsuki. At first both Jin and Ranjiku were surprised at him training, wondering for what reason he was doing it for. Itsuki was caught off guard when they asked him, as he never did prepare a response, so he just gave a childish and cliché reply of him feeling useless and wanting to help them. Although he really did want to help them in the near future, they didn't need to know about the future, which was full of thorns. Although there will be tiny moments of happiness, just experiencing these relaxing yet fulfilling days was enough for him, as he knew it would soon come to an end. Itsuki noticed Ranjiku's subtle glances at him but chose to ignore it. It left him with complex feelings, as entering a relationship this early on didn't even cross his mind. Nobody can say about the future, but for now he would rather act oblivious to it, as it could be attributed to him being her crush. Although he wasn't an otaku, it was every man's dream to have a harem. Especially in this world, as there was Yoruchi Shihoin, Kuchiki Rukia, and many others. He never knew if he would create a harem or only have one woman and keep her happy, but he would cross the bridge when he got there. Right now all he needs to do is increase his strength so he could help his friends and try to prevent Jin's death in the future. As he finished his training he went into the hut, where a warm towel was prepared, to wash off his sweat. Looking at his body, faint signs of muscle started to show on his body, although not much, but compared to his previous scrawny body it was a good change. His ragged black kimono was already there, accompanied by a small coat. After drying himself with the towel, he wore his kimono and tied up his hair into a high ponytail whilst coming out, leaving a few strands cascading down the sides of his face. He tried to remember the timeline he was currently in but couldn't come to a conclusion. It wasn't stated when Ranjaku and Jin met, but he knew that it was in summer or spring and that they joined Shin'o Academy 111 years prior to the main plot. He also knew that Jin wanted to join the academy because of his desire to kill Aizen. Finally noticing the absence of Jin, Itsuki turned to Ranjaku. "Ranjaku, have you seen Jin?" Itsuki asked the still dazed harpy who was leaning on her arm. Shocked by the sudden question, her hand slipped as she fell backward rather comically. Surprised at what happened, Itsuki couldn't stop himself from bringing out a small giggle, mesmerizing the opposite party. She replied, getting back up while collecting her thoughts and archiving this moment into her deepest memories as a small blush appeared on her face. "I don't know, he never tells us where he is going whenever he leaves. It's been like that even before we met you." Her complexion started to look downcast and a gloomy air surrounded her. A rare moment of panic could be seen in Itsuki's eyes as he tried to cheer her up by changing the subject. Failing to find a subject to change to, Itsuki was just left there with an open mouth, unsure of how to proceed. Seeing the antiques of her friend, Ranjaku burst out laughing, her previous gloomy air being washed away. Realizing he was being laughed at, Itsuki closed his mouth as he returned to his apathetic self with a hint of red appearing on his face. As the red receded, a small smile then crept onto his face as Ranjaku was now back to normal. However, a faint glimmer of worry passed both their eyes at the same time. The day passed on as normal as Itsuki went to gather some firewood, seeing that Jin wasn't coming back anytime soon, while Ranjaku stayed and took care of the hut. No matter how small, home was home for the three of them. As the sun was starting to set, Itsuki returned home carrying a sizable amount of firewood unfit for someone that looked the age of 13. Itsuki realized that possessing Ryatsu gave a boost to his body's capabilities. Even Ranjaku could lift more than the average man. However, for Itsuki he could lift more than both Ranjaku and even Jin, possessing more Ryatsu than normal, and he trained his body. His Ryatsu also felt a bit more denser than Ranjaku's or Jin's, as he always emptied his Ryatsu to push himself in training. "I'm home," uttered Itsuki as he entered with the pile of firewood. He placed them on the side and grabbed a couple to light up a fire in the middle of the room. As the sun finally set and the darkness slowly engulfed Soul Society, there was still no sign of Jin returning home. A worried voice traveled to his ear. "Is Jin here yet?" Ranjaku asked while handing him some rice and egg. The three's living condition became much better as Itsuki always went out to do miscellaneous tasks for a small amount of can being the currency of Soul Society. So, every now and then the three are able to have a proper meal. He was also able to buy more comfortable beds, although second-hand, for the three and get better utensils and plates to eat out of. Overall, you could say that their living condition had improved. Seeing the worried look on Ranjaku's face, Itsuki reassured her as he ushered her off to bed after enjoying a meal together. Although Ranjaku may have feelings for him, both Jin and Itsuki thought of her as someone that they need to protect. As Ranjaku drifted off to sleep, Itsuki started meditating while lying down as he slowly increased his Ryatsu and made progress in getting his fourth partition, which will allow a total of 256 thoughts processes. Time gradually passed by and there were still no sign of Jin, and as soon as Itsuki thought that he wasn't coming, a faint sound of footsteps traveled to his ears. There was a certain heaviness to these footsteps, but they were undoubtedly Jin's. As Jin entered the hut, he gently placed his collected firewood with the others and walked towards his bed. No change could be seen on his face apart from the lack of a smile, but Itsuki can feel a trace of killing intent being emitted from Jin. He must have seen Aizen. Itsuki said nothing and continued to pretend to be asleep as Jin laid down and drifted off to sleep, with Itsuki following not long after. The following days, this situation repeated itself, and although Ranjaku didn't show it, Itsuki could tell that she was worried. There were times when Jin never came home at all and only arrived in the morning, and sometimes, he came home smelling of blood. Although he tried to hide it, Itsuki with his heightened senses was still able to perceive it. Finally, Itsuki could take it no more and decided to do something. So, one night, after Ranjaku fell asleep, Itsuki stayed up and waited outside the hut for Jin to come home. He didn't wait long as he saw Jin coming out of the forest. Chapter 6, A Talk with Jin. Jin noticed a figure standing outside the hut, waiting for something. As he got closer, he came across a familiar face as a small breeze hit his face. Piercing ice-cold eyes bore into him while he felt the atmosphere becoming colder as he came to a halt, waiting for the opposite party speak. "Where have you been?" interrogated Itsuki as he tried to discern Jin's thoughts. "Out," was the only reply he got, not continuing any further as Jin returned to his usual smiling face. Irked by the response, a small twitch found its way to Itsuki's mouth as the silent stare-off resumed. "We've been worried, especially Ranjaku," continued Itsuki. "Is there something you're not telling us?" He tried to get Jin to speak but alas failed to do so. Unknowingly, Itsuki had come to see Jin as a brother and best friend, explaining his worry alongside Ranjaku. Although he had a good impression of him before, that was only to a character in the anime and manga. The same could be said for Ranjaku, as he now thought of her as someone that he needs to protect. Him being an introvert in the past and his distaste of crowds, preferring to be alone in a quiet place, made it difficult for him to make friends. Along with his new mystic eyes, there was a slight fear he may harm another being. All of this resulted in him building a subconscious wall around his heart, keeping everyone at arm's length. This was shown when he went to do miscellaneous tasks for Sumkan. His cold look kept many people from approaching him, and those that did converse with him were quickly thrown off by his short responses. Can you at least tell me why you have been arriving late? Itsuki was once again met with silence as Jin slowly opened his eyes and deeply looked into his best friend's eyes. Although Jin has only known him for a month, he had eventually come to like this ice block, seeing him as his little brother, similar to how he sees Ranjaku as his little sister. He saw worry for himself and some other inexplicable emotions, but mainly worry, slowly letting out a gentle smile. This genuinely shocked Itsuki, his eyes slightly widening with no further changes to his face. This was the first time he had seen a genuine smile on Jin, as his eyes radiated warmth. He felt like his big brother was telling him not to worry. This only lasted until he saw Jin making his way towards the hut. As Jin passed him, he heard him speak. As long as I can get back what was taken from her. This was the first and only time where he initiatively spoke in this whole conversation. Unknown to Jin, Itsuki knew what Jin was talking about. Itsuki knew that a few days ago he must have encountered Aizen receiving a small ball of energy from 3 Shinigami, placing it into a glass container that contained the Hogyoku. The same 3 Shinigami that left the area where he later found Ranjaku collapsed, holding a small ball of energy. After concluding that Aizen must be the leader, Jin set a resolve to kill Aizen and retrieve what was taken. After remembering the original storyline, Itsuki turned around and saw Jin entering the hut and laying down. He soon did the same, but instead of falling asleep he started meditating as he felt his imminent breakthrough of memory partition. Time slowly passed by as Itsuki was meditating when suddenly a click was heard and a whole new set of thoughts gushed in like a tsunami. Taking some time to get used to this, Itsuki had finally broken through and achieved his 4th partition. Now there were a total of 256 thoughts or processes working towards one goal. Apart from that, he realized that he was now able to accelerate his thoughts by 2 folds, 3 times than normal. That night he had a rare blissful sleep, knowing that these peaceful days were soon going to be over. Since then a couple of days have gone by and life continued as normal. However, Ranjaku got increasingly worried until she finally couldn't take it anymore. Itsuki was practicing the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu with a couple of bamboo sticks he found, when he noticed Ranjaku preparing to leave. Where are you going, Ranjaku? Questioned Itsuki as he came to a standstill. To find Jin, came the short reply, putting on her sandals as started walking in the general direction where Jin always went towards. Knowing he can't stop her, Itsuki quickly dressed up to ward off the cold and quickly followed after. He knew that this must be when Jin decides to join Shino Academy. After a few hours, Ranjaku and Itsuki stumbled upon Jin draping a Shinigami Shihakuso, with some blood smeared on his face. Jin! What are you doing? Why are you wearing that? Questioned the shocked Ranjaku. Itsuki just kept quiet in the background and watched the scene play out. None of them found this weird, as he was never one that talked a lot, only talking when needed to do or when wanting to know something. Apart from that, he stayed silent and only gave short yet concise words. With his back facing Ranjaku, Jin stated, I'm gonna become a Shinigami. Stunned by his response, Ranjaku's eyes grew wider. I'm gonna become a Shinigami and change everything. A small gasp escaped Ranjaku's mouth, as Jin continued. So that you never have to cry again, Ranjaku, the young boy declared as if making a promise to himself. Chapter 7, Preparation and First Fight. Preparation and First Fight. Itsuki then interjected and asked. You sure? Yes, Jin replied with determination. Before Jin could continue, he was interrupted by Ranjaku. Then I will become one as well. This time it was Jin's turn to be surprised. Me too, Itsuki added on. A surprised look could be seen on Jin's face hearing his friend's declaration as he let out a defeated sigh. On the way back home he informed his friends. The entrance exam to the Shinigami Academy is in a week's time and is held in District 1. We should gather some supplies for the trip and leave by tomorrow. The two friends just nodded in response as they reached home and drifted off to sleep. The next day, all three woke up early to start their preparations for their journey. Itsuki went to the nearest town to earn a few morken while Ranjaku went to gather some food and water for their trip. Jin was tasked in procuring some sort of transport. As the journey was quite a distant one, according to Jin, it would at least take a month if they wanted to walk it there. Looking at their young bodies and short legs, it would probably take longer. They all met up at noon with Itsuki bagging around 3,000 ken, which was around 3,000 Japanese yen. Ranjaku could be seen holding a rucksack that had stale bread, a couple of rice boxes and 3 small containers of water. It also contained a change of clothes for each of them and some other necessities. This was all she was able to round up in a short amount of time, but the food and water was enough. Their bodies still young, and as they possessed Ryatsu, they only ate small portions every so often. What Ranjiku packed was enough to last them a few days. Jin had luckily found a caravan that was heading to the first district. It seemed some merchants saw the entrance exam as an opportunity to profit as they started creating caravans for people who wanted to take part in the exams. There was no age restriction in submitting an application as it was quite open. This meant that virtually anyone could sign up. Due to this, these caravans were mostly full by the time they arrived at the first district. When they reached the area where the caravans were, what greeted their view was a long line of caravans and hundreds of people camping around them. Itsuki could only roughly make out around 500 people, but that was not the limit. They were still on the outer reaches of Rakangai, so they expected more to come soon. You could tell who came from what district just by looking at their clothing, with the people from the higher-numbered districts wearing completely worn-out clothes with patches of cloth here and there to block out the holes. Now, with this many people, there were bound to be many shady characters here. This could be seen with the occasional brawls breaking out here and there for the pettiest of reasons. Another prime example was the 3 potatoes currently blocking Ranjiku and Itsuki's path as Jin had went off to pay the fees for the caravan, leaving the two alone. 3 bald heads greeted their view, completely covering them with their shadow as they towered over them. They wore dirted vest and simple cotton trousers. Itsuki believed them to be brothers as their facial features were alike. Not knowing their names, Itsuki just called them Ichi, Ni, and San, with Ichi the one that looked the oldest and San looking the youngest. They were clearly attracted to Ranjiku as they completely ignored Itsuki's presence. This wasn't his fault as Ranjiku was extremely beautiful and he had pretty much covered his face up. A cynical bamboo hat lay on top of his head while he wore a red mask that covered his mouth and nose. The reason Itsuki covered his face was because, the first time he went into town without hiding his features, he immediately became the center of attention. Among the predatory gazes of women and the jealous ones from most of the men, Itsuki realized that his looks may land him in trouble one day. For example, he could catch the interest of someone and immediately becoming someone's plaything or even sold off. Although he had his cheats, he was still pitifully weak as he had just learned how to get his mystic eyes in control. This also resulted in him keeping a distance from strangers, and including the vile acts he sometimes witnessed, he slowly lost his trust in people. Understanding once again that he was not in a peaceful society increased the iciness on his face as he slowly developed an unapproachable aura. When Ranjiku looked up, she saw their lust-filled eyes sitting on top of a pig-like nose while a disgusting smirk was plastered across their face. As they sized her up, fear and disgust immediately filled Ranjiku's eyes as she slowly backed up, hiding behind Itsuki. It was only then when they noticed the presence of Itsuki. However, apart from his unapproachable aura, he seemed nothing special. As their attention was once again on Ranjiku, the one who was leading them, Ichi opened his mouth as a bad smell wafted out and a set of yellow teeth were exposed. "Hey, Oju-chan, wanna have some fun?" As the two behind him silently sniggered, he continued. "I am pretty sure we would provide better company than this stick here." Itsuki was all bundled up as he wore loose clothing, giving others the impression that he was just another malnourished young lad. Feeling Ranjiku shaking behind his back, Itsuki was silently enraged as he heard what the men said. As his rage grew, his mind became clearer as his memory partition and thought acceleration started looking for ways in defeating the 3 men in front of him. He looked around, noticing that it was only the 3 of them and they had no backup. Itsuki lunged at Ichi as he was closest, sending his hat flying backwards, exposing his silky white hair done up in a high ponytail. A right hook approached the opposite party's face astonishingly fast as Ichi dodged out of pure reflex. You could see that this was Itsuki's first ever fight as he chose to hit the face rather than his chest, which could have increased his chances of hitting. Seeing Itsuki punching his older brother, Ni immediately sent a punch to Itsuki's face as San proceeded to capture Ranjiku. Realizing his blunder, Itsuki tried to retreat, however was too late as a punch landed on him. This instantly destroyed the confidence Itsuki had built up over training as his thoughts fell into disarray. After quickly calming down, he noticed San's movements as he started to panic. Pushing his mental abilities to the maximum, he thought up a whole new strategy in defeating the 3 while also calculating the possible ways of them retaliating. As Ichi was slowly getting up, enraged by the fact that a kid caused him to fall over, Itsuki quickly got up and this time ran towards the unsuspecting San. It only took him a split second into creating tens of strategies as he slowly got used to using his mental abilities in the midst of battle. He coated his fist up with Ryatsu, a little trick he learned whilst training, and instantly appeared next to San as he once again went for the head, but this time landing his hit. Thinking that his second brother had taken care of the kid, Sen would never have expected to be hit from behind as he felt a sharp pain and immediately fell unconscious. Ni was still there standing there, mouth wide open, trying to figure out how a kid survived his punch and come out virtually unscathed. He only came back from his thoughts as he noticed the kid running towards him after dealing with his brother. This time, instead of punching the kid, Ni went to grab him. However, having predicted this move, Itsuki instantly dodged it and landed a strong punch on Ni's stomach, instantly knocking him out cold. Finally, Ichi got up. Damn, brah. Ichi instantly shut up as his blood ran cold. He saw his two brothers knocked out cold and the so-called brat staring down at him with incredible iciness. Ichi could swear he had never been frightened this much in his life, as he saw absolutely no emotion whatsoever in those azure blue eyes. Just as he opened his mouth to plead for mercy, Itsuki disappeared from his vision and reappeared with an outstretched leg rocketing towards him. Before Ichi's pitiful brain could process this, a sudden surge of pain interrupted his thoughts as a heart-wrenching screech was heard escaping his mouth. Mr. Ichi had become Miss Ichi. If he was married then Mrs. Ichi, not that it mattered now. Attracted by the sudden shriek of pain, many people looked over only to once again look away, seeing a tiny blood stain between Ichi's legs as it slowly expanded. The men dreadfully glanced at Itsuki's retreating back, who was making his way back to Ranjaku. As they subconsciously released a sigh of relief, Itsuki suddenly looked back. All the men unconsciously clenched their legs as they felt a cold breeze pass through. At that moment, only one thought crossed their minds. Demon. Seeing Itsuki once again turn around and leaving the area with Ranjaku, they let out another sigh of relief and went back to what they were doing, taking sneaky glances in the direction Itsuki had left. Chapter 8, Arrival. They soon met up with Jin as he had secured seats for them in the caravan. Noticing the glances they were receiving, Jin realized that something must have happened when he left them alone. After hearing what had happened, Jin started to openly swear while he thanked Itsuki for being there. Who knew what would have happened if he wasn't there? Jin shuddered just thinking about it. Itsuki had noted that his presence had finally started to have an effect in this universe. As compared to the original, Jin was more open to him and Ranjaku, while with others he would return to the Jin form the anime. Narrowed eyes into slits, a mocking grin never leaving his face and always speaking in a sarcastic tone. After blowing off his steam, Jin questioned Itsuki, who was cleaning his hat, as Ranjaku leaned in to hear the answer. So, how did you defeat them? Luck, I suppose, replied Itsuki, while putting on his bamboo hat, not willing to let the beans out the bag. This was related to his biggest secret and, although he didn't like lying to his friends, he had no other choice. Maybe there will be a chance for him to tell them in the future. Seeing the look on Jin's face, Itsuki knew that he didn't buy his explanation but kept quiet regardless. However, the same could not be said for Ranjaku. This naive little lass fully believed what Itsuki had said, as he could see her eyes had glazed over and a blush had surfaced. The same could be said for some of the other young maidens who had witnessed the fight. Even though his mask was still hiding half of his features, you could still tell that he was extremely handsome. The mask just increased his charm by adding a point of mysteriousness onto him. And the way he stood forward was, for them, like a Shinigami protecting a noble of Soul Society from the clutches of evil. Elegantly defeating them before taking her hand and reassuring her. Seriously, his crude fighting skills had somehow become an elegant dance. Even the Soul King would be stumped into how the thoughts of these maidens in love worked. Now back to the topic on hand. The three weren't charged on what had happened, as they were the victims, and due to the fact that the person who told them this was constantly looking at Itsuki in fear while sitting in such a posture that protected his family jewels. Fortunately, the rest of the journey went on without any hitches as they progressed to District 1, the environment getting cleaner and well maintained. They stopped every so often to resupply and pick up any more applicants wishing to join the academy. The population of the caravan exceeded 1,000 people by the time they reached District 1. The caravan wasn't able to go to all of the districts due to lack of manpower, and it would simply take too much time. So when they arrived, they spotted another 6 caravans already there as people pitched tents to work as temporary shelter until the day of the exam. It never crossed Itsuki's mind that so many people had come for the admission into the academy. With a rough estimate of around 6,000 applicants, this was just North Rokkangai alone. If the other areas had similar numbers, then there would be a grand total of 24,000 applicants. He wondered how the Shinigami would manage as he made his way with Ranjaku and Jin to a cheap inn to finally get some rest. The next day, the three got up extra early, knowing it would be quite a wait if they went late. The exams were taking place next to the walls of Siriidii. These were humongous walls that surrounded Siriidii, made out of material called sekiseki, a material that could absorb spiritual energy. Once they reached the designated exam area, they realized that they weren't the only ones who had thought of arriving early. They joined the people already queuing, spotting some servants setting up a platform and around 5 large tents. The exams would start at sunrise, and it would test the amount of Ryatsu they had, its potential, and the chances of awakening a Zanpakuto. As the sun began to rise, they noticed a group of Shinigami coming towards the platform. Leading them was a tall and youthful man. He had aqua green eyes and spiky raven black hair. He wore the standard Shinigami shihakuso, consisting of a black kimono and white undergarment with a katana strapped to his obi sash. The katana was most likely his Zanpakuto. He made his way to the top of the platform and waited for the applicants to gather round. Once he saw everyone had gathered, he started making his speech. Welcome, everyone, to the entrance exam of Shino Academy. My name is Shiba Kaien and I will be overseeing your exams. Itsuki finally realized why the men seemed familiar. Shiba Kaiyan was a Shinigami that was part of the 13th Division, under Yukitake Jushiro. He would later become the lieutenant of the 13th Division around the time when Jin graduates. Kaiyan was a very ethical and down-to-earth man with a strong sense of duty. He treated his fellow comrades indiscriminately, earning him the adoration of his fellow division, aristocrats and commoners alike. Itsuki quite admired him for his beliefs. Kaiyan believed that one's heart was determined based on the prospects of fighting and protecting. He was a firm believer in Captain Yukitake's philosophy on fighting, which consists of two types of combat, the fight to protect life, and the fight to protect honor. Kaiyan took it a step further and believed that they both ended up being the same thing, heart. He believed that one's heart exists in others, and that it remains with his or her comrades even after death. Having held such views, he believed that people should never die alone. The speech finally ended as Kaiyan stepped down and moved into the tent. The people were then grouped into 50 rows each containing 120 people. The ones on the back sat down as it would be quite the wait. Unfortunately, the three friends were separated during all the chaos and were part of different rows. People were then called in one by one into the tents where they would be tested. Itsuki came to the concluded that each tent contained 10 rooms in which the examination would be held. People were called in and were quickly shown the way out, showing that the failure rate was extremely high. After waiting for around an hour, his turn finally came up, and to his surprise it was also Jin's and Ranjiku's turn. He came into the tent, was shown to a servant where they took his information down. Name: Minamoto Itsuki. Age: 14. That was all they asked, reason being that if they passed then the Siriidii will become their home, otherwise they will be sent back. He then pointed Itsuki to the direction of a room where he will be tested. Chapter 9, Entrance Exam. As he walked into the examination room, he noticed a Shinigami waiting for him. To his disappointment, it was an unknown character that wasn't even shown in the manga or the anime. He then noticed 3 pedestals, each holding a crystal ball on top. First, place your hand on top of the left crystal and pour in all of your Ryatsu. This will determine the amount of Ryatsu you have. You need an average amount of Ryatsu to pass. The amount of Ryatsu a being possessed was categorized into 5 levels: basic, average, high, great, and immense. Basic amount of Ryatsu is the common level of power of a regular human as they possess the bare minimum, below average class. Average amount of Ryatsu is the common level of power among non-seated and low-ranked seated officers, average class. High amount of Ryatsu is the common level of power among high-ranked seated and average lieutenant-ranked officers, lieutenant class. Great amount of Ryatsu is the common level of power amongst those of an average captain rank, captain class. Lastly, immense amount of Ryatsu. This level of spiritual power is reflected in its ability to enhance a user during combat as well as its ability to affect the surrounding environment on a controlled level, allowing the wielder to use it in combat to startling degrees, advanced captain class. They are then categorized into upper and lower. Furthermore, they can also be categorized into orderly and chaotic, which corresponds to how well the Shinigami can control his Ryatsu. Orderly being very well controlled and chaotic being having no control at all. Itsuki placed his hand on the crystal ball and poured in all his Ryatsu without holding back. The crystal ball started to shine lightly for a few moments before words were plastered across the surface. Upper average / lower high. This raised an eyebrow of the Shinigami as he was mildly shocked before continuing. Now place your hand on the one in the middle as it will test your willpower, which will measure your potential. Ryoryoku is a power aligned with the spiritual sensitivity and willpower of the user. This meant that those with a higher willpower have the ability of possessing more Ryoryoku, allowing them to utilize more Ryatsu. For recruits there were 6 stages ranging from 1 to 6, with 1 being the weakest. The crystal ball tested on how long one can last and just measured the potential of the applicant. It wasn't the final result, as willpower can be improved. As Itsuki placed his hand onto the ball, he felt some pain in his head. Although, compared to when he received his memories, it was only a walk in the park. The pain started to increase, from like a poke, to a sharp needle-like pain. It didn't stop there, however. A painful expression now masked his face, replacing Itsuki's apathetic one as the pain amplified once again. After a couple of minutes, which seemed like hours for Itsuki, he finally removed his hand as he gasped for air, with sweat falling down his face. He looked towards the crystal ball and the results were shown. Stage 6. He waited for the Shinigami to carry on but never heard anything. Confused, he turned around only to see the Shinigami staring at the ball with bloodshot eyes and a disbelieving expression. The Shinigami realized that no matter how many times he rubbed his eyes, the results wouldn't change. SS Stage 6 Potential. The Shinigami stated, clearly flustered. After a few moments to calm himself down, he then proceeded to start the 3rd test. However, you could still see the shock in his eyes, looking at Itsuki as if he was a monster. Itsuki didn't mind this gaze and continued to listen. Now, once again place your hand on the last crystal ball. This will show if you can awaken your Zanpakuto. This was very nerve-wracking for Itsuki, as this decided if he could have a 1 and he really wanted it. Although he knew that he would still be accepted into the academy due to the results of the first 2 tests, a Zanpakuto was a must-have. Zanpakuto, known as the Soul Cutter Sword, is the trademark weapon used by the Shinigami to combat spiritual beings, being one of the few types of weapon that can go against hollows. Each Shinigami carries a Zanpakuto, and each Zanpakuto is unique. The swords are reflections of a Shinigami's power and soul, and sentient beings unto themselves. The Zanpakuto's name is the name of the living spirit which empowers the sword and lends its strength to the Shinigami who wields it. A Zanpakuto's shape and abilities are based on their Shinigami's soul. Once a Shinigami learns her Zanpakuto's name, they can communicate with one another and grow stronger together. Zanpakuto are born with their Shinigami, and they die along with their Shinigami. As Itsuki placed his hand on the last crystal ball, clear anticipation drowned his eyes as he waited for the results. After a few moments no results were shown. The Shinigami noticed this, and a bit of disappointment flashed through his eyes. Just as he was about to record the result, a blinding flash of light poured out of the crystal ball accompanied by the sound of wind and crackling of thunder. Watching this, the Shinigami nearly fainted and used Ryatsu to keep himself from falling back. This continued until the flash of light stopped and the ball disintegrated to pieces. What the Shinigami never told its participants was that this crystal ball showed a rough estimate on the powers a Shinigami Zanpakuto possessed. Still reeling from the shock, the door burst open as Shiba Kaiyan darted into the room. What happened? After receiving the gist of the situation, Kaiyan looked at the boy and then back to the Shinigami. I understand, finish of his report and carry on the examination. Another crystal ball will be provided. He then turned to the boy. Congratulations, Itsuki-kun, you've passed with perfect marks. Now if you will follow me to the waiting area where your photographic ID will be taken. You will later be escorted to the academy. After a final look at the disintegrated ball, Kaiyan led Itsuki to the waiting area. Along the way, Kaiyan talked a lot while Itsuki just replied with nods and short words. When they arrived in the waiting area, Itsuki saw around 20 people with Jin and Ranjiku already here, having clearly passed earlier. Itsuki turned around, did a small bow and thanked Kaiyan. Clearly surprised by the thanks from the silent boy, Kaiyan replied. Don't mind it. You should talk more often, otherwise it will be hard making friends. Itsuki didn't reply as he returned to his usual ice-cold self before making his way towards Jin and Ranjiku. Chapter 10, Ranjiku. Kaiyan watched the silent boy as the boy's eyes showed a hint of warmth when he approached his 2 friends. His curiosity kicking in, he really wanted to see what Itsuki looked like because he kept his facial features hidden, so he stayed behind and waited for Itsuki's picture to be taken. A decision he would later come to regret. There was an old-fashioned camera to the side where another recruit was having his picture taken. When Ranjiku's turn came up, the males were deeply attracted to her as they tried to get closer to her. Just as one approached Ranjiku, Jin hurriedly walked in front of him as an amiable, yet dangerous smile came up in his face. The intruding party looked at the slight opening in Jin's eyes, feeling some killing intent. Cold sweat appeared on his back as he gave up on the idea of approaching her along with the others. Unfortunately, one slipped through Jin's defense as he made his way towards Ranjiku. This time it was Itsuki who stopped him. But he wasn't nice like Jin, so as the intruder number 2 tried bypass him, he tripped him and quickly kneed his stomach. As the others were occupied by Jin, they suddenly heard a yelp and turned towards that direction. Their attention was immediately drawn by the men on the floor. One could see that he was knocked out cold with some foam coming out of his mouth. They then saw the reason for his unconsciousness and a couple people recognized him turning completely pale. Knowing that the girl had 2 scary guardians, they immediately backed down. Ranjiku just went on and acted like normal. It wasn't the first time this happened, and she knew her 2 friends would protect her. However, she hated this feeling of uselessness. One of the reasons she wanted to become a Shinigami was because she wanted to fight back herself and not rely on the 2 until one day it would her that protected them. Another reason was simply, Itsuki. She had come to terms with her feelings and knew that if she wanted to be by his side then she had to get stronger, a lot stronger. To her, there was always a fog around Itsuki ever since she knew him. Remembering those eyes and the training he did, her and Jin knew he was hiding something, but both decided to keep quiet about it. If he wanted to tell them then he will tell them. Still for her it wasn't enough, she wanted to penetrate that fog and she wanted him to trust her. So that one day they would stand beside each other and go against anything the world threw at them, because as long as he was by her side, she would be content. There were still some thoughts plaguing her mind, as deep inside her heart, she knew that she won't be the only one. Call it a woman's intuition if you want, but with his future prospects and looks, she was bound to have a few rivals. She knew that although she had a head start, no one can say anything about the future, she just had to continue fighting. Jin noticed Ranjiku lost in thoughts while looking at Itsuki and knew the gist of what she was thinking. He couldn't help her, but he silently pushed her on. After Ranjiku, it was Jin's turn and a few more people took their pictures until it was finally Itsuki's turn. Kaiyan kept quiet throughout the whole ordeal and started looking forward to what Itsuki looked like. For some reason, the others were also curious to what this demon looked like. As Itsuki sat down, he proceeded to take his hat off, showing of his snow-white hair which was done up in a high ponytail, while a few strands fell down the sides of his face. They shuddered when they saw his eyes, not because of fear but due to the indifference present in them. Itsuki then moved towards his mask. Time seemed to slow as his face was uncovered. The female recruits were instantly struck into a daze as their face got a deep shade of red, while an intense depressive aura was released from the males. Once his picture was taken, he turned around only to see the reactions of the room. For them it was like seeing an ice sculpture, beautiful from afar, yet the closer you got the colder it was. You could only view it from afar as it was untouchable. Itsuki quickly covered his face and the room returned to normal, not quite though, as Ranjiku was protecting Itsuki from the females while Jin was protecting him for the questionable males. Kyan just left the room, complex emotions coming from his face. Shouldn't have stayed. WTF, how is he so good looking? As the day progressed, more and more recruits came and had their pictures taken. At first, they were confused with the atmosphere but understood when the others told them. So now there were 3 types of looks that Itsuki was garnering. First was the ones filled with infatuation, the females that had seen his face, including some males, envious ones from the males, and lastly, the curious ones. This was from the ones that came into the room after. Once all the recruits were finished, they were finally escorted into Siriidi. As they passed the northern gate, they met with another group of people waiting for them. They consisted of 3 boys and 2 girls and were not Shinigami nor were they servants, they seemed like students. They wore the Shino Academy uniform, which consisted of a blue shitage undershirt, a white kosode shirt with blue stripes and blue hakama trousers with white socks and sandals. This color scheme was for the males, where the females' version had the blue replaced with the red. An emblem could be seen printed in on either side of the outer shirt, presumably of the academy. They also had swords strapped to their back. Itsuki couldn't tell if they were Asachi or named Zanpakutos. Asachi were Zanpakutos that didn't have a name. Once all the recruits were grouped, he saw Kyan talk with a girl who seemed to be the head of the group of students. They were quite familiar with each other and talked for quite a bit before Kyan handed her some pieces of paper and left with the examiners. The girl then looked around, introduced herself as Shiba Aiko and led them to the academy. The academy was quite a distance away as it took an hour's worth of walk to reach it. What greeted their view was a massive multi-story building with eaves jutting out. A 3-layered roof could be seen in the middle with the bottom floor extending out of either side. The building was surrounded by walls about 10 feet high with the emblem of the school littered across it. Once they had crossed the gate, they made their way to an auditorium where people were already waiting. Upon entering, Itsuki noticed the people being divided by where they come from. The ones with cleaner clothes with bits of noble air could be seen off to one side, most likely residents of Siriidi, whereas the members of Rakangai were on another side. You could tell the difference with just the clothes, as the former were wearing luxurious and expensive clothes while the latter were wearing tattered and simple ones. Itsuki's group were the last ones to arrive because as soon as they entered all the recruits were gathered and a group of teachers walked out. Chapter 11, Shino Academy. The group of teachers had a similar dress code like students but wore a gray outer shirt, black trouser, and had a black robe draped over it. Leading them was a slightly tanned, stout man with a bald head and small eyes who gave a rather fearsome expression. He had a small gold necklace and wore a pair of thin glasses. Different stands were set up with a board next to them. Each was respectively called Class 1, Class 2, and so on. There were 4 of them, each holding a list of around 100 names. The teachers went to stand behind the stands and a voice rang out. Find your names and line up in front of the stands. You will get your I.D cards along with the dormitory you will be assigned to. As soon as that was said, all the recruits started moving. Most of them went to the Class 1, hoping to get in. Class 1 was known as the elite while Class 2 and 3 were known as the average class and Class 4 was the lowest. Amidst disappointed sighs, Itsuki and his friends pushed their way through and found their names. Class: Minamoto Itsuki, 100%. Ikamaru Jin, 98%. Matsumoto Ranjiku, 95%. Wow, Itsuki, you got perfect marks. Ranjiku was clearly excited for a friend as Itsuki replied. You guys did well too. Jin just carried on looking lost as they lined up. They waited for a bit before their turn finally came. Jin and Itsuki were assigned a room together and Ranjiku was with another girl. Although they could meet in class, they weren't able to meet in each other's dormitories as males and females were separate and the opposite gender not being allowed in. They could still hang out, but it would be different as they had barely left each other's company in the past month. After getting their I.D cards, they were then sent to a room so the academy can collect their measurements for the uniform. Itsuki made a special request to see if he could get a mask joined to his undershirt, similar to Hatake Kakashi's undershirt but in white. His hat wasn't allowed. His request was accepted but he had to pay his last remaining ken for the undershirt. He didn't need the ken as everything would be provided by the academy. Itsuki, however, didn't like covering up his face as he thought it was a waste but had no choice because it would just attract too much attention. Once all this was completed, they were shown the directions to the dorms. Ranjiku's mood was noticeably down, but Itsuki and Jin knew that she would return to her usual cheery self tomorrow. The male dormitories were towards the east side of the school just next to the Zenjutsu hall. They could hear people training their swords in the hall but refrained from going in as they were too tired. There were 6 floors in the dormitory with each floor representing a year. Itsuki and Jin found their rooms just as the sun was about to set and instantly went to sleep. The next morning, Itsuki woke up to an unfamiliar roof, remembering that he was now at the academy. He got up only to notice Jin was already awake and putting his uniform on. This was when he got a good look at the room they were given. It was a simple room, 2 beds, a desk that had 2 chairs, 2 wardrobes, and a small bookcase. Itsuki then noticed a small parcel at the end of his bed. Taking a look, he realized it contained 2 pieces of uniform and a piece of paper. Donning the uniform, Itsuki looked at the piece of paper and found his timetable for the day on it. Day 1, Introductory Lessons. 7 to 7:55, General Knowledge in Room ##. 8 to 9:55, Application of Ryatsu in Hall ##. 9:55 to 10:05, Break. 10:05 to 11:25, Hakuda in Hakuda Training Hall ##. 11:30 to 12:50, Ho-Ho in Ho-Ho Training Field ##. 12:50 to 13:50, Lunch. 13:55 to 14:15, Kido in Kido Training Field ##. 14:20 to 1600 hours, Zenjutsu in the Zenjutsu Training Hall. Your weekly timetables will be given at the end of the day. Itsuki looked at the clock and realized it was already 6:15. Technology in Seoul society was unusual. Although the lifestyle and culture of Seoul society can be comparable to feudal Japan, they possess technology of a level exceeding that time period. Things such as touchscreens and databases are in use for files and historical documentation storage, so it is normal for things like clocks to exist. Jin then called for Itsuki. Itsuki, let's leave now and familiarize with the academy. We would be able to find the room by asking fellow students. After clearing his thoughts, Itsuki nodded in acknowledgement and followed Jin out of the dormitories. Only the first years could be seen as all the lessons of the other students had been called off for the day. This was because the academy wanted all the facilities available for the first years. Although they could visit certain areas to train, the main teaching areas were closed off. After having a brief tour of the academy, they then looked for the room they had their general knowledge class in. They had found out that the Zenjutsu training hall was located next to the male dormitories while the Kido hall was behind the academy. The library was located in the middle of the whole school, but they weren't able to enter it yet. Due to the immensity of the school, it was quite easy to get lost. However, after receiving a few directions from the seniors, they were able to reach the classroom. Only half an hour had passed before they arrived at the classroom. Although it was just 6:45, half the class was already filled. This was less of a classroom and more of a lecture hall. A blackboard was at the front along with a podium. 3 columns of rows could be seen with 2 flights of stairs between them. They noticed Ranjiku already here alongside her new roommate, furiously waving at them. Chapter 12, The First Day Part. Although they didn't show it, Itsuki and Jin both sighed in relief seeing Ranjiku back to her usual self. They both made their way to the seats Ranjiku had saved them amidst the stares of others. There were 13 seats on each row with 4 in the side column and 5 in the middle. Ranjiku was at the front row in the middle column. Hey Itsuki, Jin, meet my new roommate. Her name is Isazaka Yuro. Pleased to meet you, Minamoto-san, Ikamaru SA. She bit her tongue. Her voice was small and quiet. If Itsuki and Jin weren't sitting near her, then they probably wouldn't have heard her. She was a petite young woman who wore the typical academy uniform. Her black hair was done up with a bun and her fringe went over her right eye, blocking it from view. Her remaining brown eye kept darting about as if looking for a hole to hide in for the earlier slip-up. Tears were threatening to come out of her eye as Ranjiku tried to console her. Nice to meet you, Isazaka-san, Jin replied with his usual expression, and Itsuki nodded in return. Feeling no ill will from the two, she noticeably calmed down but still looked as if she was trying to hide herself. The group of 4 continued to talk to each other as the class grew in size until the room was mostly full. No one sat on the seat next to Itsuki due to the aura he gave out. Many girls tried but gave up due to feeling the temperature drop and the dangerous look Ranjiku gave them. Jin just acted like normal and paid no heed. Yuro was quite surprised at Ranjiku's change as she felt Ranjiku was someone easygoing and approachable. Finally it was 7 o'clock and the room quieted down. The same stout teacher appeared and came and stood in front of the podium. His voice resounded throughout the room. Welcome to Shino Academy and congratulations for making it into Class 1. My name is Jengoro Onabara and I am the head teacher for the first year, Class 1 A short pause followed, as he looked around. You will all be trained to become great Shinigamis over here. We only have one commandment: do not seek beauty in battle. Do not seek virtue in death. Do not make the mistake of considering only your own life. If you wish to protect that which you must protect, slice the enemy you must defeat from behind. A speech of the rules and regulations followed before he got to the task at hand. Now. General knowledge. This module will be go over the things a Shinigami must know. Although it won't increases you battle capabilities, knowledge itself can be utilized as a weapon. You would also go over tactics, what to do in certain situations, what things can be done and what you must avoid in Siri. The class went on until time was up and he told us the directions for our next class. The next class was the application of Ryatsu. Ryatsu is the physical pressure that a person's Ryoryoku, spiritual energy, creates when it is released. So all this time, Itsuki wasn't increasing his Ryatsu but his Ryoryoku while his Ryatsu increased in result. The difference between spiritual pressure and spiritual energy is simple. Ryoryoku is the amount of energy a being has stored within their body or soul, whereas Ryatsu is the pressure that a person's Ryoryoku exerts. In other words, Ryoryoku is potential while Ryatsu is energy in use and can be sensed by other spiritually aware beings. In general, those with high levels of Ryoryoku will often have the highest levels of Ryatsu also. A skilled warrior can overcome a person possessing greater Ryoryoku by possessing greater Ryatsu. This is achieved by having greater control over their own spirit energy. Ryatsu has many colors and forms in which they are portrayed and each depends on the user. It can be used either defensively, psychologically, or offensively. Defensively because someone with a greater amount of Ryatsu can effectively harden their skin, adding an extra layer of protection. This results in someone with a lower Ryatsu unable to cut through. Psychologically, there are 4 ways it can be used: fear, stun, paralysis, and phantom pain. Fear, Ryatsu at its most basic level can instill fear in others when it is very high. Stun, a high level of Ryatsu can cause those of a lower power to be stunned just by being in the presence of one. Paralysis, when someone of a high Ryatsu focuses on an opponent with low Ryatsu they can paralyze them by focusing their Ryatsu onto them. Phantom pain, someone of a higher Ryatsu can make an opponent feel as though they are being attacked though nothing is happening to them. Though there are no techniques to offensively use Ryatsu, there are ways into using it. Sometimes, just releasing Ryatsu in all its glory can cause damage to the environment. So, overall, a Shinigami's fight heavily depends on the amount of Ryatsu a being possesses. Next came break. The group of 4 decided to get to know each other better. Yuro was from Siri and was the daughter of a pair of Shinigami who worked for the Godai 13. They were just low-ranked Shinigami who didn't even know the names of their Zanpakuto. Due to her personality she had no friends and Ranjaku was her first. Once break was over they went to the Hakudo training hall. The teacher was already there. Hakudo was basically hand-to-hand combat. The Onmitsukido, special forces, are the best trained in this. Being one of the 4 basic fighting styles of the Shinigami, it is divided into 5 stages: untrained, practitioner, combatant, expert Hakudo combatant and master Hakudo combatant. Untrained, the user hasn't learned it or has just started it. Practitioner, casual users of this art that can take on average armed opponents. Those of this level are among the seated and unseated officers of the Godai 13. Combatant, average users of this art can take on average armed opponents and put up a decent effort against those many times their size. Those of this level are among the seated and unseated officers of the Godai 13. Expert Hakudo combatant, experts of this art can take on average armed opponents and those many times their size easily. Those of this level are among the seated officers of the Godai 13. Master Hakudo combatant, masters of this art can take on heavy armed opponents and those many times their size easily, and, as mentioned before, the Onmitsukido are the best trained Shinigami in Hakudo. The 2nd Division captain and their 3rd seat, or head of the detention unit, are most often the premier masters. After that it was the introduction to Ho-Ho. The group of 4 went to the Ho-Ho training field and immediately saw various courses with some students working hard to complete them in the fastest time possible. Ho-Ho is a defensive style of fighting which relates to footwork. It is one of the 4 basic combat skills of the Shinigami. Ho-Ho is an important skill for most Shinigami, which incorporates speed and agility. The skill level of Ho-Ho can be enhanced and improved through concentration, training, and mastery of it. The foremost practitioners of this technique are those assigned to the Onmitsukido. Shuinpa, flash steps, is the greatest expression of the Ho-Ho technique, however there are variations even within Shuinpa, which only master Ho-Ho practitioners can use. Shuinpa is a movement technique which allows the user to move faster than the eye can follow. The focal point which determines the basis of this technique is speed. As speed is the main factor of the technique, the method is best characterized by how fast one can get from point A to point B in the least amount of steps. Shuinpa can be categorized into 4 stages. Untrained, those in this category, possess no skill for Ho-Ho and instead, rely on walking to get where they need to be, or have trained extensively to enhance their natural speed to a level allowing them to move considerably fast, though decidedly under that of Shuinpa. Shuinpa practitioners of the technique can maintain fast movements for a short period of time, by seemingly taking only a few steps to bridge what would normally be a large distances. Those who are practitioners commonly use their knowledge of Ho-Ho while engaging in combat. Shuinpa experts of the technique are considerably fast, and can maintain high-speed movements for extended periods of time. While not as fast as a master, they can keep up quite effectively. Some holding the title are faster than others, but, nonetheless, their application of the technique is highly advanced. Shuinpa masters are capable of maintaining high-speed movements for extended periods of time while using the least amount of steps to achieve those movements. Once the introduction was complete, the teacher then went on to complete a few exercises showing the recruits a few ho-ho examples. Chapter 13, the first day part. By the time the examples were finished, a few grumbles of the stomach was heard throughout the field, with one extremely loud one next to Itsuki. Itsuki and the others hadn't ate anything since yesterday. As the teacher heard this, she dismissed the class and got one of their seniors to take the recruits to the cafeteria. Amidst the excited look of the fellow recruits and a flushed Isazaka, Itsuki started contemplating in what stage he was with Hakudo and Ho-Ho. Although there were some hand-to-hand combat techniques in the Hiten Mitsurujiryu manual, it was ultimately a sword style, even though he did train in them. In the end, he probably was in the untrained category. Itsuki felt quite confident in Ho-Ho though. This was because Hiten Mitsurujiryu was a sword style that focuses on a combination of immense speed and agility, achieving Ichi no Tachi, or striking in a single blow. Due to this, he believed he would have some ease in learning Ho-Ho and then Shuinpa, though he still thinks he would be categorized in untrained. He had only been training his body and some basic movements for a month, and, although he has Ryatsu, he would still need some time to reach the threshold for Hiten Mitsurujiryu's tremendous physical demands. After filling their stomachs, they were then led to the Kido training field. Once they arrived, a massive open field was what greeted their view. Training dummies could be seen in the distance, some brand new while the others had faint marks on them. This time the teacher wasn't there, so they had to wait quite a bit. Sometime later the teacher arrived and started its explanation. Kido, demon arts, is a form of Shinigami combat based on advanced spells. These spells are produced with strong Ryoryoku and fall into two categories, Heido for direct attacks, and Bakudo for battle support. It is one of the four basic fighting styles of the Shinigami. Kido spells are triggered by an incantation. Experienced users can trigger them without an incantation, though the effectiveness of the spell may be diminished. Most spells are graded on a scale from 1 to 99, spells of the latter being the most powerful and the most difficult to perform. To use Kido, a Shinigami must recite the specific incantation for the spell, which is often long and requires a few seconds to speak. There are three main types of Kido: binding spells, destruction spells, and healing spells. Bakudo, binding spell, supplementary spells which can immobilize an enemy or have an effect besides a direct strike. Barriers, Kekai, focused spiritual energy formed into a solid form of energy. This energy can take on many shapes or colors as determined by the user. Barriers are protective in nature, and can be as simple as a barrier only protecting one direction or encompassing all sides of an area. Barriers can be used for containment, and some barriers can be used offensively. Barriers can mask spiritual pressure and can make one spiritually and physically invisible. Seals, somewhat similar to barriers, but far more powerful and require far more preparation to create. Seals can only be used by those of sufficient spiritual power, and are meant to hold the most powerful and/or dangerous artifacts or beings. Seals are usually hard to break. Heido, path of destruction, offensive spells which inflict direct damage to the enemy. Their effectiveness differs depending on the user. It is said the effectiveness of the higher-ranked spells are beyond imagination. Jisei Heido, sacrifice, path of destruction, a particular offensive spell like Ito Keiso that requires the user to sacrifice a certain portion of themselves in order to use it. Kaido, Turnway, also known as Chiryoyo Kido, healing spiritual arts. These spells do not have known names, numbers, or incantations to cast, and simply heal the target. When one heals with regular healing Kido, they perform Ryatsu restoration first. By doing so, one can attempt to recover the physical body using the patient's restored Ryatsu and the healer's external Ryatsu. Therefore, restoring the Ryatsu when the physical body is in a fully healed state is no trouble at all. This teacher also started showing various examples of Kido, and honestly Itsuki felt quite overwhelmed from all of the knowledge he received from the introduction of Kido. From all the four basic combat techniques of a Shinigami, Kido was the one he didn't know how good he was. After this it was Zenjutsu, what everyone was waiting for. Arriving at the hall, they entered to what seemed like a dojo. The floor was laminated while pieces of equipment were neatly placed to the side. Two teachers were standing waiting for them, with one being Onabara Gengoro and an unfamiliar man. Once everyone had settled down, the unfamiliar man started introducing Zenjutsu. Zenjutsu, art of sword, was just kendo but for Zanpakudos and is one of the four basic fighting styles of the Shinigami. It is shameful for a Shinigami to not master at least this technique. This can also be categorized into four stages. Beginner, someone that has just started learning the sword. Swordsman, someone that specializes in the use of Zanpakudo during combat. Someone of this level has to have basic skills in swordsmanship as well. All seated officers of the Godi 13 have to possess, at the very least, this level of skill. Expert swordsman, someone who is highly skilled in using their Zanpakuto while sealed or in its shurikai. Most lieutenants are experts, since they must know shurikai and have mastered it to a degree, in order to be promoted. This applies to some higher-seated officers as well and, in some cases, to captains who, though possibly having attained their Bankai, do not commonly engage in swordsmanship as their desired form of combat. Master swordsmen vary greatly by power and technique. The criteria for a master is simple: one must have masterful skill in swordsmanship above all else. Most Shinigami captains are masters, since, as the heads of their divisions, they are the true military power of Soul Society. As use of the Zanpakuto is the Shinigami's primary form of combat, it is preferable to have mastered the skill in order to achieve the rank of captain, though mastery is not excluded to them or even to Shinigami. Once all the introductions were done, a few servants started to bring in a few boxes. Gengoro went on to open them and they were filled to the brim with standard katanas. They had a simple black handle and a black circular sheath with the blade being 70 centimeters long and 3.2 centimeters wide. Gengoro picked one up and started to explain. This is an Asachi, a Zanpakuto without a name. This will now be given to you and hopefully you will awaken it. Meditate with it by placing the sword on your lap, try to connect with your spirit and learn the name of your Zanpakuto. Grab the sword on the way out, your timetables would be sent to you later today. After saying his piece he dismissed the class and an Asachi was handed to Itsuki as he left. As they were leaving Ranjiku turned around. Itsuki, Jin. Whatcha going to do now? Probably try and meditate with the sword, Jin replied as he looked towards Itsuki. Training, a short word left Itsuki's mouth before he turned around and left for the training grounds. Ranjiku looked visibly downcast as she looked at Itsuki's back. Yuro, seeing this tried to cheer her up. Ranjiku-san, want to go do some shopping, I need to buy some things for our room. Hearing the word shopping, Ranjiku's mood did a 180 and a smile formed on her face. Let's go. An excited voice left her mouth and she dragged Yuro towards the market. Jin just sighed seeing Ranjiku and prayed for her success in moving that ice block. Chapter 14, Days at the Academy, 1. Itsuki could be seen entering an empty field. He kept his sword strapped to his side as he felt that it would be best to get accustomed to it. He then put on a few weights he grabbed on the way here as he started his training regime. Immediately, Itsuki could feel the difference from having no weights at all to having around 10 kilograms strapped to each arm. He could also feel his Ryatsu being used up in an even faster speed than before. When he started to train in the basics of the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, he could feel the difference as his stances were less perfected than before. Although he couldn't train in the core techniques of the sword style, he could still practice the basic techniques which helped increase his physical capabilities. Also, practicing with a sword was different than practicing with sticks. The weight felt different than usual and Itsuki had to keep changing his stance just so he could find one that he is comfortable with. Once he had completed his training regime he sat down and placed his sword on his lap. He tried to connect to his inner world but, ultimately, failed to do so. Coming out of his session, he started to feel a faint connection with him and the sword as the sword started to show signs of changes. He saw that a mixture of white and a deep black appeared on his sword handle. Feeling he made some improvements he made his way back to the dormitory in a joyful mood. Entering into his room he noticed that Jin had already went to bed and had placed his Zanpakuto on the side. The blade seemed shorter than usual with hints of white and silver appearing on the handle. On the desk there was a sheet of paper that depicted Itsuki's timetable. Looking at Jin's timetable it seemed that they will have all their classes together. After looking thorough the timetable, Itsuki got out of his school uniform, put on his pajamas, laid down and started his daily meditation while hugging his sword. It wasn't until midnight he fell asleep. The next morning, Itsuki woke up to the sun shining in his eyes and saw that Jin had just woken up himself. After getting up and washing himself Itsuki put on his uniform, placed his Zanpakuto on his waist and left for the cafeteria for breakfast. First class was Ho-Ho and it was in the same training hall with the same teacher from yesterday. He started showing simple movements of Ho-Ho and allowed the class to copy his movements while correcting them on their mistakes. The class only had around 25 people and, unfortunately, Ranjiku and Yuro weren't with them. Itsuki found the training easy and completed the movements first time with no mistakes, earning him the praise of the teacher. He was then led to the side and an assistant teacher came with a practice sword in hand and Itsuki was given one goal: dodge the incoming strikes without retaliating. Then started a session of beating. At first he was hit left and right, but he started to show signs of improvement immediately. Itsuki had started to dodge randomly, then systematically in the fastest and most efficient way possible. When Jin joined them he saw Itsuki dodging in ways that were never seen before. The assistant teacher, seeing Itsuki still dodge no matter how much faster he swung his sword, he notified the main teacher, who then left the group that were still learning the first basic movements. He came up to Itsuki and started to show him ways to increase his speed and run faster while using less energy. He showed him ways to breathe to reduce energy consumption and then left Itsuki to his own devices. Seeing Itsuki ahead of them, Jin clenched his fists and vowed to become stronger. Hearing the teacher call him, he got up to a round of thrashing. In the end, only Itsuki and Jin completed the first task of knowing the basic ho-ho movements. What followed was lunch. Itsuki and Jin made their way to the cafeteria and saw Ranjiku already there alongside Yuro. The group of four reunited, they proceeded to get their meals and sit in the corner. Many girls were eyeing Itsuki as he took down his mask to eat, only to hear a massive noise to the side, instantly attracting their attention. Everyone turned only to see a boy had fallen down and his food was all over the place. The noise was of his plate impacting the ground. While some people moved to help him and some servants started to clean up, the ones eyeing suddenly remembered Itsuki only to see him with his mask back on and an empty dish in front of him. Fast was all that went through the girls' heads. Declaring to themselves that they would see his face sooner or later, they went back to eating their foods. After a tiring and long rant from Ranjiku with the academy being too hard, Itsuki and Jin made their way towards their next class, Zanjutsu and Hakuta. They were the first to arrive and it was Onabara Jengoro teaching them. Noticing the changed swords with the two, he gave the two an approving look and went back to waiting for the class to arrive. Once everyone had arrived, he noticed that nearly all of the Zanpakutos had a slight change to them. This showed that the students at least had some faint connection with them. Jengoro started to demonstrate the various forms of hand-to-hand combat, from things like simple punches, jabs, and kicks to things that seemed a little more complicated. He then said that everyone would have their own way of fighting before he told everyone to place their Zanpakutos to the side and start to practice the basics. Although Jengoro pointed out a few mistakes of Itsuki, he realized that Itsuki wouldn't make the same mistake twice and was ahead of his peers. Afterwards, Jengoro then told them to pick up a practice sword. Once he demonstrated the basic sword moves, he moved on to assessing how the class did it. His attention was immediately drawn to Itsuki once again as he completed the sets flawlessly. His posture was correct and the force he put into his swing was correct. Itsuki, stay behind. Once class had ended, Jengoro called for Itsuki. Yes, sensei. Jengoro didn't reply and just handed him a practice sword as he got into the Chuden stance with his practice sword in front of him. Itsuki immediately understood his intentions and went in front of him and also got into a similar stance. It was silent as the two opponents eyed each other. The silence was suddenly broken as Jengoro shouted, "Attack!" As soon as the signal was given, Itsuki rushed forward. Chapter 15, Days at the Academy, 2. Jengoro stayed in the same spot as Itsuki ran towards him. A clear sound of impact occurred when the swords clashed, and before Itsuki could make a second move, Jengoro attacked and hit him on the chest. Too many openings. Once more. Itsuki got up, went into the Chuden stance and once again rushed at Jengoro. After the hit, Jengoro tried the same attack, but it was blocked by Itsuki. Pushing his memory partition and thought acceleration to the limit, Itsuki was able to hang for a few minutes before being taken down. Seeing Itsuki improving at a visible pace, only one thought was in Jengoro's head. Extremely talented in the sword. This continued on for an hour before Jengoro dismissed him. Itsuki didn't immediately go to the dormitory but instead headed to the training grounds even though he was still tired. After a round of training, he immediately went to his room and, without greeting Jin or even having dinner, he immediately fell asleep. The next morning. Waking up to the sound of his stomach growling, Itsuki got up, washed and went to the cafeteria. As the sun was yet to rise, there was no one in the cafeteria, so Itsuki was finally able to eat in peace. Some moments later, Jin finally joined him. "You couldn't have gotten ready any quieter?" asked Jin in an irritated voice as he sat down next to him. Not expecting a reply, he continued. "Ranjiku and Isazaka-san are in the same Kido class, so we'll wait for them." Itsuki had just eaten when people started pouring into the canteen. They were later joined by Ranjiku and Yuro before they left for Kido classes. The training field was larger than the one they went to before. It was a long stretch of grass where cardboard target practices were placed at the other end. The teacher and her assistant were already there waiting. Once all the students had arrived, she started her lesson. First, she demonstrated on the assistant teacher by pointing at him. Bakudo number 1. Sai. She swung her pointing arm to the side as the chant was called out, causing the assistant teacher to have both his hands restrained behind him. Everyone looked on in awe as they saw the Kido being performed. She then explained the principle behind it and repeated the incantation, then, just like the others, asked the students to start practicing while correcting their mistakes. Fortunately for Itsuki, his time spent meditating and emptying his Ryatsu has helped increase his control of it. Along with his mental abilities, it wasn't hard for him to quickly learn the Kido, even taking it a step further and using it without a chant. Astonishing another teacher, he was told to visit the library to learn more Kidos. The class ended and it was lunch. After having a satisfying lunch, it was time for general knowledge. Nothing happened in that class apart from the teacher talking about Soul Society. He explained that the government of Soul Society consisted of the Soul King, nobility, and the judiciary, also known as the Central 46. There are 4 armed forces in Soul Society. Godai 13, this is the largest organization most Shinigami join and is their main military branch. Royal Guards, these are the personal guards of the Soul King and consists of former captains of the Godai. Kido Corps, a group of people who specialize in Kido and preside over the spiritual law. They operate in absolute secrecy. Onmitsukido, this is the second largest organization that a Shinigami can join and are in charge of from things like assassinations, intelligence gathering, transmitting messages to things like imprisoning and supervising criminals. The lecture carried on as Itsuki got a better understanding of Soul Society. Once the lecture was over, Itsuki said bye to his friends and went over to start his training regime. 4 months later, Itsuki could be seen taking his weights off as a gleeful smile was plastered on his face. His top was slowly removed, showing off his perfect muscles, clearly indicating the explosive power hidden inside them. Over these 4 months, Itsuki had made great improvements overall. He was able to learn 30 Bakudo and Haido Kidos, and had perfected Ho-Oh, moving on to learning Shuinpa. With Hakuda he was on top of the class as he prioritized speed above all else. However, he showed most improvements in his swordsmanship. He was well above his peers, and with the occasional spar with Gengoro he showed astonishing results. Surprisingly, even though he showed drastic improvements in the attainments of the sword, he had hit a bottleneck with his Zanpakudo. It was still the similar black and white handle with the colors being more prominent. Whenever he tried connecting to his inner world it seemed to always be covered by a fog. It was like he was missing something. Realizing that he won't get an answer soon, he fully concentrated on his swordsmanship as he barely attained the swordsman level. He also trained his mystic eyes of death perception by slashing at them without concentrating on them, and his mental capabilities rose as well. He can accelerate his thoughts to a faster degree, but there has been no changes to his memory partition. The reason for today's happiness was one thing: he had finally attained the physical requirements to practice the proper Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, not just the basics. With the help of Ryatsu and regular weight training, Itsuki was finally able to bring up his physical capabilities to the required level. Also known as the Flying Heavenly Sword style, Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu ID, an ancient kenjutsu from the Warring States period. It was developed to allow a single samurai to defeat numerous foes single-handedly using a combination of immense speed and agility, Batajutsu, and acquired, observation-based pseudo-clairvoyance that permits a practitioner to anticipate an opponent's movements. Both offensive and defensive maneuvers are executed with minimal movement to increase a practitioner's ability to counterattack and to conserve energy. The style commonly has the user keep one hand on the sheath at all times and stresses 2-step attacks to ensure that the practitioner is never off guard while executing said attacks, and allows the user to use the sheath as a shield to block attacks. Arguably, its most well-known trait is the surreal speed practitioners of this style use in battle, known as Shinsaku, or God Speed, allowing the user to accelerate, maneuver, and strike at speeds most eyes are unable to properly follow. This allows the user to close considerable distance in seconds and strike down enemies before they can react. A user can only bring out the technique's true potential if he has the body fit for it, in which Itsuki has just achieved the minimal needed. Itsuki finished today's training with practicing 2-step Batajutsu while continuously sheathing and unsheathing his sword, trying to get the proper rhythm. Finally achieving one of his goals, he decided to take the day off tomorrow. Chapter 16, Ranjiku's Plight. When Itsuki was returning home he noticed a commotion happening at the back of the Zenjutsu hall. Walking towards the source of the noise he saw Ranjiku being confronted by a group of boys as he used Shuinpa to get onto a nearby tree. Who are they? His thoughts were soon answered as he saw a group of boys make a move and try to capture Ranjiku. Rewinding the clock a little. Ranjiku had just finished classes and was just heading home when she noticed a letter among her belongings. It seemed to be just a normal letter until she opened it. Another love letter. Giving out a mental sigh, she just kept it and started making her way towards the Zenjutsu hall. Ranjiku was really beautiful, and this became more prominent due to the constant training she had to do in the academy. This naturally attracted the opposite gender as she received a lot of confessions and love letters. She was a kind person at heart, so she just rejected them politely. This was supposed to be the same when she arrived at the back of the Zenjutsu hall and saw a group of boys already there. Hey, Ranjiku, you came. Their leader seemed to be the one that called Ranjiku. He looked around 17, had short trimmed hair and overall, an average face. He wore the typical academy uniform and had his Zanpakudo strapped to his back. The others, which seemed to be his lackeys, were typical thugs with big lips, big nose, and generally looked like delinquents. So what is your answer? Ranjiku looked at the 3 delinquents, then at the boy in front, and disgust went through her eyes. This person had been different, although she had rejected him before, but he never gave up. It would have been nice, but she hated the way he looked at her. Ranjiku knew he wanted her as some sort of trophy to show off to other people, and he never really liked her. If she was useless, then he would just use her and throw her away like Drake. Besides, she already had someone in her heart. Sasaki-senpai, don't call me with such familiarity, and my answer was and will always be, no, she said with determination. Anger slowly surfaced on Sasaki-senpai's face while a possessive glint flashed through his eyes. This didn't go unnoticed by Ranjiku as a bad feeling slowly crept into her heart. Just as she was about to leave, a voice rung out behind her. Get her. This genuinely shocked Ranjiku as she never expected the opposite party would do this. She quickly turned around shouting. What are you doing? I've been pursuing you for the past 2 months, yet you have continuously ignored me. Time and time again you've ignored my advances, but no more. A maniacal grin surfaced on his face as he spouted his grievances. Don't worry about the academy finding out. This place has been cleared out and I doubt you would say anything once we've finished with you. A look of despair flashed through her eyes which was then replaced by determination. Itsuki wouldn't want to see me like this. Looking at the lackeys charging at her, she put both of her hand forward. Restrain my enemy, Bakudo No. 1 Sai. 2 of the lackeys found their hands behind their back, while the third one was able to evade by hiding behind the other 2. Ranjiku was quickly overwhelmed as the restrained ones threw themselves at her. Although she was able to dodge them, the final one lunged at her mid-dodge, fully intent on capturing her. Hopelessness filled her body as a streak of tear threatened to fall out. I'm sorry, Itsuki. She closed her eyes waiting for her impending doom, but all she heard was an impact, a grunt, and the sound of a body hitting the ground. Slowly opening her eyes she saw an all too familiar back, white hair adorned into a high ponytail and a back that gave her a sense of security. Happiness flashed through her eyes as a meek voice came out but got no response. Itsuki. Itsuki was really angry as his eyes slowly activated and Ryatsu increased. Luckily he was there, otherwise who knows what would have happened. Sasaki-senpai tried saying a few things but he was immediately struck by fear as he started shivering uncontrollably. The world turned black and all he could see was 2 gigantic eyes staring down at him, judging whether to kill him or not as he slowly fell back. Itsuki just looked at the sorry mess in front of him before he reined in his Ryatsu and turned around, deactivating his eyes. Just as he turned around he felt a pair of arms wrap around him as Ranjiku buried her head in his chest. Thank you. Itsuki could feel her voice and arms trembling as he hugged her back. Itsuki said nothing as a disgusting smell slowly wafted through the air. Turning around, it seemed Sasaki-senpai had wet himself as he was stuck in a daze with a frightened expression. Let's leave. Itsuki finally talked as he led Ranjiku away from the situation. Settling her down he asked. What happened? Ranjiku started explaining what happened amidst the occasional sobs as Itsuki's eyes grew colder and colder. Sighing lightly, Itsuki got a good look at Ranjiku and came to a conclusion. Come train with me. Itsuki wanted Ranjiku to be stronger, so he decided to invite her to train with him. In the anime she wasn't able to achieve Bankai and now Itsuki would like for her to achieve it. Ranjiku was shocked by Itsuki's declaration as he was always secretive with his training, choosing to just do it all alone. Apart from that, she was feeling quite blissful as she felt she just took a huge step in getting closer with Itsuki. After dropping Ranjiku off he told her to meet the day after for training and went off home. Chapter 17, Day Off. Arriving home he found out that Jin wasn't home and realized that he came home earlier than normal. Usually when he arrived back from training, it was already night and Jin was already off to sleep. Thinking that Jin was off training he decided to meditate on his mental abilities as he had made no active progress on it. Although his thought acceleration was slowly speeding up and was achieving a faster acceleration speed, there was absolutely no sign of another memory partition. Itsuki just decided to carry on meditating, slowly improving as there was no point in rushing things. A few hours later Jin came back only to see Itsuki meditating. Although he was surprised, he decided to leave him alone and also started meditating on his sword. The night passed with both of them falling asleep after a session of meditating. The next day, Itsuki woke up around noon. Jin never woke him up as it was their day off. He decided to spend his time leisurely and just relax. Dressing up he went for a walk only to be approached by a group of people wearing a black armband with the academy's crest imprinted on top. Their leader spoke up. Are you Minamoto Itsuki-san? Itsuki just gave a cold nod as he observed the group of people. The leader's mouth twitched at the cold reception as he continued. We would like you to please come with us to the disciplinary office. It's about an incident yesterday concerning yourself and a couple others. Realizing what he was talking about, Itsuki complied and started to follow them to the disciplinary office. Along the way they did attract some attention as people saw the genius of the first year surrounded by a group of disciplinary officers. The disciplinary officers still kept some distance to Itsuki though, remembering Sasaki-senpai's state and Itsuki's current frosty look caused some fear to appear on their expressions. As the disciplinary office came into view, their fear slowly resided and confidence started appearing, a feeling of safety wafting through them. Inside Ranjiku was already here with Yuro whose face was full of worry. Reassuring her with a small nod, Itsuki was taken to an interrogation room where he was asked about yesterday. Itsuki just told them that he overpowered Sasaki-senpai with his Ryatsu and nothing else as he had some malicious intentions for Ranjiku. After getting Itsuki's account he was told to wait on the side as a judgment would be passed through. Waiting for around an hour, Itsuki was called in a room alongside Ranjaku and the now deranged Sasaki-senpai. It was judged that Sasaki-senpai had untoward intentions to Ranjaku and was proved guilty. He had surprisingly confessed it himself. It seemed he really feared Itsuki wanting to get away from him as soon as possible. Leaving the place, the three met up and the girls decided to accompany Itsuki on his walk. As the three were walking, a Jigakucho, Hell's Butterfly, appeared and brought them a message. It was about practicing soul burial, otherwise known as Kanso, in the real world. It seemed that the practice would take place in 2 months. Yuro and Ranjaku shared a look before the former excused herself, leaving Itsuki alone with Ranjaku. Knowing she had to say something, they found a bench to sit and Itsuki waited for her to speak. With a red face and continuously fidgeting, Ranjaku sat there twiddling his thumbs as she found it hard to speak. Itsuki, Uno, She kept on glancing in Itsuki's direction while unable to complete any of her sentences. Knowing what she wanted to say, Itsuki took the lead. Ranjaku, I know what you want to say. This caused a sudden jolt in Ranjaku as she felt her heart skip a beat. You do? Yes, you want me to start your training today, but you're just embarrassed to ask. I haven't fallen for a blockhead, have I? Ranjaku looked dumbfounded as she looked at Itsuki, who seemed really sure of himself. We will properly start tomorrow as it's getting quite late. I'll drop you off to your dormitory. The walk back was quiet, with Itsuki not being a talker and Ranjaku looking despondent, with her arms flailing about in a hunched back. We're here, I'll see you tomorrow, come to training ground ## after class. Ranjaku just gave a grunt as a response as she started making her way towards her dorm. Ranjaku. Hearing her name, she turned around only to feel a soft sensation on her forehead, but before she could think, Itsuki was back in his position, putting his mask back on to cover his blush and a smirk. The only change you could see were his ears, which had turned red. We will see what the future holds. After saying these words, Itsuki seemingly disappeared as he shunpoed away. Ranjaku could be seen gobsmacked as her mouth was left wide open, enough to fit a whole egg inside. Remembering what happened, she straightened her back as her face flushed red and a smile crept on her face. She ran to her room and jumped on her bed, squealing in delight. Yuro, already there, realized that it must have gone well and felt happy for a friend. But before she could ask her anything, her friend shot up as if she realized something. He played me. He was capable of that. That son of a... As Ranjaku was slowly pulled into her own thoughts, a dark, baleful aura surrounded her, scaring her roommate. Itsuki was oblivious to this as he merrily made his way home. Jin was surprised at his sudden jolly mood and started questioning him, but Itsuki just smiled in response. Irritated by his friend's attitude, Jin went off to meditate with the intent on later finding out. Itsuki did the same as he thought about what happened today. He didn't want to go in a relationship this early on as he still felt he was too weak. He just wanted to get strong enough to protect his close ones. That's when he will think about it. Chapter 18, Real World. 2 months easily went by since Itsuki's episode with Ranjaku. At first it was a bit awkward, but was shrugged off by Itsuki's determination to get stronger. Training with Ranjaku consisted of the occasional spars and him directing her on her Kido. With the sparring, it helped develop her Ho-Ho, Hakuda, and Zanjutsu as her Zanpakudo's handle started to take on a dark red shade, with her Tsuba slowly morphing into the shape of a cat. Training in Kido helped develop her control of Ryatsu and helped her have a stronger connection to her Zanpakudo. Zanjutsu Hall. In one of the training dojos, 2 people can be seen crossing swords, while one of them was purely attacking while the other was defending. It was mainly Itsuki attacking as he wanted Ranjaku to know how to properly defend herself, and he was, by no means, gentle to the opposite sex. Whenever he saw an opening, he would strike immediately, but he still gave her a chance to block and then counterattack. This carried for a few more bouts until Itsuki moved back and stopped attacking once he noticed Ranjaku about to collapse. Do. Huff, you always, huff, have to, huff, hit so hard, huff. You could see that Ranjaku was close to collapsing. Itsuki let her rest as he started packing up. Get some rest, tomorrow is the trip to the real world. After helping Ranjaku to her dorm, Itsuki made his way back, confused by his circumstances. He has made no progress at all with his Zanpakudo. He had even asked Onabara Jingoro, but he was also stumped into what the issue was. Although he had a faint idea to what it was, he wasn't sure if it was right because it was really rare if that was the case. In the past 2 months, apart from his futile attempts to connect to his inner world, he mainly focused on Hiten Mitsurajiryu and showed immense improvements in it. If he wanted to rank his swordsmanship, he could now be considered a fully fledged swordsman, getting closer and closer to expert swordsman. As they were leaving, they met up with Jin. His Zanpakudo now looked like a wakizashi with a light blue handle and an S-shaped tsuba. Jin had his own way of training and would sometimes join them in their spars. This would then result in a 2v1 situation against Itsuki. After saying their goodbyes, they went their separate ways to start preparing for the event. Itsuki had a feeling that he will have a breakthrough with his Zanpakudo during this time's journey to the real world. The next day. The next morning, all the first years were gathered for their real-world experience. They were told to meet up in the assembly hall and were then led to the Senkamen. The Senkamen was a giant white gateway in the middle of what seemed like a large courtyard on top of a large tower. Members of the Kido Corps were already there. They wore black garments, sandals, and had a large white mask covering their face excluding their eyes. They stood outside the Senkamen, each on whither side of the gate. The Kido Corps were similar to the Onmitsukido, extremely secretive. The Kido Corps, however, are experts in the use of Kido and not much is known about their activities. As the two Kido Corps members did their chants, the gateway started glowing as they prepared a passage to the real world. They were designated a place where only weak hollows appear and was the perfect practice ground for Kanso. A senior student was in charge of around 20 students and Itsuki's group was being led by Shiba Aiko, the same girl that appeared to collect them when they first entered academy. Just walk into the gate, following my lead. Don't leave the group until I say so. Remember, you will get lost, as only a Jigakucho can navigate you to and from Soul Society. After saying her piece, she started running towards the gate and through it. Unfortunately, the four friends were separated into different groups. Itsuki, being the loner he was, stayed alone and never talked to the people around him. Unlike before, people never tried to approach him, choosing to keep some distance with him. This was partly due to what happened coming to the academy and the incident with Sasaki-senpai. Both of these things had a further impact on increasing his mysteriousness. Among the shy glances of the girls and the fearful one from the boys, Itsuki jumped in straight after Aiko. After a bright flash of light, what came into view was a small town. It was around midday and Itsuki could see people going about their day. It seemed it was when Japan was still in its Meiji period, going from their previous isolated state to what we know today. Itsuki could see people in both Japanese traditional clothing, similar to what they wear in Soul Society, and the typical Western suit consisting of a suit jacket, trousers, and smart shoes. At this point in time there were many conflicting ideas to which path Japan could take and Itsuki could feel the slight tension in the air. However, the members of Soul Society didn't care much as they just came to do their job. Once everyone was out, they made their way to a hospital near them. The first years constantly looked around as if to absorb everything the world had to offer. Once arriving, they immediately came across a few souls wandering around. These were plus souls in which hollows like to feed on. Apart from plus souls which can wander around anywhere, there are Jibakurii, earthbound spirit, who are bound to a place and Tsukirii, possessive spirit, who are bound to a person. Each of these souls have a chain bound to their chest called the chains of fate. Shiba Aiko approached one and started to console it. It was a mother in her mid-40s and she seemed to regret leaving her children behind. Itsuki could see a chain connected to her chest. Consoling her, she proceeded to take out her zanpakuto and lightly touch the mother's forehead with the handle of the sword. The woman then slowly disappeared as she was sent off to Soul Society. Amongst the marveled gazes of the first year Shiba Aiko did the same to a few other souls before the area was cleared out. It seemed that each group was designated one area each. After this we were then introduced to hollows. Hollows could be categorized in these ways. Demi-hollows, these are ones who are in the midst of transforming into a hollow after their chain of fate has partially corroded. Low-class hollow, a just transformed hollow. Mid-high class hollow, the hollow has gotten stronger due to how many souls they've eaten. After that comes the Minos, which are basically the evolution of a hollow when human souls are not enough to sustain them. So hollows then resolve to cannibalism where a massive interdevouring follows which then creates a Jillian. Jillian are huge creatures that are a few stories tall and have beast-like intellect. They have their own abilities and are far stronger than normal hollows but are the weakest of Minos. After that come the Ajuchas who are like Jillians but have a higher level of strength and hog levels of intellect. Lastly, there are Vasto Lord who are the third classification of Minos and, by far, the strongest. They are extremely rare and they never really leave Hueco Mundo. Chapter 19, Demi-Hollow Training. Once the explanation was over they then moved to an abandoned building. As they were walking Shiba Aiko started speaking. Now, as members of Class 1 you will now take part in a Demi-Hollow training program. The other classes will return to Soul Society while you guys will stay here and take care of hollows. Don't worry, they aren't too strong. I'd recommend you guys search in groups. We 6th years will see how you take care of them and grade you at the end. Scatter. She shunpoed away right when she finished. The members of Class 1 were taken aback but quickly came to their senses and started forming groups. They were elites for a reason. Once everyone formed their group they realized that they were missing a person. "Where's Itsuki-san?" a random girl called out. "He's probably gone off on his own," that stuck up, a male classmate called out of spite. "Maybe you can do the same, if you had his talents," the same girl defended. This shut them up as what she said was true. No matter what class it was, Itsuki always came first. They even found out that the head teacher of Class 1 Gengoro Onabara himself sparred against him with swords. When they thought about this it dulled their spirits. Oblivious to his classmates talking, Itsuki was quite excited about this time's training. He can finally put all he learned in active battle, although they were only dummy hollows, not proper ones. Looking around he came across a building. It wasn't an old building and looked fairly new, however, it was burned all over. He could see a spirit chained to the building. Realizing it was an earthbound spirit, he came close to try and perform Kanso on it. Although he hadn't awakened his Zanpakuto, he was still able to perform it. Coming close, he finally could see the spirit. It was a middle-aged man dressed in an expensive-looking yukata. It was screaming around nonsense. This business is mine. The girls at the red light district all mine. However, as soon as Itsuki came close, the chain connected to the spirit suddenly corroded instantly and cracks started to show on the man's face. Aag. A hollow-like scream poured out of his mouth as his Ryatsu just spiked up. A white mask slowly appeared on his face as his clothes fell off. His whole body grew as it turned blue as he lost all his human features. Wisp-like eyes appeared as the hollow's natural instinct to devour souls took over. All rationality gone, it lunged towards Itsuki as he was the nearest soul. Without panic, Itsuki quickly brought his hands up and started drawing symbols in the air while red energy appeared around him as he shouted. Bakudo number 9 Geki. The hollow suddenly stopped in its track and fell down, causing a crater to appear. Luckily, this was an abandoned place in town, so there were no humans in the vicinity. As the dust cleared up, the hollow could be seen engulfed in the same red energy with its whole body paralyzed. Itsuki slowly walked towards it and activated his eyes. He wanted to see how the lines of death looked on a hollow. He knew this wasn't a dummy hollow but a genuine one due to the amount of Ryatsu released from it. What Itsuki saw genuinely shocked him. He saw the standard lines of death on the hollow and knew that if he cut through them he would purify it. But he also saw one dot right in the middle of its forehead. Itsuki was immediately captivated by it. Staring at it, Itsuki just got an urge to stab it, however he restrained himself. He knew that if he stabbed that dot, it would wipe out the existence of that hollow. He didn't want that. Last thing he needed was the whole of Soul Society to chase him for his ability to completely wipe out hollows. Hollows should be purified, not wiped out, as it would disturb the balance of the realms, one of the reasons the Quincy were wiped out. Drawing his sword, Itsuki just slashed at the hollow's mask as he carried on his journey. Shiba Aiko could be seen looking at Itsuki's back as her peer came to her. What do you think, Shiba Dano? He is a talent, that's for sure. Aiko turned to her peer. Tell me, Horasada Sagoro, why was a genuine hollow here? Horasada Sagoro started sweating at the girl's question as he also didn't know. There were supposed to be only dummy hollows, yet a real one slipped through the net. In the end, it was low fry like him that took the blame. Cursing in his mind, he replied. I'll look into it, Shiba Dano. Shiba Aiko gave a nod of consent before turning her back and looked towards Itsuki. Knowing he shouldn't be here, Horasada Sagoro left, looking to somehow vent his pent-up grievances. Returning to his guard post, he realized it was too quiet. Shuzuki. Hatoko. Hiroyoshi-san. Where are you guys? As he continued searching, he came across a horrifying sight. Limbs were strewn about while the heads of his fellow student could be seen lying around, immense shock and disbelieving expressions on their face. Gasping in shock, Sagoro walked forward as tears started to pour out of his eyes. Looking around the room, he realized that everyone stationed at this guard post was here. Reeling in his sadness, he quickly tried to send out a distress signal, but before he could, he lost all sensation on his right arm. Looking in that direction, he noticed blood gushing out of his arm as a feeling of immense pain took over his mind. Agag. Sagoro collapsed to his knees as he held his wound. Screaming in pain, he heard crunching noises behind him, causing him to look back. Agag. Another scream left his mouth, but this time not of pain but of pure fear. He could see a grotesque humanoid creature feasting on his now missing arm. This, however, was not the end of his suffering. 3 claws suddenly pierced through his chest, avoiding his vitals, and lifted him up as the creature slowly bit into him. Faint screams could be heard as they slowly died out. The sound of something being eaten could be heard outside the designated guard post. Shiba Aiko could still be seen looking towards Itsuki, not as a love-struck girl, but with a hint of fear. Not knowing why, when Itsuki confronted that hollow, she felt as if she was looking at a blade of death. A cold feeling appeared in her heart for a short moment before it left, leaving no trace. As she was occupied by her thoughts, she failed to notice a few of her peers missing, and one masked Ryatsu entering the chosen training area. Chapter 20, Shirkai. Itsuki carried on hunting hollows. Although he had a faint feeling of something not being right, he brushed off this feeling and got back what he was doing. Each time he fought, he tried out many ideas which he couldn't do at the academy as he slowly got used to a hollow's fighting pattern. Each hollow was unique, but they all had a similar trait in fighting. They took advantage of their body. If they were small, they were fast, or if they were big, then they were tough. Although this was a vague concept, it was quite close to the truth. However, there were still some hollows that had some sort of special ability. like the one Itsuki was facing now. Acid could be seen dripping from his fingers as Itsuki confronted the hollow. Dodging his attacks, Itsuki looked for ways to take it down in the most efficient manner. There was only one. Dodging an attack, Itsuki quickly drew his sword as he activated his eyes. Seeing the death lines, Itsuki slashed at the hollow, only to completely end up missing the intended target. His sword instead slashed across his chest, not digging too deep. Although he had trained his eyes, it was either on idle targets or small projectiles, not on anything too big or on an active target. There were too many things to take into consideration when attacking a living target. Itsuki, however, did not lose composure as he continued looking for chances. Noticing the hollow about to retaliate, he quickly backed up and waited for a chance to counterattack, only to see the hollow backing up. A gruesome slash wound could be seen on the hollow's chest as it prepared something big. Gurgling sound came from its throat while a bad feeling crept into Itsuki's heart. Itsuki immediately dodged to the side as a massive acidic spit landed where he was previously standing. The acidic spit started to dissolve the ground at a considerable rate as the hollow turned towards Itsuki. Noticing the hollow charging at him, Itsuki quickly got into the Iato stance. This time Itsuki concentrated on the hollow's line of death rather than just glancing at it. Doing this proved to be quite effective as the hollow suddenly stopped with fear flashing through its eyes. Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, Soryuzen, Twin Dragon Flash. Itsuki quickly drew his sword and slashed through its line of death, his scabbard followed after, landing squarely on its chest, pushing its back. The hollow gave one last scream before collapsing and disappearing into a myriad of particles. It wasn't a hard fight, it was just getting accustomed to fighting hollows and learning how to use Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu with non-human creatures. The sword style, in the end, was made to battle other humans, not hollows. Itsuki needed the sword style to suit him more, so he was still adjusting it, so it was comfortable to use. Still, how did a mid-class hollow get into the designated training area? This was the second genuine hollow Itsuki had encountered, and something wasn't right. Shiba Aiko, who was watching Itsuki, also felt quite suspicious. Trying to sense her peer's Ryatsu, she came to a shocking discovery. Using Shuinpa, she quickly made her way to the nearest guard post. Searching around, she found nothing, apart from blood on the walls and pieces of the school uniform here and there. Looking through a few guard posts, she found the same thing. While she was searching, an extremely loud hollow scream was heard, accompanied with the scream of the first years. Quickly making her way towards the scream, she came across a group of first years running away while some of her peers confronted a gigantic hollow while more were showing up. Bodies could be seen blanketing the ground as more piled up. Itsuki arrived some time later and saw Jin confronting a mid-class hollow while Ranjaku and Yuro tag teaming another one. It seemed as if the former could handle it while the latter were starting to lose ground. Itsuki immediately fired off a Kido to support them. Bakudo number 4. Heinawa. A golden rope created by Ryatsu was discharged from Itsuki's hand as it tied around the hollow's limbs. Ranjaku took this chance to stab the mask of the hollow, effectively purifying it. While this was happening, more and more hollows were surrounding the area. Shiba Aiko noticed this and immediately tried to send a distress signal to Soul Society, however, for some reason, never worked. Noticing that they were trapped, Shiba Aiko quickly ordered the retreat of the first years while her peers stayed behind. Sadly, there were only around 5 of them that survived the sneak attack and were currently holding off a few hollows. The situation was dire. Itsuki joined the front lines and easily took care of a few mid-grade hollows. This time he went in just for the kill, and with his speed, he racked up quite a few kills. He restrained from using Kido as it would use up too much Ryatsu in the long run. He continuously killed hollows as they flocked towards him like moths to a flame. Slowly his mastery of Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu progressed to higher levels. This was, in a way, the sword style's home, where it was meant to be and the situation where it should be used. One against many enemies. Itsuki never stopped killing as he started to take only one strike to kill one mid-class hollow. A smile slowly started to appear on his face at this one-sided slaughter. His blood started boiling as he got more and more excited with the feeling of battle. This went on for quite a while until there were only him, Jin, Shiba Aiko and another 6th year left standing. All the other first years had retreated while the group was confronting the attacking hollows. The group of 4 could be seen surrounded on all 4 sides as they panted for breath. Still no response from Soul Society. Questioned the 6th year. No, responded Shiba Aiko as she surveyed the surroundings. Wah. The 6th year was suddenly cut off as his head flew through the air. The other 3 quickly backed off as Itsuki turned his mystic eyes on. From the reactions of the 3, it could be seen that they didn't sense the attacking party in any way. Looking around, Itsuki could see a group of lines of death getting closer to them as light distorted behind them. Realizing it is a hollow, Itsuki immediately thrust his sword into that direction, hoping to hit the hollow. Feeling his sword entering something, the space in front of Itsuki distorted and a hollow appeared before disappearing. Seeing this as some sort of signal, the other hollow rushed at them before another round of chaotic fighting ensued. Shiba Iko then slipped up as an opening appeared, which the confronting hollow noticed. Taking advantage of this, the hollow punched her, causing her to fly towards another group of hollows. Before the group could attack, a voice was heard. "Shoot to kill, Shinso." A flash of white was seen, as the hollows were cut in half. Itsuki took this chance to quickly catch Shiba Iko and bring her to the shelter where the first years were. Noticing Itsuki enter, the first years regained some hope, which quickly diminished once they saw Shiba Iko's injured form. Itsuki quickly put her down and turned around to leave once more when he felt someone tug his sleeve. It was Ranjaku, and Itsuki could see the worry evident in her eyes. Itsuki just gave her a small smile before he gave a reassuring nod. Turning back around, he left a shocked group of students. "So that's what he looks like." Yee. A sudden grunt was heard as their attention was once again on the newly injured. They quickly moved her to where the injured were before someone came and started to treat her. Returning to the place, Jin could be seen struggling against a few hollows. Once Itsuki joined in, it laid off a load on Jin before they wiped out the remaining hollows. Taking a breather, Itsuki started speaking. "Awakened your Shirkai, huh?" "Just did. Seems like I one-upped you in this aspect." They started laughing as they slowly regained stamina. While resting, Itsuki suddenly stopped what he was doing and started to look in a direction. A single hollow could be seen there. It looked completely normal, but alarm bells were ringing inside Itsuki's head. Seeing the serious look on Itsuki's face, Jin also got up and pointed his sword at the other party. This stalemate lasted for some time before Jin made the first move. "Shinso." Once again, a flash of white appeared as his blade expanded to the intended target. Seeing this, Itsuki made his way to the hollow appearing right behind it. Just as he was about to swing his sword, 3 sharp claws came flying out, impaling Itsuki through his torso. "Itsuki!" A worried shout came from Jin, trying to once again attack the hollow. A smile could be seen on the hollow's mask as it suddenly appeared behind Jin and backhanded him. Jin continued to struggle with the hollow while the other party continued playing with his prey. Back to Itsuki, he could be seen lying there with 3 gruesome holes in his torso. His right hand was still holding a Zanpakuto as he refused to let go. Perhaps due to fate, another Asachi could be seen next to him peacefully lying there, having clearly lost its previous author. For some reason, Itsuki got the sudden urge to grasp the sword. Struggling to move his hand, Itsuki was able to grasp the sword, albeit with difficulty. Holding the sword, Itsuki felt complete. As if his soul was now one. All traces of fog had vanished in his inner spirit world as he finally entered it. Itsuki was there standing, on the top of a mountain while wearing a tattered school uniform and traces of blood here and there. Feeling 2 pairs of eye bearing into him, he turned around and was immediately shocked. 2 monstrosities were behind him. One was hidden in a cluster of thunder clouds, and with the faint scales that appeared, Itsuki could tell it was a dragon. The other was a massive white tiger majestically looking down at him as it sported the symbol of wind on its forehead. They slowly moved forward as they came in front of him, both having an apathetic look masking their expressions. Something they must have got from Itsuki. 3 apathetic faces confronted each other while faint voices were heard in Itsuki's ears. A smile appeared as he started disappearing. Opening his eyes, Itsuki slowly got up as he stared into Jin's direction. It seemed only an instant had passed when he was inside his spirit world. Itsuki's Ryatsu just spiked up as he instantly attracted the attention of Jin and the hollow. There was only one reason in why he hadn't made progress on his Zanpakuto. It was one simple reason: how could one Asachi hold 2 Zanpakuto spirits? Itsuki stood sideways while holding one sword in a backhand grip behind him and holding one properly in front of him. His Ryatsu continuously grew stronger until it broke through to the lower grade amount of Ryatsu. While this was happening, a faint voice left his mouth. "Rain from above. Shred to pieces." Chapter 21, Fight. Rain from above, Ryurai. Shred to pieces, Byako. Blue and gray Ryatsu covered Itsuki as the sword's Shirkai was released. The wind died down and all you could hear was the crackling of lightning. Jin was just there on the ground smiling at his friend's success as he slowly lost conscious with relief. Continuously fighting a horde of hollows and meeting with this anomaly took quite a toll both physically and mentally. The hollow could no longer be bothered with Jin as it stared directly at Itsuki. What shocked Itsuki was that the hollow started to take out a sword as its Ryatsu also spiked up. The burst of Ryatsu slowly died down around with Itsuki's form finally coming into view. He was still wearing the same tattered and destroyed clothes, but a pair of blue and gray gauntlets appeared covering the back of his hand and reaching to his elbows. The sword behind him, now known as Byako, was still a katana but had lost its blade, and the only things that was left was a great tsuba that had Tiger's roaring head as its handguard. The tiger looked really lifelike with the occasional gleam crossing its eyes. Where the blade was, you could see faint gray lines flashing here and there. Itsuki knew that the blade was still there, but it was now made out of wind. Keeping the sword behind him in a backhand grip, he now inspected the sword in front of him. Ryurai looked normal but had lighting constantly streaking across its blade. Its handguard was a blue coiling dragon while its tsubo was also blue. Itsuki activated his eyes as the two opponents continued their stare down. The sun was slowly setting behind them, and once it retreated fully, they both moved. Pushing his mental abilities to the limit, he realized that they had upgraded a fold. He had now got his fifth partition and could accelerate his thoughts threefold. Only taking a second to think of the possibilities, Itsuki immediately crouched slightly as he put his left foot behind him, bringing Ryurai level to his head. Bending his arm, he brought the sword close to his face with the tip of the sword pointing at the hollow and immediately charged up Ryatsu. He did a one-handed, Teiyura Gasumi no Kami, sword stance. Unleashing it, Itsuki extended his arm and felt a surge of Ryatsu before immediately turning into lightning and being propelled forward. The hollow also moved at this moment and they both disappeared, appearing behind each other. The hollow's sword was cut in half before it slowly started disintegrating. Itsuki had cut through the sword's line of death. Before it could full disintegrate, the hollow turned around and unleashed a blade of Erasure towards Itsuki. Bringing Byako up, Itsuki defended against the strike by placing the sword in the path of Erasure. Upon contact, the blade of Erasure immediately disappeared, leaving no trace of it ever being unleashed. These were the sword abilities that Itsuki could currently use. Ryurai could use lightning to pierce an enemy at lightning-fast speeds reaching up to 1 kilometer, depending on how much Ryatsu is used. Byako's wind was unique as it had the ability to nullify Ryatsu/Erasure while also being able to create wind blades. Ryurai was a pure attacking elemental Zanpakuto, having barely any defensive properties apart from it physically being there so he can defend physical attacks. Byako was purely defensive in nature but only to attacks made of Ryatsu and Erasure while having little attacking capabilities. As the blade was made of wind, there was little to no physical defense. Both however increased his speed to unnatural lengths as he got the lightning property of instantly moving and the versatility of wind. After nullifying the Erasure blade, Itsuki once again got into a stance as he looked at the now point of deaths on the hollow. Awakening his Shirkai and an upgrade to his mental capabilities wasn't the only benefit he got, somehow his eyes had evolved, and he was now able to see points of death. He doesn't know if this is forever or just in his Shirkai form, but it seems like seeing death in front of him has evolved his eyes. Itsuki saw the points of death and knew the perfect technique. He wanted to try it out on the hollow and see if he could get at least 1 point. Bringing his sword in front of him, Itsuki unleashed his move. Hiten Mitsurajiryu, Kozurayasan. The hollow launched itself onto Itsuki but only came across the illusion of 9 separate blades attacking 9 different places on his body. Knowing that he couldn't let even one hit, it tried dodging but immediately failed and was stabbed through. Thinking of counterattacking was the last thing the hollow thought of before collapsing. It never disappeared like the other hollows but stayed there. Knowing that at least 1 point of death was stabbed through, Itsuki was sure of the hollow's death. Sighing in relief, Itsuki looked around, seeing the destruction caused by the fight with the horde of hollows. Another sigh escaped his mouth. Suddenly there was a flash of light above him and a pair of shoji doors appeared, similar to the ones used for waiting rooms. Realizing that Soul Society must have acted, he fell unconscious once he realized that it was safe. A few days later. Opening his eyes, a white ceiling entered his view while a certain heaviness was felt on his left arm. Moving his right arm to rub his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. It seemed that he was in some sort of recovery room with all the other students who took part in the demi-hollow training. It was around nighttime and everyone was asleep around him. He then noticed Ranjika sleeping on a chair next to him while leaning over his arm. Dark circles could be seen under her eyes indicating that she didn't have much sleep. Perceiving that it's still dark outside, Itsuki decided to see his Zanpakuto spirits and get to know them more. Closing his eyes to meditate, Itsuki's consciousness was slowly pulled into his inner world. Opening his eyes, he was back at the same place he was before, on top of the mountain, and the same 2 monstrosities could be seen. They looked calmly back at him as they continued their staring contest for a few short breaths. The tiger and dragon slowly moved forwards and morphed into a more humanoid body. Byako became a short petite girl with white cat ears and tail. She wore a white kimono with the symbol of wind patterned across it. She had blue cat eyes and silver hair cascading down her back. She wore no slippers and kept walking barefooted while her kimono sleeves hid her hands. Ryurai became a well-endowed woman wearing a black kimono with the symbol of lightning streaking across. She had black hair, purple reptilian eyes, elf-like ears and 2 horns jutting out on either side of her head pointing to the heavens taking the shape of a crown. Both had an apathetic look on their face as they never spoke. Suddenly 2 swords appeared in Itsuki's hand as he got into stance while a sword appeared on each of the Zanpakuto's hand. No words were needed to be said. Being part of Itsuki's soul, they both had an idea of what was going on in his head. A stone appeared out of near and landed, starting the fight. Chapter 22, Aftermath. Itsuki could be seen lying down on the ground with sweat covering his body. Next to him were his Zanpakutos in a similar situation. The confrontation allowed Itsuki to better grasp their abilities as he felt closer and more connected with them. Noticing his Zanpakuto sitting up, he also sat up, only to see his Zanpakuto sitting either side of him. Bayako started speaking with Ryurai following after. I will be your shield. While I shall be your sword. You should have realized the abilities you used were just the tip of the iceberg. Suddenly, Ryurai came quite close and hugged his arm. We have many things to show you, teased Ryurai. Getting no response from Itsuki slightly disappointed her. Although they were part of Itsuki's soul, they were ultimately their own entity and were capable of having their own thoughts. Bayako seemed to have a similar personality to Itsuki, a cold, apathetic one, while Ryurai had a teasing one. She tried teasing Itsuki in many ways but eventually failed garnering any response for him. Itsuki thought of them as partners and sisters, not as girls of the opposite gender, while they thought of him as their master. Getting up, Itsuki saw Ryurai's expression become apathetic once again as she and Bayako changed back to their animal forms and headed off to rest. Itsuki just stayed there for a while and started meditating, reviewing all the moves and thinking if there were better ways to combat them than what he did. After this session, Itsuki left his inner space and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Itsuki woke up to realize Ranjaku was gone and everyone else in the recovery room were having their breakfast. He also saw Jin in the bed next him digging in. A nurse who was nursing him noticed his now opened eyes and quickly ran out of the room. Presumably to bring someone. Noticing the commotion, the nearby students turned over to see Itsuki awake and the ones that could stand started making their way over to his bed. Some of them were on crutches while some had a broken arm, but they all came around to give their gratitude. One student came out of the crowd and started speaking for everyone. On behalf of everyone, thank you, Itsuki-san, thank you for saving all of us. Everyone bowed their heads. Thank you. Itsuki was surprised by this commotion and didn't know how to respond. Luckily, he came back to his senses and replied with a small smile. I did what I had to. All the students were suddenly dazed by his smile as the boys' previous negativity in their hearts vanished. One boy in particular came forward and said, I'm sorry for calling you a stuck-up. He was a big lad, with an honest expression masking his face. Itsuki could see he was a simple guy with a goofy smile and a face that screamed all brawn no brain. Itsuki forgave him as he never really cared what his classmates called him. Returning to his usual expression, his classmates never left his side. Itsuki couldn't say anything because they were expressing their goodwill to him, but he never really liked attracting attention and started to get irritated by the crowd. It seemed his cold look was not enough to drive them away as Jin started to gloat on his misfortune. Fortunately, a voice interrupted his classmates. Everyone seems very energetic. Abruptly everyone stopped speaking as a few students started sweating. Why have you guys left your beds? You've not fully healed, have you? Some injured classmates started shaking as they returned to their recovery beds, allowing Itsuki to get a clear view at the one who spoke. A youthful woman came into view as she walked towards Itsuki. She had black hair braided in the front of her and carried a gentle yet kind demeanor. She wore the standard Shinigami captain uniform, using an obi instead of a sash and having her zanpakuto tied over her shoulder with a string instead of the waist. Currently she had narrowed her eyes as she addressed her patients, slowly opening them, revealing her blue eyes. Arriving next to Itsuki, she started asking him in a soft yet polite voice. How are you feeling? Itsuki looked at her as she looked back. He started feeling pressure when he looked at her, not because she was a captain or the first Kenpachi, but simply because of the question. Itsuki finally realized why many captains feared her. It was somehow her gentle and kind manners that let the others know that she shouldn't be taken lightly. Itsuki replied. Energetic. That's good then. Even though she said that, she still took some extra precautions and made further checks on him. In the middle of the checks, the door to the room was opened fiercely as a shadow darted him. Itsuki, huff. I, huff, heard you, huff, huff, finally awake. Barely brining out a sentence, Ranjaku realized that everyone was looking at her. Her thick skin prevented her from getting embarrassed as she continued to look at Itsuki. However, she seemed to have neglected someone. Matsumoto-san, can you please not run in the hospital? You can get hurt or hurt someone. Finally noticing why everyone was on their best behavior, she realized that she was being disrespectful, quickly bowing her head. Sorry for my impudence, Unohana Taishu. Yes, the one who had been treating Itsuki was Unohana Retsu, 4th Division Captain, and the best healer in Soul Society. She is also one of the oldest captains currently serving in the Godai 13. She had been specially requested to help heal Itsuki due to his talents and the fact that he would be a great asset to Soul Society in the future. While Itsuki was calmly recuperating, it was not so calm in the 8th Division of the Godai 13. People were bustling around as they tried to get any clues to what happened during this year's Demi-Hollow training. This year's training took part in a town in their jurisdiction and they needed to find answers to give to the Central. In the captain's room, a middle-aged man could be seen sleeping on his desk. He had long brown wavy hair tied into a long ponytail and was donning a pink-flowered female's kimono. A Sujigusa straw hat laid next to him, including a bottle of emptied sake, while a smile was plastered on his face. He had high cheekbones and facial hair present on his upper mouth. There was the current 8th Division Captain and future 1st Division Captain, Kyoraku Shunsui. Suddenly a hand interrupted his sleep. "Lisa-chan, what are you doing?" "Waking you up." "Yeah, but why are you touching me there?" "I wanted to wake you up." Sighing at the antics of his lieutenant, he removed her hand and got up. He looked towards his lieutenant, a young woman sporting red squared glasses and 2 braided pigtails with straight bangs. She was wearing an altered version of the Shinigami attire with a shortened hakama resembling a skirt. This was Lisa Yadamaru. "So, what are the reports, Lisa-chan?" "Apart from Shiba Aiko and the ones that were injured earlier on, all the other 6th years are dead. From the 1st years, a few dead while a dozen more injured or are currently in critical condition. The 4th Division are taking care of them. It seemed this year's 2 geniuses did the most fighting. Judging from the reports, it seems that Ikamaru Jin has awakened his Shirkai while Minamoto Itsuki has awakened it already." Remembering back to when they arrived at the human world, they encountered a devastated area with craters and marks everywhere. Bodies of 6th years were sprawled everywhere in pieces while an unconscious student could be felt some distance away. What attracted his attention was the student in front. His top was ruined, revealing his perfectly sculpted muscles complementing his divine face. Itsuki had deactivated his eye so Shinsui never saw it, but he could see his Zanpakuto released in its Shirkai form, and just like him and Yukitake Jushiro, captain of the 13th Division, he had dual Zanpakutos. Coming back from his thoughts, he continued. "What about the hollow? It's been taken by the 5th Division. It seems like Lieutenant Aizen knows something about it." While talking, a Jigakucho came in with news. "It seems the old man has called for me, probably wants a report or something." "Lisa, continue investigating as I go meet the old man." "Yes, Captain." Shunsui shunpoed towards the 1st Division HQ as Lisa returned to her duties. Author's note. Reaching the end of the Academy arc. Lastly, currently, his Zanpakuto is not based on the 4 divine beasts because the dragon is known as Sairyu and controls water while mine is Ryurai and controls lightning. Might change my mind and do that later on. I never wanted MC to be extremely OP right off the bat, and I prefer being OP similar to how Madara destroyed the Allied Nations army using pure taijutsu rather than Itsuki swinging his sword and cutting Soul Society in half. Well, may have that in the future but not now. If you have ideas, then I don't mind you sharing them. It may turn out to be better than what I have thought of. Shall I create auxiliary chapters for things like stages I mentioned in the hateful info dump? Damn. Author's note limit. Chapter 23, Student. Shunsui could be seen standing in what seemed like a big hall. An old man sat there, in front of a desk, while listening to his report. He had a bald head and really long eyebrows and beard. 2 scars were crisscrossed above his right eye, which were red. He wore the standard captain's Shinigami uniform with the number 1 written at the back. This was the current captain commander of the Godai 13, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Next to him was his lieutenant, Sasakai Chojiro. Chojiro had pupil-less gold eyes and short silver hair with tan skin. He wore the standard Shinigami uniform with a white robe draped over. "That is it, old man," finished Shunsui. Yamamoto could be seen closing his eyes in contemplation as Chojiro next to him kept his silence and let his captain think. After taking his time contemplating, Yamamoto dismissed Shunsui, who left, leaving the 2 members of the 1st Division alone. "What do you think, Chojiro?" "I think someone was behind this, Ijisaidano." Yamamoto opened his eyes before asking another question. "What about the boy?" "Which boy?" "Minamoto Itsuki. I think he has potential. It was because of his burst of Ryatsu that we were able to notice something wrong, plus, he does have extremely rare dual Zanpakutos. Apart from Kyoraku Dano and Yukitake Dano, he is the 3rd person to have dual Zanpakutos." Hearing his response, Yamamoto once again sunk into contemplation as he indicated for Chojiro to leave. Seeing Chojiro leave, he leaned back onto his chair, his thoughts unknown. 4th Division HQ, Hospital Wing. It's been a week since Itsuki woke up and was currently leaving the hospital. Upon learning that he was unconscious for a few days, Itsuki wanted to get back to training as soon as possible. With his recent experience, Itsuki realized that he was still weak in this world. All the training he'd done and the cheats he had boosted his ego, which came crashing down with the last fight. There were many people currently stronger than him and will be in the future. Realizing this, he decided to quickly get back to training and try learning how to control his Shirkai and its many other forms. Arriving at the training grounds, Itsuki immediately got to work in controlling his now captain class Ryatsu. He didn't notice 2 shadows observing him from the outskirts as he continued getting used to his newfound powers. Firstly, he tried narrowing down the leakage of Ryatsu. Calling his Ryatsu, he found out that his Ryatsu had changed colors to a mixture of blue and gray and had its own property. If he wanted to, he could decrease the presence his Ryatsu had, making it completely untraceable. He could enter and leave places without people knowing, just like the wind. Apart from that, he concluded that his overall speed had gone up a notch, including his reaction speed and how fast he perceived moving targets. As Itsuki continued training, one of the shadows started speaking. "Are you sure about this, Ijisaidano?" Grunting in response, the second shadow replied. "It is about time I groomed a successor." The first shadow stopped speaking as he believed that it wasn't his position to continue questioning his superior, the one he had sworn to follow. Sometime later, Itsuki finished his training and wiped off his sweat. Noticing a couple of figures entering his peripheral vision, he immediately entered a quick draw stance with both his swords. Awakening, his Zanpakuto had brought a change in how the swords looked. Byakko had a black handle and scabbard. It had a square hand guard with a gold sakura tree design printed on. Ryurai had a handle and scabbard that was white in color, in which the scabbard had hints of gold appearing as the light reflected on it. It had a black circular handguard with a gold coiling dragon imprinted on it. With the previous training, he realized that his Zanpakutos each came with a trick up their sleeves. Byakko, no matter how hard you swung it, you couldn't hear the sword being drawn or swung. The sound that came with the sword cutting through the air was non-existent. Only when the sword clashed with an object would something be heard. Ryurai had a mirror-like thing on the butt of the handle, where, once infused with Ryatsu, would there be a flash of light, blinding the opposite party. As Itsuki got a better look, he was instantly gobsmacked as his eyes widened. The two people in front were, 1st Division Captain and Captain Commander of the Godai 13, Yamamoto Genryusai and his Lieutenant Sasakai Chojiro. What confused Itsuki was that they seemed to be here for him, but he pushed aside these thoughts as he kneeled on one knee and said respectfully, "Student Minamoto." Itsuki greets the Captain Commander. An approving look flashed through Yamamoto's eyes as he looked at Itsuki. Yamamoto was a man that followed the rules and laws of Soul Society to the letter. His loyalty speaks for itself as he is willing to sacrifice anything, even himself, for Soul Society. Yamamoto had one eye open and the other closed as he observed Itsuki before speaking. "Minamoto." "Itsuki, stand up." Yamamoto once again looked at Itsuki's poker face before asking, "Would you like to become my student?" Another wave of shock passed through Itsuki hearing this revelation as he stood up. He never expected to be asked to become the student of the Captain Commander himself. The monster in front of him had easily lived for over 2,000 years and was the most respected among Shinigami. He was the one that founded the academy and one of the founders of the Godai 13, playing a major role in bringing it up to what it is today. Apart from shock, Itsuki felt excited that he immediately did a 90-degree bow and accepted. "It would be my honor, sensei." Happy that Itsuki had accepted, Yamamoto continued. "You would be my third student apart from Shunsui and Jushiro. I heard that you applied for an early graduation at the end of this year. I will teach you till then, and you can decide where you want to join." Yamamoto continued with his do's and don'ts before he dismissed Itsuki. Watching the boy leave, Chojiro, who never spoke a word, finally spoke. "I thought you wanted to make him your successor. He doesn't need to know, plus, these 6 months I will see if his character is suitable and if he has what it takes." Finishing his words, he shunpoed away with Chojiro following after. Chapter 24, Training. "Did you hear? The Captain Commander took Minamoto as his student." "Really? The Captain Commander?" These were the talks Ranjaku could hear around the academy. It was all about Itsuki becoming Yamamoto's student. It's been a month since the incident in the real world and Itsuki had completely healed. Ranjaku could barely see him unless it was during class or he came to meet their group of friends. At first Yamamoto used to come to Itsuki to train him as it was a relatively quiet place and no other student came to train in that particular area. One day, however, a student passing by noticed them and the news got out. Itsuki wondered how the student escaped Yamamoto's senses but realized that he never cared in the first place. So, from then on, more and more students came to see until it became a hassle for Itsuki to train there. Realizing that they won't get any peace of quiet, Itsuki was transferred to the 1st Division HQ where he could continue to train. Although he was still required to attend classes, Itsuki came in late and left the earliest to avoid the pestering students. He did, however, try to spend time with his friends. Being transferred to the 1st Division meant that Jin didn't have a roommate, so the academy assigned a new roommate to him. Surprisingly, it was the big lad that called him a stuck-up. His name was Amamaki Kitaro. He was very nervous as all the students knew the small group of friends, especially because of Itsuki and Ranjaku. What surprised him though was that everyone in the group was very welcoming. Very quickly he became part of the group, mainly due to Jin and Ranjaku being more outgoing. Yuro was shy like always and Itsuki was rarely with them, most likely training, but if he was, then he would barely talk. Ranjaku was worried for Itsuki because sometimes, when she was with him, he would be really exhausted. Although he didn't show it, his eyes gave it away. She knew that she couldn't currently help him, all she could do was just pray for him. She hated this feeling of uselessness. "I know I can't catch up to you, but I at least want to provide some sort of support. Jin and Itsuki had both applied for an early graduation and she didn't want to lose out. She picked up her wooden sword and got back to sparring with her fellow students. While this was happening, Jin was in his own training grounds doing his own training. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Skewering targets, Jin started to slash with the blade extended, creating havoc. I will get stronger. Looking at the destruction around Jin, students passing by retreated in fear while silently muttering. Hyaponzashi. Jin got up tired, his narrowed eyes covering his intentions. 1st Division HQ, Training Grounds. Ranjiku's worries were not unfounded as, currently, Itsuki was surrounded by a dozen Shinigami. Not students, actual Shinigami. They were members of the 1st Division and were currently training Itsuki. Itsuki had 2 wooden swords either side of him, holding one in a backhanded grip with his left hand, while the Shinigamis had the same wooden sword holding different stances. There was currently a deadlock as Itsuki analyzed his opponents. Hundreds of situations played out in his head, all depending on who made the first move. One Shinigami behind him suddenly moved with an overhead strike, causing Itsuki to turn around and block with his right sword. This was some sort of signal as all the other Shinigami moved to attack. Moving back, he dodged another sword strike and swept his left sword, attacking the guts of the attacker. Using pure ho-ho and swordsmanship, he interlaced thorough the Shinigami, taking them down using the 2-step method. Using 1 step to attack, taking down 1 Shinigami, he was already in his 2nd step in the midst of attacking as he prepared for his next victim. Down the line, he 10 Mitsurugi Ryu allowed its wielders to achieve Godspeed, with the opponents unable to see the sword strike caused by the practitioner. This, in the end, was from human standards. Itsuki had already achieved that and even surpassed it considerably, moving at that speed, but still had not fully mastered the technique. Only a couple practitioners had surpassed the Godspeed limit, but they had years of experience and mastered the technique. They, however, were ultimately human. The training session ended quickly as Itsuki was collapsed on the ground with only a quarter of the previous Shinigami surrounding him. Sweat dripped down their faces as they looked at the new student the captain commander had taken. What they didn't know that it was not Itsuki using all his strength. He was limited to this degree by pure weights. Weights in his arms and legs were hidden beneath the training clothes. Suddenly, Yamamoto appeared with some more Shinigami and instructed them to carry out the injured, only leaving Itsuki. As the two were left alone, Chojiro appeared with a bucket of cold water and poured all of it on Itsuki, getting him up. Itsuki quickly got up and started running. He never liked this part, but it was still his training. He had to use Shuinpa, only Shuinpa. No retaliating. To dodge and retreat as a wave of projectiles were thrown at him. Sensing one approaching, he quickly dodged and was already in line of the next one. The stones thrown were not to be joked around with him as they caused craters here and there while disintegrating on impact. The stones were not the only issue, as sometimes a regular weapon was mixed in, ranging from a small dagger to a cavalry spear. Sometimes for this he had to take the hit of the stones. This did break a few bones in his body. Itsuki could swear he saw a playful look on the two attackers. Though it did hurt, it helps train his senses and intuition while also improving his Shuinpa. The only problem was that it went on until he couldn't take it anymore. This time, Itsuki just fell unconscious with a spear coming straight for him. Just as it was about to impale him, an elderly hand quickly caught it and threw it to the side. Chojiro also came a second later and picked the unconscious Itsuki up, taking him to the herbal bath they prepared. They were in a massive closed-off space, similar to how Urahara has under his shop, or the one Yoruichi has in Soul Society where Ichigo got his Bankai. This one, however, was much larger than them. Another day came as Itsuki got his rest and it was time for Kido practice. This one, he could only learn by himself. Nevertheless, he had gotten access to a lot of notes on experience and detailed Kidos not found in the academy library. For training purposes, actual hollows were brought and let loose, attacking Itsuki. Chojiro was there on standby if anything went wrong, as Itsuki was only allowed to use Kido. He still had the weights on as he took hollows down one by one. For the first part of the training session he was only allowed to use Bakudo spells as he tried to bind all the attacking hollows. The second part was using Heido to take down the attacking hollows Itsuki wanted to let loose but wasn't able to as he had to conserve Ryatsu and not quickly run out. The weights increased his Ryatsu consumption, and when he did let loose the first time he was here, he was quickly overwhelmed by the hollows, causing Chojiro to save him. Since then he had always tried to minimally use Ryatsu and abandoning the incantation. Although, compared to saying the incantation, it is less powerful, continuously using it had caused Itsuki to be efficient in using it, achieving the same power without the incantation. Lastly, the third part was barriers and seals. Itsuki was tasked to create a series of barriers and seal to protect him from attacking Shinigami. The Shinigami had to use their abilities to try and break these barriers. First it was him having a set amount of time to erect a series of barriers and seal around him. The Shinigami would attack it and try to break it. Once it was broken, he had to stop strikes coming at him by creating barriers to defend quickly. After this was a small break where he would meet his friends before coming back and meditates on his sword. This training would be over a 2-day period where he wouldn't have any classes. 3 days of classes, then 2 days of training followed by a day of rest. During this time Itsuki was strictly prohibited from taking off his weights. Taking off his weights came on the last day. A spar with Yamamoto. Author's note. Although I did say a brief overview, but once you start writing, ideas start pouring out. Any suggestions on Itsuki's possible moves with his Zanpakuto? There is a 50-year gap between the holification incident to another part of the timeline, so shall I send him somewhere, i.e. to another anime. Give a huge time skip to that point. Create an incident up, purely original. Tackle an incident that may happen in the future, like non-canon. Chapter 25, Spar. Itsuki removed his weights and threw them to the side gently, which still caused a crater to form due to sheer weight. Yamamoto took the upper half of his uniform off, showing his muscular body littered with scars. His previous frail look gone as he stood upright like a sword that had been unsheathed. His walking stick floated in front of him as its outer layer peeled off, revealing a katana. It had a purple handle and sheath with a circular hand guard. Let's start this beating, kid, make the first move. Itsuki got into his Iato stance as he disappeared and reappeared next to Yamamoto. Drawing both his swords he initiated Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, Soryuzen, Twin Dragon Flash, but this time with 2 swords. Yamamoto blocked the strike and pushed him back before Itsuki could land the second sword. As Itsuki landed, he didn't stop there as he was still pushed back, gathering dust in the air. He looked up only to see Yamamoto missing. The dust clearing around him, he realized that Yamamoto was already next to him, slashing down with incomparable might. Dodging the sword, Itsuki saw the sword hit the ground, creating a crack in the ground. As soon as Itsuki's foot touched the ground, he immediately pushed off to attack with his memory partition and thought's acceleration coming into play. Coming into contact with Yamamoto, a series of clashes and strike followed, with both entering a stalemate. They both were currently using pure swordsmanship, with Yamamoto relying on his years of experience and Itsuki relying on pure speed and his mental capabilities. The stalemate was broken, with Yamamoto getting the upper hand as he slashed through Itsuki's protective Ryatsu and created a wound on his shoulders, causing him to fly back and land in a formation of rocks. Getting back up, Itsuki held his wound only to see Yamamoto losing the sword and punching him. As the punch was coming towards him, he realized that it wasn't as normal as it seemed. Alarm bells were ringing for Armageddon in his brain as he quickly dodged to the side. Ikatsu left Yamamoto's mouth as his fist landed, creating a massive depression ahead of him. Although Itsuki dodged it, he was still blown back from the impact. Also dropping his sword, he entered a hand-to-hand combat situation with Yamamoto but was immediately thrashed. Itsuki quickly found an opening and put his hands in a blocking motion. Bakudo number 39, and Kozen. A circular dish of rotating energy appeared in front of him as Yamamoto's fist landed on it, causing him to be launched back. Falling back to his sword, he immediately picked it up and immediately got ready. Yamamoto also got to his sword and picked it up. Both of them looked at each other as both their Ryatsu spiked up. Yamamoto's Ryatsu had reached unprecedented heights as he released it, while, although Itsuki's was a whole level lower, could still be felt rising. The training ground could not hold both their Ryatsu as everyone in Soul Society felt it. 8th Division HQ. Shunsui immediately turned back and shed an imaginary tear. What happened, Taicho? It seems Yamanojizan is not holding back on the kid. My prayers are with you, Kohai. 13th Division HQ. A sickly man could be seen laying down on a futon as he was tended to by a maid. He had a head full of white hair put into a low ponytail and black eyebrows with an emaciated appearance. His face was relatively handsome. Feeling his master's Ryatsu, a gentle smile crept onto his face, remembering him. His eyebrows suddenly twitched as long-forgotten memories came back. Take care of yourself, Kohai. Everyone felt the Captain Commander's Ryatsu flaring up and a tiny one confronting it. While some Shinigami went into alert, their captains calmed them down while giving a silent prayer for the new students. Well, most of them, some of them didn't even care. 1st Division HQ. If people outside could feel the nullified version of Yamamoto's Ryatsu, imagine the brunt of it falling on Itsuki. Sweat started pouring down Itsuki, but he still kept his stand. All things of this world, turn to ashes, Ryujin Jaka. Rain from above, Ryurai. Shred to pieces, Byako. Both of them released their shurikai as flames started to spread towards Itsuki. Placing Byako in front, it negated the flames of Ryujin, but the heat was still there. Bringing Ryurai upwards, Itsuki went into the same stance he was in when he fought the hollow as Yamamoto waited for his student's move. Thrusting the sword forward, he shouted. Shashitasu. The same technique came out as Itsuki was thrust forward towards Yamamoto. Trusting his instincts, Yamamoto surprisingly dodged the strike as a cut was left on his chest. Itsuki wasn't scot-free as he had mild burns around his right arm which held Ryurai. Calling out to Byako, he muttered. Kokyu, Byako. Suddenly the sword disappeared and turned into wind surrounding Itsuki. Faint shadows of tigers could be seen appearing in the now formed shield. No matter where the flames approached him from, the shield worked its magic and nullified it. Now holding Ryurai with two hands, he attacked Yamamoto, finally showing the essence of Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu. Coming in contact with Ryujin Jaka, Ryurai didn't lose out. With the fires negated by Byako, the only thing Ryurai was hitting was a really hot blade. This however didn't impede Ryurai, as it also heated itself up with electricity, reaching similar levels of heat. Once again, the spar became reliant on their swordsmanship with the same outcome, but this time it took longer, showing Itsuki's progress in swordsmanship. This lasted for a while before Itsuki was blown back, inches from falling unconscious. Resealing his Zanpakuto, Yamamoto ended the spar as Itsuki also resealed his. Being dismissed, he dragged his beaten-up body and got into the herbal bath as he fell asleep. After some time, Chojiro came and found him sleeping. Smiling a little, he picked him up, made him wear his nightgown and put him in his room. Luckily Itsuki was still wearing pants. Chapter 26, 5 months. 1st Division HQ, Training Grounds. Itsuki was currently meditating on his sword, deepening his bond with his Zanpakutos and looking for ways to achieve Bankai, which was proving to be futile. It's been 5 months since that spar, and his graduation day was nearing. Yesterday was his last beating with Yamamoto. Itsuki then remembered what happened 2 months ago, where he was asked a question he had been expecting. "So kid, your eyes have an ability, don't they?" Itsuki wasn't surprised by this question, as he had been expecting this question for some time. Whenever he trained his eyes ability, certain evidence would be left which, Itsuki knew, wouldn't escape his teacher's eyes. "Took you long enough, sensei." This earned a twitch on the captain commander's eyebrows as he reveled at the casual speech. Itsuki was at first extremely respectful in what he did, but that casually changed to what it is now. Although he acted respectfully, his eyes didn't show it, as he now looked at him like he was just another old man. This couldn't be blamed on Itsuki, as the man wasn't like a captain commander all the time. His traits of being old showed here and there as he randomly took naps when they were training. Especially in Shuinpa training, where he would just let Chojiro do the throwing as he dozed off elsewhere. At times when they were together, he would start rambling on and on about the good old days. This showed Itsuki not to believe whatever the anime or manga portrays. Apart from the stern captain commander, he was still an old man. Strictly speaking, for everyone else he was the stern captain commander, but for the ones closer to him he was like a grandfather teaching little kids how to walk. Whenever they sparred, he would say, "Let's start this beating," or he would go to the local hot springs, frightening the living daylights out of the common Shinigami who were also there. Returning to the topic in hand, Itsuki looked at the old man as he activated his eyes. Although he was taken aback, Yamamoto had no change in expression. He was quite familiar with the concept of death, so him feeling it again was nothing new. Chojiro, who was next to him, was astonished at the change in Itsuki's eyes. He never knew that Itsuki had this kind of ability, but his reaction seemed to be the same as Yamamoto's, but with a bit of wariness. "I felt a weird reaction coming off your eyes. I was suspicious at first, but looking at you train with them when they were activated confused me." Looking at those crystal clear eyes gave Yamamoto the thought of death being beautiful. This wasn't the first time he had felt this, but it still left him marveling at this feeling. Chojiro looked at his captain with more respect, as he himself couldn't notice the difference. Itsuki then asked for a kitchen knife and a block of sekiseki stone, bringing the two out of their thoughts. Chojiro went to get them as Itsuki kept his eyes activated. He never really wanted to hide it, but thought that it would be better to be kept as a trump card. Chojiro came back with the required materials before handing it to Itsuki. Returning to his position behind Yamamoto, he watched as Itsuki demonstrated his eyes ability. The stone given to Itsuki was fairly big, being the size of a relatively large bowl. He held the piece of stone and cut through it like a hot knife through butter. Once it was cut through, Itsuki dropped the cut stone as it disintegrated into dust upon landing. It crumbled into pieces. Muttered a shocked Chojiro as he looked at the position where the stone landed. Yamamoto was also shocked as both his eyes had opened up. What really shocked the two was that they felt nothing from Itsuki. No reaction, nothing. There wasn't even a bit of tenseness or even some strain in his expression. A normal kitchen knife was able to cut through a material that protected the Siriitii from all sides, and his expression was calm and unperturbed, as if painting on a canvas throughout the whole process. "To correct you, it's dead." This further shocked the two because the stone was an inanimate object, so how could it die? Itsuki continued. "These are my eyes. I see the death of things, not just living things. If I believe that something can be killed, I will see lines on that certain object. Tracing through the lines I can end its life, bringing it death." A short moment of silence followed as the two needed time to digest the information. It was just too shocking that an ability like this existed. Yamamoto came out his thoughts first and deeply looked at Itsuki. He knew what dangers this ability possessed and knew, if used for the wrong intentions, it could cause the destruction of Soul Society itself. Chojiro was also thinking the same thing as he also looked at Itsuki. For a second, Yamamoto contemplated on killing him but held himself back as he remembered the student of his and his personality. Although he had an unapproachable aura surrounding him, he had a caring heart. The 3 months he spent with him allowed the old monster to know Itsuki's thoughts. He wanted to protect the ones closest to him, and whenever he was with his friends, a warm look would surface. He hated crowds and preferred to do things alone. Also, it seemed the old man had got a soft spot for this student as a stern look plastered his face. Itsuki, Chojiro, whatever that has happened in this room, stays in this room. This is highly classified information, and no one should know. Chojiro was shocked by this declaration, but a smile surfaced on his face while looking at his captain. Over the years he had definitely changed as he stopped causing heedless sacrifices to achieve his goals and becoming more lenient, hesitating at sacrifices ever since defeating the Quincy. Itsuki also smiled as he looked at his master, with a warm feeling flowing through his heart. Noticing the two people smiling, an irritated look surfaced on Yamamoto's face as he declared. It seems I've been idle too long. Chojiro, Itsuki, you guys have earned yourself a beating. The two smiling face instantly crumbled as Yamamoto's voice rang out. All things of this world, turn to ashes, Ryujin Jaka. Igaka. Igaka. Two pitiful screams rang out as Soul Society once again felt their captain commander's Ryatsu. Since then another training regime was added into Itsuki's already hellish training. It was killing and increasing his mastery of his eyes. Yamamoto had a few life sentence prisoners brought to the training room as he overlooked it. A prisoner was kneeling in front of him as Itsuki grasped a sword looking into the pleading eyes of the prisoner. It was a white Caucasian man that had his hands cuffed with sekiseki stone. His hands trembling, Itsuki never activated his eyes as he ran a blade through the prisoner's heart. Itsuki continued looking at the prisoner's eyes as it lost its light. Yamamoto watched it unfold without expression, observing his student's reaction. There was no change on his face, but that couldn't be said for his conflicting eyes. His dampened emotions worked its wonder as he felt normal after taking a life. It was too easy. Ideologies from his past life was thoroughly destroyed, knowing that this was no place for mercy. This was the first time he took a life apart from Hollows, but he felt no different. Calming his emotions down, he just stood there looking at the dead body in front of him. He felt fortunate for having dampened emotions because he knew that if they weren't there, he would be puking all over the place. Yamamoto stood there surprised by the small show emotions on Itsuki's first kill but brushed it off, attributing it to his eyes. This was a sort of rite of passage for Itsuki. After this, the prisoners won't be bound and Itsuki would have real life and death battles in place of his spars with Yamamoto. Yamamoto never intervened as Itsuki piled up more kill counts. He didn't want to raise a greenhorn, but a true warrior. A week passed by as Itsuki got more and more used to killing before he started using his eyes. At first, he found it harder to hit the lines of death, but about a day later could hit it no matter what. What also surprised Itsuki was 2 dots of appearing on the prisoners. He saw them on Yamamoto and Chojiro but never thought too deeply about it. Now noticing them to be common, Itsuki came to the conclusion that they were a Shinigami Seketsu, Chain of Fate, and Hakusui, Soul Sleep. Both were vital parts of a Shinigami, with the former being a sort of boost of Ryatsu and the latter being the source of it. Sealing these 2 points can make a Shinigami lose their power. Looking at the 2 points Itsuki could feel if he struck there, a Shinigami would permanently lose their powers. Testing out his theory, Itsuki struck the 2 points of his opponent, causing him to fall down. Yamamoto, who was watching, was shocked by the change as he felt the prisoner's Ryatsu decreasing. Arriving next to him, he felt the Ryatsu returning to a level similar to a normal soul. Looking carefully, he noticed the Seketsu and Hakusui of the prisoner non-existent. Sighing at this, he turned over to Itsuki, who looked back at him before leaving the vicinity. Looking at Itsuki finishing the prisoner off, he once again marveled at the abilities Itsuki's eyes possessed. Itsuki stopped reminiscing as he sensed a Shinigami approaching him to notify that his graduation exam was tomorrow. There was another student taking it with him and Itsuki concluded that it was Jin. Seeing the Shinigami leave, Itsuki went over his abilities he had achieved in the time he spent at the academy. He had achieved expert levels in the 4 techniques of the Shinigami, with Shuinpa and Zanjutsu reaching the border between expert and master. He had achieved his 5th partition and can accelerate his thoughts by 4 times, achieving this level during his training with Yamamoto. He could now see point and lines of death with his mystic eyes and use them proficiently in battle. Chapter 27, Graduation. Itsuki went into meditation trying to figure out a way to achieve Bankai. Whenever he went all out fighting, his connection with his Zanpakutos became deeper and deeper. However, during training encountered an issue. It was his eyes. Itsuki had never used it for long periods of time, so he never knew that there was a drawback in using his eyes. Once, Yamamoto wanted to see how far his eyes can go, so he put Itsuki to fight non-stop, forbidding him for deactivating his eyes. At first, it was all good. 15 minutes later he started feeling tired and realized that his eyes were using Ryatsu, although it was only minuscule amount. This however was an issue in of itself, no matter how small. After some time, the used up Ryatsu was substantial. This was not the end though. About 30 minutes later he started feeling pain in his head. No sane person can look at death for long periods of time no matter how dampened Itsuki's emotions were. 45 minutes later he started feeling pain in the depths of his soul, promptly turning it off. Although 45 minutes is an extremely long time for one battle, it still showed that his eyes had limits. In his Shikai mode, the time was extended. So, from then on, Itsuki started training his eyes by constantly keeping them activated long enough. With another failure in finding way to achieve Bankai, he came out of meditation. Leaving the 1st Division HQ, Itsuki arrived at the academy once again. He now looked like a 15-year-old with his hair tied up to a high ponytail. He was relatively tall for his age, though by Soul Society standards, he was just over a year old. As Itsuki was training, he never got to celebrate his birthday. Well, if a special beating was a way of celebrating, then he did. He was donning his academy uniform, this time without a mask. His zanpakutos could be seen placed on the left side of his waist, overlapping each other. His azure blue eyes surveyed the students entering and leaving grounds as he made his way towards the exam hall. Making his way, he became the center of attention wherever he went. Not just because of his looks, but seeing the 2 zanpakutos hanging on the side of his waist told everyone of his identity. White hair, blue eyes, Bishounen, glacier-like look, unapproachable aura, and one of the only 3 people with dual zanpakutos. Student of the captain commander and the genius of the first year. Minamoto Itsuki. Itsuki ignored the looks as he got used to it, but his footsteps hastened as it still felt weird with people ogling at you while pointing. Reaching the exam hall, he breathed a sigh of relief before hearing a shout come from behind. Itsuki. Turning around, he saw his friends make their way towards him. Jin was also with them, and it was clear they came to wish their friends good luck in the exam. Yuro could surprisingly be seen blushing as she looked at Jin, giving Itsuki a bit of a shock. He hadn't seen them for months, so he never knew what the friends went through. Before he could ask anything, Ranjiku dropped a bombshell, trying to distract Itsuki. Itsuki, I'm tired. Upon getting his attention. My breasts, they've become too heavy. This broke his icy exterior as he was too gobsmacked to say anything. The rest of the friends just ignored the girl's antics as Itsuki gave up asking any questions and followed Jin into the hall. Once they entered it, they came across a teacher taking the attendance of the exam takers. The procedure was similar to the entrance exam where, having reported their arrival, they will be put into a group. A written theory test will be taken, where things like Shinigami duties, knowledge on the history of Soul Society, etc. will be asked. After that, their name will be called out for an individual examination where they will be tested on Zankensoki. Zan being Zenjutsu, Ken for Hakuda, So for Hoho/Shuinpa, and Ki for Kido. However, before taking the test they will be asked what division they wanted to join. This means that specific choices will alter the marking scheme. For example, if one chose the 4th division, the test would emphasize on healing tasks. Contrary, if one wanted to join the 11th division they would be assessed on their skills in combat. If one wanted to join the Kido Corps, they will be assessed on their mastery on Kido, and so on. Itsuki was given a task from Yamamoto, and to carry it out, he had to join a specific corps. The Onmitsukido. The written exam was a piece of cake while the practical was even easier. In Zanjutsu, he beat the examiner, he drew with the Hakuda examiner, set a record time for the given obstacle course, and passed the Kido examination with Heido number 5810 Ren while also abandoning its incantation. As the 2nd division and the Onmitsukido were one and the same, he had to take a special examination to get into the Onmitsukido. If he failed this, then he would have to join another division of the Godei 13. Although he knew that he would become a seated member or even a lieutenant in another division, Itsuki needed to join this particular division. The test had more stringent requirements on Hakuda, especially to get into the detention unit and become a warden at the Nest of Maggots. Itsuki was less accomplished in Hakuda than the rest, and to improve, what better way than going to a place where no Zanpakuto were allowed and the only way of combat inside was hand-to-hand combat. Yamamoto believed that it was the best place for Itsuki to train his Hakuda. The task for Itsuki was to become the corps commander in the Onmitsukido, no matter which, while also automatically becoming a seated member. Although he did well on the exam, he first decided to become more proficient in Hakuda at the detention unit, before requesting for a transfer and becoming part of the other corps before joining the executive militia, the main unit of Onmitsukido. Knowing that the holification incident is going to happen 9 years later, and with Shihoin Yoruichi betraying Soul Society, why not become the leader of the whole Onmitsukido? Passing the exam, Itsuki was told to report to the 2nd Division HQ the next morning, where he would be briefed in his role. Waiting outside were his friends and Jin, who had already passed. Jin had gotten into the 5th Division, the one where Aizen Sasuke was the lieutenant of, similar to the storyline. After celebrating Itsuki's and Jin's graduation, they went their separate ways, with Itsuki coming back to the 1st Division to rest for the night. Before reaching his room, he decided to report to his teacher as he was leaving his tutelage. Arriving next to his office, Itsuki knocked on the door and waited for his teacher's permission to enter. Upon entering, Itsuki saw the old man looking at papers as he quickly got on his knees and bowed to Yamamoto, catching him off guard. "What are you doing, Itsuki?" "Sensei, I just want to express my gratitude for all you have done for me the past 6 months. Get up, it seems you have graduated if you are talking like that. Silently getting up, he saw that Yamamoto had also gotten up as he moved towards the open area next to his office. Itsuki, what do you see as justice? Chapter 28, Omake 1, Waiting for Jin. Finally, Itsuki could take it no more and decided to do something. So, one night, after Ranjaku fell asleep, Itsuki stayed up and waited outside the hut for Jin to come home. He waited. And waited. Waited even more. A wind suddenly blew past him, causing Itsuki to shiver. Where is he? Meanwhile, in the forest near the hut, Jin was there walking back, clearly distressed. Which way was it again? Chapter 29, Detention Core. The next day Itsuki could be seen standing on attention with a few others in the 2nd Division HQ. All his stuff had been unpacked in the room he will be sharing with a few others, all who were part of the detention unit. He was currently wearing the standard Onmitsukido uniform, which was a full black ninja-like clothes that covered the bottom of his face. The sleeves and trouser were strapped to the body by bands to prevent the clothes from moving too much, and instead of sandals he wore long jikatabi. His zanpakutos were with him, Byako placed over his shoulder and Ryurei on his waist. In front was a man in a similar attire, but the whole of his face was covered minus the eyes. You are now the new guards for Prison A. Prison A hosts criminals of a violent nature. Most of them are members of the Rakangai, while the special few are Shinigami with the powers of seated and unseated individuals. The people that have committed crimes akin to thievery and small crimes are placed in the outer area. Ones who have committed crimes of a dangerous nature akin to murder and rape are in the inner area, while ones that have Shinigami powers are in the core area. You as members of the detention unit will take turns in guarding the outer perimeters of the prison while catching ones who try to escape. If they retaliate, take them down, but don't kill them. Unless it's someone that have powers, then do not kill them. Do you understand? Hi. As the briefing was over, Itsuki got assigned the position at the north of the prison during the night. Knowing that he had some time, he decided to look over the surrounding area of where he would be patrolling. He was assigned to Prison A before being assigned to the Nest of Maggots because he never had experience. Nest of Maggots was not full of criminals, but Shinigami of considerable power that, in one way or another, proved harmful to Soul Society, whether they had committed a crime or not. So rather than sending some greenhorn to the place, they would rather send someone experienced. At least that's what Itsuki thought. Overlooking the briefing area, 2 females could be seen looking in the direction of Itsuki. The one in front was a beautiful dark-skinned woman that had purple hair and golden irises. Her hair was cut short to her neck and covered her well-endowed body with a sleeveless and backless Onmitsukido executive uniform with long black wrist guards and a black ribbon tied round her neck. The one behind her was a petite woman that had light skin, dark gray eyes and black hair. She had soft shoulder-length hair and wore the standard Onmitsukido uniform, albeit without the mask. Oh ho, although I can't see it, he seems really handsome, doesn't he, Soifan? A playful smirk plastered her face as she addressed the girl behind. Who Yoruchi-sama? Soifan questioned her superior. The girl in front was the 22nd head of the noble Shihuin clan, current captain of the 2nd Division, commander-in-chief of the Onmitsukido, the Correction Corps commander and the Executive Corps commander, Shihuin Yoruchi. The one behind her was her personal guard, member of the Executive Corps and the current Suifeng, Soifan. Minamoto Itsuki. The one that the captain commander took as his disciple. Yes. Where is he? Looking at the confused look on the girl's face, she gave out a sigh of defeat before turning around to leave. Soifan, still confused, spoke to herself. Why is he assigned to Prison A? He should be strong if the captain commander was his teacher. Yoruchi smiled to herself as she overheard this. It seems that it's going to be lively around here. Sadly, for Itsuki it wasn't lively. It was dull and boring. Continuously he had to overlook the prison and watch out for any intruders. There never was one, but he had to do it. When he was off duty, he had to remain on standby just in case something happened, so this meant that he couldn't do any vigorous training. The only relief of this boredom was his day off, where he would try meeting his friends at the academy. Jin was not available as he had duties of his own, so it was mostly him, Ranjaku, Yuro and Kitaro. Well, only him and Ranjaku because, for some reason, they always forgot to do something, leaving the two alone. So, all they did was talk and hang around until it was time for them to leave, allowing their relationship to get progressively closer. Sometimes, when they were out, a black cat would appear in which only Itsuki could pet it. If someone else approached it, the cat would run away. Itsuki knew this was Yoruchi but chose to stay silent. 6 months went by with no events happening, but it allowed Itsuki to increase his patience. Constantly being alert helped train his senses, as he was now able to sense Ryatsu at a further distance. While he was on guard, he trained in himself staying in one place for extended periods of times, making the tiniest amount of movement possible. Currently, he was out with Ranjaku grabbing a bite to eat. With Siriitai having a lot of facilities needed for a Shinigami to relax, a small restaurant wasn't unusual. They were just chatting about their daily lives, well mostly Ranjaku, when a Jigakucho entered and flew towards Itsuki. Hearing the message, Itsuki shot up and looked back at Ranjaku. Sorry, Ranjaku, something came up. Nodding back, Ranjaku watched as Itsuki disappeared from her view. Arriving at the HQ, Itsuki dressed up and joined the lines of guards receiving orders. There has been a prison break. All the escapees are people that have Shinigami powers. You will all be divided in groups in where you were stationed. Members of the north of the prison will go north and look for the escapees. Get to your post before you receive a paper that has the details of the escapees. It wasn't a major problem, but the Onmitsukido would like to have the escapees back before news got out. Itsuki was the first to arrive at the north post where he received the details and the order to kill. Remembering all the possible routes that the escapees could have used, he quickly left, even before the next guard arrived. Chapter 30, Interception. The sun could be seen drowning into the horizon as its last rays of light graced Seoul society. A dozen or so people were currently running through a myriad of trees at speeds unimaginable by a normal soul. Hey, how far we left till we reach the hideout, called out escapee number 1. Not long, according to my calculations, they should have just started looking for us, replied the leader. I don't want to meddle in things, but how did you know that? With our positions, we shouldn't even know this kind of information. The leader just stayed silent as he remembered who came to visit him. The leader's flashback. A week ago. It was the day when Itsuki was off duty, a mysterious man came to visit him. He was just idling around when it happened. Want to escape, the mysterious man suddenly called out. Wah. Shocked by the sudden voice, he fell backwards trying to make out the intruder in his cell. Want to escape this hellhole, the mysterious man asked of him. The leader's eyes suddenly became blank as he repeated the words. I want to escape this hellhole. Good. These were the last words before the mysterious man disappeared. The leader came out of his blank state only to notice a pile of papers in front of him. It had all the information, from the guards' rotation times to the detention corps rotation times. Places they are vigilant about and spots where there is a small window that will be overlooked, allowing them to escape. However, there is no information about Itsuki on it, and all the ways of escaping naturally lead them to the north. The present. Remembering the mysterious man, he didn't know how he looked, but all he could remember was a pair of normal eyes behind what seemed to be a pair of glasses. What shocked him was the eyes. It seemed that the owner of them was just taking a walk in their backyard. Of all the people that were powerful enough to infiltrate and wear glasses, only one came to mind. But he still didn't know the reason of why that person would do what he did on the first place. Before he could think deeper into this, they reached a small clearing only to notice a member of the Onmitsukido in front of them. Looking at the half-covered mask and the head full of white hair, the leader realized that there was no information about the person in front of him. Itsuki had already arrived and moved in front just to intercept them. He had to follow procedures. Before the leader could react, a freezing voice came from the opposing force. Prisoners number 004, number 007, number 012, number 015. Before he could finish, one of the escapees attacked him. Appearing behind Itsuki, the escapee went for a jab at Itsuki's back where the heart was located. Hitting him, he realized he felt nothing as Itsuki slowly faded out. Grasping that it was just an afterimage, he quickly retracted his hand only to feel a cold object entering his body from behind. Looking down, he saw the front end of a sword covered with a layer of blood dripping onto the floor. Slowly turning around, he stumbled upon a pair of terrifying azure eyes with a pink circle in the middle. Itsuki withdrew his sword as the escapee collapsed in front of him. Noticing their colleague being brutally killed sent a shiver down their hearts. Their enemy was armed, while they themselves were unarmed. Itsuki looked on as the prisoners slowly backed away. As they had retaliated, Itsuki was now able to kill them. He could see the lines of death littered on them, with one point on their forehead, similar to the hollows, and two more on their bodies. At first glance, he could see who the leader was, and their previous talk confirmed his suspicions. Noting that the others were useless, he disappeared from their views. This triggered an expected reaction. They scattered in different directions while also abandoning each other. However, this was not a problem for Itsuki. He reappeared next to one escapee, cut his body in half and moved on to the next. This time it was a she. Noticing Itsuki appear behind her, she quickly turned around and threw a punch, trying to retaliate in some way. She may have had some hope in her heart, but that came crushing down as she realized that there was no hand to throw the punch. Before the pain even registered in her brain, she flew up in the air only to see a familiar headless body and blacking out. This wasn't the end. One after another, each crueler than the other, it was like he was harvesting crops, except it was lives, and only a few breaths later was he finished. Dismembered body parts lay everywhere in a picturesque scene of blood and gore. One thing that was similar was the eyes of the dead. All of them had panic and fear written across, dictating the cruelty they experienced. This didn't invite any change in expression for Itsuki as he looked towards the direction of where the leader ran. Quite fast. As he thought this, he quickly made his way towards the leader only to find him collapsed, face down on the floor. Moving next to him, Itsuki sheathed his sword, keeping his arm ready in case of an ambush. This was a habit all practitioners of the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu had, keep their arm over the sword in case of an ambush, allowing them to quickly draw their sword if there was one. As he turned him around, making contact with a pair of lifeless eyes. A wound could be seen where his heart was, and a disbelieving expression masked his face. TCH. Displeasure was present in Itsuki's eyes as he knew the conspirer had left no loose ends. He knew that people of this level couldn't have escaped on their own and concluded that they must have had outside help. Glancing around, he tried to make use of his eyes, but to no avail. His eyes all depended on Itsuki's perspective of the target's death. Realizing that there was no point of looking around, he decided to send up a flare notifying the others. A while later, another member of the detention corps arrived and Itsuki directed him to the other escapees. Itsuki still had to report, so he waited for his superiors to arrive. More and more members arrived to clean up what was left and to see if there was any evidence on their bodies, isolating the surrounding area. While some looked towards Itsuki with fear, some were filled with wariness and some with complete indifference. Slowly, members of the executive militia arrived before the corps commander, Shihoin Yoruchi, arrived along with her personal guards. She read the report as everyone, including Itsuki, kneeled there with their heads lowered. The one in charge of the prison was sweating buckets as he waited for Yoruchi to speak. Yoruchi finished reading the report and glanced towards the one in charge. Before she even opened her mouth, the one in charge started speaking. "Captain, it was all my fault for neglecting my duties. I should be punished for my error." "No, it was mine. I suddenly fell asleep, so I should be punished." Itsuki just stayed where he was with his eyes closed. A defeated sigh left Yoruchi's mouth as she looked at the ones taking responsibility confronting each other. This went on for some time before she glanced in the direction of Itsuki, looked back and spoke out. Ma, no need to brood over whose fault it was. Minamoto Itsuki, you stay behind, the rest are dismissed." "Hi, we thank the captain for her leniency." As everyone left, Itsuki stayed in his place, not moving a single bit. Yoruchi then dismissed her guards, only leaving Soifan, her and Itsuki in the room. The room slowly descended into silence as none of the three spoke. Soifan was okay with this silence, Itsuki seemed okay with it, but there was one person that couldn't stop fidgeting. Making her way towards Itsuki, Yoruchi called out. "Minamoto Itsuki, get up." No reply came. This time Soifan called out a bit louder. "How dare you ignore what Yoruchi-sama asked of you, get up." Opening his eyes, Itsuki got up while giving out a slight inconspicuous yawn. He had fallen asleep. The room once again descended into silence with the slight giggle of Yoruchi resounding throughout the room before turning into a full-blown laughter. The reaction of Soifan was the total opposite. 5th Division HQ. "Minamoto Itsuki, your eyes intrigue me." A man wearing scholarly glasses looked towards the direction of the 2nd Division HQ. A voice suddenly came from behind him. "What's going in that head of yours?" Chapter 31, Nest of Maggots. Tuning around, his captain came into view. The captain had straight blonde hair that reached below his waist and fringe reaching his eyebrows. He wore the standard Shinigami captain clothing with the number 5 on its back. His expression was as such that his top front teeth were showing. This was the current captain of the 5th Division, Hirako Shinji, who was also the future member of Vizard. "Nothing, Captain Hirako." The one who replied was supposedly the mysterious man of the prison incident. Although no one knew this mysterious man. He wore the standard Shinigami Shihakuso and wore a pair of square-framed glasses. His soft brown eyes and hair gave him a harmless feel, with the scholarly air around him it was as if he wouldn't hurt a fly. This man was naturally Aizen Sosuke, one of the main villains of Bleach and a man of extraordinary intellect. Shinji just looked at the man in front of him. He had specially made him his lieutenant to keep a close eye on him. No matter how he looked at him, a nagging feeling would well up inside of him, disallowing Shinji to ever trust him. They continued their silent confrontation until a Jigakucho came in through the window. After being notified of their orders, they immediately moved to complete them. Aizen was lost in his own thoughts. "Those eyes, what are they?" 2nd Division HQ. "How dare you fall asleep?" "I never fell asleep." "US Otsuke, you fell asleep." "No, I never." "You." Coming out of her laughter, Yoruchi continued to look at the two quarreling before her expression became serious. "Okay, that's enough. Itsuki, I want your accounts of things, what happened?" Noticing the atmosphere becoming serious, Soifan calmed down and waited for Itsuki to speak, although a frown was present. Itsuki quickly recalled the details and explained to Yoruchi. "I turned him over and he was already killed. A sword was most likely used to drive it through the heart. From his expression, it was like he recognized the person in front, so it was most likely someone who gave them the information or someone he knew, directly or indirectly." "Directly or indirectly?" Soifan was confused. Someone he knew personally, or someone famous enough for the leader of his position to know. Itsuki gave Soifan a look as if she was an idiot, irking her slightly. Turning back to Yoruchi, she seemed to be in deep contemplation until she finally looked up. I'll send someone to investigate this. You're in the detention unit, right? Hi. The nest of maggots is without a corps commander right now, why don't I transfer you to that position? Wah. Soifan was shocked by the declaration, but Itsuki felt happy. Before she could say anything, Itsuki hurriedly replied. I will not fail to meet the captain's expectations. Yoruchi gave a nod before calling out. Go tomorrow and pass the test. If you can't then, well, if you fail the test then you die. Go now, make your preparations for tomorrow's transfer. Itsuki just gave a nod and left. Turning to Soifan, it seemed she was about to say something, however, Yoruchi just shook her head before returning to sit in her seat. Itsuki left the main HQ and went to his dorm to prepare for his transfer. The news came in the next day with someone with the paper of the transfer. Gathering his belongings, he was then escorted deep into the second division where a wide moat and a high wall was located. A wooden bridge was connecting the area for the prison and the second division HQ. Itsuki met with a set of guards who took his papers and belongings. They also took his zanpakutos and searched him for any weapons he may have had in there. All of them had the word indifference written on their eyes as they probed Itsuki. After looking at the documents, Itsuki was then informed of his test. Your test is to go into the nest of maggots and survive. While you are there you will also have to subdue all the prisoners. Failing the test means death, you can't escape and can only leave after you have passed the test. We will be back after 1 week and we will see your results by entering the nest of maggots. Remember, no killing. That is all. They then left him on his own. Itsuki proceeded to walk on the path until he came across a door, leading into what seemed to be a cave. 2 guards were stationed outside, and they opened the door for him to a dark abyss, a place where no light could reach. Taking his time to adjust his sight, a cold feeling crept up as he now called this dark place his home for the next week. Walking deeper into the tunnel he came across a set of stairs with dim lanterns on the edges. Rock stalactites littered the roof as a small pond had formed on the side due to drops of water slowly dripping onto it for years. Continuing his path, a giant set of wooden doors greeted his sights with 2 handles towards the middle. Itsuki just stood there knowing that on the other side of the door were the residents of the maggot's nest, aka nest of maggots. These people were dangerous individuals that had not yet committed any sort of crime but were deemed dangerous to their fellow Shinigami and Soul Society. These were also not the only people in there. Shinigami who wanted to resign from the Goti 13 were also here. The Central 46 told their fellow Shinigami that they resigned but they were forcefully placed here. A Shinigami could ask for a leave for personal reasons but not resign. It was against protocols. They couldn't allow trained Shinigami to walk free. All the residents hadn't done something bad so they couldn't be punished, they were just placed in special detention. Chapter 32, Test. In front of Itsuki was a set of giant wooden doors. They seemed normal if you never took their size into consideration. No aura leakage, nothing could be felt from it. It looked absolutely normal. However, Itsuki knew that on the other side were people who he would have to subdue. Some were strong, some were weak, but they were all labeled threats to Soul Society. He knew that once he went through these doors, there was no turning back, either he would complete his test, or he will die. He hadn't felt like this since the incident in the real world, knowing that death was close at hand. Any wrong move or one wrong step would result in it. He didn't even think he would get any rest during the week, he would literally be balancing the line of life and death. This didn't unnerve him though, instead he felt excitement. Excitement in improving himself and the fact he would be close to embracing death. Having embraced death before and his mystic eyes gave him an unnatural adrenaline rush and apathy towards death itself. He liked the feeling it gave. What better way to subdue them than with strength? Itsuki doubted that they would listen to reason if he tried out the legendary talk no jutsu. A minuscule smile plastered his icy face, similar to the real-world incident, and excitement, similar to when he killed the prisoners, as he opened the door. He knew he couldn't kill them, but he still could leave them one step before. Opening the door, what greeted his view was a well-lit hall with people scattered across it. They all wore a white shihakuso, typical of all prisoners in Soul Society. They however weren't bound to anything and were able to freely roam around, doing whatever they want. The hall looked similar to a prison with one large area in the middle and an elevated area on either side leading to their rooms. People were conversing, playing Go, and even arguing, but all stopped when they heard the door open, prompting them to look in that direction. They couldn't care less to how he looked and were just looking at the open door as it was slowly closed. This brought their attention back to the one who entered and recognized him as a Shinigami. Itsuki once again had a change of clothes. He now wore the standard Shinigami shihakuso with a black obi but had the lower part of his sleeves tied to his arms by a white ribbon, crisscrossed around it to prevent his sleeves from interfering when he is fighting. He still wore the Onmitsukido's long jikatabi as they were resilient and helped silence his movements. No one moved as they weren't stupid, knowing that whoever entered had to have some sort of skill. Itsuki just stood there and waited while the prisoners also did the same. Eventually, some couldn't handle it and moved. These were the ones that had gone crazy from constant isolation where they couldn't even see the sun. Some just had pure hatred towards Shinigami while some just wanted to find a way out. Walking forward, a rather large man stood in front of Itsuki, easily towering him by a few feet. Itsuki looked up only to hear the man scream and try to grab him. Itsuki saw this and just grabbed the man by his outstretched hands and threw him forward onto the other incoming foes. Itsuki's physical body was nothing to scoff at. Constantly training his body allowed him to pack quite a punch. This didn't mean that he was a tank. Itsuki mainly relied on speed, so his ability to take a punch was relatively weaker. Noticing the prisoners surrounding him, Itsuki quickly employed the two-step attack method from the Hiten Mitsurujiryu into his movement. Being a technique best with one against many situations, Itsuki was able to easily handle the attacking the prisoners. These, however, were just cannon fodder, the weakest of the lot. Slowly, more people joined in, thinking that they would tire him out before capturing him. Itsuki was more conservative in his movements, pushing his mental capabilities to the limit. He was able to find the most efficient way in dealing with the prisoners. With all the situations planned out, he was like taking a walk in the park. However, the stronger the prisoners got, the harder it became. Although his mastery over Hakuto was slowly increasing, it wasn't as fast as the prisoners were becoming stronger. The prisoners seemed to have come to some sort of agreement. It was to withhold the stronger people for later when Itsuki was more tired out. Tiredness was still far away as his spars with Yamamoto were a lot more intense than this, so he easily able to conserve energy. Hours passed by as Itsuki was starting to feel mentally tired. Whenever he was physically tired, he would run through the corridors and hide for a bit to help replenish any lost energy. However, in doing so he came across a specific type of people. Women. Not shown in the anime, the nest of maggots also hosted women. Fortunately for them, they had a rather strong character between them and were really strong united. Itsuki looked at them as they also looked at him. None of the ones in front were affected by Itsuki's looks. Apart from a second glance at his face, they were extremely vigilant with his every move. Itsuki just looked at them and decided to ignore them. They clearly weren't hostile and weren't the strongest. Before he left, he gave them some locations. Some girls weren't as fortunate as them. Noticing it would be detrimental for him to continue fighting, he decided to make his way deeper into the nest while also evading any patrols. He finally made it to a door that led to where the most dangerous one of them all was chained. Itsuki knew that it was Kuratsuchi Mayuri, but he should have already left, taken by Urahara Kasuke. Going through the door, he closed it behind him and continued walking forward through a dark corridor with lanterns on either side, completely different than the brightly lit hall, until he arrived at an empty cell. Itsuki just collapsed in the floor and fell asleep, knowing that the prisoners couldn't pass through the door. The next day Itsuki got up and returned to the door. He could have stayed in and waited the rest of the week, but his task was to subdue the prisoners, not to survive. Slowly opening the door, he checked to see if there was anyone outside. Noticing no one was there, he returned to the hall to once again take part in the battle royale. Days passed as Itsuki got more proficient in Hakuto, and all that constant fighting helped increase his proficiency in Hakuto into becoming a master. On the first day, Itsuki took on 20% of the prisoners in the nest before slowly increasing as days went by. There were still some who refused to fight, so Itsuki just ignored them. As the prisoners got stronger, so did Itsuki, until on the fourth day he was fighting the strongest of them all. His opponent looked completely ordinary, with no defining traits. If he was bald, it would have reminded Itsuki of a certain anime character from the time he was alive. From the time spent here, Itsuki learned that his foe was a certain type of ring leader in the nest and the strongest of them all. They were alone in the middle hall as they disappeared here and there when trading punches. Itsuki's Shuinpa was far above his opponent, so with a few more hits, he got the upper hand. Kicking the opposition in the head, he knocked him out. Itsuki looked around to see the unconscious prisoners strewn about before more prisoners started to surround him. He was exhausted with the earlier fight and looked for ways to escape. As he was looking for a route, something unexpected happens. Certain shouts and screams of fear were heard as one path was cleared out. Body flew forward before landing unconscious near Itsuki. "Shinigami, this way." Itsuki didn't think further as he clearly heard a feminine voice. Knowing it was a woman, he decided to trust his instincts as he followed his helper. Arriving at the previous location where he encountered them, he quickly went in as the other girls let him through. He was then led to an area where there was a seat flanked by more women, each of them a beauty in their own right. His helper just went up and sat on it before turning back to Itsuki. This allowed Itsuki to get a proper look at her. She had short messy hair and a confident grin plastered on her face. Her black onyx eyes radiated authority, indicating her status as a leader among this group. She wore the standard white shihakuso, which found it difficult to hide her well-endowed body, and had bandages around her arms. Just as she sat down, she opened her mouth. "What is your name, Shinigami?" "I want to thank the person who helped find some of our unfortunate sisters." "Minamoto Itsuki." Silence. The female just looked at one another before realizing that he wasn't going to continue. They then turned to their leader hoping for her to continue and make the atmosphere less awkward, which they then remembered that they shouldn't have. Seeing the look on her subordinates, the leader felt as if a great mission had been placed on her shoulders before she continued. Not much of a talker, huh, Itsuki-kun. My name is Sidani Miniko, leader of the females here. We females found it hard here, blah blah, we were forced upon, blah blah, before I came along, so that's how we came about. Anyway, I saved you so we can call it even, but I would like to know what you are doing here. Out of nowhere she started talking about all the grievances she and her fellow comrades faced before finally turning her attention to Itsuki. What she saw completely shocked her, he wasn't there, and all her guards had fallen asleep with the exception of one. She got up and walked towards the exception as her fringe covered her eyes and fists clenched. The unlucky exception was dozing off before she perceived a figure walking towards her. Noticing it was her boss, she started speaking, oblivious to her plight. Ah, elder sister, what are you doing? Elder sister my ass, wake up. Thump 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 thump. All the sleeping females in the room could be seen in the Seiza position with a bump on their head as Miniko sat back down, creating quite a comical sight. Outside, the patrolling girls just gave a sigh before continuing their duties. Where's Itsuki? The exception took it upon her to speak. He left after talking to the victims. He also said that if you want to know who he is then come to the entrance tomorrow. Miniko just sighed before dismissing them, leaving her with her own thoughts. Long chapter for you guys. Released in Omake, see how it is. Comment there on your thoughts on it. Anyway, been thinking for an animal for Itsuki. I would prefer a bird, but what do you think? Preferably white and blue eyes. Chapter 33, Third Seat. Wah. Shouts of exclamations were heard when the gang of women arrived at the main hall. An unpleasant expression masked their faces as they watched over the gruesome sight in front of them. Men were laid about seemingly unconscious randomly across the hall. Limbs were dislocated in various places with some having blobs of blood in between their legs. Itsuki was just sitting there daydreaming. Itsuki had beaten up the last remnants of prisoners and had finally subdued everyone. He paid special attention to those who had been described by the female victims who had or were going to do untoward things to them. Feeling someone approaching, Itsuki came out of his thoughts and looked up. Seeing Miniko arrive, Itsuki got up and walked towards her. Is this what you wanted to show me? Yes and no. I came here for a test. This sentence brought a shock to Miniko. Don't tell me. You. Yes. I will now be the new corps commander for the detention unit. I need someone to be my eyes and ears in this place, so I'm choosing you. Understanding what Itsuki meant, Miniko quickly got on her knees along with the other females. We will not let you down. Miniko knew that it would be extremely difficult for her to leave this place. This added some protection to the females that arrived in the nest of maggots and could possibly be the girl's only hope to leave this place. Kuratsuchi Mayuri was only able to leave this place because a captain asked for him and he had shown that he would be beneficial to Soul Society in a way or another. Get up. I have 2 days left before they come to receive me. I will train all of you in Hakudo. A mesmerizing smirk slowly crept up to his face, shocking the girls, not due to its beauty but due to fear. A shiver was felt on their spines as Miniko started to contemplate whether she would come to regret her choice or not. 2 days later. A group of Onmitsukido members could be seen in front of the giant wooden doors leading into the nest of maggots. Soifan could be seen leading them as she proceeded to open the doors. She knew Itsuki was taking the test and she was specially asked by Yoruchi to come and see if he passed. Soifan had a bad expression on Itsuki as he had fallen asleep in front of Yoruchi-sama and had the audacity to lie. Hoping that he had failed and was already rotting in one of the cells, what she saw inside astonished her. All the prisoners were acting in an orderly manner, but what surprised her was the women. They were talking and laughing happily, and it wasn't like before where fear was present in their eyes. The fear had somehow transferred to the men when they looked at the girls and to an inconspicuous corner. The Onmitsukido members behind her were similarly astonished. Walking forward, they came across Itsuki, who was meditating. No prisoners were around him as they refused to come close to this demon. Noticing the reactions from the prisoners, it was safe to say that he had passed the test. Arriving in front of Itsuki, Soifan called out, "Minamoto Itsuki." No response came from Itsuki. "Minamoto Itsuki." Soifan called out even louder as veins started to protrude on her forehead. Once again not garnering any response, Soifan proceeded to kick him in the face. As a wall was behind Itsuki, Soifan had kicked Itsuki into the wall but surprisingly didn't hear a groan or even the feeling of hitting another person was not there. As the dust slowly settled, a hole was formed in front of Soifan but no Itsuki was there. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Soifan felt someone patting her head from behind her. Finally registering what had happened, her face flushed red before swinging her arm. Itsuki once again dodged before just standing there. Soifan was there fuming in anger as she felt incredibly embarrassed that someone did that to her. Looking at the apathetic face, increased her anger before remembering her orders from Yoruchi. Soifan was incredibly loyal to Yoruchi, so she forcefully swallowed her anger and went on to escort Itsuki out of the nest of maggots, albeit with a red face. The other members didn't do anything and pretended that they didn't see anything, knowing that the man in front was going to be a superior of theirs. Itsuki was then escorted out and brought to the 2nd Division HQ so he can meet Yoruchi. Itsuki once again arrived in front of Yoruchi and she looked as carefree as always. Her personal guards were sitting around her with Soifan joining them. "So you passed, huh?" "Yes, Captain." A serious look suddenly masked her face as she got up and walked towards Itsuki. "Minamoto Itsuki, from now on you will be the new corps commander for the detention unit and the 3rd seat of the 2nd Division from henceforth. Are there any objections?" No one was against it, as Itsuki had proved his worth with subduing all the prisoners in the nest of maggots. "Here." Yoruchi handed him a token. It had the number 2 written on it in kanji and a pasque flower below it. Behind it, 3rd seat and corps commander of the detention unit were written on it. "I won't let the captain down." This brought a smile to her face as she went back to her usual personality and sat back down. Chapter 34, 1 year. It's been a year since Itsuki got promoted to becoming the current corps commander of the detention unit. This last year, most of his training has focused on his sword finally reaching master level. Now, apart from Kido, his Zanjutsu and Hakudo were now at master level, with Shuinpa reaching the boundary between expert and master. His Kido also improved a bit, with him being more proficient in Bakudo than Heido, but was still in expert level. He also had made changes within the detention unit. He had changed the whole outline of the detention unit, with there being no breakouts since he took over. Separating the Shinigami and citizens of Rakangai, prisons now housed only one of them. He had also upped the core training by 1, with them focusing on binding enemies. Itsuki could confidently say that currently his core was the most proficient in Hakudo. None made any voice of complaint even at the start. There may have been some dissatisfaction among the core at the start, it may have grown when Itsuki didn't even give a speech. All he did was make some changes and pushed all the members to the limit. He went through all the information he had on prisons and, using memory partition and thought acceleration, was able to spot all the weaknesses in the prison's defenses. With this he changed the whole routine and layout of the guards' patrols. Also, he gave in a request to Yoruchi which allowed the female group in the nest of maggots become guards of some sort. They would help keep order in the nest, and if they produced results, they would have a chance to leave. Itsuki found out later that there were monitors on the nest of maggots. Wondering how certain acts were allowed, he discovered that the guards monitoring them were of crappy character and immediately dismissed them, sending them to the outskirts where there was no future. Immediately he found a few female members of the corps and assigned them to keep watch. Although it may seem he was favoring females and, due to this, was also called by Yoruchi. His response to this was, they need to know how to protect themselves, rather than have someone protect them. That someone will not be with them forever. Once knowing the answer, he was dismissed, but it seemed that his position in Yoruchi's eyes went up a few notches. Once he set up the routine and made all the changes, 2 months had already passed. He picked out a few veterans and loyal characters to overlook the corps and got back to training. He would make rounds from time to time and sporadically, so no one knew he was coming, keeping them fully focused on their training. Itsuki never punished them for slacking off. All he did was glare at them, and it proved to work. They would jump straight up and give their maximum effort. The members of the corps hated the feeling. It was like someone just put a piece of ice down their back and they couldn't remove it. It also doesn't melt, so until they put their utmost effort in training, then it would never go away. Plus, they never knew when he was coming, so they kept vigilant and remained alert. This surprised Itsuki, as it would also train their senses, which resulted a few members getting a piece of Itsuki's glare at random times. This, however, did put in some pressure on them mentally, causing them to sleep like logs during the night, but they did immediately wake up as soon as possible in order to not dissatisfy Itsuki. Discussions were spread out as it was a rest day for them. Members off duty could meet their family and friends, having a day off from all the taxing training they had to do. Discussion were ringing out from time to time, such as, "Hey, I heard you got the glare." The member addressed suddenly shuddered as he remembered that feeling. "Don't talk about it, I ran an extra 5 laps just so I won't get that feeling again." Seeing his friend starting to weep, he was shocked. Another discussion. Hey. I think I got the glare yesterday." Gasp asterisk. Seeing his friend's shocked faces, a truly miserable expression was present on his face as he further elaborated. It was when his friends got closer. "I was in the toilet." Shock was plastered on their faces as they heard what had happened. One of the friends mumbled without thinking, "Don't tell me, we have to give out utmost effort in relieving ourselves as well." The miserable face suddenly turned into a fearful one as he quickly tried to close his friend's mouth. SSSSSHHHHH, they will hear. Realization suddenly dawned on the one that spoke as a fearful expression suddenly masked his eyes. Sadly, it was already too late. A large shadow was draped over them, indicating a gathering of people behind them. Slowly turning around, the two friends came across a dozen or so furious pair of eyes. They started trembling uncontrollably as a member of the group shouted out. "How dare they sully the name of the corps commander?" Leader called out. "Let's get them, girls." Ayagag. Those two friends were suddenly overrun by members of Itsuki's fan club. No matter who it was, no one could deny that Itsuki possessed otherworldly looks. From time to time, Itsuki would give glares to specific people but would surprisingly find that it turned out to ineffective. Not noticing the lustful looks on their faces, Itsuki was stumped on why it wasn't working. Trying a few more times, he would just forget about it and move on to someone else. Over the year, a group of women came together and created Itsuki's fan club, having the greatest number of members right after the Women's Association. Various pictures of his was propagated through Soul Society as the number of members grew. Itsuki knew about this but chose to ignore what was happening. There was no way to stop it, so he just let it be. It did prove to be difficult to meet with his friends, but it didn't garner much response as he was extremely close in attaining Bankai. Author's note. RL issues would most likely be finished by the end of next week. So expect the release rate to increase. What did you think of this chapter, good or nah? Lastly, rest assured I won't be dropping this, unless something major happens, but I will definitely finish it. And one more thing, I'm stumped on the animal. It seems people want either a phoenix or dragon. I would definitely prefer a bird, but let's see what you guys think. Once again, the pet won't have any major impact in fighting, and about shape-shifting like Yoruchi, we will see. Not sure if I should add that. Chapter 35, Picnic. In a park somewhere in Siriiti, two silhouettes could be seen, where one was talking animatedly and the other listening on while nodding occasionally. The sun was drowning over the horizon as it carpeted the figures, elongating their shadows. As the day was nearing its end, there was no one but the two in the park, but that changed when two more figures arrived. And that was how Yuro got suspended yesterday. Ranjika stifled a laughter as a scream was heard behind her. Ranjika-san. Yuro was there, blushing hard as she looked unbelievingly at her friend's betrayal. She was carrying a basket presumably filled with food. You said you won't tell Itsuki and Jin. Well, they could have found out if they wanted to, and Jin isn't here, so, technically, I haven't told them, only Itsuki, rationalized Ranjiku as she looked back at Yuro. Still. Everyone laughed at her while Itsuki just smiled. Ma. Who would have expected the most sensible student to get suspended, laughed Kitaro as he sat beside them. If it wasn't because of me covering for you, how else would I have gotten suspended, Yuro retorted. As Yuro spent more time with them, she slowly started to come out of her shell. She held more confidence, no longer as timid as before. With this confidence her talents also came out. She was taking the graduation exam this year and would be the second to pass it in 2 years. Itsuki realized that this was another butterfly effect. He changed the way Ranjiku interacted with others, as in the original, she only had Jin as her friend. Maybe his presence changed the small interactions she had with her classmates, but he didn't know. Not much was known of their time in the academy. There was a chance that in the original, Yuro's talents never shone due to her timidly personality. All that, though, never mattered. What mattered was that right now they were his friends. So Yuro, what division are you thinking of joining? Ranjiku suddenly said as she bought Itsuki out his thoughts. 4th division, Yuro gave a smug smile as she replied. Yuro was quite confident with her choice and she had her reasons. She had shown exceptional talent in healing and had already been given the olive branch from the 4th division. A tick appeared on Ranjiku's forehead as she looked at Yuro's smug face. Suddenly shooting up, she grabbed Yuro in a headlock and clenched her other hand's fist as she started poking her head. Who, feeling quite smug, huh? Looking at Ranjiku's evil face, both Itsuki and Kitaro tacitly moved back. Yuawawa, it hurts, Ranjika-san. After punishing her, Ranjiku sat back down, still fuming. Secretly, inside, she was happy for her friend, although the smug face did tick her off. Everyone there did know that but chose to stay quiet as a small smile was plastered on their lips. Suddenly a loud growl was heard as Kitaro started laughing. It seems I can take it any longer. Yuro, quickly, bring out the food. Yuro brought food out of her basket as they went on to dinner. Time flew by while they were laughing and eating. In the middle of their meal, a voice rung out. It seems Jin is not coming. This instantly turned their jovial atmosphere into a depressing one. Ranjiku stopped talking and Yuro looked down. You couldn't see her expression. Although Kitaro was the one who brought it up, he also stopped talking. Jin had become the 3rd seat of the 5th division and he hasn't met his friends ever since he left the academy. Itsuki knew why, but he wouldn't tell them, so he also kept quiet. They quietly finished their dinner and went their separate ways. Kitaro and Yuro had left ahead. Meanwhile, Itsuki walked Ranjiku back to her dorm. It was a silent walk back as Itsuki never spoke and Ranjiku wasn't in the mood. Their shoulders were touching, and a hesitant look was plastered on Ranjiku's face. It seemed that she wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. As Itsuki dropped her off, he suddenly called out. "It will be fine, trust me." Ranjiko looked back and gave off a smile. Not her usual cheerful one, but one with relief. Itsuki saw her off and returned to training. He wanted to achieve Bankai as soon as possible. The next day, Itsuki was currently in his office going over the happenings of the year. Looking through the reports, he found out that no changes had happened in the nest of maggots and there had been a drastic decrease in the attempts to escape prison. Many plans were destroyed before they even started. Plans were strictly confidential where one person didn't know something out of their jurisdiction. For example, a lookout would only know of the place he is surveying and that outside of the area should be another one. Each lookout had different areas and different shifts. There was never a constant shift. There could be lookout one who just started while the second lookout could only be halfway through his shift. The time for an individual's lookout varied as well. One time it could small while others it could be big. Only Itsuki had the whole routine and plan thoroughly known, not even Yoruchi. Even for her, it would take a considerable amount of time to get some understanding of how the lookouts of the prisons worked. It would have been a normal day, if not for someone currently standing in front of him. It was a member of the inner court troop. These members were only mobilized to transport information when there was an urgent mission or a mission that had to be done in secrecy. He wore a red kimono over his uniform with a bamboo hat and was carrying a backpack. "I carry orders from the captain." Saying this, he handed Itsuki a scroll before leaving the room. Looking through the scroll, Itsuki memorized its contents and grabbed his zanpakutos as he left towards the meeting point. The meeting point was on top of a cliff and Yoruchi was already there. Flanking her was two of her personal guard alongside Soifan and another man. It was a rather large man that wore the standard Shinigami uniform while also having a purple collar. He had curly brown hair and a face that screamed Yakuza. Noticing the lieutenant armband, Itsuki realized that it was the current 2nd Division lieutenant. Itsuki hadn't met him since his promotion and he finally met him. He was also the corps commander of Patrol Corps. Chapter 36, title at the end. "You're here," Yoruchi stated as she turned around, looking at all the members present. "I presume that you have all read the mission details. This is a top-secret mission from Central 46, any leak means that you would sitting at the opposite end of those old fogies, being sentenced." Her gaze lingered at Itsuki for a bit before looking away. Itsuki knew what this gaze meant. His talent was too astonishing, and he was definitely in the eyes of those from Central 46. Any step out of line will cause them to become a pack of hyenas preying on him. Politics, Itsuki sighed before concentrating on Yoruchi. There has been suspicious movement from a group of Shinigami. With the excuse of a leave for reasons pertaining their family or some other reason, they have gone off-grid and have disappeared. This wouldn't have been a job for us, if not for the fact that they were either from the same clan or the fact that they disappeared around the same time. We don't know how many there are, so be careful. We've got the general location from the Patrol Corps who went to scout ahead, but there are 3 locations. One in District 80, North Rakongai, and the other in District 74, West Rakongai. Me and Morenishin will go to the north while Soifan and Itsuki will go to the west." "What? Yoruchi-sama, why do I have to?" Soifan's rejection was quickly shot down by a stern glare from Yoruchi. "Here, these have the information related to the Shinigami that have gone missing. Take a look while you are getting to your location. Take some subordinates but not too many. Act on your own discretion and make your own choices, I'll take responsibility in the end. Lastly, take care and good luck. Disperse." With this they made their way to their location while bringing some subordinates with them. Soifan and Itsuki bought 5 members each from their corps as they made their way. Due to the urgency of the situation, Soifan and Itsuki went ahead as their Shuinpa was superior to their subordinates. His Shuinpa is not bad, Soifan silently thought as she looked at Itsuki. They both were currently running over the buildings in the higher numbered district. As she looked at him, her eyes were drawn to his eyes. Those eyes, they're really cold. Apart from that, he is really handsome. No. Wait. What are you thinking, Soifan? For you, there is only Yoruchi-sama. No one else. Tumble. Soifan suddenly missed her footing due to the momentarily lapse of concentration. Falling to the ground, she quickly got up only to see Itsuki looking down upon her. Seeing the derision in his eyes and the slight smirk, she got embarrassed by her stupid mistake as her face went red. Getting up, she slightly hoped getting some help from Itsuki, which never came. Knowing that time was something they lacked, they quickly got over that situation and made their way to their destination. Soifan kept feeling Itsuki glance at her from time to time. It felt as he was mocking her. She tried to ignore him but found it difficult as her ears grew more and more red. Luckily for her, they quickly arrived at their location before she could lose it. What came into their view was derelict mansion that looked as if it was neglected for years. Surprisingly, it was a 2-story western mansion with weed and shrubs littering the front yard and vines growing on its walls. Being eerily quiet as no noise could be heard, it was a scene straight out of a horror movie. For both the Shinigami, however, it was nothing. They deal with souls and spirits. If they were scared, then this wasn't the right job for them. Feeling Ryatsu's signatures inside, they waited for their subordinates to arrive before entering. As this was official work, they all wore their masks, with the detention corps staying outside. Although they were experts in Hakudo, infiltration was a job for the executive militia, Itsuki being a special case. Itsuki had masked his Ryatsu from the start with the help from Byako. He was like the wind, virtually invisible. Knowing that the people inside didn't know they were here, Soifan and her subordinates quietly infiltrated the mansion, only finding a few Shinigami. In the main hall, the unconscious Shinigami were rounded up and were woken up with a bucket of cold water. All these Shinigami were missing and were the ones on the list. There was one that wasn't on the list, and Itsuki suspected him from being identified as missing before this incident. Asterisk a round of tort, a hem questioning later asterisk. Wiping of the blood in their hands, the Shinigami were given to the detention corps. They then made their way to a secret underground base beneath mansion and were able to immediately sense a lot more Ryatsu signatures. They seemed to have entered a large open space with a group of Shinigami assembled in the middle. 2 pillars could be seen separated from each other as 2 Shinigami were in front. On Mitsukido, you're too late. A Senkaman was suddenly opened as they started pouring into it. Itsuki and Soifan tried rushing into it but were met with resistance in the form of a barrier. Realizing they need to be quick, Itsuki activated his mystic eyes and slashed through the barrier. Releasing Byako would take too much time. As they were about to catch them, an unfamiliar Ryatsu suddenly appeared beneath them. Dodging to the side, a being suddenly arose from the ground, sending dust and debris everywhere. As the debris cleared, Itsuki looked towards the Senkaman, realizing that it was now closed, and no Shinigami could be seen. With the task becoming a failure, Itsuki turned to look at what came out of the ground. Just as he was turning around, Soifan's shocked voice could be heard. A dragon. Title, Dragon. Author's note. Well, I'm finally back. Life doesn't always go as planned, hence the lateness, but for my mass release I'm just going to pour out as many chapters as possible until Friday. After that one chap/day, fingers crossed. And yeah, none of this is original, all part of the Bleach world. Read the one-shot Burn the Witch to know more, or just stay tuned. Some people have told me of an LN for after Bleach. Where can I find it? And, woohoo, I'm back. Chapter 37, Rebellion. Dragons. Unique creatures. They have many forms, too many to count. They are not spread around the world and are exclusive to London. While there were some in Japan, they were all indiscriminately killed and completely wiped out from this region. Now they can only be found in London, being the reason for the 2 dragons on the London's coat of arms. Dragons are mostly passive and don't harm other beings. Rather, they produce things like minerals, fuels, electricity, and even grapes. They are harmless beings until they come into contact with humans. Humans have negative feelings, part of the reason why some hollows are born. These dragons would absorb the negative emotions of humans, turning them into what is known as a dark dragon. These dragons are extremely harmful to humans and would attempt to eat them on sight. They were responsible for 72% of the deaths in London. Similar to the one in front of Itsuki and the gang. It was a large western black dragon with a light-colored underbelly. It stood on 4 powerful legs and had 2 gigantic wings on its back. With a loud roar, a cold glint flashed in its eyes as it swiped its claws at Soifan, kicking up some dust. Soifan, however, easily dodged the strike. How did a dragon get here? Shouted Soifan as she jumped back, getting some distance between it. The other 5 members took out a tachi or a ninjato. Itsuki never knew if there were zanpakutos or a normal weapon, but he got to see them when they attacked. 4 of them left some slash mark on the dragon, but 1 broke when attacking it. This proved detrimental for the person as the dragon moved to bite the member. The other members, however, didn't move to save him, rather, they took this as a chance and once again slashed at the dragon. What they didn't expect was a tail would swipe at them when they attacked. Dark dragons were highly intelligent, so it was likely it baited them into attacking. What it didn't expect was that they wouldn't even try to save their comrade but go for him instead, so it did end up getting some more injuries. Luckily, the 5th member took this as a chance and moved towards Soifan. He was now useless in battle. Although this took some time, explaining it all happened in an extremely short amount of time. After rendering the 4 of them unconscious, it started to go towards the nearest being, Itsuki. Seeing the lines of death on the dragon, Itsuki sighed and made a move. Why? Suddenly the dragon started screaming as it leaped towards Itsuki. Must be the negative emotion of the human it touched, Itsuki thought. Deactivating his eyes, he brought his hand forward and pointed his index finger at the dragon. Bakudo number 61, Rikujakoro. Suddenly 6 thin and wide yellow beams of light were shot out and planted themselves around the dragon's midsection. It was now completely immobilized and was struggling to get free. Soifan was shocked with this spectacle. He used a high-level Kido while abandoning its incantation. The useless member was also shocked silly. Sadly, the other four couldn't see this spectacle, but they would also be shocked. Knowing that struggling would now be useless, the dark dragon started shrinking and morphed into its human form. A disguiser. Disguisers were dark dragons that had inhabited a dead body, living amongst humans and posing as the body they took over. They used to be prominent before they cleaned the streets in the 1800s in London, but their numbers decreased after that. This dragon took the form of a middle-aged man. Messy blonde hair and sunken brown eyes gave the impression that the man wasn't living well enough. He was of Caucasian descent, typically found in the streets of London. He must have been an unfortunate soul that passed away and was then possessed by a dark dragon. Even in its human form, the yellow beams of light held him in place. Soifan and the useless member were pulled out of their shock and came towards the human. Knowing Itsuki wouldn't say anything, Soifan started interrogating. So, why is a dragon here? Not going to speak, huh? Doesn't matter, we don't have much time, so I'll skip the foreplay. A vicious grin plastered her face when she said that. Seeing this, Itsuki thought. If I wasn't witnessing this, it would cause a lot of misunderstandings. Asterisk, a round of interrogation later asterisk. Who would have thought that this was their plan? Soifan wiped a drop of blood off her face. What plan? A voice was heard behind them as they moved away from the now listless human/dragon. Turning around, they saw that it was Yoruchi. There was no one in our location, so I hurried over when I got your message. So, what is their plan? It seems they plan to use the dragons to plot a rebellion against Soul Society. Yoruchi was shocked as her eyes widened with surprise but quickly got back her composure. Who would have thought Fang clan would stage a rebellion, with dragons to boot? It seems we need to go to the real world, more specifically London. First, we need to go and get our Ryatsu sealed. Itsuki, as it's your first time, it would take a moment to get used, but I'm sure with your talent it won't be long. You would only be able to use a portion of your strength, so we would need to be extra careful. Chapter 38, London. On their way to get these seals, Itsuki asked. Why do we need to seal our Ryatsu? Although Itsuki knew, he had to ask the question. Soifan replied to him. All captains and lieutenants have to have their Ryatsu sealed when they move to the real world. Their Ryatsu is too immense that it may cause repercussions in the real world if they let it flow freely. The Ryuryoku can influence the normal population, causing some people who an above average amount of Ryatsu, compared to an average soul, to awaken abilities. Yoruchi took over. These seals are known as limiters. They will suppress your Ryatsu by 80%. You, Itsuki, are a special case. Although you are only a third seat, you have captain class Ryatsu, so that's why you also need a limiter. Itsuki gave a look of understanding and spoke no further. Upon getting their limiters, they met at the large Senkamen where around a dozen subordinates were already there. The one who were leading were just Yoruchi, Itsuki, Soifan, and Morenishin. The rest were just there to scout, help keep watch for prisoners and other miscellaneous tasks. Yoruchi gave a nod to the two members of the Kido Corps as they opened the gate. Yoruchi went in first with the rest following after. Real world. London, Piccadilly Circus. A pair of shojis appeared in an alleyway where a dozen or so people left it. Yoruchi transformed into a cat while Itsuki got into a jigai. Jigai were artificial bodies created to host a soul of a Shinigami within the real world. The jigai was currently just a muscled human with no distinctive features. Once a set of clothes were put on it, Itsuki got into it. As it was his first time using one, he felt some resistance but ended up getting into it. Itsuki was wearing a white close-fitted shirt with cuff sleeves and plain black imperial silk tie. A black and white striped, double-breasted waistcoat was donned above the shirt with a long black overcoat above it that reached his knees. He wore black trousers that loosely fell to his ankles and leather shoes with a pointed front tied by laces. He wasn't wearing any sort of hat, but the black clothes made him stand out more. He now looked like a 17-year-old from a noble family. The members of the Onmitsukido went separate ways, but some followed Soifan to scout London for any of the rogue Shinigami. Only Itsuki and Yoruchi were visible to the normal citizens of London. Yoruchi accompanied Itsuki as they made their way through the streets of London. They were surrounded by three-story Victorian buildings and many looks of infatuation and envy towards Itsuki. No one approached Itsuki as he seemed like a noble, and ones who did were thrown off by his cold aura. Yoruchi garnered a variety of looks from fear and dread to curiosity and wanting to pet her. Carriages pulled by horses were a norm, with men dressed in three-piece suits with a top hat and women wearing ostentatious clothing with bustles, hoop skirt, crinolines and the lot. However, you could feel the segregation between men and women, as currently, in this time, women had little voice. Itsuki could feel the annoyance from Yoruchi. Hearing a commotion, Itsuki followed the source to a large crowd. They were gathering around a sculpture with a winged person on top as it held a bow. A bronze fountain lay beneath it with a plaque stating, Shaftesbury Memorial Fountain. To commemorate Anthony Ashley Cooper, 7th Earl of Shaftesbury in his works replacing child labor with school education. Long live the Queen. Seeing this, Itsuki went for a nearby newspaper and read the current date and headlines. Wednesday, June 29, 1893. The search for the survivors of HMS Victory continues. Looking at the date, he realized that, in a way, he had traveled to the past. He never knew if this was the same universe he was in his previous life or a completely different one. However, the history was still similar to the previous one. Maybe he would see himself in the future, maybe not. While these thoughts crossed his mind, Itsuki felt something on his feet. It was Yoruichi patting his feet with a look saying, "We need to move." Bringing himself out of his stupor, they made their way towards their destination. While they were walking, they saw a girl walking in front of them. She was wearing a black uniform consisting of a 3-button suit over a white undershirt and a thin dark ribbon tie, a short black skirt, knee-length black leggings and brown dress shoes. She had waist-length black hair, long bangs, and a small, white, horn-like extension on her left temple as a solemn expression masked her face. She seemed to be part of a well-known school from the whispers of the bystanders. The two Shinigami never cared much until they realized that they were going the exact same path, almost making it seem that they were following her. If someone observed them for a period of time, it would look like an extremely handsome boy and black cat following a schoolgirl. Not that anyone would. Astonishingly, they followed her all the way to the back alleys and down a flight of stairs and ended up in front of a red telephone kiosk. This surprised Itsuki as this telephone booth was introduced in the 1920s while the girl's dress code was from something far in the future. It seemed that there may be some differences with this universe compared to the previous one. As she walked past, she took out a dog treat from her bag and fed it to a nearby dog. It was a small white Pomeranian with dark paws. While she was doing this, a scream was heard from behind where a young man with dirty blonde hair ran towards Noel. "Let me see your pan." Before he could say anything any further, he was immediately incapacitated with a punch to the face. This, however, didn't stop him from finishing his sentence. "Ties, Noel-chan." Before he could get up, a chop to his neck rendered him unconscious. Only then did Noel turn to look at the people that had followed her. What greeted her sights was a beautiful white-haired man with incredible cold blue eyes. He seemed to be a well of noble. Next to him was a black cat that had gloss fur, but the intelligence in its eyes spoke something else. "Why are you following me?" she interrogated. "We happen to walk the same way," Itsuki replied as he observed the girl in front. Before she could say anything, Itsuki carried on. "You're a witch, aren't you?" Chapter 39, Reverse London. The girl called Noel was shocked by this question but was instantly vigilant against Itsuki. Stepping back, she questioned. "Who are you?" She knew she had just confirmed her status and it would have been better to act oblivious. But call it her intuition, she felt that it would be useless to try and trick the opposite party. As she questioned, she pulled out a pistol-looking contraption and pointed it at them. Looking at the device, Itsuki felt that it looked particularly weak and realized that it didn't threaten his safety. As the opposite party was not a foe but rather an ally, he decided to comply. Minamoto Itsuki, 3rd Seat of the 2nd Division, Gotei 13. Hearing his answer, Noel was shocked. The East Branch. Unlike the Western Branch that oversaw domesticating dragons, the Eastern Branch was in charge of the passing of souls. Strength-wise, the Eastern Branch was leagues ahead of the Western counterpart. She was just a human who had received training where she could interact with dragons. A male would be known as a wizard while she was a witch. They were further divided into 2 ranks, Sabers and Conservation Rangers. She was from a smaller subdivision within the Conservation Rangers known as Pipers. While Sabers patrolled the streets of London and were the combative force, Conservation Rangers overlooked the domesticated dragons and helped harvest their resources. To decrease her suspicions, he took out an object to further verify his identity. It's a coin that had WB written on either side of it. This decreased her vigilance as only members of Soul Society can get access to this coin. Clearly, she didn't count for any traitors. The WB stands for Wingbind, which was the organization that was in charge of witches and wizards, similar to the Gotei 13. They came up with the rules and regulation used around here, and all witches/wizards were part of this organization. Like how all Shinigami were part of the Gotei 13, not counting for rogue ones for both cases. After confirming their identities, she realized that she wasn't in a position to interrogate them and walked into the telephone booth with Itsuki and Yoruichi following after. Looking at Yoruichi, she looked up to Itsuki. "The cat. She's my captain." Another shock passed through her body before as she looked back at Yoruichi. Yoruichi just stared back. Noelle hurriedly collected herself as she inputted her WB coin into the telephone. Picking it up, she recited. "Naihashi Noelle, reporting for duty." Naihashi. Japanese. Before Itsuki could ask anything, the telephone box suddenly dropped into the ground below. After a period of darkness, a light suddenly flashed in Itsuki's eyes as he squinted a little. Getting used to the sudden light, he realized that he just arrived in a place that was similar to London but also wasn't. A large building could be seen with the words Wing Bind plastered across the top of the building, presumably the HQ. In the distance, various type of dragons could be seen alongside many farmlands. It was just like a replica to the London above and felt harmonious. Noelle Naihashi turned to Itsuki and Yoruchi. Welcome to Reverse London. She was suddenly interrupted by an explosion and a roar in the HQ where plumes of smoke started to rise. Landing on the ground, they rushed out only for a dragon to land in front of a gate, partially destroying it. On the gate, there was a massive coat of arms reading SSWB with a plaque above it stating Soul Society West Branch. The dragon slowly started dissipating as another girl came down flying on a small dragon. She had green eyes and blonde hair tied to twin ponytails held by metal bands. She wore the Conservation Ranger's uniform consisting of a green suit unbuttoned over a white shirt and a red and black plaid cape with the words Conservation Ranger written on it. It was fastened to the front with a red bow. She also wore a black skirt held up by two straps over her shoulders that featured a gold gemstone on the front. She wore stockings that reached her thighs with the right one falling short to accommodate her gun's holster. She also wore black boots with more gemstones on her ankles. She called out to Noelle. Nia, you're here. Noelle also wore her cape before replying. What's happening, Nini-chan? What was that explosion? Well, there were some intrude. That's when Nini-chan registered the two newcomers. Who are they and why is she naked? Yoruchi, who had turned back to her human form, dressed up as she winked at Nini-chan. Like what you saw. Nini-chan went completely red as she looked at Yoruchi, then to Itsuki as her blush deepened. Itsuki was in front, so he never got to see the transformation as he gave out a small sigh of regret that went unnoticed by everyone. Suddenly a man came behind Noelle and went straight to Yoruchi. You must be Shihuin Yoruchi-sama, the director sends his greetings and apologies. It seems that the HQ was attacked, so he is unable to come visit you. It's fine. Do you know who the intruders are? No, but it's suspected to be Shinigami. Just as he said that, more and more telephone booths came crashing down and out walked Soifan and the rest of the Onmitsukido. We came searching for a clan of traitors and we suspect them to be it. My team would like to enter battle. Do we have permission? Yoruchi asked. Wing Bind had a similar status as the Godi I-13, and they would still need permission for any movements. Yes, Yoruchi-sama, the director has given the permission. Also, Naihashi, Noelle, Nini I Spangle, you will be their guides. Yes, sir. I'll follow him to meet with the director while you guys go with the two girls. I'll meet up with you later. Yoruchi got a glove, wore it and punched Itsuki at the side of his head, brutally pulling him out of his jigai. The three members of SSWB were surprised but calmed down as they saw another Itsuki emerge out. Did you have to do that? But no one answered as Yoruchi had already left. A voice was just heard from the fleeting distance. I'm leaving Itsuki in charge. Author's note. As Burn the Witch is only a one-shot, I'll have to come up with many things. And how you liking it so far? Do you think this arc is dragging? Too fast? Can keep up? Exciting or meh? Feels useless? Useful? Getting all nervous as this isn't exactly part of the Bleach storyline, but it is part of the world. For all the people asking about increasing the word count, I'll try. I've been trying to keep it minimum 1,000 words. Chapter 40, Reverse London, 2. Yoruchi-sama. Soifan tried running after Yoruchi but was interrupted as a shadow engulfed her. Asterisk bang asterisk. It was Itsuki's jigai landing on top of her. Since it was abrupt, she didn't have time to react and was pushed onto the ground due to its weight. Regaining her bearings, she noticed a weight pressing down and the jigai's face incomparable close to her. So close. Her face suddenly flushed as she heard a cold voice interrupt her thoughts. Hentai. She looked towards Itsuki only to see a disgusted look directed at her, deepening her embarrassment as she hurriedly tried to get up. Some of the Onmitsukido members ignored this interaction and went to help Soifan. We didn't hear anything. Naihashi, Noelle, lead the way. Itsuki ignored helping Soifan and turned towards Noelle, bringing her out of her thoughts. For some reason, Itsuki found some sort of pleasure in teasing Soifan. These weren't due to him having romantic feelings for her, but she, in all fairness, did make for an easy target for someone to tease. It was similar to how you would irritate your little siblings. Now we know where Ryurai gets her personality from. Siblings, huh? This thought irritated Itsuki for some reason and an unpleasant feeling welled up in his chest. Itsuki was quite contradicted with what to do. On one hand there was Ranjiku, a gentle girl who liked Itsuki back. On the other hand, there was a sense of loss, as if he wanted more. He never knew what to make of this feeling. Indecisiveness filled his heart. It seemed like his past life's lack of interaction with the opposite gender while being a part otaku had come back to haunt him. Interacting with Ranjiku may have helped Itsuki increase his confidence, but those deeply ingrained roots were hard to change. No matter who he was now or how cool he looked, it would be difficult for him to change his core personality, even with the changes brought from the mystic eyes. His mental abilities were also proving to be useless in this situation. It wasn't a simple set of calculations or a new life new me situation. Seriously, killing is much more easier. This thought shocked Itsuki, and a wry smile appeared on his face. It seemed his core personality was changing, but not in the way he hoped. The concept of death and slaughter felt familiar as if he belonged to it, was molded by it. This did however bring in a sense of decisiveness as he looked for a solution, before coming across a common saying. Time will tell. Everyone was occupied in helping SSWB, so no one saw Itsuki's subtle changes in expression. The unpleasant feeling didn't digress fully as he got irritated. Too slow. The innocent Noelle, who was riding a small dragon meant for the transport of witches, was suddenly lifted. Holding her in a princess carry, Itsuki pushed his speed to his maximum and made a beeline towards the direction where the explosion occurred. Noelle couldn't process what was happening as her surroundings started to blur. TCH, showing off. Soifan, now recovered, also increased her speed to catch up to Itsuki with the Onmitsukido members following suit. However, they failed to do so as Soifan started to lose ground against him. This only meant one thing: Itsuki's Shuinpa was superior to hers. Although she could tell that Itsuki was still inferior to her goddess, it was still superior to hers. This lit a fighting spirit within her as she refused to be outdone and pushed herself. I must not lose to him. Nini was surprised by the turn of events as she brought up her speed while screaming. Wait for me. Noelle didn't feel too well with the sudden change of speed, and before she knew it, they were facing a dark dragon. It looked similar to what Itsuki encountered in the Rakangai but only larger. The dragons roared with an expression saying, "You shall not pass." Itsuki felt amused by the look as he remembered a certain someone saying those lines. Noelle, however, was beyond terrified as it was her first time encountering such a large dragon. Still terrified, she felt a push and a gust that forced her to close her eyes. Opening them, she noticed that the clouds looked especially large in reverse London and were continuously growing. Growing. Wait, not growing, they feel like they're getting closer. They're not getting closer, I am. She finally realized that she wasn't being held by anything and was thrown into the sky. Quickly turning around, she saw a small Itsuki confronting a dark dragon. Ayag. Her scream was interrupted as she saw Itsuki put his hand on one of his katana, a flash, and returning his katana into the sheath, she didn't even catch a glimpse of the blade. What shocked her even more was the unmoving dragon suddenly collapsing and splitting into two, diagonally from its right shoulder to the left side of its waist. Another scream escaped her mouth as she felt herself to come to a halt and pulled downwards. Ahagig. She didn't scream for long as she felt two hands grasp her. Slightly opening her eyes, she saw Itsuki holding her as a breeze blew her hair. Moving her hair off her face, she glanced downwards to see the ground the same distance away as to when she closed her eyes, although it did look a little closer. A fierce vertigo hit her as she quickly lynched Itsuki's neck, burying her face into his chest. Itsuki was too shocked to move but quickly came to his senses as he started to slowly pat her back, calming her down. Calming down, she moved her head and turned away, refusing to show her blushing face. It was her first showing this side to the opposite gender. Shall we make a move now? Giving a small nod of approval, Noelle refused to look at Itsuki. The others just reached them as Itsuki shunpoed away. They all gave a look of shock seeing the dead dragon and its size. Nini was especially shocked as she surveyed the surroundings. Seeing the surrounding damage, she realized it was most likely caused by the dragon's arrival, not due to the fight. This meant that it was dispatched in one move, thinking to hear only one thought went through her head. Fierce. Suddenly a blush crept onto her face as she started to feel envious against Noelle. Putting her thoughts aside, she then followed the group trying to catch up to Itsuki. Itsuki arrived at the HQ of Wingbind. It was a fairly modern building that had around 7 stories with a castle-like roof with 2 towers. An emblem of Wingbind was underneath it. Now looking at it, Itsuki could see the source of explosion being from the 7th floor. He could sense the ryatsu of a dozen or so Shinigami coming from there. He shunpoed to that location and settled Noelle onto the ground next to him. Putting her down, he got a clearer view at the situation ahead of him. Bodies were laying strewing about across the marble floor with blood flowing across it. They wore a similar uniform to Noelle but had a more combat-orientated design. Around 12 to 13 Shinigami were there cleaning their blade, indicating they were the cause of the massacre that lay ahead of him. The sound of vomiting could be heard next to him as the sight was too much for Noelle. Growing up in a relatively peaceful place, it was the first time she came across a horrific sight such as the one in front of her. Itsuki closed his eyes upon seeing this scene, not to avert his gaze from the sight but to calm his emotions as his mystic eyes solely activated. He was furious. His thoughts were slowly pulled towards a conversation he had with Yamamoto. Flashback. Itsuki, what do you see as justice? Itsuki contemplated on this question. What was justice? Was someone who broke the rules evil? Was a person stealing to feed their child evil? Was killing someone just to fill your stomach evil? Itsuki didn't know. Training with Yamamoto gave Itsuki a profound insight to the term, the strong eats the weak. I don't know, sensei. What I do know that if I see something wrong happening in front of me, I will try to stop it. Even if it means going against the world's justice. Itsuki never replied, but Yamamoto got his answer. Letting out a sigh, he just said, I will give you my last lesson. Become strong and fight for your source of justice. You can leave. Itsuki bowed and left. Chojiro, who was next to him, asked Yamamoto. You sure about this? Yes, although we have different minds, we walk the same path. He's just like those other two kids. Giving out a defeated sigh as he got back to his paperwork. A few seconds ticked by as a roar was heard within the first division. Why is there so much paperwork? Chapter 41, Reverse London, 3. The opposite party went into alert and got into position upon seeing the third seat of the Onmitsukido in front of them. They didn't know why he closed his eyes, but a sudden foreboding appeared in their hearts. A chill went down their spines as their hands got sweaty. Because the tension got to them, they couldn't keep their cool and one attacked. Itsuki just stood there with his eyes closed as if he never noticed someone attacking. Noel next to him was petrified next to him and looked towards Itsuki. Noticing Itsuki with his eyes closed, shocked her, but with a sudden burst of courage jumped in front of Itsuki with her hands wide open wanting to protect him. To her, Itsuki looked like someone around her age and had closed his eyes upon seeing the massacre. Run away, Itsuki-san. She closed her eyes as a terrified expression masked her face, but she never hesitated at all and kept her stance. Hearing a sword entering a body, she expected a burst of pain coming from her body which, for some reason, never came. Rather, a cold arm surrounded her. Slowly opening her eyes, she came across a beautiful set of azure blue eyes with a gem-like pink circle in the middle. However, they weren't looking at her but behind her. Looking down, she noticed one of the swords missing from Itsuki's sheath and Itsuki having one arm around her while the other next to her head. Slowly turning around, another grotesque sight of a sword entering a man's head entered her vision. This time she never barfed but went pale with fright at seeing death in such close proximity. Wait here. A cold voice void of any emotion was heard as she subconsciously nodded and went behind Itsuki. The other Shinigami were shocked. They never saw when he unsheathed his sword or when he killed their comrade. Realizing they were facing a difficult adversary, they got into a combat-ready stance with their senses pulled to the limits. Itsuki pulled out his sword and swept it to the side, getting rid of the blood on the floor. He never needed to unleash his shuriken for the group of small fries ahead of him. Getting into a stance, he analyzed his opponents and using his mental abilities, he tried to find out the quickest and most efficient method to slaughter them. His blood started boiling at the notion of slaughter as he made his move. For Noel and the Shinigami, he just disappeared from their sights. It was silent, no noise was heard. Itsuki was using Byako, so the blade never made any noise. When it did, it was the sound of it entering someone's body. Hearing that very sound towards the very left of them, they turned only to see a few flashes and the body of the Shinigami exquisitely cut into a few pieces. It was too beautiful, the flash of the blade, the way it was carried out, just the art of killing was like a dance. Beautiful. A small voice escaped Noelle's mouth as she was mesmerized by the display. It was like looking at a frozen rose, cold and beautiful but deadly. It seemed that seeing the scene of the massacre may have changed the way Noelle looked at death, but was still no reason to how she got accustomed to it so quickly. TCH. An annoyed voice was heard behind her, causing her to jump up while giving out a cute yelp. It was Soifan and the gang as they had recently arrived. The members of the Onmitsukido were about to intervene, but Soifan stopped them. If he were to find trouble with this, then I'll kill him myself. Unable to refute her claim, they stopped in their tracks and got a proper look at the scene in front of them. No one had any aversion to this, they were trained elites, member of the militia corps, some of them had seen things much worse than this. All of the new arrivals were like this, all but one. Vomit. Nine just arrived and she was similar to Noelle in this aspect. Noelle hurried and went to help Nine as she calmed her down. They were partners, friends, and sisters, so they naturally cared for each other. A horrified look was planted on her face as she looked away. Noelle just hugged her and patted her back. She faced a similar situation as her, but sadly no one was there to hug her like this. It was as if a dam had broken and Nine started to weep quietly and Noelle following her. They saw some familiar faces amongst the dead and knew it was the last time they would see it. Those familiar smiling faces were no longer there with them. Soifan looked at them and looked back at Itsuki. She held some sympathy for the young girls, but that was all. With the mentality of the Shinigami, comrades dying was something one would face at least once in their time of being one. This especially being the norm within the Onmitsukido. Looking back shocked her as there were only around 5 of the Shinigami left. with the rest of them grouping up with fearful faces. Appearing in front of one, Itsuki slashed at his torso and moved to the side. It was an instant death. The body hadn't even fallen when Itsuki was next to another Shinigami. He didn't even have time to process what was happening when he was incapacitated. By the time Itsuki killed the fourth one, the first Shinigami killed had just landed on the floor. The last Shinigami seemed to be the leader. He was trembling and couldn't hold his sword properly. Dropping it on the floor, he fell on his back as he brought his hands up. Spare me, I'll tell you anything. Itsuki looked at the sorry mess in front of him and grabbed him by the collar. Height 3i. Staring into the eyes of Itsuki was like staring at death itself, for the Shinigami causing him to leak itself. The only reason that Noel wasn't scared of it was because Itsuki was able to increase his control of his eyes so innocent bystanders wouldn't be affected. He did this because, unless he points at someone, other people would only see his eyes change color, nothing else. It was one of the countermeasures for Aizen, as he knew that he would be interested with his eyes. So, it would be better if he could hide his aura so Aizen wouldn't get any leads to his eyes' abilities. Aizen was a dangerous individual with incomparable intellect. He was even able to trick Yhwach, even if it was for a short time. He was definitely at the top of Itsuki's list of dangerous individuals. He was a normal Shinigami at first and brought Soul Society to its knees. If not for the cheat known as Ichigo, no one knows what height he could have reached. Yhwach was the son of the Soul King and had an army of Quincy, which was the reason why he was stronger than Aizen. But regarding pure intellect, no one could hold a candle to Aizen. Well, now there was one, our very own protagonist. Itsuki was quite confident with his mental abilities, but it wouldn't hurt just to be prepared for the unseen. Throwing the sorry mess towards Soifan, he went forward to try find any leads. Not finding anything, he realized that this was most likely a diversion and got back to the gang. One of the members of the Onmitsukido were doing the interrogation with Soifan observing. I thought you would interrogate him. You think I would touch someone who has wet himself? Silence ensued as the screams of the men resounded throughout the floor. Noel and Ninei were still there as they covered their ears and looked away from the interrogation. After the screaming stopped, Itsuki came behind them and tapped their shoulders. You guys okay? Both of them turned around and weren't able to see behind Itsuki. Both with a slight flush in their faces nodded. Noel seemed to be hesitating about saying something but chose to keep silent. Itsuki noticed this and asked her. Is there anything, Naihashi Noel? She seemed to have come to a decision as she questioned Itsuki. Don't you feel something with what happened? Itsuki just stared at her and nodded his head sideways. We are Shinigami. In my training I had to kill many people just to get used to it. Us Shinigami were once just a group of killers before they came together and made the Godai 13. We have quite the different mentality, so don't worry about it. You just do your job while we do ours. Itsuki was quite shocked by how much he talked. He may have had some sympathy for the girls, but it was probably the longest he had ever talked. He hated it. I don't think I'm going to do this again. Before he could carry on thinking, Soifan called out. They had found what they needed. Chapter 42, Reverse London, 4. So, it seems that this was their plan all along. Did you get that? I asked, did you get that? I sigh. Soifan furiously turned around only to see Itsuki nodding. Wah, I want a reply, not a nod. Itsuki just looked at her and turned his head to the side, clearly ignoring her. Seeing this, Soifan just stomped her foot while gritting her teeth. Wah, why is he ignoring? Not knowing the reason, a weird feeling arose within Soifan along with another thought. What is he thinking? In truth, only one thought was going through his head at the moment. I should stay quiet for some time to make up for how much I talked. Balance it out. Giving himself a mental nod, he turned the Onmitsukido members and gave another nod while also giving one to Noel and Ninei. Confusion was written on their face as they weren't clear to what he was implying. What followed after was him using Shuinpa to come next to Noel, pick her up from the neck like a cat, and Shuinpa away. I think he wants us to follow him. An Onmitsukido member said uncertainly. Soifan was irritated by Itsuki's current actions and vented it out on the floor. Turning to Ninei, she shouted. Hurry and show us the way. Why, yes, ma'am. As they left, a droplet of blood fell from the broken side of the floor as if it was crying. Ah, the miseries of being a floor, being stepped on a day-to-day basis, yet when it gets destroyed, it won't be fixed immediately but rather, after a period of venting, only then would it be fixed. A distance away, Itsuki had suddenly stopped and turned Noel to face him. He said nothing, he was still on his silent strike. Noel just looked back at Itsuki and the period of silence continued, with Noel getting increasingly uncomfortable. No matter how handsome the opposite party was, it was still uncomfortable to get stared at with such intensity. Realizing that focusing intently won't make her realize his intentions, he got his other hand to point in various directions with the look where. Realization hit Noel's face as she clenched her right hand and smacked it down onto her left palm like striking a hammer. Oh. You want directions? Itsuki nodded. It's that way. With Noel acting like a human satnav, it wasn't long until Itsuki arrived at the destination. What he came across was a rather large tattered barn, probably the size of a football field. It seemed to have been years since it was last visited or cleaned. Itsuki never entered and waited for the rest to arrive. Surprisingly, it wasn't Soifan and them but rather Yoruichi who had arrived. It seems you're already here, Itsuki. Yes, Captain. Ah, he started talking again. We'll wait for Soifan and the others to arrive before infiltrating. Itsuki nodded once more as he let Noel down and rubbed his neck. He was tired from all the nodding. Sometime later, Soifan arrived and went straight to Yoruichi. Yoruichi-sama. While she did this, she gave a hateful glare towards Itsuki. This didn't go unnoticed by Yoruichi as she brought her hand to her mouth. Oh ho, it seems Itsuki has been bullying our little Soifan. Wah, no. Can we please focus on the mission, Yoruichi-sama? Soifan tried averting the topic as Itsuki just quietly listened. With there not being enough time, Yoruichi decided to keep the teasing for later and turned towards her team. I found out that the head plans on using the material of the first ever Dark Dragon to help him. We don't know how but all the investigations point towards this. We are on our own and there won't be enough time to call reinforcements from back home so it's just us. I'll take the lead and kill on sight, no survivors, we'll try to keep the head alive. Hi. Then let's move. Entering the barn, they came across a bunch of farming tools, not the usual size but large ones. There were also some weird ones as Soifan picked a weird-looking shear. What's this? Noel who was next to her looked at it and told Soifan. We use that to harvest grapes. Hia. A look of understanding was plastered on Soifan's face until Noel finished her sentence. From the snout of the camel dragon. Disgust immediately replaced the understanding look as she threw the shear away from her hand. Hearing a silent giggle to the side, she turned her head only to see Itsuki and Yoruichi covering their mouths desperately trying to contain their laugh. The other members made no such move but seeing the occasional tremble, it was clear they were trying their best not to laugh. Soifan immediately blushed in shame and forgot all her prior training as she rushed ahead. Seeing this Itsuki just looked until he felt something from the ground beneath. Seeing it was coming towards Soifan, he was about to warn her but someone else beat him to it. Soifan, watch out. Although Yoruichi shouted, Itsuki had already moved. The ground in front her exploded as she returned to her senses. Seeing a claw swipe towards her, Soifan realized her blunder and tried to bring out her Zanpakuto. However, just as she reached the hilt the claw was already in front of her with the intent to kill. Although she jumped back it was still quite fast and the distance seemed non-existent, still with her training she didn't give up and tried to fight back. Alas, it was useless. As despair sprouted in Soifan's heart, a shadow suddenly grabbed her into a hug and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. It was Itsuki. Yoruichi had just finished shouting while Itsuki was already next to Soifan. Looking up, Soifan looked at Itsuki's activated eyes and immediately felt something stirring in her heart. Itsuki just grabbed Soifan and retreated to the back as all the dust cleared. What appeared in front of Yoruichi and them was a monstrosity. All the other dark dragons paled in comparison in size and in power to whatever it was that appeared in front of them. It looked similar to the other dragons, just more menacing and seemed to have a sparkle of intelligence. A total of 4 smaller dark dragons appeared on the side with the Fawn clan members on each of their shoulders. Seems to be quite the party. Yoruichi turned to the Onmitsukido members. You guys take care of the small fries, I'll go for the head with. She then turned to Itsuki only to see a partial pink atmosphere. Itsuki looked down towards Soifan who was in his arms, he never said anything and checked to see if she was okay. Soifan looked up at his eyes with a hint of pinkness appearing on her cheeks. Itsuki looked back and dropped her. She seems to be okay. He then ignored her and walked towards the head. You guys seem to have created your own atmosphere there. Itsuki also ignored her and slashed at one of the small dragons in his way. There were 3 Shinigami members who attacked alongside the dragon only to realize that Itsuki was already behind them. Wah. Nani. Fast. By the time they turned around, a coldness spread throughout their bodies as their vision went blank. The last thing they heard was the sound of Itsuki sheathing his sword. The dragon fared no better and was also dispatched instantly. Soifan got back up with a livid expression on her face before coming to a sudden realization. Was I attracted to him? No. It can't be. I only have Yoruichi-sama in my heart. I only have Yoruichi-sama in my heart. I only have. She seems to have started to pray some mantra as she got up and joined the other Onmitsukido members with a resolute face. She had trust in Yoruichi-sama and approved of Itsuki's strength. All she could do now was try and quickly defeat the others and quickly join with Yoruichi. Itsuki and Yoruichi were currently in front of the first dark dragon and the head of the Fawn clan. Looking at this guy, it seems that he won't surrender, try to keep him alive, we need something to take back. The head took out his Zanpakuto and stabbed it into the dark dragon. A manic look was on his face as he released his Shirkai. Absorb, wretched octopus. Surprised by the turn of events, Yoruichi tried to stop him upon realizing what he was trying to do. Itsuki, however, stood there dumbfounded as he remembered something from his previous life. His ears turned red as his mind thought up various things. WRRRR. Although he had read up the information on the Shinigami's powers, it was different hearing a middle-aged man shouting it. Especially in such a proud voice. Quickly collecting his thoughts, he realized that he needed to train himself even more upon returning. Getting flustered by something so small was a shame and felt it was quite lucky that no one saw. He seemed to have finally found a path into awakening his Bankai. He needed to train his mind to serenity. He was rushing too much and needed to calm down. Upon realizing this, he seemed to have a breakthrough in his swordsmanship. Really, when it rains it pours. The last move of Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu seemed to have been presented itself to Itsuki. It was a difficult move and using it was hard. Itsuki may know the principles behind it, but using it could prove to be detrimental. However, now Itsuki was confident in using it without any side effects. Author's note. Kinda late, but just realized that with Itsuki, there won't be long fights, they will defeat it quite easily. He'll try not to rush it, but you guys don't mind that, right? Plus this chap was to show that Itsuki still has his flaws, but don't worry, he will overcome them. He is not perfect. He will stay our quiet and cool protag. Chapter 43, Return. Yoruichi looked at the head as he screamed hysterically. She tried to stop him, but the dragon got in the way and now she could only look while the man seemingly powered up. Walking next to Yoruichi, Itsuki looked on but felt something weird. Just as he was about to question it, the head took back his sword and looked upwards. Ha 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 ha, I feel power. While the head was laughing, Yoruichi questioned Itsuki. Why doesn't he feel strong? Is it because we are too weak that we can't feel his strength? Shaking his head, Itsuki replied. Probably adrenaline. Yet look, the dragon also looks disappointed. While this was happening, the head was in his own little world. Now with this I can finally go against Soul Society. Hoo, the man was right. Hearing this, Yoruichi and Itsuki were shocked. The men. Turning to each other, they gave a nod and made their moves. Itsuki, we need him alive. I was wondering how a small Fang clan could do this, but it seems there is someone else behind them. Take care of the dragon, I got this guy. Itsuki thought of a certain man and made his way to the dragon. Yoruichi, instead, shunpoed onto the dragon and kicked the head off. The dragon tried stopping Yoruichi, but Itsuki got in its way. The two looked at each other as Itsuki got into an Iaido stance. The stare-off continued for a while until both of them made their moves. The dragon leaped at Itsuki while swiping its claws. Although it was humongous compared to the others, its speed was nothing to scoff at. Itsuki, however, followed every move of the dragon. His breathing slowed down along with his hard breath. Time seemed to slow as the claw got closer. Just then Itsuki made his move. He unsheathed his sword and stepped forward with his opposite foot. However, mid-draw, he took another step with his adjacent foot, creating an instant acceleration similar to Shuinpa but faster. Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu Oji, Amakakuru Ryu no Hiramiki. The dragon just saw a flash and was then somehow facing the sky. A confused look masked his face before a lifeless one. It never knew how it died. Itsuki was behind it, crouching slightly with his sword finally stopping at his side. Getting up, he felt a pull backwards, but he never turned around. It was just a vacuum. That was there if the strike was somehow dodged or even blocked, so when the air rushed back in, they would be drawn to the user. Sheathing his sword, he got back up and surveyed his surroundings. The head was caught with an unbelieving expression. Itsuki could tell what he was thinking. It was probably along the lines of, how, I powered up and everything. The others were finished off while Noelle and Ninei were helping them out. With one left, Noelle got her gun and pointed at the last dragon. Absolute dragon shatter. A beam of light was released and disintegrated the dragon. They finally relaxed after taking care of the final one. But this didn't last long as they prepared themselves once more and turned towards where Itsuki and Yoruichi were. Turning with resolute faces, what entered their vision was nothing. Looking around, they saw the leader tied up with Itsuki and Yoruichi waiting for them. They were shook for a bit but let their guard down with helpless smiles. Coming next to them, Noelle turned towards. Itsuki-san didn't need help after all. Who, first name basis? Noelle got flustered at Yoruichi's teasing and looked away. Seeing Itsuki's stoic face, she felt somewhat disappointed. Trying to change the topic. So, where's the first dark dragon then? What are you talking about? It's right the. Soifan pointed behind her while looking back only to see the dragon gone. Itsuki also looked back to see the same thing. Wah. The dragon had somehow gone missing while the two were looking at Noelle finishing of the last dragon. Itsuki hurriedly rushed back only to see a depression where the dragon had landed after being killed by him. Searching round, there was no evidence that the dragon had somehow revived and escaped. Suddenly, a glint flashed in the middle of the depression. Itsuki didn't miss this and made his way towards it while keeping his left hand on his scabbard. This was something all practitioners did to be safe and ready in case they were ambushed. Naturally, Itsuki also picked it up. Using his foot to sweep away the surrounding debris, Itsuki took out a metallic object. It wasn't exactly a metal but did look like it. It was an oval in shape and reminded Itsuki of something. An egg. Is that an egg? Not knowing when, Yoruichi arrived next to Itsuki. She looked around, sniffed it a couple of times and gave it back to Itsuki. Seems like an egg to me. She then turned towards Noelle and Ninei with a questioning look. What is this? It's most likely the dragon's butt. There hasn't been a case where a dark dragon has left behind an egg. Out of sheer curiosity, Itsuki thought it would be a great idea to pour his Ryatsu into the egg. Yoruichi noticed this but decided to keep silent. She also wanted to know what would happen, so she came next to Itsuki. For a second, it was as if a pair of cat ears and a tail seemed to show up on Yoruichi. See you. A cracking sound brought Itsuki out of his thoughts as he returned to look at the egg. Faint cracks began to show up on the egg as Itsuki started to pour in more Ryatsu. Noelle wanted to say something but looking at Itsuki she felt safe and decided not to voice out her opinion. She was also curious. A short period later, a head burst out. It was incomparable ugly, but no one thought wrong of it. It seemed to be a bird with its beak. There were no feathers on the bird and because it was a newborn, it was hard to tell what species it was. Opening its eyes, it first glanced at Itsuki and stared at him. Two beings with ice-cold blue eyes looked back at each other. It seems to think of you as its mother. Yoruichi's voice suddenly broke apart the moment, while the voices of the Onmitsukido members were heard in the background. It is said that the first thing a baby chick sees becomes its mother. Itsuki realized this and looked back. The chick looked at him then looked at Yoruichi before falling asleep. It seemed that he just had to feed it Ryatsu and nothing else. Seeing that their job was complete, Yoruichi turned to the two girls. It seems this is where we part ways. The director has given me the way to leave, so this is goodbye. Noelle and Ninei looked at each other. Thanks for your help. Let's go, Soifan, grab the traitor and you guys grab the dead bodies and their zanpakutos, we're going home. While they were talking, around a dozen telephones booths came down with members of Shinigami walking out of it. Captain Yoruichi, we are from the 4th Division so we would take care of the dead bodies. The Captain Commander has called for your haste return. Giving the Shinigami a nod, she was about to make her way towards the telephone booth when a call was heard. Yoruichi-sama. Hearing Soifan's shout, Yoruichi quickly made her way towards her only to see a dead body next to Soifan. Quickly making her way, she turned the dead body around only to see black blood coming out of its mouth. Poisoned. But when I checked, there wasn't any sort of poison on him. Yoruichi felt irritated by this happening and called for an investigation. She didn't like not knowing. Itsuki was just there cradling the newborn as Noelle and Ninei came up to him. Ninei looked flustered and looked away with a humph and Noelle bowed towards him. Thanks for everything, it's Minamoto-san. Her face went red as she looked back only to see Itsuki's back. Did he ignore me? Itsuki started to walk away with Noelle standing back up. Just as she was about to leave, a faint voice was heard. You can call me by my first name. Noelle looked shocked but immediately a happy smile plastered her face as she responded. Hi. 2nd Division. Finally, I can rest. Yoruichi looked extremely blissful when she returned. After reporting her mission, she had to do a lot of post-work paperwork. Only now was she able to be freed from it. Sitting on her seat, she looked at the small bird nesting itself on Itsuki's hair. Only after constant investigations and experiments conducted on the behavior of the bird was Itsuki able to keep it. Those in the Central 46 were extremely paranoid when they brought the bird back, and only when there was an assurance from both Urahara and Yoruichi were they able to relax. Nothing came up from the investigations to how the head died and was just discarded as an act of suicide. This time Itsuki was finally able to meet Urahara, and he was just like the anime, a jovial man. He had helped Itsuki out tremendously this time in keeping the bird with simple reason of helping his kohai. White feathers started to bud around the bird, well, eagle. Although the color was different, the results of the test showed that it was a variation of a golden eagle. Maybe because it fed on Itsuki's Ryatsu, that was why the variation happened. A certain blue guy wanted to experiment more but was adamantly refused by Itsuki. Petting the eagle, it let out a few cute QQ before going back to playing with Itsuki's hair. So, what are you going to name it? Q. Yoruichi's words came as a shock to not just Itsuki but also the eagle. Somewhere in Siri-idi. A failure, huh? Author's note, important. This arc is now finally finished. Finally settled with a golden eagle. As for the name, with some help I have come up with Saikyo or Kokyo. Both of them mean death in a way, but I would also like your lot's suggestions. So if you have any good ones then post your own. The one with the most like wins and they have to be a proper one. Even if it has the most likes, I want choose a ridiculous one. Chapter 44, Inner World. The eagle looked at Itsuki as he looked back. A name, huh? The two gazed at each other as Itsuki got to ruminating. Looking at its eyes, Itsuki suddenly had a vision. It wasn't clear but he swore that he saw it. Focusing once more, the vision emerged once again as Itsuki closed his right eye. Now it was clear. He was looking back at himself. No, the eagle was looking at him and he just shared its vision. Although he found it surprising, he kept his cool as a name popped up in his head. I will name it Saikyo. As if when you see it, death itself was looking at you. Q-. It seemed Saikyo approved of its name as it jumped down onto Itsuki's shoulder and rubbed its face against it. Really? I was thinking of something along the lines of Pablo Romani Conti de Souza Pierre Antonio Lafafai, Fifi for short. Well, yours seems plausible, I guess. Hearing that name, Saikyo, who was rubbing Itsuki's face, suddenly lost its footing and fell to the ground. Luckily, Itsuki caught it quickly. It was still young, although it grew fast. Itsuki's eye twitched with Yoruchi's naming sense as he thought to himself. Luckily, I never asked for suggestions. Soifan, who was silently listening, decided to make herself known. What a marvelous name, Yoruchi-sama, but it's too bad that the eagle likes its name. Right. It seemed that even Soifan found Yoruchi's naming sense lacking. Itsuki, however, thought differently. She actually didn't support her. Seeing her change, Itsuki didn't think too much of it and excused himself. Before he left, Yoruchi called out. For your hard work, I'll let you use my hot spring. He had already left so he never saw the underlying smirk hidden beneath the shadows. Itsuki quickly reached his office and closed his right eye after placing Saikyo down. Indeed, we can share our vision, can't we? Q. Giving a nod, Saikyo looked smug as it crossed its wings. Itsuki didn't care as he told it to look in different directions and check to see if there was a limit. He couldn't fly now, so Itsuki had to personally put him at a distance and move back himself. After giving it a few tries, there were no distance limitations as Saikyo was like a familiar to him. Further tests would be needed if the vision sharing would work if Itsuki was in Siriiti and Saikyo in the human world, for example. Currently all he could think of was the hot spring and, in his excitement, seemed to have forgotten about the antics of a certain captain during a visit to the hot springs. Getting undressed, he relaxed in the hot springs as he closed his eyes while a rare blissful smile showed up on his face. Although he seemed to be relaxing right now, currently his mind was working to its full capacity. He was still trying to reach Bankai. A slight rip had appeared on the veil to Bankai and all he needed to do was rip it fully open, and that was exactly what he did. Walking through, he arrived at the peak, but the thing was that it was upside down. Strangely though, it seemed everything in this world was upside down as the snow was falling upwards. Looking up, he saw the peak where Bayako and Ryurai resided, but no presence of them. Returning his gaze, a figure clad in a white yukata was in front of him. To reach what Itsuki needed was to disregard all life, even his own. This exact notion was also needed to properly master Hiten Mitsurugiryu's last move, the one he used against the Dark Dragon. Walking forward, he tried reaching the figure that had their back facing Itsuki, but no matter how hard or fast he ran, he couldn't reach that figure. Realizing that he wasn't ready yet, he became confused as to what to do. With the figure not turning around, he couldn't see how the person looked. Suddenly, the figure started to swing the sword around as if they were practicing. Surprisingly, it was the Hiten Mitsurugiryu. Although Itsuki saw the moves, he understood that the person had a similar grasp on the sword technique as him. That carried on until the last move, Hiten Mitsurugiryu Oji, Amakakura Ryu no Hiramiki. Looking at the swiftness of the strike, he realized that his was lacking, too lacking. He doesn't remember the exact detail of the last move, and the manual doesn't go into much detail. He realized that to get to that mastery, he would need to have a bout with the opposite party. An intense desire surged in his heart as he tried to get closer to that figure but still failed to do so. Suddenly, the figure slightly turned their head and Itsuki felt a shudder. A connection of some sort. Focusing carefully, the connection came from their head, more precisely, their eyes. What Itsuki came across was a familiar pair of eyes. The same indifferent, azure pink eyes was what lay there. A lightning bolt flashed through his mind as the figure turned around. He knew that person. Suddenly, he was dragged out his inner consciousness by a forceful pull. He had a feeling that was hard to describe. He felt that to have a bout with that person he would need something that he was lacking. Waking up, he found himself in the same spot, the only difference now was the intruder in front of him. Yoruchi. In her cat form. Yo, seems like you have woken up. A strange masculine voice came out of the cat as he saw it swimming from one side to the other. Saikyo was giving out cries in the back as it found Yoruchi familiar yet unfamiliar at the same time. You should smile like that more often. It's more pleasing to the eye, not like you will ever be the opposite of that. The last part went unsaid as Yoruchi took a glance at Itsuki. Saikyo trotted to the side of the pool before making a few threatening gestures towards Yoruchi. Yoruchi smirked as she jumped out of the pool and walked towards Saikyo, with the figure of a predator. Saikyo slowly stepped backwards, but noticed its father behind. This gave the eagle a sudden burst of courage as it went back to threatening Yoruchi. This surprised Yoruchi as she never expected Saikyo to stand up like this. Before she could think, Itsuki quickly grabbed her and started petting her. Soft. Yoruchi's fur was really soft and, although he had petted her before, he couldn't get enough of it. Behind Itsuki, Saikyo was proud of her papa as it had taken care of the big bad creature. Giving a few cute cries, she returned back to playing with Itsuki's hair that was spread along the side of the hot spring. Yoruchi was annoyed at Itsuki suddenly grabbing her but couldn't resist the petting. Nya. Suddenly a girly voice came out of the cat while Itsuki was petting her. Itsuki continued to pet her despite her trembling as a sudden smirk appeared on her face. Asterisk poof asterisk. Smoke immediately covered Itsuki's vision as the soft fur disappeared from his grasp. Instead, what replaced it was the feeling of soft skin. Confusion appeared on Itsuki's face as he couldn't see what was in front of him. With the smoke clearing out, he was finally able to see what he was touching as an all too familiar face appeared in front of him. What? See, Captain. Seeing his hand touching Yoruchi's chest, Itsuki got flustered. His eyes widened and his ears got red with a slight unnoticeable blush appearing on his face. Yoruchi, who saw this version of Itsuki, had one thought going on in her head. Cute. Shaking those thoughts out of her head, a playful smirk returned to her face. Nya, Itsuki-kun, don't touch there. Looking at where he was touching, he quickly retracted his arm as he tried maintaining his composure, returning to his cold facade. What are you doing, Captain? Yoruchi didn't answer as she brought her two hands and wrapped it around Itsuki's neck. She inched closer with her face and soon, they were looking at each other's eyes. Itsuki's breathing was steady yet his heart wasn't. Looking at those eyes, something stirred within him. Like what you see. The same playful smirk was plastered on his face as he kept his silence. Foo-foo. Giving a slight giggle, Yoruchi moved away from Itsuki and returned to her cat form. Asterisk poof asterisk. Quickly, finish your bath. I'll be taking you somewhere. Giving a nod, Itsuki also left the pool with a dazed Saikyo with him. It seems that the heat had gotten to the bird. Steadying his heart, a wry smile appeared on his face as he remembered Yoruchi's character. She was like that in the anime. I need to sort out my memories of the show first just in case another situation happens due to my negligence. While Itsuki was getting ready, Yoruchi had returned to her human form and was in her captain attire. She stood there waiting with one hand near her chest. That was close. Sometime later. Yo, Itsuki, took your time, who? Itsuki stayed silent as picked Saikyo from his head and kept it in his arms. She's back to her normal self. Yoruchi didn't wait for Itsuki's answer and carried on. Follow me, don't get lost. With this she shunpoed off with Itsuki following. Along the way she noticed Itsuki keeping close to her and she upped her speed. Itsuki still followed until she used her maximum speed and Itsuki started to fall behind. Looking around she found her destination and landed outside a manor. Itsuki, who arrived a little later than her and saw the plaque that was engraved on the side. Kuchiki Manor. Chapter 45, Kuchiki Byakuya. The Kuchiki Manor was a typical noble house with various rooms and courtyards. It was surrounded by a wall similarly found in all of Siriidii but with the Kuchiki insignia on the entrance. Entering the Kuchiki Manor, they were guided by the servants to the main hall where they came across two men. One was a relatively old man wearing the standard captain's uniform with a sleeveless haori. He had slate gray eyes, long gray hair and a gray mustache. He wore an expensive white scarf across his neck. Looking at the scarf, it reminded him of Kuchiki Byakuya's scarf. This scarf was a family heirloom which was handed down from generation to generation and was given to each clan head. Apparently, it was made from the silk of a silver-white wildflower and was personally crafted by Tsujishiro Kiromon III. He also wore black fingerless teko covering the back of the hand and looped up to attach to the base of his fingers. Next to him was a man that looked similar to Kuchiki Byakuya but different. He wore the standard Shinigami uniform but with a band stating Lieutenant on his left arm. He was of average height, had shoulder-length black hair and bluish-purple eyes. His bangs were pushed to the side while his hair was neatly combed. He wore a single kensiken on the left side of his face that signified his nobility as a member of the Kuchiki clan. The both stood there as the two men came towards Yoruchi. It's been a while, Yoruchi. It indeed has, Jinrei, and looking as good as ever, Sojin. The old man was the current head of the Kuchiki household and captain of the 6th Division, Kuchiki Jinrei. The man next to him was his son, vice captain of the 6th Division and the father of Kuchiki Byakuya, Kuchiki Sojin. Kuchiki Sojin was a talented fighter yet a kind individual. He was supposed to succeed Jinrei but was eventually killed in action. The three made some small talk while Itsuki stayed quiet. Jinrei looked at him from time to time before an approving light flashed through his eyes. It seems, Genryu Saidano has chosen yet another talented individual. Yoruchi was smug as her subordinate was praised. It was said that Jinrei had a good eye for an individual's skill or potential and what they must do to achieve their full potential. This was part of the reason why she brought Itsuki here. Turning to Itsuki, Jinrei stated. What you need is experience in battles, it is what you lack most. As for your full potential, I can't see the end of it. That was all he said before turning to Yoruchi. He only said something as he saw tremendous potential within Itsuki and that Yoruchi had brought him. Being a wily old fox, it was natural that he could see through Yoruchi's intentions and it wouldn't harm him even if he did say something. Plus, he could somehow gain some assurance for any future issues. It seems you aren't here to meet me. No, where's Byakuya? He's out training at the back. Jinrei left the hall with Yoruchi and Itsuki trailing. Walking through the corridors, Sojin excused himself as he had to return the 6th Division barracks for some work. Walking for a while they found themselves in front of a boy training with a wooden sword. It was in a relatively small courtyard surrounded by 3 small trees. The boy was wearing a white shihakuso like the academy uniform but with green trousers and without the logo. His sleeves had been tied to his body to prevent them coming in his way while training. The boy was engrossed in his training, so nobody disturbed him until he finished where Jinrei walked behind him. Training as always, Byakuya. Turning around, Byakuya wiped his sweat as he ran towards his grandfather. Grandfather, you're here. Will you be staying in the manor or in the barracks tonight? Jinrei just gave a nod before continuing. Byakuya, could you finish up today's training? You have a visitor. A visitor? Looking behind his grandfather, the only person he saw was Itsuki. A confused expression masked his face as he tried remembering who he was before failing to do so. Just as he was about to ask his grandfather, his hair that was tied in a ponytail fell on his shoulders. Realizing who the guest was, he swiped his sword backwards while shouting. It's you again, you workat. While giving out her signature laugh, she easily dodged the strike as she replied. Although I've said it before, I'll say it again. Greeting someone as workat right off the bat is not very nice, Byakuya boy. I even brought one of my subordinates to play with you. Shut up. When did I ask you to come and play? And besides, as the future head of the Kuchiki clan, I don't need to play. How many times do I have to tell you that? Itsuki on the side just watched the two quarrel with each other. Looking at Byakuya now, Itsuki tried comparing the future one to this one in front of him. How did this become that? While thinking like this, Yoruchi continued teasing Byakuya. It seems the future of the Kuchiki household is in a predicament with their future clan head's headband getting stolen by little girl while playing. This caused a twitch in Byakuya's eye as he chased after her. Failing to catch her, Byakuya never gave up while Yoruchi got bored. It seems she can finally do her main task. Byakuya boy, I'll give you your hairband back. Workat, you finally came to your senses. If you beat my subordinate with the sword then I'll give it back, I'll also do any one task for you. Hearing this, he unconsciously turned to look at the other guest behind his grandfather. You better keep your promise, Workat. He then shunpoed in front of Itsuki as his grandfather retreated to the side. A servant came with another wooden sword which was then presented to Itsuki. Finally getting a proper look at Itsuki, Byakuya was shocked by his looks but soon calmed down. He really is handsome, but the future clan head of the Kuchiki household shouldn't lose to a subordinate of that workat. While thinking such things he waited for Itsuki to get into stance. Itsuki didn't say anything as he took his zanpakuto off and picked up the wooden sword. Should I go all out, or shall I hold back? 10%. 50%. Before he could continue thinking, Yoruchi arrived next to him and whispered 2 words before grabbing Saikyo and shunpoing next to Jinrei. Destroy him. Well, it seems I'll be going all out. Upon arriving next to Jinrei, Yoruchi questioned him as her face changed to a serious one. Sorry for not telling you beforehand. Hearing this, Jinrei just shook his head. Ever since he was born, he has been training in the clan manor. It was time for him to receive some sort of setback. Jinrei knew perfectly well that although, among his peers, Byakuya was unrivaled, he hadn't had any sort of setback. Yoruchi wasn't enough to curb that arrogance, but Itsuki was perfect. He looked around his age and was well younger than him. Saikyo, who was suddenly grabbed, started protesting. I want to go back to Papa, let go of me, you meanie. QQ. Calm down, Saikyo. Look, Itsuki is about to fight. This seemed to calm her down as she observed her papa. Yoruchi came forward and picked up a stone. Get ready. While Byakuya placed his sword in front of him in the Chuden stance, Itsuki got into the Iato stance. Looking at the two of them, Yoruchi threw the pebble in the air. All the two waited for was the sound of the pebble dropping. They waited. And waited. And waited. Byakuya got irritated as a vein popped up on his forehead but calmed himself down after seeing Itsuki not getting agitated. Still he thought to himself. I'll get that workout later. As soon as he thought this, the sound of the pebble hitting the ground was heard. Forcefully, calming himself down seemed to pay off as Byakuya made his move. Stepping forward he swept his wooden sword downwards. Mid-swing, better yet, mid-step, Itsuki, in front of him, looked up and made eye contact. Byakuya suddenly felt a shudder down his spine when he saw those ice-cold blue eyes before seeing Itsuki suddenly disappearing from his vision. His eyes widened slightly as he lost the feeling of holding a sword when he finished his swing. Looking around he found his wooden sword a few feet away from him. He seemed to be in shock as he had lost to someone that looked around his age. Seeing her papa win, Saikyo gave out a few cute cries with a joyous look on her face. Yoruchi decided that it was enough and made her leave alongside Itsuki. Itsuki just gave one last glance to Byakuya before following Yoruchi and leaving. Chapter 46, Unexpected Encounter. Jinrei walked up to the downtrodden Byakuya as he picked his sword up to him. Grandfather, I lost. You did indeed. Quite pathetically. Jinrei sniggered while looking at Byakuya. In front of others, he would have an apathetic front, typical of a member of a noble family, while in front of Byakuya he would become a doting grandfather. Byakuya was shocked by his grandfather's merciless comments. As if not noticing Byakuya, Jinrei continued. I didn't even see his sword, it was too fast. Sighing lightly Jinrei looked at Byakuya. You barely moved your sword before it was thrown out of your hand. You didn't even take a step. The more Jinrei talked the more Byakuya got embarrassed. Trying to refute his grandfather he turned to him. But how can the workat have such a subord, As if catching something he looked at his grandfather. Grandfather didn't see his sword. In Byakuya's eyes, his grandfather was a strong individual, he was the captain of the 6th Division for hell's sake. Yet for his grandfather to not see that sword meant that in terms of pure swordsmanship that youth was probably above him. Who was he? The 3rd seat of the 2nd Division, Minamoto Itsuki. Minamoto Itsuki, where have I heard that name? Also the personal, wait, you don't need to know that. Hearing this Byakuya was curious at what his grandfather wanted to say but later just ignored it. If his grandfather didn't want to tell him then he won't force him. I need to defeat him the next time I see him. Clenching his fist, determination flashed through his eyes as he picked up his sword. I'll go back to training, grandfather. That strike, I'll be able to overcome it. Remembering that strike just enhanced his determination as he went back to training. Jinrei made his leave while giving one last look at his grandson. A servant glanced up only to look shocked as she looked back down. The head is actually smiling. Did the sun rise from the west today? Itsuki was oblivious to what was happening, however, currently he had troubles of his own. You went easy on him, didn't you? Yoruchi's questioning face was right up to him as she interrogated Itsuki. Feeling Yoruchi's breath, Itsuki retained his calm while replying. You told me to destroy him, so I did. Seeing Itsuki so calm she felt irked for some reason. With a playful smile adorning her lips, she pushed her breasts against him. Itsuki, want to visit the hot spring to have a more thorough discussion. Emphasizing the thorough, Yoruchi looked on with a hopeful look in her eyes. Itsuki looked towards her and inched closer. A pair of gold eyes and a pair of ice blue eyes were inches apart. No. I've got work. I'll be leaving now. Seeing Yoruchi's flustered face Itsuki gave out smile as he shunpoed away. Yoruchi stood there for a daze, before realizing she got played with. That brat. She also shunpoed away but to a different direction. Her voice was filled with annoyance, yet a happy smile was present on her face as she left. After this episode, the interactions between the two increased until Itsuki would regularly take bath in the hot spring with Yoruchi. At first, he tried having it in his own personal bathroom, but she would just intrude and join him. So, to avoid getting found out by anyone, Itsuki decided to just use the hot spring. Although they were able to hide it, there was one person that was getting increasingly suspicious by the way they acted around each other. So said person once tried following both of them in turns but always turned up empty-handed. One day, she will find out about us. Itsuki told Yoruchi as he relaxed. Yeah, who expected Soifan to have such a strong nose? Yoruchi, who was in her human form, replied. At first, she was only teasing Itsuki with this form. That however soon became boring as apart from the first time, she wasn't able to get him flustered like that. It seemed that it was only due to surprise that the first time worked. She did take her chances now and then but it all just seemed like an excuse to get close to him. Itsuki looked at her and knew what she was feeling. He felt like he was just leading the girls on with him acting like this. These feelings further intensified whenever he met with Ranjaku or his interactions with Yoruchi such as now. He got the faint feeling whenever he met with Soifan as he met with Soifan. Those meetings wouldn't last for long as whenever they were in close proximity with each other, she would get all flustered and do some stupid mistake. Although in the anime they were perceived as open girls, well only Ranjaku and Yoruchi, this was real life and Itsuki knew it didn't work like that. The next day, Itsuki was preoccupied with these thoughts when he got a sudden unexpected visit. "Yo Kohai, something seems to be troubling you." With a pink kimono draped over his captain attire, he stood at the doorway of Itsuki's office. "Come let this senpai listen to your trube." Shuinsue's ear twitched as he suddenly looked at Itsuki. "It seems we have company." Itsuki also noticed the intruder but didn't know what to do. "Let's look for a quiet place." Saying this, Shunsui disappeared with Itsuki following him. Sometime later, the figure intruded Itsuki's face before saying, "Too late. Although you're a vice captain, what are you doing in my division, Yadamaru Lisa?" Yoruchi appeared behind the intruder and questioned the girl. "Sorry, Captain Shihuin, I was looking for my captain, but it seems that I just missed him." I'll take my leave then." Yoruchi let the girl go as she then looked towards the direction Itsuki had just left. Itsuki was marveling at Shuinsue's Shuinpa proficiency. It seemed that he took a different approach as he prioritized distance over quickness. Whenever Itsuki took like 4 or 5 steps, Shunsui would have only taken 1. Stopping at the top of a cliff, Shunsui sat down taking out a bottle of sake. "Want some?" Itsuki shook his head as he stood next to him. "Seeing your look, it seems to be a girl." Itsuki just stayed silent as Shunsui continued. This senior had quite a bit experience in that area, want some advice? Sensei has told me about your adventures back then." Oh, the old man actually talked about it. While Shunsui was feeling smug about his achievements, Itsuki's next words brought him down. "He said you were a lecher." Yuji. An imaginary arrow was shot through Shunsui. "He also said the amount of times you were caught peeping was uncountable." Yuji. A second arrow. "The amount of times teacher had to step in, teacher had lost count." Yuji. Last arrow went through as Shunsui had tears pouring out his eyes. "So, let's talk about your problem." Trying to change the topic, he brought Itsuki's problem up. "Who is it?" Itsuki looked back at him and grabbed Shuinsue's sake bottle. "Hey." Not listening to him, Itsuki took a sip causing him to cough as he also sat down. "There are 3. Huh. Shunsui looked confused. "There are I heard the first time. I speak for all the men out there, go die." Itsuki gave a smile before taking a few more sips of the sake. It seems his throat was able to handle the alcohol now. "I know a way to clear your mind." Standing up, Shunsui backed up before calling out to Itsuki. "Let's spar, I want to see how strong my Kohai is." Chapter 47, Teacher and Students. The wind blew as Shunsui and Itsuki faced off. There seemed to be a mutual understanding that they would only use one sword against each other. "I've noticed this, but you always keep one hand on the sheath, even if you're just walking, you seem ready for an ambush." Itsuki couldn't help it. It was one of the things you pick up when training in the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu. Itsuki didn't pay much attention as it only brought benefits, no drawbacks. Seems like you guys are having fun." A third person suddenly appeared. "Yo Yukitake, you're here. I'm testing out our Kohai, so help us start this match." Yukitake laughed a little as he raised his hand. He wanted to talk with his Kohai a bit but that could wait. Swinging his hand down, Yukitake shouted, "Hajime." With the start given, both Shunsui and Itsuki moved. This time Itsuki didn't hold back, he was facing his senior that had tons of experience with the sword. Not to mention he was also the future captain commander of the Godai 13, that may have changed with the interference of Itsuki, but you never know. Meeting in the middle, both swords clashed before Shunsui felt another sword approaching. Blocking that, another sword approached Shunsui from the other side. Shunsui was baffled with the speed as he used pure instinct and experience to block the sword. Separating, Shunsui looked at Itsuki. "Quite fast, aren't you, Itsuki?" This time Shunsui called Itsuki by his name, effectively making him his equal. Itsuki's stoic face remained as he got into his stance. Yukitake on the side was also quite shocked by his speed. "It seems I would have to step it up a notch." Shunsui drew his other sword and stood there with both swords either side of him. Itsuki didn't draw his other sword as he wanted to see his limits with one sword. Once again, both combatants disappeared while Shunsui shouted, "Don't underestimate me." It seems he felt that Itsuki was looking down at him by not drawing his other sword. Clashing again, Shunsui encountered the same problem again. Itsuki's sword was too fast. His swordplay was nothing to scoff at as well. In terms of pure swordsmanship, Shinsui realized that he was weaker. Right now, Shinsui was fighting purely with instinct and experience, nothing else, and was being pushed back. Yukitake on the side was watching this as he thought. Sensei, what type of monster have you bought up? Even he could barely make out Itsuki's sword. By the time he caught one, he realized that it was just an afterimage and the real sword was already coming down for another strike. Shinsui felt even more pressure as alarm bells were ringing off in his head. Each strike that Itsuki gave was towards a vital point, although there was no killing intent, it was no reason to slack off. Sweat fell from his chin as it was cut in half with Itsuki's sword. Sometime later Shinsui's voice was heard. Yukitake, help me. Shinsui had absolutely no shame in saying that, as Yukitake picked up his sword. He knew his best friend and he knew that it was no normal situation for saying that. With Yukitake joining in, Itsuki finally unsheathed his second sword. Taking this chance, Itsuki used one of Ryurai's trick and blinded the two with a flash of light. With this he was able to jump back and once more pull off some distance between them. Taking some time to adjust to the situation, the three had a stare down in this 2v1 situation. It was a showdown of pure swordsmanship, so no shurikai, kido, or any power of any sort was used. Being alone, Itsuki decided to make the first move. It would have been bad if they made a pincer attack. He decided to first attack as he was fairly new to his swordsmanship. This proved to be correct as he was quickly overwhelmed by the attack. Shinsui stepped up as Itsuki retreated and appeared behind him. Swinging his sword at Shinsui, Yukitake's sword suddenly appeared to block it. Exchanging a few more moves, Itsuki came to a conclusion that these two were excellent partners. Being best friends for years and Yamamoto's students had allowed them to have excellent teamwork. Still Itsuki didn't back down, his swordsmanship was made for 1v many situations and he didn't lose out. This carried on for some time, none of them got an edge over each other. Before they knew it, they had an audience. One was a group of 2 men and 1 woman, the other of just 1 woman. It seems they are fighting. Lisa said as she continued. For them to team up, who do you think it is? I don't know. Shiba Kyan replied. Suddenly 2 of his group members started bickering. The captain is going to win. Obviously the captain is going to win. I thought he would win first. No, I thought he would win first. Both wanted to impress their captain. The male had black hair and a short goatee. He was wearing his own customized shihakuso with a white headband and white straps that went over his shoulders and were tied in a circle on his back. The female had dark blonde hair and gray eyes. She wore the standard shihakuso but had the collar of a white shirt protruding from her top while also wearing a pair of white gloves. Both, however, didn't know who their captain was fighting. This was a captain-level fight and Itsuki was too fast for them to notice. Kai and Shiba was feeling weird. Where have I felt this Ryatsu before? Suddenly a sigh was heard behind them. Lisa and Kyan suddenly froze while the 2 bickering also stopped. The 4 of them slowly turned around to see an old, bald man standing there. Captain Commander. The 4 suddenly shouted as they bowed their heads. The 2 bickering ones dropped down to kneel. These kids, causing so much noise while playing. Before he could continue, he suddenly saw how calmly Itsuki was holding off his other 2 students. This lit a fire within, but he forcefully suppressed it. I must remain calm before these kids. As he was calming himself, Shinsui's voice was heard. Ak, what's that blinding light? Lisa suddenly looked up only to see the sun reflecting of Yamamoto's head and a shadow covering his eyes before she started praying. Please Captain, stop talking. However, no one answered her prayers as the same voice came out. Who is that bald? Wait, Shinsui. Yukitake had noticed Yamamoto and tried to stop Shinsui but was too late. Knowing that Shinsui had kicked the awoken the sleeping dragon, Itsuki stopped attacking and moved to the side. He had just turned to look at Yamamoto when he saw a shadow covering his eyes. Itsuki could see the veins popping out of Yamamoto as he held his walking stick horizontally. Calling out. All things of this world, turn to ashes, Ryujin Jaka. Shinsui sweat dropped at his teacher's actions while only one thought was going through his head repetitively. Not the face, not the face. His thoughts suddenly came to an abrupt halt as he heard his teacher's next words. Some kid is asking for a beating. Ahag. 1 round of beating later. Itsuki was there sitting on his knees with Yukitake next to him. In front of them Yamamoto was fiercely admonishing them for creating a disturbance. A few meters away a charred corpse could be seen lying there. Well, it wasn't a corpse as it was still breathing. A few bruises were especially concentrated on the face. It seemed that Yamamoto took special care of that place while Shinsui tried his utmost best to protect it. The 4 subordinates were some distance away as this was the first time they had seen this side of their captains. It looks like a father is scolding his sons. Lisa suddenly called out. Yes, it does indeed. Kyan replied while the other 2 nodded their heads. Kyan then turned his head to the 2. This is the first time I've seen Katsubaki Sentaro and Kotetsu Kion shut up voluntarily. The two didn't say anything as Yamamoto was there, but one could tell from their face that they felt wronged. It seemed to say something along the lines of, "How can we talk like that with the captain commander here?" The berating lasted for quite a bit before Yamamoto turned to Itsuki and a proud look surfaced on his face. "I would say that your swordsmanship is on par with me. With some more training, you may even surpass it." Yukitake wasn't surprised by this as he had already felt that was indeed the case. The other four were far away and they couldn't hear what they were talking about. Suddenly a twitch garnered their attention as Shunsui woke up. All the hair on his body was burnt off and only the hair on top of his head had somehow survived. "Ugh, what happened? It seems you've woken up." Shunsui suddenly stiffened but turned around with a flattering smile. "Era, old man, when did you come?" "Not too long ago." "Haha, you look younger than before." Itsuki just watched the interaction with a smile. Turning to the four, he saw Kion looking at him with a complex look on his face. Chapter 48, Bankai. Kion continued to look at him with a complex look. He couldn't help it as it had only been over 2 years since he saw this youth when he first applied. Now he was the third seat of the second division and the student of the captain commander. Judging from the previous battle, it seemed that he could go toe-to-toe with captains and had far surpassed him in strength. Worst yet, it seemed his fiancée, Shiba Miyako, had somehow entered Itsuki's fanbase. Remembering his otherworldly looks, he started to feel that she was slowly escaping from his grasp. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he got. His complex look slowly turned to a depressed one where the atmosphere around him also started to show changes. Sentaro and Kion, who were next to him and instantly got worried at his changes. "Shiba Dano, are you okay?" This went unheard as he continued in his thoughts. The more Kion looked like this, the more worried they got. Their usual cheerful lieutenant was suddenly gloomy. They tried their best to cheer him up, but it was not until their captain returned did his gloominess subside. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Yukitake suddenly remembered something as he looked at Itsuki then at Kion before giving out a small giggle. He decided to not help the idiot and started making his way towards his division. "Let's go." "Hi." Shunsui also got up with his hair in a comedic afro. "It seems that we would have to talk another time, Kohai." He had returned to his normal way of addressing Itsuki as he left with Lisa. Only 2 people were left as Itsuki looked at Yamamoto's head. "It really is shiny." Yamamoto turned to look at Itsuki and only came across the familiar icy face. "Must have been my imagination." As this thought crossed his mind, he started lamenting on the different type of students he had. One was prim and proper but was bedridden with an illness and a weak constitution. One had a quick mind yet was mostly filled with lecherous thoughts. Lastly, there was Itsuki, had a calculative mind and a strength that was approaching him. He had the wits and the brawn but also had a mystery hidden beneath his icy exterior. Yet, he was too young. Sighing at his selection of students he looked back at Itsuki. "Seems like you've improved yet again." Itsuki just nodded as he watched Yamamoto leave. Why did he come here? Time passed with Itsuki training and doing his duties as the corps commander of the detention unit. Saikyo was growing ever big as Itsuki remembered her first flight. Itsuki stood there as a look of determination was plastered on the eagle's face. They were currently in Yoruichi's training place where her and Urahara played when they were young. It was also the place where Ichigo would later achieve Bankai. This being Saikyo's first flight, brought Itsuki's excitement to his peak as his eyes started to sparkle. Q. With one heaven-defying leap, Saikyo pushed the air underneath her. Gusts of wind blew outwards as she lifted off the ground on her own for the first time in her life. A flash of joy appeared in her eyes before being replaced by determination. Using all her efforts she looked up to see Itsuki's disappointed face. "Wait." Looked up. Saikyo was flapping furiously as she looked up at Itsuki. She had barely reached Itsuki's knees, but the higher the hope the bigger the disappointment. In this case, it was lower the flight, the bigger the disappointment. No matter how much effort she put in she wasn't able to go any higher. Wasting all her strength she fell to the ground with a depressed move. Looking at this, Itsuki felt sorry for her as he kneeled down and picked her up. Bringing her to look at his eyes, Itsuki was suddenly stumped. He didn't know how to comfort her. Due to this, Itsuki continued to look as he tried to say something while Saikyo looked back getting more and more depressed. Just when Saikyo was about to lose all hope, Itsuki's voice was heard. "Good effort." With this, Saikyo's mood took a 180 as she snuggled into Itsuki's hand. From there, Saikyo trained and trained until she was capable of normal flight. Further on, she tried her best to explore new heights and continued to fly higher. As for Itsuki, he slowly but surely inched closer to achieving Bankai until he was finally able to face the girl in the white yukata. This however had taken a total of 6 years, and Itsuki had guessed that there was roughly a year and a half to the holification incident. "You've finally come." Itsuki remained quiet as he looked at the girl before him. Right now, in his hand there was only one long odachi. It reached 2 meters long with the blade being 160 centimeters and the tsuka being 40 centimeters. The tsuka was pure black while the azure blade had a violet shine. The hand guard had a depiction of a coiling dragon roaring with the blade coming out of his mouth. The girl in front had short black hair and pale white skin. She looked around 16 years old and was cute while having a cat-like aura. She had a mature disposition while giving out a maternal charm, like an older sister. The indifference present in her mystic eyes was different from Itsuki's. Hers was similar to viewing something from the other side of glass. Two pairs of mystic eyes of death perception looked at each other. While Itsuki had the odachi, the girl in front had a seemingly normal katana. The stare-off continued until Itsuki spoke. I didn't expect to meet you here, Shiki Ryugi. Nor did I expect to somehow appear here from the boundary. This seems to be your inner world. Itsuki just nodded before putting both hands on his sword and getting into a stance. Shiki Ryugi also got into a stance as she looked at Itsuki. Also, I'll prefer it if you call me Saber. Itsuki nodded before they both moved. The odachi wasn't an unfamiliar weapon to Itsuki as he had trained in it when he was with Yamamoto. Yamamoto had Itsuki trained in many weapons just in case his Zanpakuto became a different one. Although he had trained in it before, Itsuki felt different with the one in his hand. He felt more familiar with it and had no trouble using it, though he did have to adjust a bit to get used to the length of the blade. Using an overhead strike, Itsuki slashed his sword downwards with incomparable momentum as Saber blocked the sword sideways. Using this opportunity, Itsuki pushed the handle of his sword upwards, effectively bringing the blade downwards as he then thrusted forwards. Saber dodged this with a tilt of her head and swept her sword forwards using this chance. Her sword swept nothing but an afterimage as she looked up. Itsuki had jumped up and over her while doing a front flip. Landing, he turned around and held the odachi next to him, pointing behind him towards the ground. Leaning his body forward, he pushed off the ground as he disappeared and made his way towards Saber. Saber also didn't lose out as she did the same and disappeared, meeting Itsuki in the middle. Clashes rang out in the upside-down mountain. With Saber and Itsuki continuously trading sword strikes, a picturesque picture was created with the snowfall. Both Saber and Itsuki were using Hiten Mitsurujiryu as their fight got more advanced and complicated. None were letting out any sort of gap as Itsuki's speed in using the odachi got faster and faster, eventually reaching his speed in Shirkai. Coming close to the end, Saber's voice rang out. Why do you fight, Itsuki? Itsuki remained silent as they clashed. Do you think Amakakaru Ryu no Hiramiki is as simple as casting away your life and putting it yourself in danger? Indeed, that was what Itsuki had thought. What is your reason for casting away your life? They continued in their fight. For what reason do you put yourself in danger? With one final clash they separated, and both got into a stance. Itsuki contemplated as they both moved forward. Time seemed to slow when Itsuki started remembering his days in Soul Society. The people he met, the friend he made, his teacher, his peers and the 3 women he kept waiting. He wanted to protect them not as a shield but as a sword. He didn't want them to just believe in him whenever to save the day, but rather, hold their ground so he would able to fight without worrying for them. It was contradictory to protecting as that meant that they themselves had to be put in danger, but Itsuki felt it was right. As the two approached, a flash of light appeared as the two were instantly past each other and currently had their backs facing each other. Blood spurted out of Saber as she fell forwards and disappeared in motes of light. Before leaving, her voice was heard. It seems you have found your reason. Itsuki got up to look behind thinking that it had ended. However, the motes of light suddenly formed another Saber. This one had the same sword but wore a half pink and half black kimono. A hair was done up and a pink flower acted like a pin. She looked incredibly beautiful. Before Itsuki could react, Saber attacked, leaving Itsuki to only block with his odachi. Unknowingly, a pair of gauntlets had appeared on his hands similar to his Shirkai form but were gray. This time there were also a pair of armored boots that had appeared. Once again Itsuki confronted Saber, but this time, Saber was faster and stronger. As they fought, Itsuki started to become faster and faster, surpassing any speed he had achieved. This wasn't only limited to his sword, but him as a whole. He also started making changes to Hiten Mitsurujiryu, making it more accustomed to him. The naked eye couldn't follow any of his moves as he fought Saber. This time Saber was silent, not speaking anything and just focusing on the fight. Time passed as they fought before Itsuki found a gap and ran his odachi straight through Saber. Once again, Saber turned into motes of light before forming another figure. This time Saber's hair was now long, reaching her feet, and the pink flower was still there. She wore a yellow robe littered with flowers over a pink kimono, looking like a princess. Itsuki was ready for when she attacked, and just like before it came. This time, Saber was equal to Itsuki in strength, but something felt different. It seemed she was trying to show him something, rather teach him something. Before he knew it, Saber disappeared in front of him and appeared behind, sheathing her sword. Just when he was about to turn around, he felt himself dissipating before once more awakening in front of his swords. Knowing that he had been defeated, he gave a bitter smile and left his training area. Noticing that it was dawn, and he went to train in the night, he thought only a night had passed when he trained. On his way towards his office, a cat suddenly appeared next to him. "So, finally out of your seclusion." Itsuki gave a confused look as Yoruchi sighed. "You were there for 2 weeks." Hearing this, Itsuki slipped and planted himself into a tree. Chapter 49, Achieving Bankai. Itsuki was surprised. 2 weeks. He never expected that it would take that long for him just to achieve the first 2 stages of Saber. Still, who would have thought? Itsuki was still surprised to encounter Saber inside his inner world. She seemed to have some direct link with his eyes. Coming out of his thoughts, he saw Yoruchi waiting for him as he once again got up and followed her. Yoruchi didn't let this blunder go, as a playful smile appeared on her face. "Arara, it seems that you have some issues with your Shuinpa. Would you like this elder sister to help you?" Itsuki just ignored her while he once again reached the trees. Over the years, he had come to ignore her taunts and just treat it like an everyday thing. His relationship with the girls had gone long past friends and, including them, even Itsuki didn't know where they were. They had come in contact with each other as sparks seemed to fly, especially between Ranjaku and Yoruchi. Ranjaku had long since passed the academy and had joined the 10th division like the anime. She expressed her interest in joining Itsuki but was adamantly refused by him. Itsuki knew that the 2nd division was no place for someone of Ranjaku's character, so he was against it. It was the same for Jin, he wouldn't let her get close to the one that harmed her. Plus, he didn't want to show any weakness to him, so her request to enter the 5th division was immediately denied. Downtrodden, she went to the 10th division, whose current captain was someone who wasn't mentioned in the anime. It seemed Shiba Ishin hadn't become the 10th division captain yet. Over the years, Itsuki had many run-ins with various captains and lieutenants, including the future visored members and Aizen himself. All these interactions were brief as Itsuki was doing his job, other than that he was still dead set on trying to defeat the 3rd stage of Saber. His most notable interaction was probably with Saragaki Hiyori when a criminal Shinigami escaped into the SRDI headquarters, the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. His subordinates were barred entrance into the facility and eventually Itsuki was called. Coming in front of the facility's entrance, a group of Onmitsukido members could be seen standing confronting a small figure. The said figure had spiky blonde hair tied into twin pigtails and brown eyes. She was relatively short and wore the standard Shinigami uniform with a lieutenant armband. She had 3 freckles underneath each eye and a long protruding fang from the upper left side of her mouth. She seemed to be in deep anger and started beating the members up as Itsuki got close. "Like I said, no one is here." "But, Lieutenant Saragaki, we have no choice." The criminal was seen entering the facility. Before Hiyori could retort, a voice was heard. "What's going on here?" "Corps Commander." The members immediately kneeled upon realizing the intruder was their superior. Hiyori looked upwards at the newcomer while holding an Onmitsukido member by the collar and the other hand balled into a fist. Looking up, the sun entered her eyes and she couldn't get a proper glance at the figure in front of her. Just as she was squinting her eyes trying to make out the figure, the all-too-annoying voice of her captain was heard. Ma. There's no need to get physical, and, Minamoto-san, you and your subordinates can enter." Before he even finished speaking, Itsuki had already disappeared from their sights. "Oi." Hiyori tried stopping him, but she had lost all traces of him. "Give up, Hiyori-san, he has already gone." Hiyori was gobsmacked by Itsuki's speed as she just stood there in the same position. Turning towards her captain, she saw him just stand there while smiling at her. "Whatcha looking at me for, D***keckhead?" Throwing the men grasped in her arms at Urahara, she stomped off. Urahara and Itsuki's subordinate were left shocked with the way she acted. Trying to confirm his suspicions, he voiced out. "Don't tell me, Hiyori-san, you're unaffected." Hearing this, Hiyori turned around. Huh. Clearly confused by Urahara's claims, a confused look was plastered on her face. "Didn't you see Minamoto's face?" Turning her head to the side, she replied. "No, the sun was in the way." As if realizing something. "Come to think of it, even last time I didn't get to see his face." The group had a look of understanding on their faces when they saw Hiyori's face deep in thought. "Although, I've heard rumors in the Shinigami's Women Association." During her contemplation, a gust of wind was felt before Itsuki returned while dragging an unconscious Shinigami by the nape. "Let's go, I've caught him." "Hi." Hiyori just stood there, mouth agape, as Itsuki had appeared in front of her, in full view. This time she got a perfect look at Itsuki's face as a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. Itsuki's cold eyes looked down at her. She looked up and his next words brought out a vein. "I'm not interested in children." Followed by him disappearing. "What the FCK did you say?" Shouting to no one and finding no one to vent her anger towards, a prey appeared in her field of vision. She just looked at her captain's goofy face while he stared back with an oblivious look. Running up to him, she jumped and planted both her feet on his face before storming off. Another notable thing was that Itsuki was lent to the 11th Division. Zaraki Kenpachi hadn't become captain yet and currently Kiganjo Kenpachi was its captain. Although they hadn't met, Itsuki was given back to the 2nd Division only a week later for reasons unknown. Apart from these episodes, Itsuki's training was anything but smooth. Facing defeat after defeat, Itsuki concluded that Saber wasn't a great teacher. He realized that she was trying to teach him something from the start, but he always died before or when she showed it. Since then it's been a year since his first defeat and today seemed to be the same. It would go the same and when she struck with that move everything would disappear and he would wake up. However, this time the sword didn't hit him, instead it was realization. Clarity formed in Itsuki's eyes as this time he felt something from the sword. Before he thought that disappearing was the end, but he never realized that it wasn't. What he needed to feel was the emptiness of the sword itself, the reason for the disappearance. A series of words appeared in his head as he also swung his odachi, hitting Saber's katana. Emptiness covered his heart as he felt his eyes starting to strengthen. What followed was Saber's katana being sliced into two as the odachi then slicing her in two. She once again disappeared into motes of light including her katana as they entered his eyes while a yukata similar to Saber's kimono appeared on him. A black samurai armor then formed around him with a flag extending out the back of the armor with the insignia of a tiger and dragon roaring at each other. No skin could be seen as he wore gloves in his hands and he still had his jikatabi. Now the only thing he lacked was a helmet and a mask. Itsuki's current look was of a valiant general that belonged to only one place, the battlefield. Wondering why the armor wasn't complete, Itsuki saw a figure in the distance. Not again. While thinking this he got a clear look on the figure and was surprised to see someone wearing the exact same armor as him, but with the helmet and mask. The helmet had a crescent moon sitting on top of it as an ornament. Like the armor, the helmet was pitch black alongside the mask. It wasn't a plain mask, it had the mouth of a roaring tiger sculpted on it. The teeth that jutted out had a peculiar shine to it giving the impression that it was anything but weak. The figure also held the same odachi as Itsuki. Staring at each other, both of them disappeared into a series of clashes towards a long drawn-out fight. Although, it didn't end up as his win, he didn't lose, rather it drew out long enough until Itsuki was forced out of his inner spirit due to fatigue. Like this, another 6 months flew by with training and him responding to his duties. Currently, a figure could be seen sitting on a rock with two swords on his lap. Coming out of his meditation, Itsuki looked at the open field surrounding him as he got up. So that's my Bankai. The last fight with the figure was especially intense but he still ended up embedding his sword onto said figure. Upon awakening he realized that the trials done by Saber were partially linked. The first 3 got him ready and the last gave him what he needed. He didn't know who the figure was as it didn't talk no matter how many times Itsuki tried to initiate a conversation. Meaning he tried, but never succeeded in bringing out the words needed to start a conversation resulting in it being a long silent 6 months. Night had descended when he returned to his room. Having just entered, an announcement was heard. Emergency. Emergency. All captains are to report to the 1st Division barracks immediately. An anomaly has occurred with the 9th Division. The 9th Division's Captain Muguruma Kensei and Lieutenant Kuna Mashiro's Ryatsu have completely vanished. An emergency meeting of all captains will commence immediately. Calculating the time, Itsuki realized the holification incident had already commenced due to Siriitii getting the news of Muguruma Kensei and Kuna Mashiro disappearing. This also means that Urahara Kasuke would have already sent out Mayuri to help the squad. Itsuki got ready and made his way into the main hall of the 2nd Division. It was half full as the rest were still getting ready while Soifan and them had gone with Yoruchi as her personal guards. Itsuki didn't wait long until Yoruchi and her entourage entered the hall with Yoruchi plopping down on her seat. Giving out a sigh of frustration, Yoruchi mumbled. That damn Kasuke couldn't keep his cool. After that she dismissed the room saying that it was of no concern. Only Itsuki, Soifan and Marenishin were left inside the hall when she began to tell them the full situation. With that 5th Division's Captain Shinji Hirako, 7th Division's Captain Aikoa Love, 3 RD Division's Captain Odoribashi Rojiro, the Kido Corps' Lieutenant Ashoda Hachijan and 8th Division's Lieutenant Yadamara Lisa were sent out. I am to remain on standby and Itsuki. Turning to look at Itsuki, Yoruchi let out a surprised exclamation. Wait Itsuki, your eyes. Shocked by the sudden exclamation, Itsuki quickly found a mirror and took a deep look. He still had his handsome features but appeared more mature, same haircut but what was different was his eyes. His eyes remained the same as when he had his mystic eyes activated. Azure blue pupils with a beautiful pink layer within. He knew he had his eyes deactivated but for some reason they didn't disappear. He activated them before deactivating to test things out. He felt there was no changes, but his eyes did seem powerful than before. Concluding that it had something to do when he defeated the 3rd Saber, he let things pass before trying to find out the changes in his own time. Returning to the main hall, Itsuki just sat down with no intention to explain it to them. He didn't want any more people to know the secret to his eyes. Knowing Itsuki's intentions for not sharing, they didn't talk about his eyes and moved on to another topic. Upon being dismissed, Itsuki began contemplating into his future action. He didn't need the power of a hollow as he had his eyes and saw no need in escaping with Urahara. He wasn't close to the other captains as well, so it would instead look suspicious. Making a few more plans for the future, Itsuki took out a new training regime as he now needed to train his Bankai and find out if any changes has happened to his eyes. Once he was finished, he sat down to meditate with his swords on his lap. Author's note, well rant. Sorry guys, had lost all motivation in writing. Landed 2 job interviews, one went really well but sadly didn't get it and the other. Well, the other, I had a phone interview but was rejected before it even began for one simple reason, being a student. Was quite downtrodden, so lost my motivation. Well, I'm now back and will try to make up for the other chapters. Chapter 50, Itsuki's Decision. Entering the same landscape as before, he saw his Zanpakuto spirits standing there smiling at him. Before Itsuki could say anything, Ryurai started speaking. How cruel, Itsuki-chan, stabbing through us with your long sword without hesitation. Itsuki was stunned while Bayako got a blush in her face with the way Ryurai spoke about what happened before. It seemed that the figure Itsuki had fought was a combination of the two and they had tried talking to Itsuki, but he wasn't able to hear them. With that he started to converse and spar with them. Time flew by and it was already morning when he came out of his meditation. He made his way towards the natural hot spring to get refreshed. Itsuki saw no reason to get worked up about the current incident and just decided to relax, being caught up with achieving Bankai. He barely got any time off due to constant training. Letting his guard down, he smelt a strange but pleasant smell in the air with an all-too-familiar cat appearing in front of him. Yo Itsuki, you seem happy. Yoruchi was one of the few people that was able to read Itsuki's emotions with his stoic face. Itsuki didn't reply and continued to relax as he started to feel lightheaded. Itsuki felt unusual at first but decided to ignore it. Time passed as Yoruchi remained in her cat form and Itsuki started to feel more and more fuzzy until he couldn't think properly. Realizing something wrong, Itsuki was about to react before a heavenly sight greeted him. A pure untarnished body lay ahead of him with droplets of water dripping down her skin. Her dark trained body was perfect with no unnecessary fat as she brought both her hands onto Itsuki's shoulder and around his neck. Sitting on Itsuki's lap, Yoruchi brought her face closer. A smirk was planted on her face with a hint of blurriness in her eyes and a slight blush on her cheeks. No words were said. They just looked at each other with Itsuki's reasoning plummeting to rock bottom. Bringing one of Itsuki's hands onto her chest, she leant in for a kiss. Being inexperienced at first, they slowly got the hang of it and with this Itsuki's reasoning was completely gone. Ahem. Yoruchi could be seen leaving the secret hot springs room clad in dark clothing as she wrapped a white cloth around her face, hiding her identity. Looking back at the sleeping figure of Itsuki. Sorry, it seems that we won't see each other for a long time after today. She knew her feelings for Itsuki and didn't know if it would go anywhere. Turning around, she looked at a specific direction. Sorry, Soifan. She had long since realized Soifan's slowly budding feelings for Itsuki, however, with what she had done and was about to do now would break her heart. She hoped Itsuki would be there for her. Looking towards the 10th Division's direction, a victorious smirk was visible on her face. It seems I'm one step ahead. With this she leapt towards the Central 46 compound. With her first step she flinched a bit. That drug did work its wonders. Shortly after her departure, Itsuki groggily woke up as he held his head. He was currently confused as to why he was suddenly lying down next to the hot spring. Recollecting what just happened, a small blush started to creep on his face as he placed his face into both his hands while internally screaming. Suddenly, with a jolt, Itsuki got up and realized something. There was no news of Urahara and Tessai getting caught or any orders to capture them. Itsuki knew that they were caught the morning after, still no news came. It was understandable that the Central 46 and Gotei 13 would like to keep it under wraps as it was a stain to their reputation, but such a big event involving 6 captain figures and 4 lieutenants was bound to be difficult to keep it confidential. Getting up he got ready and made his way towards the 2nd Division HQ. Along the way, an announcement was heard. Emergency. Emergency. Criminals Urahara Kasuke, Tsukabashi Tessai, have escaped. Orders from the captain commander is for all personnel to help recapture them. Hearing this announcement, Itsuki realized that Yoruchi was about to leave Siriiti along with Urahara Kasuke. With this he shunpoed to the training ground that Yoruchi and Urahara played in when they were kids. He had been there before when he trained with Yoruchi alone. It was there that he was shown her famous shunko. He had to release his shurikai upon confronting it as it was the only way to keep up. Upon seeing the technique and remembering the logic from the anime, Itsuki also tried using shunko and was able to use it easily. He was talented in Kido and with his mental capabilities, was easily able to grasp it. However, it did only last a few seconds due to not being able to control it properly. Still, Yoruichi was surprised with Itsuki because, for her, he was able to grasp the technique seeing it only once. Her shock passed later as she started ogling the scene in front of her. Itsuki's shihakuso was torn apart due to the sheer pressure of the technique, and all that remained were the pair of gauntlets on his hands and the clothing on his lower body. From waist up, his perfect body came into view with his muscles in all the right places, not too big and not too little, just perfect. "Captain, you okay? You have a nosebleed." Itsuki's voice brought her out of her thoughts as she hurriedly wiped her nose and looked at Itsuki. Giving out a sigh, she started to explain and teach Itsuki about Shunko and its principles behind it. With it being a combination of Hakudo and Kido, Itsuki had no trouble learning it and managed to create his own version involving Zenjutsu, although it was only in its beginning stages. Arriving at the training grounds, he saw 3 people standing there inside a gateway similar to the Senkamen but was deep black in color. It reminded Itsuki of how Ichigo and the rest arrived in Soul Society for their first time. As soon as he arrived, he saw the 3 instantly look at him. The first 2 were Yoruichi and Urahara, while the other was a tanned, tall muscular man with cornrowed hair, a long handlebar mustache and long sideburns. Itsuki looked towards one particular individual. They both shared eye contact while Itsuki saw reluctance in her eyes, which was then cut short as the rift closed slowly, indicating that they had left Soul Society. Itsuki had just let the plot play out. He could have tried to do something, but it would still prove difficult. Aizen had already made backup plans and used his ability to create a fake in his own HQ. The other captains had already become or were on the verge of becoming hollowified. It was going to be a death sentence either way. The Central 46 won't allow such unpredictable variables within Siri-IDI. 1st Division HQ. In the captain's meeting room, a furious Yamamoto could be seen as veins popped out in various places on his bald head. The meeting room looked empty as it was missing 6 of its captains, nearly half of the Godai 13's captains. The Kido Corps was also without a captain and lieutenant. Each captain looked down as they took the brunt of Yamamoto's anger. How could this happen? No reply was heard, and Yamamoto knew that none of them had expected Yoruichi's betrayal, including him. He wasn't like the Central 46 who didn't know who the intruder was. Connecting the dots on how the guards were defeated by the intruder, the speed of the intruder and the fact that she, Urahara and Tessai grew up together in the Shihuin household, all pointed towards her being the intruder. He needed some sort of answer to pacify the members of the Central 46. Calming down a little, he then questioned. Any news of their location yet? None yet. Shunsui took it upon himself to answer Yamamoto as he then felt silent. Suddenly a figure flashed in and landed next to Yamamoto. It was Itsuki. No one felt any malicious intent from the newcomer but were still surprised to see someone so blatantly walk into the meeting room. Realizing who that someone was, Yamamoto's initial anger lessened but still had a berating look on his face. What are you doing, Itsuki? This is a captain's meeting. Someone of your stature is forbidden to come here without my permission. Seeing this, the other captains, apart from Yukitake and Shunsui, were surprised with the way Yamamoto acted. It seemed like a father caught his child stealing cookies, with the child having absolutely no remorse with that stoic look. Before Yamamoto could continue any further, Itsuki interrupted him. A vein popped out of Yamamoto's head as he was interrupted, but his next words cooled him down. Found the criminals. Shock passed through the captains as even they hadn't gotten any clues into the whereabouts of the escapees. At first, they thought it was unbelievable, but seeing who was speaking they became less suspicious. Everyone in the hall knew Itsuki's strength. Well, where are they? They escaped. Escaped? Yeah, they escaped to the human world. By the time I reached them, they had already left through the Dangai. Yamamoto just gave out a long drawn-out sigh when he heard this before dismissing everyone. Understanding that he wanted to be left alone, all the captains and Itsuki left the room to give the old man some time. Upon leaving, Shunsui came and patted Itsuki's back. You've become stronger from before. Your Shuinpa seems to be on par with Yoruichi's, maybe even faster. The captains nodded upon seeing this. They had barely felt someone entering, but by the time they realized Itsuki was already there. Anyway, something feels different about you. Your eye seems to have changed, but it's not that. You seem more mature, like you're finally a man. Luckily for Itsuki, before Shunsui could guess any further, Kachiki Jinrei came up to him. Minamoto-kun, drop by the Kachiki household sometime. Byakuya seems to miss you. Giving out a grandfatherly smile, Itsuki could tell it was rare for him to smile like such due to its stiffness. Agreeing with Jinrei's wishes that he would visit soon, he then made his way back to the 2ND Division's HQ only to see Soifan stare at Yoruichi's seat. Before he left, he didn't notice Unohana Retsu's eyes staring at him with a hint of battle intent being quickly concealed in her eyes as she returned to her motherly smile. I want to fight him. Soifan had a despairing expression on her face as she found it hard to believe that her idol had become traitor. Itsuki didn't say anything as he appeared behind her and put his arm on her shoulder. This sent a jolt through Soifan as she slowly turned around with tears threatening to come out. This was the first time Itsuki had seen Soifan so fragile and immediately brought her into a hug. He started patting her head, consoling her as she started bawling her eyes out. In the anime she had no one but herself to rely on, but this time he was here. The Onmitsukido were portrayed really weak in the anime, getting defeated here and there, but he would change that. The next day. 1st Division HQ. I want to take the captain's proficiency test. Author's note. I'll try my best. Thanks for the support, and I just love you guys, and girls if you read it, lol. I really want to make a Naruto fanfic, but it will have to wait once I finish this. No matter how many years into the future, Madara vs Shinobi Alliance and the 5 Kages would be my absolute fave. Chapter 51, 50 Years. Yamamoto looked at his disciple before him. Silence ensued once Itsuki had finished speaking. No need. Huh. Itsuki was surprised with what Yamamoto said. What did he mean by no need? Seeing Itsuki's confusion, Yamamoto clarified. Due to a lack of captains, the other captains have recommended people to make up their absence. Your name was the only one that came up for the 2nd division. You have the strength to back it up, and you are the current 3rd seat. Plus, due to its secrecy, we don't know much about the characters of some of the members within the Onmitsukido. Itsuki nodded upon hearing this as Yamamoto continued. I'll put my trust in you, and you would need the approval from the Onmitsukido. It still is a force separate from the Godai 13-inch. Receiving his teacher's approval, Itsuki made his way back to the 2nd Division HQ. He had just walked through the doors of the 2nd Division when Soifan came running towards him. There's trouble, Itsuki, Marenishin just gave in his retirement papers. Apparently, he wants to focus on his family as his son was just born. What did Central 46 say? They approved. This was indeed trouble. Currently the Onmitsukido was without a captain and a lieutenant. Arriving at the main hall, Itsuki saw that all the members had arrived. Itsuki was currently the only corps commander available and had the most superiority. Itsuki didn't say anything as he walked up front and stood there looking at the members. The others read through his intentions as they looked back. If they were unsatisfied, they could challenge him. Itsuki still had to do something as he then released Ryatsu and forced it upon them. The Onmitsukido immediately felt the pressure and none dared to look back at him. Some found it harder to breathe while the weaker ones outright collapsed. Itsuki's current Ryatsu was immense. It had reached an advanced captain's level and was on par with the Zaraki Kenpachi's, but was still lower than Yamamoto's. The difference between his and Zaraki's was that he could perfectly control his, having none of it leaked. Retracting his Ryatsu, he looked over the members to see their next steps. One by one they all kneeled. At first, they were hesitant, but seeing his strength determined their minds. If it's him, he's probably stronger than. Thoughts like this went around them as they greeted their new leader. In Soul Society, the strong were respected. So, in this one sitting, Itsuki was able to bring the whole Onmitsukido together, what took Yoruichi and Soifan years to do. There may have been unity from Yoruichi's era, but it still showed how much strength mattered. Itsuki's reputation never lost out to Yoruichi's within the forces, as his past exploits sent chills down their spines. Whenever he collaborated with the executive militia, he would take the spotlight. It would seem as if he wasn't the corps commander of the detention unit but a highly trained assassin within the executive militia. Major changes followed within the Onmitsukido with their training routine, and a few days later, Itsuki officially became the captain of the 2nd Division. Soifan was then appointed as the corps commander of the patrol corps, effectively becoming the lieutenant. As for the detention unit, Itsuki applied for Sidani Miniko to be released so she could take charge of the detention unit. His request was accepted and her Zanpakuto was returned to her. Itsuki trusted her as she was one of the overlords back in the nest of maggots. There was no opposition from the Shihuin family as they were still lying low, and by the time they took any action, the Onmitsukido would firmly be in Itsuki's hands. There were some opposition seeing as the two were females, but a few beatdowns was all it took to stop these voices. Currently he was with Ranjiku walking down the park. Ranjiku looked at Itsuki and could tell that he wasn't his usual today. He seemed to be in his own world, and this worried Ranjiku. He was never like this before. Ranjiku was correct. Itsuki felt incredibly guilty when he was with her. After what had happened with Yoruichi and knowing that she won't be the only one, he found it difficult to look towards her. What's up, Itsuki? Bringing him out of his thoughts, he looked towards Ranjiku. Ranjiku stared back into his gem-like eyes and the two just stood there. Silence followed as no one said anything, with Itsuki getting increasingly guiltier. He had to come out with it. Ranjiku. Ranjiku hurriedly covered his mouth as she shook her head with a smile. Don't say it. She knew exactly what he wanted to say when she saw the guilt in his eyes. She, herself, had seen the other two girls that were nearly head over heels for him and had resolved herself. All she wanted to do now was to occupy the foremost place in his heart. Although she resolved herself to share him, she was still selfish in wanting to be number one. It did however hurt her that she would have to share him, but for the men she loved, she was willing to do anything. She's been with him the longest and knew the efforts he put in just to get to where he was now. Reading her intentions, Itsuki's burden lessened quite a bit as another weight was placed on his shoulders. How am I going to tell her? How was he supposed to tell Soifan? Like this, worries once again emerged in his head, sending Ranjaku in a panic. It was relatively peaceful in Soul Society as Itsuki went to Yamamoto for access into the Derishikero. The Derishikero was Soul Society's great spirit library housing all of Soul Society's knowledge and history. His main objective was to find the book that Aizen would use later to learn how to make the King's Key. His other objective was to increase his knowledge and find ways to increase his strength. Using the excuse for researching on recent events, he and Yamamoto were able to get the approval from the Central 46 with some help from the Kuchiki household on the side. Itsuki would visit the Kuchiki household and thrash Byakuya before returning to his division. Soifan had major changes to her attitude as she became more reserved, usually returning to her norm when she was alone with Itsuki. Itsuki personally took charge over her training, sparring with her now and then. Like the anime, her thirst for surpassing Yoruichi only grew as she dedicated most of his time to training. This led to Itsuki being confronted by an issue plaguing all leaders: paperwork. Years went by as Itsuki mastered his Bankai and found it increasingly difficult to remember the information received from the library. All eidetic memory did was remember everything, but none of it was organized and was all jumbled up, so he remembered a show from his previous life. It was one of his favorites, and the protagonist utilized a technique known as the Mind Palace, also known as the method of loci. The ability to store information and data while being able to retrieve it quickly and efficiently in the future. The individual would memorize the layout of a building, or some sort of geographical entity composed of a number of discrete loci. Loci meaning places in Latin. When the individual would desire to remember a set of data, she would walk through these loci and would commit the information to an item by forming a sort of image between the information and the feature of that locus. When one would want to retrieve information, the individual would walk through these loci, allowing them to retrieve the desired information. Using his memory partition and thought's acceleration, he imagined a library similar to the Derishikero, except it was empty. Imagining it, the loci he determined was the different sections of the library. For example, history was one loci and experiments would be another. He then remembered each book he read and started filling his library up. Once he had completed it, it would mean that he would have all the knowledge of Soul Society in his head as a form of database. The Central 46 seemed to have forgotten that Itsuki had access to the library, allowing him to learn everything in there. Still, who would believe that someone was able to memorize the whole library? However, this did take a really long time, and by the time he was finished, 50 years had passed. He had never spent all that time in the library and would leave it from time to time. He would check upon his subordinates and Soifan, who finally started taking responsibility for her role as lieutenant. Other than that, he would either be in the Kuchiki household sparring with Byakuya or having a meeting with Ranjaku. Yuro had become the third seat of the 4th division while Kotetsu Aisane had become the lieutenant. She was the sister of Kotetsu Kion, who was serving Yukatake. Kitaro himself had joined the Kido Corps as he found out that he had a natural talent for it. The 2nd division was more competent and secretive this time, being the scariest of all the divisions. No matter who it was, people would fear the unknown. Saikyo herself had also become a fully fledged bird. Able to fly extremely high in the sky, she was able to touch upon the top of the barrier surrounding the Siriidi. Her wingspan reached 2 meters and she had beautiful white feathers and azure eyes. Her reputation was also quite widespread in Siriidi. Rumors were out that if you saw this bird it meant death was looking, meaning that the captain of the 2nd division was currently looking at you. For the female Shinigami he was known as simply the prince, while the others called him Raiju, lightning beast, due to his speed. Itsuki didn't know who spread this rumor or how it got propagated, it was quite close to the truth. But Itsuki could tell that it was just a rumor someone made up, as that ability was only known to him and Saikyo. Currently he was sparring with Soifan within the training grounds he and Yoruichi used to train in. At first, Soifan was quite shocked with there being a large space unknown by the outside world, but once Itsuki told her about who used it, she felt silent. Itsuki could see the fire in her eyes when her name was mentioned. Itsuki and Soifan were currently wearing a normal Onmitsukido training attire as Itsuki countered her attacks. Using one final attack, he flicked her forehead, causing her to jump back. Itsuki, fight seriously. Itsuki just smiled as he looked at Soifan. Seeing that smile, Soifan's eye twitched before she got into position. Fine then, I'll make you fight seriously. This is a move I've been practicing with to defeat her. Don't hold back, I don't know how to control it yet. Bringing her arms to the side, she released her Ryatsu as a high-level Kido was used. The back of her training attire was ripped open and her Ryatsu flared. This must be the beginning stages of her Shunko. Disappearing, she appeared next to Itsuki, swinging out her leg horizontally. Itsuki dodged this as his smile never left his mouth. Soifan saw this and felt something was wrong. Suddenly, Itsuki also activated Shunko and confronted Soifan, astonishing her. For her, she had created a powerful technique from scratch, yet her captain in front of her was able to use it while having a better mastery over it. How do you know this? This technique is called Shunko, it was taught to me by Yoruchi. Soifan looked down after this. She did even. Itsuki could see what she was thinking and came up to her. She didn't teach you because it is a dangerous technique. I learned it by chance. This seemed to bring up her mood as she got ready to spar again. Then I'll defeat her with this. So, from then on Shunko practice was added on. Chapter 52, His Anna. Itsuki was currently in his captain attire sitting on his desk. He wore the standard captain's attire with black ribbons tied around his arms. He wore the normal shihakuso, but instead of wearing straw sandals he wore a pair of thin jikatabi. Saikyo was perched upon a stand next to him, cleaning her feather. She looked up with alert upon noticing someone entering. He was going over some paperwork when he had a visitor. It saw a relatively young captain in front of him. He had 5 kansekins on his head with 3 on top and 2 on the side. His captain's Hayori had the number 6 on the back and wore a pair of fingerless white teko. An unexpected visitor. Itsuki just looked at Byakuya with the expression, "What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?" Byakuya sighed when he saw this. Itsuki hadn't changed and was still a man of few words. Byakuya was extremely haggard as he hadn't got sleep for the past few days. His wife's health continued to deteriorate, and he couldn't find anything to help. Eventually asking Yamamoto, he was led to here. He couldn't find any cure and no doctor could help the woman. Yamamoto said that Itsuki may be able to help, but he didn't get his hopes high. Turning to his friends he bowed. "Please, can you help?" Byakuya was a complicated character, incomparably apathetic, bordering on arrogance and looking down on his enemies, but would ask for help when needed. Like, when he asked for help from Ichigo during the Blood War to protect Soul Society, whilst knowing he was a human and shouldn't be included in Soul Society's affairs. It seemed that he didn't care for others, but in fact he did care for those closest to him. For example, he blocked Rukia in becoming a seated officer to stop her from endangering herself. Mid-bow he suddenly stopped. A katana was right there in front of his eyes, if he moved any further it would stab into him. Looking up, he saw Itsuki looking down with an angry look in his eyes. Itsuki was initially surprised to see Byakuya bow, but it was instantly suppressed by anger. Over the years, Byakuya and him would spar every other day and a rivalry/friendship was created. He felt offended with how Byakuya was acting like a stranger in front of him. Knowing Itsuki's thoughts, Byakuya just gave out a smile and left towards the Kuchiki Manor as he returned to his apathetic look while Itsuki followed behind. The dream of many females would have come true if they were seen together, but with their speed, they went largely unnoticed until they reached the Kuchiki Manor. Itsuki was a frequent visitor to the manor, so he knew his way round, but still followed Byakuya out of courtesy. Arriving next to a room, a pair of shoji suddenly opened with Unohana leaving the room. She was also called to try and help but was unable to do so. Unohana looked up and passed Byakuya as she gave out her motherly smile. "It's been a long time, Itsuki-san." Itsuki just nodded while Byakuya questioned Unohana. "His Anna, she." Unohana just shook her head before Byakuya could finish. Upon knowing the answer, he backed down and looked towards Itsuki. He was his final hope, but Byakuya never had much faith. Itsuki just looked at Unohana. She was a scary woman. He remembered when they first met after he became captain. Flashback. They were just left the captain's meeting room when Unohana came towards him. They were still in the 1st Division HQ, so no other Shinigami was around. "So Itsuki-san, how are you coping as a captain?" "Good. This must be Saikyo, she is indeed a cute bird." Saikyo, who was on Itsuki's shoulder, was patted on her head as she complied by rubbing her head on Unohana's arm. Fufufu. Giving out a laugh, she picked Saikyo up and handed it to Yukitake, who was also there. Itsuki was confused by her actions as she looked towards him. "Follow me." Leaving these words, she made her way towards the training ground where Yamamoto trained Itsuki. The other captains decided to follow what was up. Currently, only Itsuki had become a new captain, so Aizen wasn't here, and the current Kenpachi was still the same as Zaraki had yet to come, so he wasn't here as well. With them were just Jinrei, Shunsui and Yukitake. Unohana had her back against Itsuki as the others stood some distance away. Suddenly, a horrifying Ryatsu filled with battle lust poured out of Unohana. Her tied-up hair escaped her restraints as she turned around, revealing a scar on her neck. A gloomy look was in her eyes while a menacing smile plastered her face. She slowly drew out her sword, indicating Itsuki to do the same. Ever since she first met Itsuki, she felt something similar from him. The feeling of a killer, someone who is surrounded by death. It awakened her lust for battle. Whenever she looked at him, she would just want to draw out her sword and penetrate him. Shunsui and the others weren't shocked by the sudden change. The first Kenpachi truly lives up to her name. Shunsui looked on as Itsuki got into a stance. Looking closely, he could see a hint of a smile on his face and a pure unadulterated battle lust spewing out of his eyes. Upon the two disappearing, the battle was extremely fast, and it ended within a short amount of time. Although Unohana had reached a high level in swordsmanship, she had lost interest in fighting and Itsuki had reignited that passion. The current mother-like figure was no longer there, what replaced her was the most diabolical criminal to ever exist in Soul Society. Itsuki had defeated her with pure speed. The others hadn't even seen him move and had only saw Unohana reacting with pure instinct to defend against his sword. But in the end, she was defeated. Itsuki and Unohana had their backs facing each other with Itsuki standing and Unohana on her knees with her sword stabbed into the ground. I've been defeated, I've been scarred, but Itsuki, you are the first to make me feel so hopeless. Getting up, she walked off without turning back. There was a slight limp in her walk which indicated that she was injured and was currently using healing Kido to patch her up. From then on, at least once a week, Unohana would arrange a fight with Itsuki. Itsuki also complied as this wasn't a normal spar. Unohana came with the intention to do serious harm so Itsuki would always be on the edge when fighting against her. There were times she would refuse to come, like if there was some emergency and she was needed to help at the hospital, she would not fight on that day. On the other hand, Itsuki would come to the hospital and learn some medical knowledge for emergency first aids. Returning to the present, Unohana took her leave while leaving a lingering glance on Itsuki. Byakuya never saw this as he hurriedly opened the door. It was an empty room with one futon in the middle. A petite, sickly woman lay upon it as the setting sun basked its light into the room. She had delicate facial features that radiated kindness and pale white skin. Short black hair fell onto her shoulders with a strand falling in between her purplish blue eyes. Hearing someone sit next to her, she turned around and a blissful smile appeared on her face. Byakuya-sama, you're back. Trying to sit up, she was gently pushed down by Byakuya. Don't get up, you need to rest. A gentle look replaced Byakuya's eyes as he looked at his wife. I'm sorry Byakuya-sama, I've troubled you. Looking outside she continued. It seems I won't be able to search for her again. Hearing this Byakuya replied. You don't need to search for her, I'll have people look for her, you just rest. His Anna just smiled at her husband's worries before looking behind him. It seems we have a guest. Itsuki walked forward and sat down next to his Anna. It's been a long time, his Anna. It has indeed, Itsuki-sama. Saikyo, who was still in the skies, flew down and landed next to his Anna. Turning around, a girlish squeak escaped her as she hugged Saikyo. Saikyo-chan. Q. Saikyo wasn't against it and returned her hug by rubbing her face. While this was happening, Byakuya turned to Itsuki. Itsuki was concentrating on his Anna's body looking for the root of the illness. Byakuya saw a sudden light in Itsuki's eyes and felt a shiver down his spine. Cold sweat cascaded down his skin unknowingly when he looked into those eyes. Itsuki had activated his mystic eyes as he analyzed his Anna. Astonishment filled his eyes as he saw the numerous lines of death littering her body. This showed that his Anna would pass away quite soon, and remembering back to the anime, it would be at the start of spring. Looking out, the first seeds hadn't bloomed, indicating that there was still time. Turning towards Byakuya, he asked. Byakuya, do you trust me? Byakuya nodded as he looked back at Itsuki. Calling out to Saikyo, he ordered. Saikyo, bring Unohana here. Hearing this, his Anna let Saikyo go as she flew towards the leaving captain. His Anna had heard Itsuki speak, and before she could ask, Itsuki spoke to her. His Anna, do you trust me? His Anna also nodded. She knew that Itsuki was her husband's only friend and he treated her like his sister. Back when they first decided to get married, they faced many oppositions, especially within the family. He was of noble birth and the current head of the four great noble houses, while she had come from the later districts of Rakangai. Their statuses didn't match at all. It was like comparing a common rock to a precious jewel. Itsuki, however, was someone that didn't care for this and had supported her back then. Technically, Itsuki had also come from the further districts of Rakangai, so she felt more comfortable with him, before she knew he was a captain. She had first met Itsuki when they were sparring and was one of the few females immune to his charm. Byakuya had introduced her to him, and that was when Itsuki's playful nature surfaced. He didn't tell her his identity. This had somehow helped her, as not many people knew that Itsuki would come and spar with the Byakuya every now and then. So, he got to see many things happen to her: death threats, lack of food, and negligence in taking care of her. All Itsuki did was send Saikyo to accompany her, and that had somehow sent a message to them, so she experienced a lot less bullying. Saikyo was also a clever bird, as whenever a servant came to do tasks for her, she would just glare at them, making sure she got the right and correct food. Itsuki found it funny seeing her expression on their wedding day when he formally introduced herself. His Anna was also surprised that the infamous Raiju was Itsuki. A short time later, Saikyo returned with Unohana. Chapter 53, Byakuya. Sorry Captain Unohana, just need you for assurance. Itsuki then told her to sit on the other side of Hisana and have her medical keto ready. Byakuya looked suspicious for this arrangement but still decided to trust Itsuki. What Itsuki did next shocked the living daylights out of them. They never expected him to do anything like this, no matter how many different ways they thought he would help her. Activating his eyes, Itsuki unsheathed his sword and stabbed Hisana's chest right in the middle, not all the way though. Just the tip had entered and was quickly retracted, still Byakuya was shocked. Itsuki. Byakuya immediately sent a fist towards Itsuki when he saw this. He couldn't think properly, the love of his life was stabbed right in front of him by his best friend. Itsuki dodged the strike and jumped back. Byakuya, Sama, wait. Two voices interrupted him as he looked behind. Hisana was okay and there was no blood coming out of her. You could tell she was in shock as someone just stabbed her in front of her eyes. What was more shocking was that she didn't feel anything. She's getting better, her illness is gone, it's dying out. Hisana did indeed have a better expression on her face. Looking towards her husband, a joyous smile surfaced on her. She wouldn't be a burden to him anymore. Byakuya also had a rare smile on his face when he looked at his wife. He also felt sorry towards his friend that he doubted for a second there. Turning around, he was about to apologize when a fist came flying towards him. Itsuki's fist hit him right in the nose, sending him flying towards the courtyard outside. Hisana and Unohana were shocked at first but then started giggling. Looking back at Itsuki, they realized that he was already gone. Unohana then also took her leave and left the couple alone. Remembering that strike, she couldn't wait to have another spar with him. Returning back to his division, Itsuki saw Soifan barking orders one by one. Soifan was still hard-working and staunch like in the anime, yet it lessened due to the presence of Itsuki. After giving out these orders, she returned to do her paperwork. Sneaking behind her, Itsuki put his arms around her and pulled her into a hug while blowing into her ears. A deep blush immediately appeared on her face as she jumped out like a cat when her tail's been stepped on. WW, what do you think you're doing? A teasing smirk was plastered on Itsuki's face. This annoyed Soifan as she tried to kick but failed as he appeared behind her and rubbed her head. This time she didn't react as she melted with that touch. Realizing that she was caving, she immediately jumped back to her seat and distracted herself with paperwork, although she did take a few glances at Itsuki. Soifan felt inferior when she compared herself to Ranjaku. No matter if it was looks, figure or feminine charm, she felt she was losing out. She also knew that Ranjaku had been with Itsuki even before they joined the academy. Thinking about all these aspects put her in a massive disadvantageous position. However, she didn't give up and this was noticed by Ranjaku. Realizing her feelings, Ranjaku had confronted Soifan and they were out for like a day. This was a day where Itsuki was in the library, so he never knew that this meeting had happened. It was only until later, where they would meet frequently before and after their women association meetings, that Itsuki found out. Still, whatever was stated in that confrontation, Itsuki had no idea of what its contents was. Walking out, he looked over the 2nd Division HQ and saw many people training. Everything was the same, but the intensity of the training and the general atmosphere was far from it. A solemn and strict atmosphere surrounded the place, which only got heavier with the presence of Itsuki. Each week, the Onmitsukido were required for field training and were let loose onto the outskirts to battle hollows, with nothing but a sword. Requirements for Shuinpa also increased as he got his training idea from when he trained, but only lighter. Rocks were thrown at the subordinates instead of weapons like what Yamamoto did to him. A few weeks went by with Itsuki, with Hisana's health getting better and better, and Byakuya having endless gratitude within his eyes, including a bit of resentment. Remembering that sword strike Itsuki did, he realized that Itsuki had been holding back in their spars. During one of their spars, Byakuya questioned, "Since when?" Itsuki looked on with a confused look. Question marks appeared around him as he looked back at Byakuya. Gritting his teeth, he finally let it out. "Since when were you holding back?" An understanding look flashed through Itsuki's eyes as he replied, "Since the start." This shocked Byakuya as he never expected that answer. Itsuki realized that he had hurt Byakuya's pride as he continued, "Don't worry though, you've made me use more of my strength since then." This instead made him more depressed. "I have never made him use his full strength. Let's have a spar with your full strength this time." Itsuki just nodded as he got into a stance with Byakuya following. The sun drowned in the horizon, elongating the two shadows. A slight breeze flew by as it broke of a leaf from a nearby tree. With the leaf ever so inching the ground, Byakuya tightened his grip on his sword. Time seemed to slow as he could hear his own heartbeat. He had never won against Itsuki even when he was holding back, so he didn't have much expectations of winning. He just wanted to know the true strength of the one he had called his rival. The leaf had just touched the ground when Itsuki disappeared from his vision. His instinct screamed at him, warning bells rang out within him. Barely moving his sword to a defensive position, a tremendous force made impact on his sword. Being pushed a few steps back, his instincts started screaming again, but this time from another direction. Moving his sword into a different position, he blocked the sword. A few clashes later, Byakuya saw a chance and thrusted his sword forward. However, it wasn't what he expected. Itsuki's sword was centimeters from his throat, resulting in his lost. Another few months went by with there being no change to Itsuki's schedule. Apart from Hisana joining them as a spectator during his spars with Byakuya, there were no changes. Today, Ranjaku had called for Itsuki and the gang to get back together. They were having a reunion of some sort and Ranjaku had invited them to attend the academy. Ranjaku was standing alone outside the gates of the academy, but she was attracting quite the attention. She was, by no doubt, a beautiful lady and caught everyone's attention wherever she went. However, her lieutenant armband deterred them. Suddenly, a commotion was heard, and she looked in that direction. A familiar face was there with an unfamiliar smile. Aizen was walking towards the academy, dressed in a captain's attire with Jin following behind, who was now a lieutenant. She was about to call out to him but was stopped by a hand. Turning around, she saw Itsuki look at her as he shook his head. Getting his message, she put her hand down and started walking into the academy. As everyone's attention was on Aizen, no one saw the two entering. It's been a long time, yet it feels short. Itsuki nodded at Ranjaku's words as they walked side by side. Where are the others? Itsuki questioned. They couldn't make it. Itsuki felt suspicious but let it go. Turning into a corner, Ranjaku realized that they were in a relatively deserted training area. No student could be seen near this area and various sword marks could be seen sporadically lying about. Leaning on the familiar tree stump, the two reminisced about their training days. Ranjaku leaned on Itsuki's shoulder as if it was natural while her eyes were gently closed. The two enjoyed this rare piece of quiet. Suddenly, a rustle was heard behind them as a girl walked out. She looked awfully similar to Hisana but was just a younger version of her. She seemed to be a new student, and remembering the timeline of the show, Rukia should have been in her first year of the academy, having just joined. She seemed to be in her own thoughts due to not noticing the two people already there. What brought her out of these thoughts was a cry of a beautiful white eagle that landed in front of her. Caught by surprise, she tripped and fell on her back as Saikyo jumped onto her knees. She was frozen as she didn't dare move in case it earned the ire of the bird. Saikyo was curiously looking at the girl in front of her. She looks the same but has a different smell. A bird and girl continued to look at each other until a Jigakucho interrupted them. They both looked towards it as it flew towards the tree stump. It was only now that she noticed the two people in the area. She couldn't see one of them and only saw a head full of blonde while the other had gotten up. What came into view was a white robe with the number 2 on the back. This shocked Rukia as only one type of person could wear something like that. Then remembering the bird that was on her knees, she turned to look at it, only to see it jump from her and onto the person's shoulder. The said person turned their head and glanced back towards her. Coldness, pure coldness was present in those eyes when he looked back. Rukia was frozen when she met those eyes and found it hard to breathe. By the time she collected her thoughts, the two people had already left. Itsuki had been called for an emergency. They had lost contact with the students that went to the real world for training. Him being the closest, he received the order first. Upon entering the Senkamen, he made his way towards the training area. Arriving at the location, what entered his view was a fairly modern area. The year was currently 1952 and it was only 6 years after the Second World War. Japan was slowly recovering from the war and one could tell with the atmosphere. In a certain location though, the atmosphere was very different. Countless hollows were killing students left and right with one major one in the middle. Author's note. Gui's, bad news, Eve fallen ill. Life gave me hay fever and asthma, then decided it wasn't enough and presented me a cold. So, I'm going to take this chance to rewatch Bleach and concentrate on my other book. I'll hopefully be back by Monday, fingers crossed. Lastly, I will need to sort out a timetable for this so I can get you guys a more stable release rate. Chapter 54, Rukia. A few minutes earlier. Unknown POV. Barrier Squad, what's your status? A youthful voice rang out into a mic. He had dark gray eyes and spiky black hair that reached his shoulders. He was wearing the standard academy uniform with his sword mounted on the back. A 69-foot was tattooed on his left cheek and was wearing a choker. This youth was Hisagi Shohei, a relatively well-known senior, who had failed the examinations twice but due to his efforts was known as a future seated officer. He was the one in charge and was leading the freshmen for their training. They were just finishing up when he decided to contact the barrier team. Hey, respond. He started to get a bad feeling due to the lack of response. What's wrong, barrier team? Can you hear me? Hey, answer me. Hey. Getting no response, his classmate next to him questioned. What's wrong? Something's not right, no one from the barrier team is responding. Just as he finished speaking, the same teammate felt something and turned around. Hisagi-kun. Hearing this, he also turned around and what he saw shocked him. A gigantic hollow stood there and swept his claw towards his teammate, stabbing right through her body. Kaya! A freshman's scream brought him out of his daze as he unsheathed his sword. His classmate next to him screamed as he ran forward to attack. How dare you kill Kanazawa? The hollow, seeing this, swept his claw and threw the girl's body to the side and once again swept its claw at its attacker. Hisagi just saw another friend die right in front of him. Damn, how could a high-class hollow reach here? Freshman, run away. Saying this, he took out a receiver and started contacting Soul Society. Soul Society, requesting assistance. This is 6th-year student, Hisagi Shohei. Under attack by a high-level hollow at Living World Point number 1026 Northwest, mark 2128. As soon as he said this, he saw the hollow charge up a ball of Ryatsu and shot it towards him. Luckily, he was able to just about dodge it. However, it was just the true beginning of despair. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't do any damage onto the hollow. Before he knew it, the hollow had swiped its claws and scratched just over his right eyes, leaving 3 long scratch marks. He was now blinded with one eye. The hollow this time increased the number of claws in one hand and directly attacked him. Realizing that he couldn't block it, he prepared to fight to death. Suddenly, out of nowhere, 3 figures appeared blocking the claws from 3 different directions. You guys. The one who replied was a youth to his left. He had blue eyes and short, shaggy blonde hair that's bang just rested above his left eye. He wore the standard academy clothes for males. Our deepest apologies, we are disobeying orders. To the right was a youth with a hair full of red hair pulled into a ponytail and brown eyes. He also wore the standard academy uniform for males. He continued. We came to save you, so overlook it, alright senpai. Lastly, to his left, covering claws coming from the bottom was a petite girl with brown eyes and black hair tied into pigtails at the base of her neck. She wore the standard academy uniform for girls. After the 3 pushed away the claws, they brought out both their hand and chanted. Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of men. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Hakudo number 31, Shikaho. The strength of the 3 combined was able to push the hollow back, enough for them to make their escape. Running away, they questioned why a high-level hollow was able to get here unnoticed, and the only answer was that it was able to hide its Ryatsu. Turning a corner, they knew that they wouldn't be able to defeat such a hollow and could only wait for assistance from Soul Society. However, this time they felt true utter despair. A distortion occurred in front of them where dozens of high-level hollows appeared. One by one they appeared and slowly surrounded them as the students were slowly losing hope. This many huge hollow. Impossible. It's not real, this, no. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The blonde one seemed to have snapped while the girl had a hopeless look in her eyes and despair written in bold letters on her face. Only Hisagi and the red hair had some sort of fighting intent as they looked around. The hollows slowly crept forward, but suddenly all shook at once as an intruder flew above them. An eagle's cry was heard, attracting the attention of the 4 students. The students and the hollow all looked up at the white eagle circling around them. Hisagi looked shocked at the new intruder. That's. He had a faint idea of who arrived and started to look around. Suddenly, footsteps were heard as another intruder walked up behind them. The intruder didn't say anything and just looked at the 4 students. The red one should be Abarai Renji, the blonde one is Kira Izuru, the girl should be Hinamori Momo, and the one-eyed guy should be Hisagi Shohei. Itsuki had just arrived and started walking towards them as he slowly sheathed his sword. The hollows also saw this and jumped towards him. Watch out. Itsuki gave a fleeting glance at the hollows when he got a sudden impulse. Upon fully sheathing his sword, he spoke out. Omi wa Mao Shindiru. Nani. Suddenly, all the hollows exploded into dust when Itsuki stopped speaking. Don't get me wrong, the one that screamed after wasn't the hollows, it was Renji in front. Seeing the one that shouted, Itsuki thought inwardly. Don't shout that if you're not the target. You couldn't blame Renji, he was too shocked to see the hollows that seemed so imposing suddenly get defeated within an instant. Who exactly is he? Renji spoke as the others looked on with admiration. Hisagi replied. The Raiju of Soul Society, 2nd Division Captain and head of the Onmitsukido, Minamoto Itsuki. Itsuki-sama. A quiet voice was heard from Hinamori while Itsuki was in his own thoughts. He was fanboying inside. The group expected some sort of consoling words, but all they got was a cold, freezing look as he reached them. They could swear they saw ice flowers blooming around him when he walked. Oya, I seem to be one step late. Another voice rung out. Hisagi turned to look at the newcomer, well, newcomers. 5th Division's Captain Aizen. Lieutenant Ikamaru. It seems Captain Minamoto took care of the hollows. Itsuki just looked at the Aizen and stabbed his sword into the air and twisted it. A Senkaman opened with Itsuki entering first. The students looked at each other and followed behind. While they were walking through the dangai, a cold voice was heard. Most of your classmates are safe. And back to silence. They could tell that Itsuki wasn't much of a speaker and they followed suit. Aizen, who was behind them, also didn't speak as he kept his usual harmless smile on his face while Jin had his normal sarcastic one. It wasn't long until they left and members of the fourth members came to check on their injuries. What surprised the four was the number of females looking in their direction. The boys got happy but then cold water was poured over them in the form of Hinamori's voice. Don't get cocky, they're not looking at you. This made them realize that they weren't looking at them or at Captain Aizen behind them, but rather at their savior in front. Itsuki turned around and gave them one last glance before disappearing from their sights. It was nighttime in the real world and with it being quite dark, it was difficult to get a proper look at Itsuki, but now they were able to get one. The three boys were shocked but then depressed while Hinamori's eyes started shining. Aizen also made his leave as he talked to Jin. Jin, did you see that? I didn't. Neither did I. Minamoto Itsuki, just how much are you hiding? This event swept Siriiti of its feet as it was extremely rare for this situation to happen. The last time it happened was around 66 years ago, when Itsuki had his training. Itsuki couldn't be bothered about this as it just resulted in more paperwork and giving an explanation to Yamamoto about the happenings all took a long time. Soifan could swear a black aura showed up around Itsuki and a faint muttering could be heard. Death to paperwork, death to paperwork, death to paperwork, death to paperwork. She had never seen Itsuki so scary. Currently, Itsuki and Byakuya had just finished sparring when Itsuki called Byakuya over to the side. I think I have found Hisana's sister. Saw someone look exactly like her. Byakuya was extremely surprised by this revelation as he and Hisana had been looking for her for years. This time, he used his authority as a captain and had gotten some clues but was still at a dead end. In the anime, Byakuya had become a captain after he had adopted Rukia, roughly 49 years prior to the main plot. But with the presence of Itsuki in his spars, Jinrei had handed him the title of captain earlier. Although it was earlier than normal, it made no difference if Rukia was found now or a bit later. She would have only spent a year at the academy and would have directly joined the Godai 13. It was about time when Byakuya found her. Byakuya then invited Itsuki to come with him but refrained from telling Hisana he wanted to be a surprise. She was still dead set on not being worthy enough for being her sister. So, since he could remember, Hisana had always asked Byakuya to take her sister as his own and adopt her. First, Byakuya wanted to see her, what character she had. Even though it was Hisana's sister, if her character was bad, he didn't want Hisana to meet her. It may be detrimental for her as she might think it was her fault that she ended up like this. But then it hit him, wouldn't she feel guilt over causing the death of her sister if she never met him? Byakuya was an egg between a rock and a hard place. He could only hope that her character was good enough. And, boy oh boy, was he relieved. Itsuki could swear he saw tears of happiness streaming down his eyes as he laid eyes upon the report. Byakuya then immediately took the housekeeper and made his way to the academy. This time the females of Siriiti had their dreams realized upon seeing Byakuya and Itsuki together. The old housekeeper, however, wasn't having the best of times. He could feel the resentful eyes boring through him as he walked alongside the two captains. Seeing this, the old housekeeper shrunk his neck and tried to keep his presence to the minimum. He could tell what they were thinking but the voices couldn't be stopped. What is that old fogey doing? Many other harsh words were silently thrown around as the men got more and more pitiful. Does it look like I want to be here? Luckily, the academy arrived, and they anonymously entered. The principal was extremely welcoming as big shots had entered the academy. Upon noticing Byakuya's intentions they were brought to a room where Rukia would then be called upon. It wasn't long until Rukia entered. I'm entering. She looked up to see a couple unfamiliar men and one pair of familiar eyes. Author's note. Surprise, weren't expecting a new chapter were you? I know. But, I couldn't hold back, I just got pumped up rewatching it. I, myself am really excited when the plot starts. Plus, think of this as my apologies for not giving you guys a chap and going on a bit of a small hiatus. Lastly, when I meant by concentrating on my other book, I didn't mean writing it out, but sorting out the auxiliary stuff like power levels etc. In case you people have forgotten, I am still an amateur writer. This is my first book. I didn't put much thought onto the second book when I started it so I need to do now. I need to learn how to properly title my chapters. Been using just names recently. Chapter 55, Personal Guards. Abarai Rinji could be seen running through the hallways of the academy. A happy smile could be seen on his face as he looked for someone. Yo, you seen Rukia? I think I remember seeing her entering XX room. Asking a fellow student, he got the directions where Rukia was last seen. Reaching his destination, he didn't bother knocking and just directly rushed in. Rukia, you. Renji was shocked seeing her not alone. Looking at the men in front of her, he noticed the kansekin he was wearing. Nobility. Oh, it seems we have been interrupted. Well, take your time thinking, we will await your answer. The old housekeeper finished speaking before leaving with Byakuya. Renji saw Byakuya looking at him, behind him, causing him to turn around. Standing next to the door while leaning his back against the wall with his leg and had his arms folded was a familiar man. Those same cold eyes looked at him as if saying, "Am I invisible to you?" Suddenly the eagle on his shoulder jumped up and landed on Rukia. Q. The old housekeeper was shocked with this as he noticed Itsuki's eyes stabbing into him. It seems Captain Minamoto. The housekeeper just sighed as he was dismissed by Byakuya, leaving Itsuki, Byakuya, Rukia, and Renji in the room. Renji was just stuck in place as cold sweat appeared on his back. Ever since he entered the room, he couldn't move in any way. Their Ryatsu was too huge. Byakuya turned to Itsuki as resolution filled his eyes. Itsuki, seeing this, asked, "You sure?" Byakuya nodded as he disappeared from their visions. He was going to visit his parents' graves. Itsuki sighed upon seeing this. It seems he couldn't change some parts. Byakuya still ended up making an oath in front of his parents' graves to never go against the rules. Itsuki tried to stop it from happening, but it seems that he failed. This would be second time breaking it. First one was for his Anna, the second for Rukia. He still ended up feeling uncomfortable resulting in this oath. A bird's cry brought him out of his thoughts as he looked at Rukia and Saikyo playing. Touching Renji's shoulder, he calmed him down as he collected his Ryatsu. "Thanks." A small voice was heard as he walked towards Rukia. She was still engrossed in playing with Saikyo and only noticed him when the eagle landed on his shoulder. Rukia was shocked seeing him so close as a faint blush crept onto her face. "CC Captain Minamoto." Looking up, she started losing herself in those eyes and was only brought out of it when Itsuki started speaking. "It seems like Saikyo took a liking to you. So, I'll leave her to you." Saying this, he disappeared from their vision, leaving the two childhood friends and a bird behind. Itsuki then stopped some distance away and rubbed his throat. It felt dry. From then on, no words left Itsuki's mouth. Need to balance, need to balance. It seems he was still looking for it. One of the most powerful Shinigami has the whole of Soul Society's library cramped into his head and still looks for the balance. Time passed as the captain's seats got filled slowly. Since then, Itsuki had taken over the 2nd division, Jin had taken over the 3rd division, Aizen took the 5th, Kamamura Sajin became the captain of the 7th, Kename Tozen took the 9th, and Shiba Ishin became the 10th division's captain. Kuratsuchi Mayuri became captain of the 12th division shortly after Itsuki, while Ishin joined their ranks a few years later. Rukia joined the Godai 13 after the year ended, joining the 13th division under Yukitake. Byakuya was still strict with her and kept an aloof side when talking to her. However, he was milder and would praise her now and then. The only time he would act like another person was in front of his Anna and Itsuki. His Anna still refused to meet Rukia as guilt drowned her whenever she saw Rukia. Itsuki and Byakuya knew they couldn't force it and would just have to wait for her to gather her courage. Although his Anna had recovered, she still had a weak body, and with the fear of her getting harmed, Byakuya requested Itsuki to assign a few guards to accompany her. Itsuki then got Miniko's few subordinates to always be with her wherever she went. 5 years after Rukia graduated, Renji, Hinamori and Kira also graduated. They were all offered a position within the 5th division, but, while Renji and Kira took it, Hinamori applied for the 2nd division. She never joined the executive militia, patrol corps, or the detention corps, but directly went for Itsuki's personal guards. Each head of the Onmitsukido had them apart from Itsuki, because, in his words, he didn't need them, he had Saikyo. But Soifan, Miniko, and the other members of the Onmitsukido basically tried their best in persuading him to get his own. For some reason, even Byakuya jumped in. In their words, there was no point of Itsuki personally making a move for small fries, it was a waste of time. So, after a long period of persuasion, threats, and many things I won't say, Itsuki finally consented. However, Itsuki didn't just make his personal guards, he made them a secret information corp. Only known to Itsuki and Soifan, to the outside world they were his personal guards, but Itsuki made them his information network. He had already started planting spies ever since he became a captain, which slowly grew to what it is now. He needed a few subordinates to manage it and didn't want anybody to know about it, including Yamamoto. Seeing the first applicant, Itsuki was surprised to find Hinamori's application. It seemed that Itsuki had taken Aizen's place for her subject of admiration. Itsuki knew that she was an incredibly loyal individual and, being from the elite class, was talented, especially in Kido. Hinamori arrived in front of the 2 ND division's main gates and walked towards the 2 Onmitsukido guards standing there. "State your purpose." The one on the right stated. "Hinamori Momo, here for an exam." Giving her papers, she was let in. On her way she encountered no one and just walked on the paved path surrounded by trees. Walking in she came across another set of walls and was led in, this time with a female Onmitsukido member as a guide. No one talked and she could feel the strict atmosphere within the division. She was led to the main building and finally reached a door that had the plaque reading, Captain's Quarters. They waited outside until Soifan arrived. Soifan examined the first applicant. She seemed to be just a weak little girl. Hinamori, on the other hand, looked at the girl no taller than her. Seeing the lieutenant armband on Soifan's left shoulder, she hurriedly collected herself and showed her respect along with the Onmitsukido member. Lieutenant Soifan. So you're the first applicant. Hinamori nodded while Soifan continued. Why are you waiting outside? Come in. The captain's probably waiting. Soifan proceeded to directly walk in while the Onmitsukido member panicked and tried to stop her. Lieutenant, I think we should knock first. No need, come in. Soifan opened the door and was shocked. Hinamori and Onmitsukido member were confused at first and also looked inside, resulting in them being shocked as well. Itsuki stood there wide-eyed at the intruders. He was currently dressing up and was currently putting on a white top. While his lower body was covered by trousers, his upper body laid bare in front of 3 pairs of shocked eyes. The girl saw Itsuki's tender white skin holding back his perfect muscles. His body looked like it was sculpted by the gods and no blemishes were found. Itsuki was inwardly flustered but outwardly calm. Proceeding to wear his top, he put on his captain's attire as he disappeared from their visions. This brought them back from their thoughts as they looked at each other, realizing the 3 of them having a nosebleed. The Onmitsukido member then excused herself as Soifan brought Hinamori to the main hall. Only Itsuki and Soifan would overlook this exam, so no one else was in the room apart from Itsuki sitting at the forefront. Soifan looked at the place and immediately saw Yoruichi sitting there, as anger appeared in her eyes. The picture was then replaced by Itsuki, which made the anger disappear, where it was then replaced by what she just saw. A blush appeared as she tried to remain cool but failed to do so. Hinamori next to her was out of it. She kept looking next to Itsuki with a blush and wouldn't dare meet his eyes. Soifan then proceeded in front of her and started talking about the rules and regulations. Itsuki didn't say anything and just watched it happen. First, they would test her strength in all areas, and then overlook her performance within each core. Then there would be an examination in how well she could handle information, and a year later she passed with fighting colors. What surprised Itsuki was that, normally she would have a kind face, but when she was serious or angered, her eyes became especially menacing. After that, no other application reached Itsuki's standard, so currently only Hinamori was part of Itsuki's personal guard. As she was originally from the West Rakangai, Itsuki made her in charge of that while he looked over the other 3. Rukia had the same experience within the 13th division she had in the anime. Whenever Itsuki went to meet Yukitake, he would observe her from a distance. He was there when she started to idolize Miyako, Kaien's wife, and was also there when she first activated her Shirkai. One time, Itsuki was visiting and was having a talk with Yukitake while Kaien was on the side. Rukia walked in with a plate that had only 2 cups of tea. Placing it down, Kaien saw this as he hit Rukia's head. Kuchiki. Why do I only see 2 cups when there is 3 of us? Yukitake had a smile on his face while Itsuki had a stoic look, but one could see the amusement in his eyes. Sorry. Rubbing her head, she looked down. She had only thought that Yukitake and Kaien would be here, she didn't. Itsuki was also here. A small blush appeared on her face when she saw Itsuki as Kaien saw this. Preparing to tease her, Yukitake questioned Rukia. Kuchiki, no response from the reconnaissance team yet. Being brought out of her thoughts, Rukia replied. They still haven't returned yet. Suddenly loud footsteps were heard as the door smashed open and Sentaro burst in. There's trouble, the reconnaissance team encountered trouble. Upon hearing this, Kaien immediately darted up and ran outside while the rest followed. Entering an ordinary-looking shack. An unconscious woman laid upon a bed of sorts as Kaien ran towards her while shouting. Miyako. Miyako was a beautiful woman with long dark hair tied up while keeping a strand hanging down either side of her face. A Shinigami next to her started talking. She has lost consciousness, but her life is not in danger. Yukitake looked towards another subordinate and questioned. The others. The subordinate in question looked down and replied. All dead. Yukitake was clearly shocked by this. All dead. Itsuki just looked on as a spectator as he activated his eyes. Indeed, there is something inside her. Rukia was worried and approached Kaien. Kaien Dano. Kaien didn't reply and just looked worried. After leaving, Itsuki held Yukitake back. What's wrong, Itsuki? Something's weird, there's no hollow around, Saikyo didn't find anything. Yukitake got to thinking as he suddenly looked back at Miyako's location. You can't mean. Itsuki just nodded while Yukitake looked stunned. He didn't doubt Itsuki's judgment, but what he was implying was too dangerous. Waiting for night to descend, Itsuki and Yukitake stayed nearby and waited to see if she would indeed. Kaien was also called and looked extremely worried. At first, he didn't believe it and was about to cause a ruckus, but one look from Itsuki shut him up. Yukitake started to look doubtful as time passed on with no movement from Miyako. He was about to question Itsuki when Miyako suddenly sat up. Author's note. Okay. It seems like I can't stop writing. I will make sure to keep my health in check and won't stress myself. If I suddenly don't post anytime soon, you now know the reason. Chapter 56, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Yukitake and the rest were stunned while Itsuki continued observing calmly. Miyako slowly got up and walked towards the patrolling Shinigami. This has gotten really serious. I can't believe everyone except Miyako-dano was killed. Is Miyako-dano alright? Yeah, they say her life isn't in any danger. That's a relief, she is the one person that the 13th Division cannot live without. Yeah. Oh, if it isn't Miyako-dano. Should you be up dash? Miyako just carried on walking towards them with her sword drawn and her bangs covering her eyes. Suddenly, she lunged forwards with full intent to kill towards the one that was questioning her. The Shinigami was too shocked to suddenly react when a person appeared in front of him. The said person started shouting. Miyako, what are you doing? Kaien, who suddenly appeared, was shocked to see a ruthless look in her eyes as a bloodthirsty smile appeared on her face. Looking round, she noticed she was surrounded by Yukitake, Rukia, and the rest. Yukitake looked at the patrolling soldiers and ordered. Leave this area. They were too shocked by the recent happenings as they absent-mindedly ran away. Miyako jumped back and looked around. Her smile never left her face as she ended up looking at Rukia. Miei, AKO, no. Miyako gave out a ghastly scream as she ran towards her. Kaien, seeing this, jumped in front of Rukia while holding his hands out and shouted. Stop, Miyako. Miyako regained some clarity in her eyes as she suddenly stopped. She seemed worried as sweat dripped down her face. Realizing what she was doing, she slowly backed off and tried to make her escape by jumping onto the roof. Just as she was about to do that, she seemed to struggle with something and was fighting back, trying to regain control. There seemed to be two entities fighting for possession of her body. Realizing that she was slowly losing control, she proceeded with her escape and jumped onto the roof. What Miyako wasn't expecting was for Itsuki to already be there. Itsuki released some of his Ryatsu and pushed Miyako back into the courtyard. Kaien had seen her struggle and held some hope in his heart that his Miyako would be saved. Miyako landed on the ground as her skin turned green and orange patches appeared surrounding her eyes. TCH, I was just about to eat this body. Frustration was in her voice as a strange masculine voice appeared from Miyako's mouth. Miyako. Kaien still held hope of Miyako hearing him. Miyako suddenly turned to him as her eyes turned black. Why do you call out my name, young man? Are you that worried about me? Are you that much in love with me, young man? Miyako looked at him as a long tongue fell out her mouth. If you love me that much, then I'll eat you first. Miyako suddenly jumped at Kaien, intent on biting him. Yukitake appeared in front and blocked the attack with his sword. They started confronting each other as Itsuki could tell Yukitake and the rest were looking for a way to help her with their passiveness. The Miyako took extra care in not running towards Itsuki as she felt that if she did then it will be her death. Why don't you attack me? I know, you're looking for a way to drag me out of this body, aren't you? It's useless. I'm a spirit entity, she's a spirit entity. We're a union of spirit entities, we can never be separated. The more Miyako spoke, the more despair Kaien felt. Yukitake suddenly made his move. I see, then I have no choice. Miyako looked shocked as she dodged. She was surprised seeing someone strike her with the intent to kill. Why you would hurt your own comrade? Yes, I cannot let the likes of you have Miyako's body. Suddenly, Yukitake started having a coughing fit as he started to cough out blood. Seeing this, Miyako took this chance to make her escape, but the same thing happened. Itsuki appeared. This time, Itsuki activated his eyes, crouched slightly and swung his sword. No one saw the swing, all they saw was Itsuki appearing behind her slowly sheathing his sword and Miyako collapsing. Kaien, Rukia, Sentaro and Kaien were stunned with the change of events. 1 minute they were trying to find ways to help Miyako, and the next they have a coughing captain and a supposedly dead Miyako. Captain/Miyako. Sentaro and Kaien ran towards Yukitake and Kaien towards Miyako. Rukia stood there too shocked to move. Why is this happening? Miyako. Kaien's voice of shock was heard as Yukitake waved his hand implying he was okay. Sentaro still went and put his captain's arm over him. They all looked over towards Miyako direction only to see Miyako returning to her original color. They were all shocked as Kaien made her way towards her. Kaien moved to the side as Kaien checked up over Miyako as an astonished look slowly surfaced. She's okay, and no cuts. She's just unconscious. Everyone was astonished to hear that. Yukitake looked at Itsuki, who just shook his head. He would need to tell Yamamoto about this. Itsuki then looked at Rukia, who seemed downcast. She was next to useless in this battle. Itsuki then went next to her and whispered something which caused her eyes to widen. Rukia turned around only to see no one here. Itsuki had left. Miyako woke up a few days later and was filled with regret with that incident. She was forced to look as she killed her own comrades. She was filled with remorse to the ones she attacked, and after apologizing countless times she was up and running, although she would look dazed now and then. She was, in a sense, the heart of the 13th Division, so she needed to put up a brave front. As for Rukia, she became another spectator during Byakuya and Itsuki's spar. Hizana would look from one side while hiding her face, while Rukia from another. After the spar, Itsuki would send her to train in the 2nd Division training ground and have Soifan personally train her. Currently, Itsuki and Ranjiku were currently walking around the streets of Rakangai. Seeing Itsuki's captain's attire, people would bow and move to the side. They decided to go to a relatively remote place where Ranjiku saw a craving for sweets when the two saw a shopkeeper disrespectfully treat a kid. The kid had white hair that was kind of spiky and turquoise eyes. He had a relatively cold air surrounding him. "Oi, Itsuki, you didn't have a child when I wasn't looking, did you?" Itsuki was shocked by the accusation and looked at Ranjiku, who had a playful smile. Thinking of something, Itsuki looked guilty and nodded. Ranjiku was shocked but got irked seeing his Itsuki's playful look. "You." About to refute Itsuki, Ranjiku abruptly turned around, only to see the kid get mistreated. "Hey, you." The kid and the shopkeeper were suddenly shocked by the voice as they both turned around. They barely saw anything when a hand came and pushed him away. This resulted in him falling to the ground. Ranjiku directly ignored him and continued. "You shouldn't treat customers like that. Are you taking advantage of him because he's a kid? I never realized how the people of this store were." And no. The shopkeeper barely spoke before Ranjiku turned around and looked at the kid on the floor. Picking him up, she brought him to eye level and started shouting at him. "How long are you going to sit and cry? Man up and say what's on your mind." The kid tried refuting her. "And just whose fault is it? Besides, I'm not crying. Let me go." Ranjiku looked carefully at the boy as she felt something. "I said let go." The boy then slapped Ranjiku's hand off and ran away. Ranjiku tried stopping him. "Hey, wait." Itsuki then stood next to her. "You felt that, didn't you, Itsuki? Took you long enough to realize it." Following the boy, they saw him entering a rundown shack. Ranjiku decided to wait until night to make her entrance. She wanted the boy to know the consequences of his Ryatsu. Night came quick as the two spent their time together when they suddenly felt a fluctuation of Ryatsu coming from the shack. Entering, they saw an old woman shivering from the kid they saw before. Ranjiku made her way to the boy and looked over him. He seemed to be having some sort of nightmare due to him sweating and shivering. As he slowly opened his eyes, Ranjiku whispered, "Hey. Why you're from this afternoon?" Before he could speak any further, Ranjiku continued. "Hide your Ryatsu when you're sleeping, your grandma looks cold." The boy looked to the side and saw his grandma half shivering from the cold. "Kiddo, you should become a Shinigami. Powerful children like you have to learn how to control their own abilities. Otherwise you'll end up killing your grandma with it. What are Y-? You can hear a voice, can't you?" This seemed to be the last straw for the boy as he accepted Ranjiku's offer. Ranjiku was leaving the shack when a voice was heard. "Done." "Yeah, done." Itsuki smiled as he took Ranjiku in his arms. "Let's go back, it's getting late." Ranjiku put her hand on his arm and just nodded. They disappeared together. Author's note. Wait another chapter. I don't think I've released this many chapters in such a short amount of time. LOL. Who knows what's going to happen next? And I'm off to sleep. It's currently 23:45, so good night or good morning or good afternoon, whatever. Chapter 57, Black Hollow. How did I get here? Itsuki was currently in the room surrounded by a drunk Soifan, Ranjiku, Hinamori, Kaien, Rukia, and various other people. Rewinding time a bit, Itsuki was having his usual talk with Yukitake when Kaien barged in. "Captain Minamoto, you can't refuse this, we will be having dinner over at my place." Itsuki didn't have a chance before he was suddenly dragged out and taken to a noble manor that had the plaque stating Shiba clan. Shiba Kaien was the head of the Shiba clan while Shiba Ishin, Ichigo's father, was head of a branch family. The Shiba family specialized in fireworks and was part of the four great families. Somehow, Soifan and Ranjiku had gotten wind of this and joined in while Hinamori was always with Itsuki wherever he went. Rukia joined in when she saw her idol being literally dragged around. Upon entering they were greeted by an average-height woman with messy black hair. She had green eyes and an ample bosom. She wore a white skirt and a provocative red robe. Itsuki remembered her as Shiba Kukaku. It seemed either she hadn't gotten into an accident yet or due to save Kaien and his wife, the accident was averted. Compared to the show, she was missing the bandages she had, and her right arm was still there. "You're back, Kaien and I. You seem to have brought friends. Luckily the food prepared is enough." Itsuki was being dragged by Kaien, so she didn't see his face. "Who are you dragging?" Kukaku could see the captain's Haori the person was wearing, but not the number. Kaien suddenly remembered something and tried to hide Itsuki's face. "No one, you don't need to know." Kukaku couldn't hold in her curiosity as she sneaked up behind her brother while he was replying. Seeing Itsuki's face, Kukaku was visibly shocked. Kaien saw this and sighed while he quickly dragged Itsuki away. Kukaku just stood in the same spot shocked. "It seems that the guests are here." Miyako's melodious voice was heard as she prepared the dishes. One by one, scrumptious dishes were laid out as the people started to dig in. It was a happy festive mood as a small smile appeared on Itsuki's face. "When was the last time I felt like this?" That was how all the members of the Shiba family were. No ounce of noble arrogance was found within them, they treated everyone equally and were a rash bunch. Suddenly the dining room fell silent as everyone looked at Itsuki. The women had a blush on their faces while Kaien, the only guy, had a defeated look. Their youngest brother was out, so he wasn't there for the feast. So even Itsuki can smile. The girls seem out of it as they continuously drank alcohol while Kaien drank out of depression. His wife and sister had joined Itsuki's fangirl club, quite literally. The rare merry night passed. Time passed until the gears of fate started moving once more. Should be about now. Itsuki was playing with Saikyo near a private senkamen. This senkamen belonged to the Shiba family. Apart from the main senkamen that everyone used, a noble family would have their own personal one. 2 reports had just come. Firstly, there were some casualties within the 2nd division from unknown causes within a certain district. The second one stated that Toshiro had just reported the death of a few Shinigami in the real world and Ishin was making his way towards the senkamen. Knowing that it was time for the main character's parents to meet, Itsuki wouldn't miss this chance. Waiting for a while, Itsuki felt a presence nearing the gate as a voice was heard. "Eh? Captain Minamoto." Itsuki turned around only to see a middle-aged man nearing. He had short, spiky black hair with noticeable sideburns and brown eyes. He wore the standard Shinigami attire with a sleeveless captain's Haori with the number 10 on his back. "What are you doing here?" "Investigation." Ishin knew that Itsuki was a man of a few words, so he didn't find his way of speaking strange. "Investigating what?" "Deaths." "What location?" "Naruki City." "What dash?" "That's under my jurisdiction. What is the Onmitsukido doing the dash?" Itsuki never glanced at Ishin as he interrupted him while they waited for the senkamen to be opened. "Confidential." "You dash." "I heard what you said to Ranjaku." This seemed to stop whatever he was saying. As her captain, Ishin knew the relationship the two had. Sweat poured down his face as he replied. "I don't know what you mean." Itsuki didn't pursue the subject as the senkamen opened. "Don't worry about the captain commander, he already knows." Itsuki walked in with Saikyo perched on his shoulder and Ishin following. Unknown location. Within a secret base a lot of scientific stuff was happening. Tozen and Jin were in front of a set of computers when Aizen walked in. "Any luck?" "No, not even one." Jin replied while Tozen looked at the computer screen and continued. "We've been successful in equipping hollows with the ability to hollowfy targets, but it's too toxic." "That's all right, we've been narrowing down Hirako Shinji's location. We can experiment hollowification while we find their whereabouts, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's all in the palm of our hands." A confident smile was plastered on Aizen's face as he remembered something. "It seems Captain Minamoto alongside Captain Shiba has also left for Naruki City. Although the one we have there is the only one we have made from a Shinigami's soul, it is too weak. Send the strongest one we have." "But we can't control it." "We don't need to." What they were going to send was a failed experiment. Aizen sent a subtle glance towards Jin, who had usual look. Seeing him unperturbed when Itsuki's name being called out calmed Aizen down. Jin felt the glance and returned it. Real world. Naruki City. The moon was slowly enclosed by the clouds as they heralded a night of rain. A pair of Shinigami could be seen maneuvering through the roof of houses when the 2 captains appeared behind them. It rained the day the last guy died and the guy before him. Hearing this, Ishin spoke out. "I see, so it's dangerous when it rains." The Shinigami were surprised with the sudden intrusion. "WWWO. That's good to know. CCC Captain Minamoto and Captain Shiba." Ishin felt irked for some reason. "I'm your captain and you say my name last." The Shinigami was shocked seeing 2 captains here. "WW, what were you doing here?" "Well, we got lost looking for a bathroom." "That's the worst lie ever and both of you did." Ishin then turned around. "Oh yeah, if it rains tonight, you guys can leave, I like to pee in peace." Itsuki suddenly felt a vision on him as he saw something disappearing in the distance. Ishin then moved along and tried looking for any clues as it started to rain. Finding nothing, Ishin then came up with an idea. The fact that there are only targeting Shinigami means that they're either targeting us or that they're going for ones with a high spiritual pressure. Thinking up to here, Ishin increased his Ryatsu output as it blasted outwards. Itsuki was relatively unfazed by this, but the two subordinates were pushed back by the sudden force. What Ishin didn't expect was for Itsuki to suddenly disappear and appear next to his subordinates blocking a strike. Itsuki was currently looking at a pure black hollow that had white hair falling down its back. It had two horns sticking out either side of his head and his hands were shaped like swords. Wah, what is that? While confronting the black hollow, Itsuki saw something else being released. That thing brought with it a tremendous amount of Ryatsu. Soul Society. Division 12 HQ. Emergency, emergency. Red alert signs were going off within the whole division. Kuratsuchi Mayuri stood there shouting at his subordinates. He had a skeletal look with a skull-like visage. His whole face was colored white and the inner portion was colored black except for his nose. Even his arms were painted black and white. He had golden-colored eyes and constantly bared his teeth, giving him the expression of one that is always smiling. Both his ears were replaced by gold cone-like objects and he had blue fingernails. All of his fingernails were short, with the exception of the middle ones which were kept exceptionally long. He was wearing a standard Shinigami's attire with a captain's hayori and a white hat that pointed to his right. He also had a large purple scarf around his neck. What is happening? Captain, a large amount of Ryatsu has been spotted. Location Naruki Town. Ryatsu levels, Captain class and it's growing, no it's now advanced Captain class. What? Looking at the readings Mayuri knew that his subordinate wasn't lying. Giving out orders he sent someone to report it to Yamamoto. Real world. Ishin, he's yours, that's mine. Itsuki suddenly disappeared while handing Ishin the black hollow. The one Itsuki was confronting looked exactly the same but was giving out a more tremendous pressure. The only difference was that this had a normal hollow's hole. Wasn't there supposed to be only one? Itsuki was confused at the additional black hollow. This didn't have a Shinigami's aura but an extremely powerful hollow's. Itsuki could tell that it was too powerful to be an Arankar. It seemed that Aizen must have also experimented in giving a Vasto Lord the powers of a Shinigami. This abomination in front of him seemed to be the result. A Vasto Lord was the final evolution of a Minos. Feeling the pressure given out from the hollow in front of him, Itsuki concluded this was going to be a hard battle, most probably the hardest one he had ever fought. He didn't need to think as he unsheathed both his swords. He held Ryurai in his right hand and Byakko on the left. He released Byakko and left it hovering in thin air while putting both his hands onto Ryurai while he calmly spoke in an ice-cold voice. Bankai. Chapter 58, Bankai. Unleashed. Soul Society. Siriiti. Division 12 HQ. Beep. 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 Emergency bells created havoc within the division. Report of a tremendous Ryatsu suddenly being unleashed was causing a breakdown within the division. Mayuri could be seen extremely frustrated. What's happening? A subordinate suddenly came up to him with perspiration on his forehead. Reports of a Bankai being unleashed has been seen. The Ryatsu seems to belong to Captain Minamoto. Mayuri was surprised seeing who it was. Why is he there? Why did he unleash his Bankai? Real world. Naruki City. Clouds seemed to gather as the rain started to fall faster and harder. Thunder rolled in the skies as Itsuki's small, yet ice-cold voice resounded within the souls of all spiritual beings in the surrounding area. Bankai, Susanoo. Boom. A tremendous amount of Ryatsu spread out while armor appeared on Itsuki. It was the same black samurai armor that appeared including the helmet and tiger mask. Ryurai elongated and turned into an Odachi with a draconic handguard. Tornadoes made of Byakko's wind and lightning surrounded Itsuki as he got into stance. The hollow in front didn't seem to have any sort of rationality as it started swiping its sword-like hand at Itsuki. Itsuki was able to keep up even with his Odachi but the hollow's relentless attacks made it hard to defend. Suddenly, the hollow moved back and charged up a Siro, well tried. It wasn't able to collect any form of Ryatsu whatsoever. This was one of Itsuki's ability, an area surrounding him within these tornadoes where any form of Ryatsu will be nullified. So, attacks that use Raisure will be ineffective. That wasn't the same for Itsuki though. Stretching out his arms, he pointed at the hollow where a few surrounding lightning congregated and struck the hollow making it scream out in pain. This wasn't the end though, as Itsuki physically turned into lightning and appeared next to the hollow and swung his sword with tremendous force. The hollow was able to dodge but the ground wasn't. Luckily, the fight had slowly moved to an area where there wasn't any sort of civilization. Looking at the havoc they were causing, Itsuki realized that no matter if he won or lost, the repercussions would be harmful. While he was fighting, he saw a figure setting something up in the distance. Seeing who it was, a smile appeared on his face as he concentrated at the hollow. He just needed the figure to finish what he was doing. Karakura Town. A fairly injured young woman could be seen talking to an injured Ishin. "My name Kurosaki Masaki, I'm a Quincy." She looked nervous while she identified herself. She was talking to a race that had wiped out her people, and due to Ishin being out of the norm, he just replied. "A Quincy, huh?" First time seeing one in person. Hearing the thunder rumble in the distance and the occasional waves of Ryatsu, Masaki questioned. "What's happening there?" "My colleague is fighting one similar to this but way stronger." Masaki was surprised as the one they fought together was really strong. Masaki had brown hair that was cut to round chin length. She was of average height and wore a brown school uniform with a red hemmed skirt and a white collar with red pins that fell over the top of her back and was tied in the front with a red ribbon, as well as brown shoes and white knee-length stockings. Aizen and gang were astonished by what they saw when they returned to their base. A hollow created by the soul of a Shinigami decided to reside within a Quincy, an existence further from itself. Why didn't we go and see Itsuki's fight? We could have gotten some information regarding his powers. No, I felt that our cover would be blown if we went there. Still, who would have thought that Minamoto Itsuki would be hiding such a power? Outskirts of Naruki City. Itsuki saw the figure finally complete a portal of sorts. Nothing could be seen inside the portal as it was pitch black. Garganta. Traversing the Garganta was the only way to access Hueco Mundo, the realm of hollows. Seeing Urahara Kasuke finishing up, he turned to look at Itsuki and nodded. Urahara knew the repercussions of this much Ryatsu being released into the atmosphere. Luckily, there were no humans nearby, as it would affect quite a few people into awakening some sort of ability. While Itsuki had first gotten ready to fight the hollow, he had sent Saikyo with a message to Urahara. Seeing everything ready, Itsuki looked at the hollow. "Although I can't control it, I have no choice but to use if I want to get this guy in there." Itsuki's Ryatsu once again flared up as brought his other hand out. All the lightning converged into the Odachi. The tornadoes also came together and converged into the sword as it made another blade come out of the rear, making his Odachi a double-sided sword. Kumano Katsumiko no Kami, Susanoo O. As soon as he said it, Itsuki disappeared along with the hollow. Just before he entered, he saw a panic-stricken cat look from afar as he went into the Garganta. Hueco Mundo. Unknown location. A white moon was stuck in the air surrounded by endless blackness. A white desert laid beneath as quartz-like trees made up the vegetation in this place. Suddenly a rift opened as 2 or maybe 3 figures came out of it. Itsuki immediately came out of his Bankai's ultimate form as it was too much to handle. It was like Byakuya's Senkei, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, but more powerful. It was just the start, as he was still researching the various other moves with this form. The hollow on front was cut in half as Itsuki had cut the hollow in half upon entering Hueco Mundo. Slowly Itsuki took out the data from all the hollow experiments Soul Society had ever done. Some had been done in secret while their research notes had been carefully hidden away. Itsuki had excavated these and researched hollowification, and probably had a better understanding than both Aizen and Urahara. Stabbing his Zanpakutos in the hollow's body, Itsuki slowly took the hollow's Ryatsu into his body. It wasn't until the whole body of the hollow had disappeared that Itsuki had completed. This was a special method Itsuki had found. It was the purest method but also the most dangerous. If successful, the gains would be tremendous. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Itsuki seemed like a Buddha until a change happened. A white blob appeared as it started to engulf Itsuki's face. Hey-ya! An inhuman scream escaped as it also sounded like the start of a massacre. Soul Society. 1st Division HQ. Ishin had just finished giving his report as Yamamoto could be seen trying his best to look calm. Due to you creating the most minimum losses, your punishment for unauthorized deployment has been voided. You don't have anything to add on. Thinking back to Masaki. No, there is none. And you don't know what happened to Itsuki. Ishin just shook his head. He really didn't know, his Ryatsu had just disappeared. Upon being left alone, Yamamoto just slumped onto his chair as he closed his eyes. Chojiro. With his name being called, Chojiro immediately appeared. If Itsuki doesn't come back in a month, make his status MIA. Yamamoto looked down when he spoke of this as he dismissed Chojiro. He then turned to look at Saikyo, who had returned with Ishin. A month later, it was announced that the 2nd Division captain, Minamoto Itsuki, was MIA. This news sent waves throughout Soul Society. People were expecting for the Onmitsukido to collapse, but the opposite happened. They seemed to carry on their normal operations as they had unbelievable trust for their captain. This showed Itsuki's command capabilities. Soifan and Ranjiku both looked down the longer they waited. They never had their usual cheerful smile while Hinamori took it upon herself to manage the whole information-gathering network. Byakuya started to resemble the anime, The cold apathetic manner as Yukitake and Shunsui started to feel lonely without all the visits from Itsuki. Unohana also felt lonely as she had lost a training partner as her life once again got boring. Time passed with it later being announced that there was a new Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi had come. Renji was then transferred to the 11th Division while Kira was transferred to the 3rd. There was still no news of Itsuki. People started to think he was dead, but Yamamoto thought something else. From everyone, he knew the most about Itsuki's strength. Hueco Mundo. Within Itsuki's inner spirit world another Itsuki stood in front of him. It was the complete opposite with black hair, blue scara, and white eyes. Its clothing was made up of a white shihakuso and also held 2 swords in his hands. They both looked at each other for a second as they fought. Itsuki never used his mystic eyes as this was a rare chance to have a fight where the opponent's abilities were exactly the same as his. Chapter 59, Fusion. Itsuki stood behind Black Itsuki as it was cut in half. Before the Black Itsuki fully dissipated he threw both his Zanpakuto at it. They placed themselves right in the middle of the 2 parts as the Black Itsuki started dissipating. A formation appeared underneath them filled with unknown and ancient runes. Itsuki had come up with a theory. Ichigo's hollow had become a Zanpakuto spirit. So, as it can become a Zanpakuto spirit, it should be able to strengthen one. A Shinigami and their Zanpakuto were one entity, so strengthening one would also strengthen the other. It was just a theory so he was trying it now, he didn't know the chances of success. Itsuki didn't want to have a temporary power boost, he wanted a permanent one, so this was the result of that. Looking back at his Zanpakuto, it seemed to be successful as he could feel his Zanpakutos becoming stronger. The raw power from the hollow seemed to be stored in his body increasing his physical strength. An hour passed to absorb the hollow when it finally disappeared. On top of the mountain, Ryurai and Byako appeared in front of Itsuki. They had their same clothes on but now a part of a skeletal mask covered part of their faces. While Byako had her right side covered from the forehead to her cheek, going over her eye, Ryurai had a similar one on the left. It seems your theory worked, Itsuki. Itsuki just nodded as he felt the power in his body. He seemed to be neither a hollow nor a Shinigami, he was somewhere in the middle. The 2 Zanpakutos just looked at him as felt the changes in his body. Knowledge of some techniques flashed through his mind, it was instinctive. Opening his eyes, he felt as if he was shedding his outer layer. Well, he was shedding his outer layer, as his hollow shell started breaking apart. What was left was just Itsuki standing in the middle of a barren land with a trail behind him, a trail of bodies. Bodies littered the place behind him as he looked back. Thinking of leaving this area, he stepped forward only to find out that he had overshot it. A hint of sonido was used with that step. Looking at his body he felt he needed to get used to his new strength. So, he went on another massacre but only using his physical abilities. After getting used to his strength, he started experimenting on himself. His outer layer of skin had hardened, and his regenerative abilities had increased, only taking seconds for a cut to get healed. He succeeded in mixing Shuinpa and Sonido together, creating an advanced Shuinpa technique, sending his speed to new levels. He felt his senses also increase with the addition of being able to locate Ryatsu easier. Bringing his hand up, he pointed a finger at a lone hollow in the distance. The hollow was minding its own business when a beam of azure pink light obliterated it from existence. Seeing the smoke released from his finger, Itsuki confirmed that he had most likely got all the base abilities of an Arankar. That move he just used was Zero. He could increase its strength by deciding how much Ryatsu he inputted into the move. Itsuki suddenly heard a shuffling noise to his right. He was too engrossed in forming that Zero that he forgot to pay attention to his surroundings. A midget was there trembling as it tried to hide by rolling into a ball and putting her hands over her head. The child had short green hair and a broken hollow mask on her head. The hollow mask had a crack run alongside the left of her mask while 4 of its teeth were missing. She had a long scar that reached down to her nose and a crimson line running across her face. She was wearing a green gown with a hood that covered her entire body. Opening her hazel eyes, she looked around and saw no one. It seems the bad guy is gone. Suddenly she felt something behind her and jumped forwards. Looking at the figure, she was first mesmerized by his face but then remembered that it was the bad guy that fired that scary beam. Sweat poured down her face while tears were threatening to come out. Why? A loud cry left her mouth as her tears gushed out like a waterfall. You could see her long canines from her lower jaw. Itsuki was stunned and didn't know what to do. He was currently in front of Neliel Tuodelschwank, a former Espada and an Arankar that has lost her abilities. Being reverted to a child's form, she also reverted to that mentality. Itsuki had no experience with children so he was stuck there, unable to do anything. Picking her up, he just held her in front of him like a football as she cried. Her legs were dangling in the air as her cry slowed down. She got a proper look at the man in front of her eyes. He was too pretty. Seeing the difficulties in his eyes as he held her, she started feeling sorry for him. Maybe I should play eternal tag with him. Itsuki saw that she had stopped crying as he heaved a sigh of relief. Nell looked at the clothes the guy was wearing and started trembling once more. Waving her hands and legs, she screamed while pointing at him. Why you, who are you? Minamoto Itsuki, a Shinigami. A Shinigami. That means that he is a bad guy. At first, she panicked and squirmed but realized that he wasn't letting her go easily. Suddenly a thought flashed through her head as a scheming smile appeared on her face. Shinigami-san, want to play eternal tag? Seeing that she wasn't squirming anymore, he put her down. Once her feet touched the ground, she immediately tagged Itsuki and ran. Tag you're it. Itsuki just watched her run away. Children are a handful. Suddenly sensing something, he disappeared into the direction where Nell had just left. Nell was slowly running with her short legs while looking back. Seeing that the bad guy wasn't chasing her, and the plan seemed to be successful, she came to stop while giving out a sigh. It seems that I'm too fast for the bad guy. A smug smile was plastered on her face as she imagined herself beating Itsuki up. Like that's possible. Observing her surroundings, she got confused. Where am I? Where is? Suddenly, a shadow engulfed her as a large hollow appeared. A scream left its mouth while it swept its claw at Nell. Nell was too shocked to move as the claw got bigger in her eyes. A mysterious light welled up in the eyes of her mask when another figure appeared blocking the strike. Itsuki quickly dispatched the hollow that attacked. Turning to Nell again, he saw that once again tears were threatening to come out of her eyes. Did you just save me? Itsuki never replied as he checked for injuries on her body. At first, he thought it would be fun meeting the child Nell, but reality hit him harder than a truck. He just decided to ignore her as he knew she wasn't alone. Seeing Itsuki walk away, she suddenly shouted. Are you running away? Itsuki never looked back. Are just going to run away? Seeing no response, she started bawling her eyes out. Mine, I want to play some more. I'd wather die den stop now. A tick mark appeared on Itsuki as he got annoyed for the first time in history. Seeing that she wasn't leaving, Itsuki turned around and gestured for her to follow. Nell was immediately joyful when she saw this and ran up to Itsuki, hugging him out of the blue. Itsuki was frozen with the sudden hug while Nell blabbered on. Picking her up, Itsuki looked at her in the eyes. Guardians, where? I don't know, I lost them. Itsuki didn't know what to say. He knew that her two older brothers were unreliable, but he never expected them to be this unreliable. Shinigami-san, want to carry on playing eternal tag? Itsuki was about to shake his head when Nell was already running off. Tired of being led by the whims of this kid, he just grabbed her and put her on his shoulders. This is not how eternal tag works. Itsuki chose to ignore her and carried on looking for her older brothers so he can leave her to them, and he can leave this place. While walking, he found out that the ability of his eyes had upgraded. Activating them, he would see floating lines here and there. To experiment on things, he put Nell to sleep and went some distance away. He traced the lines with a sword only for a large rift to open up and suck everything in. Creating some distance, the rift began to close similar to someone healing a cut. It seemed he can, on some basis, cut though the concept of space. He couldn't kill it yet as he didn't know how, and he felt his eyes weren't strong enough. Returning to Nell, they carried on their journey when she woke up. Itsuki didn't know how long he had been in Hueco Mundo, due to being in that hollow mode and the fact that there was no concept of night and day within Hueco Mundo. The sky stayed the same wherever Itsuki went. Currently, Itsuki was just walking with his tattered Shinigami attire and Captain's Hayori when he heard a few voices. Nell. Nell, don't you know? Bawa. Bawa. A group of misfits looked around shouting for Nell, unaware of the possible dangers it can cause. One of them was a humanoid Arankar whose head is almost completely covered by his mask, which resembled an insect-like head with large mandibles and horns. His left eye was yellow in color and could be seen through the eye hole while the right one was covered by a purple cloth. Blonde hair could be seen falling onto his back while the upper part of his purple body was covered by a white armor-like vest. Beneath that was a hollow hole positioned near his stomach and he wore a loincloth that was a lighter shade of purple. He only had 3 toes on each foot. The other was a rather large fellow. He had a large body with small limbs. He wore a hooded yellow bodysuit with black polka dots of various sizes. His head was very large, being almost as big as his body. Unlike other Arankar, his Tiki Hollow mask covered his whole face where the eyes and mouth functioned as if it were his own. The mask had exaggerated colorful features including large eyes, teeth, and a prominent nose. Lastly wasn't an Arankar but rather a snake-like hollow. His mask was a simple plate on his head with horns on either side. He had large pink lips and teeth. His body consisted of a hard and solid back with a lighter colored underside. Pesh. Dandochaka. Bawabawa. Nell was started to run to them when she noticed the absence of Itsuki. Itsuki. Itsuki looked back at Nell as a Garganta opened next to him. Itsuki gave a small smile as he saw reluctance in her eyes while a bit of water appeared on the edges. She had gotten quite attached to Itsuki throughout their journey and didn't think that they would part when she reunited with her brothers. Seeing this, Itsuki took out a feather and gave it to her. It was from Saikyo. Itsuki had found it in one of his pockets. It must have fallen off some time before his hollow transformation. Itsuki didn't speak as he patted her head and walked into the Garganta. Her 3 companions had just noticed Nell and rushed towards her. A brave face replaced her sad one as she wiped her tears off and grasped the feather. Author's note. I, using my intellect, have come to a conclusion. It seems my health is okay now. Or I was just sick for like a day and gotten better the next day. You can't tell with the nose blocks caused by hay fever and the coughing caused by asthma. Was too tired, so my last 2 chapters weren't of the best quality, but, if I can be bothered, I'll go back and redo them. Chapter 60, Return. Real World. Karakura Town. A mother and son were walking on the footpath near a riverbank. They were both holding hands as they took shelter from the rain under one umbrella. The boy had a joyful smile plastered on his face as his brown eyes radiated happiness. He had one distinguishing feature, his unnatural spiky orange hair. He held a closed umbrella in his other hand while he was clad in a yellow raincoat. This boy was Kurosaki Ichigo. The mother was an older version of Masaki that had long wavy hair tied into a ponytail. Motherly love filled her eyes as she looked at her little treasure. While Ichigo was walking, he saw a young girl about to jump in the river. Hey, that kid. Seeing the girl about to jump in, Ichigo rushed out. Hold on a second. Masaki was surprised seeing Ichigo run out. Ichigo. Looking towards the girl, Masaki was surprised. It was a hollow. Ichigo was still young and couldn't identify between a real girl and a soul. He didn't even know what a hollow was. No. Ichigo. Ichigo stretched his hand out trying to catch the girl, but his hand touched nothing, and he fell forwards. Seeing the hollow about to attack Ichigo, she jumped in front of him, willing to take the blow. Masaki tried to summon her blood but failed to do so. She had lost her Quincy powers. Hugging Ichigo, she covered him from the attack, but the expected attack never came. Slowly turning around, she saw a katana coming out of the hollow's torso. The hollow slowly dissipated as a youth appeared behind her. He was in tattered Shinigami clothes, with rips here and there. He was missing one shoe and the remains of a white jacket was behind him. His pitiful look did nothing to diminish his beauty. Just as she was about to unconsciously compare him to her husband, she collapsed. It seems the recent stress took a toll on her as the burden of losing her powers came flushing in. Ichigo, in front, was barely conscious, as he saw a man with white hair and tattered clothing lift him and his mother. Picking the two up, he arrived in front of a clinic and rang the doorbell. A familiar man opened the door as his eyes widened in shock. Ishin had grown a bit of a stubble since he lost his Shinigami powers. He was waiting for his wife to be home after he felt Grand Fisher's Ryatsu. He knew she could protect herself, but time passed as he started to feel uneasy. He waited and waited when the doorbell rang. At first, he thought it was Masaki, but she should have a key, so it probably wasn't her. Settling himself, he went to open the door. What he saw will forever be etched in his memories as it would be the cause of numerous nightmares to come. A floating Masaki and Ichigo first came into view, seemingly unconscious. What? He jumped back in shock, which created enough space for Itsuki to enter and lay the two on the couch. As he laid them down, Ishin's voice was heard. Is it you, Itsuki? Itsuki never talked as he knew Ishin wouldn't be able to hear it. I have to say thanks. Itsuki just got up and left. He had no reason to be here and would need to make haste to return to Soul Society. He still had one more place to be. In a barren warehouse district, Itsuki saw a cat lazing around. It seemed to have no care in the world and looked just like an ordinary cat. Sneaking up behind it, Itsuki suddenly cuddled her and started patting its head. The cat was first surprised but then seemed to melt with Itsuki's touch. How many years has it been? This thought flashed through Yoruichi's head as she felt Itsuki's touch. She had missed this touch, even craved it. Sitting down, Itsuki put her on his lap as she turned into her human form. Sitting there, Itsuki just spoke one word. Why? One word, yet so many meanings. Yoruichi felt her heart tremble upon hearing this as she just closed her eyes and leaned back. It wasn't that she didn't choose to answer, but it was because she couldn't. She had wronged the two most important people in her life that day. Itsuki put his arms around her and buried his face into her neck. The two stayed in that positions. They didn't know how much time had passed until Yoruichi moved Itsuki's head and pulled it into a kiss. At first it was okay, but Itsuki started to avoid it. No, Yoruichi, don't, you can't just kiss me and... This was the first time Yoruichi had seen Itsuki show this much emotion. Itsuki wanted to carry on, but when he looked at her tears, he suddenly felt something clog his throat. He couldn't get the right words out. He hated those eyes Yoruichi had. This time Itsuki leaned in for a kiss. It wasn't a passionate one but a light one. That one kiss seemed to have forgotten about the past and all that mattered was the present. They just enjoyed each other's company that night as they both went over their experiences. In the morning Itsuki made his leave amidst Yoruichi's silent protests and kisses. He reluctantly left the unsatisfied cat as he stabbed his zanpakuto in midair and opened a senkamen. Later that day, Urahara was quite surprised to see Yoruichi in such a joyful mood. Back at the Kurosaki clinic, Ishin was surprised to learn that Masaki had lost her powers. He felt lucky that someone had saved her, otherwise he never knew what would happen if he lost her. So, who saved you? A dreamy look was in Masaki's eyes as she spoke. I don't know, he was really handsome. Ishin's face crumbled as he knew exactly who she was talking about. Back in Soul Society he never knew the pain a married man faced, but he had now experienced it firsthand. Soul Society. Main Senkamen. The Kido guards were surprised seeing the Senkamen open. There weren't any reports of anyone that would be entering Soul Society that day, so this was completely unexpected from them. Getting ready for any invasion, a report was sent to Yamamoto and the 12th Division. What intensified the situation was that the division had no reports about anyone inside the Dongai. This increased the chances of an invasion happening. When the Senkamen opened, no one stepped out. Suddenly, a massive amount of Ryatsu pressured the whole of Siriidi. All the captains felt the pressure as they hastily made their way to the main Senkamen. A total of 12 captains appeared alongside their lieutenants, with Soifan being the only lieutenant without their captain. Aizen had someone unknown as his lieutenant as he couldn't get his hands on Hinamori. They all got battle ready when they saw Saikyo land on the shoulder of the figure that stepped out. Ranjaku and Soifan were shocked before hope appeared in their eyes. Please, let it be him. Shunsui, Yukitake, Unohana, and Byakuya also had hope in their eyes while Yamamoto slightly opened his eyes in anticipation. The figure then stepped out and they all got to see the rags he was in. He had a hooked eyebrow seeing the entourage waiting for him upon his entrance, then, as if realizing something, he contained his Ryatsu, making it absolutely invisible to others. If they weren't looking at him, they wouldn't have noticed he was there. Before anyone could react, Itsuki and Yamamoto nodded at each other and disappeared from their locations. Ranjaku and Soifan couldn't believe their eyes as they stood in their place. Toshiro, the current 10th Division captain, noticed this and left Ranjaku on her own. Aizen, Jin, and Tozen had no changes in their expressions as they left. Shunsui, Yukitake, Unohana, and Byakuya made their way to the 2nd Division HQ to meet Itsuki there, their lieutenants following them. Only Soifan and Ranjaku were left looking at each other. Seeing the joy in each other's eyes, they knew they weren't dreaming as both of them also made their way to the 2nd Division. Zaraki Kenpachi had a smile on his face. Landing in the 1st Division HQ, Itsuki then made his report. Quite hard to believe you were fighting for this long and you ended up in Hueco Mundo. Itsuki nodded while Yamamoto felt that Itsuki was hiding something. He just brushed it off. He knew his disciple best and knew that he would have Soul Society's best interest in mind. Knowing that he had friends waiting for him, he dismissed him. After that was a touching reunion with the 4 captains. Shunsui had tears streaming down his face while Yukitake had his usual smiling face. Unohana just came to tell Itsuki of their next sparring session and that he was finally back. The 3 left while Byakuya remained behind. From all of them, he was the closest to Itsuki. It seemed that Byakuya had changed the most as had reverted back to his own self from the anime. Visit us sometime soon, his Anna would be happy to meet you. With this Byakuya left and Itsuki was the only one left. The door to the main room opened as 2 figures walked in. Itsuki could see the dried up tears in their eyes as they both jumped at him. He let himself be pushed down as to not hurt the 2. Both of them rubbed their faces on his ragged clothes as they had missed him for years. The 3 stayed like that for some time before, surprisingly, Soifan made the first move. She looked up with a determined red face as she leaned in for a kiss. Ranjaku seeing this, let a pout surface on her beautiful face. Not fair, Soifan. Grabbing Itsuki's head, Ranjaku also leaned in for a kiss. Itsuki was surprised with the initiative the 2 took. It seemed their relationship had gotten closer with his absence. Itsuki wasn't wrong as they only had each other when he went missing. Finishing the kiss, a slap made its way to his right cheek while Ranjaku slapped his left one. Both had tears in their eyes as they spoke together. Don't do that ever again. When he went missing, it had hurt them the most. It was as if they had lost a piece of their souls. Itsuki was still dazed at what happened. First he was getting kissed and the next he was getting slapped. But when he saw the tears in their eyes, he just hugged them. He really hated those tears. News of Itsuki's return sent another shockwave throughout Siriidi. The Onmitsukido, that were slowly losing hope, seemed to have been reignited as they started completing mission after mission with a 100% completion rate. The Central 46 got wind of this and with Yamamoto submitting a report, they glossed over the questioning they were preparing. Soifan, Ranjaku, and Itsuki started spending time together more often as a smug smile kept appearing on her face. Seeing this irked Ranjaku as she questioned. What's with that look? I was Itsuki's first. A happy smile appeared on her face as she recited those words. Itsuki was stunned before he decided to make it clear. Actually, you weren't. Soifan turned into stone while Ranjaku was also shocked. Then who wa dash? Only one girl flashed through their minds as the two looked at each other. Was it her? Itsuki gave a nod while Soifan asked further. How far? Itsuki started feeling cold as he told the truth. All the way. The two were shocked with what Itsuki just said. They both looked at each other and knew exactly what the other party was thinking. Jumping up, they shouted. Rock, paper, scissors. Soifan threw a rock while Ranjaku threw paper. Soifan seemed sad as Ranjaku cheered. They weren't taking their chances with Itsuki as they didn't want something like that to happen again. Now, knowing their rival was a giant leap ahead of them, they got competitive. Itsuki just watched on with a smile. This was something the two girls deserved, and it was not like he was losing out. Ahem. Ahem. Author's note. Going to try and focus on the romance aspect now. Plus it's now the end of volume 2, hooray, smiley face. So, I'll be taking a one-day break, aw, wink with a frown. Plot will most likely start next chapter. It was my first time writing romance, so please be lenient with your criticism. Just to make it clear, Itsuki is still a pure Shinigami, as the one that absorbed the hollow power was his Zanpakutos, which inadvertently gave him hollow powers. Shall I do something like you guys ask me a question and I answer them? Well, I'll see from your response in the comments. If yes, then I'll do it tomorrow. Sorry guys, 3 is enough. I had thought of Kakaku, but 2 less time compared to the other girls. Any more then it will truly be difficult, so maybe in any of the future novels. Chapter 61, Q&A. 1. How is Itsuki a pure Shinigami while having his Zanpakutos absorb a hollow? Well, I believe that Zanpakutos are their own entities. Although they are formed by a Shinigami soul, later on they are both, part and not part of a Shinigami. It's a bit like Ichigo, he is ultimately a human but has the power of all the races. Newbie Rage has explained it rather well. Okay, writing this once for all to understand. Zanpakutos are not made from your soul, they are linked to your souls. All Zanpakutos are personally forged through a special method by Otsunomaya, aka, God of the Sword, which allows the user to link his soul to Zanpakuto, which acts as a medium to release one's inner powers. Zanpakutos are given in the Shinigami Academy, after which the person needs start to meditate in order to link one's soul to the blade and slowly start merging with it. Only 2 people in Bleach completely merged with their Zanpakutos, Ichigo and Aizen. Only if Itsuki will fully merge with Zanpakuto, the hollow powers will be embedded in his soul. Or how 28th00 has explained it. No, Zanpakutos are formed from an Asachi and a fragment of their own soul. They're connected because they used to be the exact same being, but are not anymore. Shinigami get most of their power from the Zanpakuto, minus things like Kido or Shundo. Think of this as a loophole. Whichever you find suits you the most. Legs and the 26 people who like his comment, Slesk. 2. Nell. Well, I came to the conclusion that Aizen must have made a trip to Hueco Mundo before the start of the plot. This is because when he ultimately betrays Soul Society, he is already Hueco Mundo's ruler. This ended up resulting in him having already creating the Espadas before the plot, and where Nell loses her powers before it as well. I could be wrong, but if I am wrong, with the power of me being the author, I will give the reason to butterfly effect. I remember seeing the comment somewhere. 3. Ichigo as a disciple. I'm still currently thinking of that as I'm in 2 side of that. It would be cool, but the plot armor he had is over 9,000. So, yeah, I will see about it. Scientists. 4. If his Zanpakuto absorbs the hollow, will it change its form? Naturally. L'Amour. 5. How long has he stayed in Hueco Mundo? 14 years. Dow_of_battle, Lamaril, Albenza Kirage. 6. Why make another experimental hollow for MC to get powers, and what will happen to the Hogyoku? Well, I can have Itsuki create another hollow, but I found it easier for Aizen to do it. Why do the work if someone else can do it for you? As for the Hogyoku, we will see. Izukjil. 7. Quincy powers. I don't know. The prerequisite for these powers is for one to be human, and, ultimately, Itsuki is not. Plus, I don't want to complicate it too much, so, I'll see. Captain_caption. 8. Will Itsuki train others in the way of the sword? Yes, his children, tongue sticking out. As for others, I'll see. 2nd, genius novelist. 9. World traveling. I've done a poll before and majority was for this novel to be purely Bleach. Afterwards, I don't know, he'll do another poll then as well. Ruber DF. 10. Can you show Itsuki's prowess in Kido and Kaido, healing arts? Yes, in future chaps. Illusory_reality. 11. If his Zanpakutos are taken away, will he still have his hollow powers? Yes. Illusory_reality. Chapter 62, Zaraki Kenpachi. Itsuki was currently returning from a mission when he heard the sound of battle. Running to the location, he saw a dozen or so Shinigami out fighting a centipede-like hollow. Judging by their coarse way of talking, hair and expression, Itsuki concluded that they were from the 11th Division. They were being beaten miserably until a Shinigami made his way forward. He was rather tall and muscular and wore the standard Shinigami Shihakuso but with no socks. He had little red markings on the outer corner of his eyes, but what shined the most about him was his bald head. Rushing to the hollow, he screamed, "Orararara!" and split it in half. Throughout the whole process, a smile never left his face. So crude. Hinamori was next to Itsuki and witnessed the battle. She had her hair tied into a bun similar to the anime. How unpleasant, Ikaku. Another voice rung out within the group of Shinigami as a rather feminine guy came forward. He wore the standard Shihakuso uniform with some customizations. An orange piece of clothing sat above his Shihakuso, covering his neck and chest. He had purple eyes and colorful feathers sitting on his right eyelashes and eyebrows alongside jaw-length black hair. "What did you say, Yumachika?" Ikaku turned to Yumachika when he heard his opinion. While Hinamori was surveying the group, a certain redhead entered her view. Realizing it was her friend, she wanted to meet him but realized that it was not the right time. Itsuki saw her hesitation as he glanced towards her. "Go." Realizing that her thoughts were seen through, a blush crept onto her face. She then thanked Itsuki and stepped out. "Renji-kun." Renji looked round and was shocked to see his former classmate. Running towards her, he shouted, "Hinamori. What are you doing here?" "I was just returning from a mission." The Shinigami there were curious as to who the girl was. There were none in the 11th Division, and it was quite they barely had any interaction from them unless it was a nurse from the 4th Division. "Who's that? How does Abarai know such a beauty?" Many murmurs and questions were thrown about as Renji and Hinamori talked. Suddenly, the ground shook and many other centipede-like hollows appeared. Ikaku had a wider smile as he got ready to attack. "Stand down." A voice rang out behind him. A tall and muscular man walked in front of him. He had a wild and aggressive look, with long pronounced cheekbones and hairless brow ridges. He had a long scar running down the left side of his face, over his green eye. His right eye was covered by a black, luxurious eye patch that had gold-like lining and a chain as one of the straps. He wore a choker on his neck and a normal Shinigami Shihakuso with a sleeveless Captain Teori. He had stiff, pointy black hair in which he had attached small bells at the end of each spike. On his shoulder was a little girl with pink hair, pink eyes, and a perpetual blush on her cheeks. She wore the normal Shinigami Shihakuso with the lieutenant armband on her left arm. She appeared to be clutching the man's shoulder to prop herself up. "Cue ball, move out the way, let Ken-chan have some fun." The girl jumped off and landed next to Hinamori while Ikaku had veins popping out his head. Before he could release his anger, the girl turned to Hinamori. "Who are you?" Hinamori crouched down to eye level. "It's nice meeting you, Lieutenant Kusajishi, my name Hinamori Momo." "That's a weird name." Hinamori just smiled at the young girl, before looking at Ikaku and the peacock-looking guy join their captain to defeat the hollows. Their captain looked like he was taking a walk in the park and he didn't seem to be enjoying it with that bored look on his face. Renji then made his presence known. "Hinamori, what are you doing here?" "I was on a mission." "On a mission? Aren't you part of Captain Minamoto's personal guards? Did you leave?" The 11th Division members had a careful look at the kind, beautiful girl and realized that she was in the standard Onmitsukido uniform. The members that were thinking of approaching her immediately changed their mind. That kind girl was part of the Onmitsukido. Part of the head of the Onmitsukido's personal guards. "Who said that I left? Weren't you on a mission? Wait." Realization slowly surfaced on Renji's face as he started looking around before he turned to Hinamori. "Captain Minamoto is here." To answer that, an eagle flew down and landed on Hinamori's shoulder. The 11th Division members were surprised and looked vigilantly at the eagle. Saikyo looked aloof at the members before a pat from Hinamori melted her. Squawking, she shook her head and flapped her wings, indicating her annoyance. A certain captain's ear twitched as he heard the two talking as a smile made its way up to his face. Suddenly, someone heard footsteps and saw a figure stepping out of the woods. No one said anything as they all felt a pressure engulf them. It wasn't as if Ryatsu being released, it was just an unseen pressure had fallen as Itsuki made his presence known. Yumachika was there arguing with Ikaku when he turned to see Itsuki. "Beautiful." Itsuki ignored his voice as he looked towards Hinamori. "If you want you can leave first, I'll be some time." Hinamori didn't know what he meant at first but then found her answer. A flash was seen, and an explosion happened where her captain was standing. As the smoke cleared out, two figures could be seen. Her captain had one of his swords drawn in a backhanded grip, blocking another sword. Zaraki Kenpachi. Itsuki said these two words as he looked at the one that attacked him. You seem to have taken off your bells and eye patch. Ha 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 ha, I don't need them if I'm facing you, that's what my instinct says. A huge amount of Ryatsu was exerted from him as Itsuki did the same. His Ryatsu had tremendously increased with the absorption of the hollow that he had difficulties controlling it. Itsuki had calculated that he was probably on a rampage for about 13.5 years. It took him 3 months to get used to his new physical levels, 2 months on his new Shuinpa and 1 month to get a basic level of control on his newfound powers. It took him 3 tries just to get into the real world. He barely had enough time to learn how to properly control them as he needed to get out of that place fast. He didn't know how long he had stayed in Hueco Mundo and the small delay with Nell wasn't worth mentioning. The surrounding people started to be pushed back as Saikyo started to take for the skies. The members all retreated, leaving Zaraki and Itsuki in the middle. All the members expected it to be a long fight. On one side was the current Kenpachi while in the other was the mysterious 2nd Division captain, rumored to be the strongest after the captain commander. Jumping back, Zaraki created some space between them before realizing something. He hadn't made Itsuki move from where he was first standing. This thought excited him as he attacked once again using brute strength. At first, Yamamoto had someone teach Zaraki swordsmanship, but was immediately stopped by the Central 46 in fear of him becoming too powerful. Itsuki saw that the man was swinging his sword round without any technique, but each strike was vital. One could tell that it was honed after countless battles. Still, this wasn't enough as Itsuki made his move. From the start, all Itsuki had done was dodging Zaraki's strikes. Finishing a swing, Zaraki found out that Itsuki had disappeared from his vision. Just as he was thinking, he felt a weight in his sword and immediately looked behind him. Itsuki stood there at the tip of his sword looking down at him. Itsuki jumped as Zaraki tried to shake him off. Landing, Itsuki sheathed his sword and got into an Iato stance. Zaraki saw this and brought his sword in front of him, ready for the strike. What surprised him though was that Itsuki moved a bit forward and disappeared. Alarm bells rang in his head as his animal-like instincts kicked in and was barely able to dodge the strike. Just as he had finished the dodge, a sword was already there pointing at his neck. Luckily, they had moved far away from the others, so it was only the two of them that had seen Zaraki losing in an instant. The 11th Division was based of strength, so seeing their captain losing so easily may have had some impact on their overall morale and their trust in the captain. Hinamori was there waiting when the sound of fighting died down. Itsuki came out of the woods with Zaraki next to him. It had been troubling pacifying this guy, but Itsuki was eventually able to do it in the end. He promised him a spar but didn't tell him when. Zaraki wasn't that blessed in the intelligence area than he was in fighting. But Itsuki knew that if he was, then only fate knows his limits. Itsuki then made his way to report his mission and once again have a face-off against paperwork. Luckily, Hinamori seconded as an assistant, so he got some relief in completing it. While doing this, he had a thought: who did the paperwork in the 11th Division? A certain peacock-looking guy came to mind as Itsuki shuddered remembering what happened earlier. Looking at Soifan, Itsuki got up and immediately hugged her. Soifan was surprised but didn't run away from the hug as a deep blush covered her face. Time passed as Soul Society was at rest. Itsuki had just finished sparring with Byakuya when Rukia came in. "Nisama, I will be dispatched to the real world mid-spring." Byakuya nodded while Itsuki sent Saikyo over to her. Saikyo landed on her shoulder and rubbed her head on Rukia's cheek. She then made her leave to get ready for the mission. Time quickly passed as news of Rukia entering the Senkamen and Abarai Rinji becoming the 6th Division's lieutenant was heard. After that, Rukia had gone missing and Itsuki knew that Ichigo had most likely become a Shinigami now. His Anna was immediately distressed upon hearing her little sister go missing when a mission made its way in front of Itsuki. The mission dictated the retrieval of Kachiki Rukia. Seeing that the person was him instead of Byakuya surprised Itsuki. "Exactly, what are you playing at?" Looking towards the Central 46 building, Itsuki was once again surprised upon hearing that Byakuya was also coming. Standing in front of the main Senkamen was Byakuya and Rinji, clearly waiting for someone. Moments later, Itsuki appeared with Soifan and Hinamori next to him. Hinamori was Itsuki's personal guard, so she would go wherever he went, and Soifan wanted to have a trip in the real world as she felt suffocated staying in the 2nd Division HQ for long periods. Seeing the lineup, Soifan muttered, "Why are 2 captains needed for the retrieval of 1 person?" Chapter 63, The Start. Indeed. Byakuya simply said these words as he looked at Itsuki. Itsuki just shook his head and proceeded to enter the Senkamen with 4 of them following. On their way, Rinji started speaking. Some time ago, there was a report stating that high-level Ryatsu was released in the area. Apparently a Jillian made an appearance and an unknown Shinigami defeated it. He carried on reporting things like, a sudden gathering of hollows, reports of hollows being killed by someone or something unknown. Basically, all of Ichigo's exploits during him becoming a Shinigami. While Itsuki and Byakuya kept their stoic faces, Soifan and Hinamori got increasingly astonished the more they heard. The sun was currently setting as it blessed its dying rays over Karakura town when a Senkaman appeared in the middle of the streets. The pedestrians around them were oblivious to this as they went on with their lives. Modern society. Although it wasn't exactly modern, as to when Itsuki died in his previous life, he did feel a sense of familiarity with it. Itsuki then turned to Soifan. Wasn't someone sent to find her? Yeah, I think his name was Saido Ikechiro. Itsuki remembered this name from the anime. The first Shinigami that confronted Rukia on Masaki's death anniversary, not that it happened now considering Itsuki did save her. So Itsuki thought that the story must have followed a similar yet different plot considering the actions Ikechiro took was extremely similar to the anime. By the time they found traces of Rukia and reached the Kurosaki clinic, it was already dark. Itsuki knew exactly where she was but Byakuya and Itsuki didn't do anything. Seeing Rukia running out, the three subordinates were all astonished. That girl, I only sense a bit off strength from her, did she lose it? Soifan was the most knowledgeable from the three. No, a Shinigami doesn't just lose their powers, she has given it to someone. A human most likely. Wah. Renji and Hinamori were astonished when they heard this before Soifan continued. You do know what the punishment is for such crime. Facing Soifan's deadly look, the two gulped and ran after Rukia. Itsuki looked at the two tailing her and back at Soifan indicating for an answer. Although Soifan felt this, she ignored him and went after the two. Byakuya saw this and a small laugh left his mouth before being filled with worry. He knew what the crime was, he knew the punishment and he knew the oath he made. Although other couldn't see it, for Itsuki, it was as bright as day. Patting his shoulder, he reassured Byakuya and indicated to show himself and lead the arrest. He then sent a message for Soifan and Hinamori to stay in the shadows. The scene played out exactly like the anime. Renji confronted Rukia and chastised her for only noticing him when he called out. He then attacked her until Yuryu Ishida appeared. Yuryu Ishida was fair-skinned teenager of average height and a slender build. He had straight black hair that framed both sides of his face while glasses fell over his blue eyes. Itsuki was on the sidelines watching it play out. The only reason he could think of why Aizen had sent him out was because he was plotting something, or was he thinking too much into it? Aizen is someone whose one move will have a tremendous impact on the people around him. Different people will think differently but still make him into a perfect being. One may think he was benevolent while the other would think he was strong. Renji talks quite a lot. Hinamori's voice brought him out of his thoughts. As they watched on, Soifan on the side also spoke. I didn't expect there were any Quincy's left. The three saw Renji about to kill Ishida when they felt another Ryatsu approaching him. It was quite small, so they never paid much attention to who it was, yet Itsuki knew exactly who it was. Creating a flashy entrance of striking his sword on the ground, an orange-headed Shinigami made himself known. That guy. Soifan found him familiar. Doesn't he look like Lieutenant Kaien? Hinamori nodded while Itsuki narrowed his eyes. This was taking too long, no wonder the scene took 2 anime episodes. Itsuki decided to make a move and silently appeared behind Rukia. Apart from Byakuya, no one noticed him there as Ichigo got his first ever power-up and started thrashing Renji. While he was thrashing Renji he saw something reflect off Renji's sword. 3 figures had appeared behind Rukia and looking at her expression she didn't know they were there. Pushing Renji back, he jumped towards Rukia as the figure in the middle raised his hand. Renji was surprised by this, why did he jump back? Time seemed to slow, as Rukia was also shocked by the changes, why did he suddenly jump towards her? Byakuya had any change on his face as Ichigo shouted. Get away from Rukia. Rukia was further shocked as someone had appeared behind her, and looking at the reflection in Ichigo's eyes, she was once again shocked. Ichigo, NOO. As soon as she said that a figure appeared behind him and pushed Ichigo down while another pointed her sword at Ichigo's throat. Rukia then felt someone rubbing her head and turned around to only see Itsuki behind her. Saikyo squawked on his shoulder as she started to feel sleepy. Ichigo watched Rukia fall asleep in front of him as Itsuki picked her up and took her to a Senkaman Hinamori opened. Ichigo felt a sense of déjà vu seeing the youth's white hair. Soifan who was on top, shunpoed to Itsuki's side as Ichigo got up. Wait. I said wait. Soifan was about to make a move when Renji appeared in front of him. Feeling the brute of Ichigo's Ryatsu when their sword collided, Renji was incapacitated and Ichigo went for another strike. This time Byakuya made his move and cut Ichigo's sword half. He then proceeded to attack Ichigo's Seketsu and Hakusui just like the anime, destroying his Shinigami powers. Even when you fall, it's slow. Thinking he was dead, Byakuya and Renji left him and made for the Senkaman. After they had left, Ichigo's arm twitched while Urahara appeared next to him. Upon returning, the task for holding Rukia was tasked to the detention corps as news spread throughout Soul Society of Rukia's execution. He had barely arrived at the 2nd Division HQ when Yukite came rushing in. He was coughing violently, barely able to hold himself when Itsuki came up to help him. Setting him down, Itsuki was immediately barraged with questions as he calmly replied. It wasn't until noon that Yukite left. After Itsuki made sure that Yukite was gone, he immediately started his investigation. He wanted to know if Aizen had done something while he was gone. Looking through all the recent files he found nothing, but he knew that there was something wrong. Itsuki didn't expect to find anything in these files, but it doesn't hurt anyone in having extra knowledge. He personally visited each prison and the nest of maggots but found nothing. He then realized in the inconsistency of everyone's report it seems that there was a certain time where they can't remember what they were doing. It was quite well hidden and Itsuki was barely able to find it. Concentrating at this part, Itsuki looked around and found nothing out of place. It was as if Aizen just came to look for information. A week passed as Itsuki set up countermeasures and going through the library. He wasn't going through all the book again but trying to confirm his suspicions. He felt as if there was a secret repository in the library, a forbidden one. One that had the true history of the Soul Society. He looked at all the books he found suspicious and realized they were from the same author. Reading through the book he found some clues but would need to confirm them at the real one. While he was waiting, alarm's bell rang out. Emergency, emergency, intrusion in West Rakangai. So, they're finally here. Itsuki looked in the direction where Ichigo's group entered as he felt a familiar reiatsu from there. A short while later, Siriiti's Seiki gates came down and everything went according to plot. Sometime later, it was reported that Jin succeeded in pushing back the intruders. The use of the Tsukioku was decided for Rukia's execution and she was sent to the Shrine of Penitence. After that an emergency captain meeting was called alongside the lieutenants having to have an emergency meeting as well. During this time, the captains barely met with the lieutenants. Currently at the gathering place for lieutenants, Renji and the lieutenant of the 7th Division were walking through the hallways. He wore black glasses with his standard Shinigami Shihakuso. He had a distinctive haircut and a horizontally long mustache. His style and way of speaking reminded people of a Yakuza. Entering they met Aizen's lieutenant. He had ordinary features and basically worshipped Aizen. Just as they were talking to him, Ranjiku's voice was heard. It's because the lieutenants are always scattered over Soul Society like busy bees. She slowly made her way in. It would take at least half a day with everyone to gather. I haven't seen our captain as well. Renji didn't know who Ranjiku's captain was so he asked the Yakuza-looking guy. Iba-san, who is Ranjiku-san's captain? You know, that genius Hitsugaya kid. Oh, she must have it hard. Another voice was heard as a figure flashed in front of them. Ranjiku, you're already here. Soifan had just arrived as she made her way to Ranjiku. Ranjiku turned around and suddenly embraced Soifan. Soifan, it's been a long time. Soifan started suffocating as she was further pushed into Ranjiku's valleys. Renji had a blush on his face as Iba looked away. Stop looking otherwise your eyes will be gouged out. Renji was surprised when he felt a gaze directed at him. Saikyo was there glaring at Renji causing him to also look away. Soifan was blushing as she pushed herself away from Ranjiku. What are you doing? Ranjiku just smiled as she walked away with Soifan. Renji then once more looked at Iba. I've seen her with Captain Minamoto but who is that? Didn't you see the armband on her? She is the 2ND Division's lieutenant. There are rumors that she had captain-level strength. Aizen's lieutenant then asked Renji. Have you seen Captain Aizen? Renji sweated a bit as he just had a talk with him. And no, I haven't. Renji knew that Captain Aizen wanted to keep their meeting a secret so he never told anyone. While at the captain's meeting, Jin was the last one to arrive. Author's note. Been watching Bleach alongside writing this so I don't miss out any details. Plus, it seems I have severely underestimated Yamamoto. Remembering all the fanfics I have read does no justice to his strength so I'll be making a few changes with what I have written in Itsuki's strength. Chapter 64, Ryoka Invasion. Apart from Yukitake, who was on sick leave, every captain was there. The only changes from the original was that Soifan was replaced by Itsuki. He slowly looked around before looking at the 7th Division captain. It was his first time properly seeing him. The 7th Division's captain had a rather large build and wore a gauntlet covering his arms and a helmet, which covered his head. It seemed that he was very self-conscious about his looks. He then looked towards Aizen. It was the real him. Itsuki didn't know if he was fully tricked by Kyoka Suigetsu but what he did know was that Aizen had the ability to trick a person's 5 senses but not death. It was natural that Itsuki had seen Kyoka Suigetsu being released yet even without using his eyes he will find something amiss when seeing one of his illusions. It will be a tiny detail, and only if looked closely would he find it. Itsuki knew that the only surefire method of being immune to Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis was to touch the blade before being influenced by it. Zaraki's voice then brought Itsuki out of his thought as he started interrogating Jin. Quit joking around, you think that's why you were called here? I heard you went to play with some Ryoka and, not to mention, even let them escape. The hell's wrong with you? Someone like you wouldn't break a sweat over 4 to 5 Ryoka. Jin still had a sarcastic smile on his face. Oh, they ain't dead. Wah. Well, I was sure they was dead, guess my intuition done got dull. Mayuri then started laughing at Jin's excuse. Cut the act, there's no way a captain wouldn't be able to tell. Itsuki saw this and rolled his eyes. It seems the play starts. A child also rolled his eyes as he muttered under his breath. The stupid old guys have started another stupid fight. Jin looked wronged after hearing Mayuri. That ain't nice, it like you're saying, I let M go on purpose. That is what I'm saying. Before Mayuri could continue, Zaraki interrupted him. Shut up, Kuratsuchi, I'm the one currently talking to him, or do you want me to kill you? What was that? As the two started to get heated up, Shunsui muttered on the side. My, oh my, so hot-blooded. Suddenly, a weird noise left Yamamoto's mouth as he shouted. Enough. However, I think the reason you've been called here is explained by the earlier confrontation. Your independent action, letting the targets escape. Yamamoto slowly opened his eyes and looked carefully at Jin. Have you got any explanation, Ikamaru? I do not. Yamamoto seemed surprised at the sudden answer. What was that? I don't got any explanation, it was my absent-minded mistake. Before he could continue, Aizen spoke up. Before that, I want to ask you something. Suddenly alarms started going off, interrupting the captain's meeting. Emergency. 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 Intruders in Siriidi. The captains were shocked as they all saw Zaraki run away, they turned around only to see Itsuki gone as well. Every captain was then told to return to their defensive positions. Itsuki had come to the top of the 1st Division HQ and looked at the ball of light impacting the barrier surrounding Siriidi. A loud impact occurred, and lightning surrounded the ball. The impact sent shockwaves throughout Siriidi as lightning surrounded it. An explosion then occurred, sending 4 rays of light in different directions. Itsuki then also made his way towards the 2nd Division. He could feel Ichigo's Ryatsu as he seemed to be currently fighting Ikaku. Yumachika, the peacock guy, was fighting a Ryatsu similar to Kaien's, most likely Ganju, Kaien's little brother. He felt Yoruchi's Ryatsu moving around Siriidi, another pair of Ryatsu where one of them is Ishida and the other should be the girl, Orihime Inoue. They also seemed to be fighting a Shinigami. Lastly, there was one more, slowly making his way towards the 8th Division, that was Yasutora Sato. Itsuki left for his own defensive position as news came one by one. On his way he saw Zaraki going who knows where while Yuichiro was pointing at random directions to take. News of Ikaku losing, of Yumachika losing, news of the 4th seat of the 7th Division being defeated and losing his Shinigami powers kept coming in as Siriidi was in chaos. Still no captain had made their move. What caused more ruckus was the news of 6th Division's Lieutenant, Abarai Rinji being defeated some time later. Itsuki knew that they were hiding in the underground passages of Siriidi as Ichigo would be currently healed by Yamada Hanataro. Hinamori was worried so Itsuki sent her the checkup on him. Itsuki had just arrived when Jin had left with Kira and Toshiro was just warning Hinamori and Aizen's subordinate about the 3rd Division, especially Jin. Well, considering your superior, I doubt you would have anything to be worried about, but just be careful. Aizen's subordinate just left when Hinamori started complaining. Hitsugaya-kun, why do you captains just appear out of nowhere without making a sound? Itsuki, who had appeared behind her, stumbled upon hearing this and immediately disappeared from there. This tiny visit went unnoticed by the two as they carried on having their conversation. Still, Renji being defeated caused Yamamoto to act and call an emergency captain's meeting. We are now 1 lieutenant short, I hereby permit the continuous carrying of Zanpakuto and wartime release of Zanpakuto within Siriidi. Kuratsuchi and Zaraki once again started bickering when Yamamoto opened his eyes with all seriousness. Let's take this to all-out war. This riled up the Godii 13 as everyone smelled blood in the air. The next day, a scream was heard throughout Siriidi as Captain Aizen was found dead and Captain Itsuki was nowhere to be seen. Ranjaku had immediately visited the 2nd Division HQ and found Soifan, who told her not to worry. Itsuki had intentionally disappeared. Derishikaro. Itsuki was testing out his hypotheses with those different books. He knew there was a certain combination to open the secret repository, and with Aizen having killed the Central 46, made it easier to snoop around. After rearranging the books into a certain order, Itsuki heard a small rumbling sound only to see a small trapdoor opening. Entering the small trapdoor, Itsuki came across a dusty old room, with tattered but readable books and various stone panels with writing on them. Picking up one book, Itsuki started reading, Life Before the Birth of the Soul King, 5 Noble Houses, The Original Sin of Soul Society. The more Itsuki read the more astonished he got. He didn't remember any of this from the manga or anime. Slowly, the more he read the more the unexplained things started to add up and he realized Aizen's reasons for turning against Soul Society and what type of world Yhwach wanted and why he kept mentioning the original sin. The more he read, the more astonished he got yet the more disgusted he was. Even with his dampened emotions he felt sick upon reading such things. Yet all of it had come as a shock, suddenly realizing the two major antagonists in Bleach weren't exactly antagonists but were the good guys with extreme ideas. Itsuki realized that he was still weak, he needed strength and he needed it fast. Strength to defeat any obstacle, strength to go against the dark side of Soul Society. Finished reading, Itsuki suddenly felt someone behind him also entering the small room. Turning around, Itsuki spoke. Aizen Sosuke. Chapter 65, Ignored. The intruder was surprisingly Aizen Sosuke. Aren't you supposed to be missing, Captain Itsuki? Aren't you supposed to be dead, Captain Aizen? Aizen was surprised at first before a small laugh escaped his mouth as he looked at Itsuki. I died after you entered here, it seems you had calculated it from the beginning. How long were you suspi? No, that doesn't matter now. Still, I didn't expect you to find this place. Aizen's smile left his face as he continued. It seems you've read all of it, quite a fast reader, aren't you, Minamoto Itsuki? Itsuki just stayed quiet as he looked at the men in front of him, someone whose plans and machinations run deeper than the abyss. A table and two chairs were prepared with a chess set on top. Itsuki was white and Aizen was black. Leaving the Derishikaro, Itsuki looked back at the meeting with Aizen, as he felt a shudder pass through his heart. Itsuki felt it was the correct decision that he never underestimated Aizen since the beginning. Each move made, each word spoken had numerous interpretations and numerous backup plans. He wondered how Ichigo defeated him in the end. That game of chess gave Itsuki a glimpse of a master strategist and the only reason that match ended up in a draw was due to him using his mental abilities. Itsuki then remembered how they ended it. Itsuki, knowing your capabilities, you would have already started forming a plan, want to make a bet. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted as numerous Onmitsukido members appeared around him. Captain. Itsuki just nodded as he carried on walking with the news of what had happened coming in one by one. 8th Division Captain had apprehended a Ryoka. 11th Division Captain was defeated by a Ryoka. It seemed the fight between Zaraki and Ichigo had just finished. Itsuki then dismissed the guard and made his way towards a certain location. Arriving there, he felt two different sources of Ryatsu as he walked in. An orange-haired youth was lying unconscious as a black cat lay a distance away. Itsuki then picked up the cat and shunpoed away. Arriving at a cliffside, Yoruchi was surprised by the change of scenario before she felt the all-too-familiar patting on her head. She then purred in satisfaction and stayed in her cat form. Yoruchi didn't feel like changing as they were out in the open, since being with Itsuki caused her to become more reserved. Staying there for a while, they felt a Ryatsu fluctuation indicating the kid waking up. Yoruchi just rubbed her head on him before she left. Itsuki looked at her leave before he felt Byakuya's Ryatsu fluctuating. It seemed to be towards the Shrine of Penitence where Rukia was currently being held. But before he left, he made Saikyo stay and overlook Yoruchi as he clearly remembered this scene from the anime. Fortunately for Itsuki, there seemed to be some changes as Yoruchi didn't just reveal her human form blatantly in front of Ichigo but did it behind a screen of some sort. Itsuki then made his way to Byakuya's location. A bridge was present leading to a circular building with small windows that viewed the execution grounds. The Shrine of Penitence was where Death Row would stay, look at their execution grounds and reflect on what they did. It seemed that Ganju had just run out onto the bridge and protected Yamada Hanataro. Hanataro was a short Shinigami with black, chin-length hair and blue eyes. He had a simple expression and looked like someone easy to be duped. Shiba Ganju, however, was a tall, muscular guy that wore a white top beneath a green vest, green bandana, and a pair of goggles. He wore black pants and had bags containing various types of fireworks around his waist. It seemed that Byakuya had just arrived as Ganju threw Hanataro back while Rukia also ran out. She was wearing a pure white kimono made for prisoners and a red collar made to stop her from recovering Ryatsu. Turning back to Byakuya, Ganju shouted. Let's do this, young master. Your enemy is me. Byakuya was unperturbed by the sarcastic comment as he looked at the men in front of him. I felt a fluctuation of Ryatsu here and thought what kind of warrior was hiding his Ryatsu, but it was just a tiny bug. Rukia seemed to understand her brother as she tried to stop the men. That's Kayandano's little brother. The words never left her mouth as she collapsed due to her Ryatsu being sapped away by the cell. Itsuki made his entrance as he appeared behind Ganju. Ganju had just seen Itsuki's shadow when a sword went through his heart. Ganju had barely enough time to react as he suddenly lost all feeling in his body and started to collapse. His heart slowly died out as the time between the beats got longer and longer. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. I'm sorry, Aniki. Suddenly, Ganju came back to himself as he could see himself being propped up by his own two hands. Cold sweat could be seen creating a puddle beneath him as he slowly lost consciousness. None of the others felt Itsuki release his Ryatsu and just saw Ganju collapse on his own. Byakuya and Itsuki looked at each other as Itsuki gave him a nod and appeared in front of Rukia picking her up. Hanataro went to help Ganju as Byakuya looked at him. What are you doing? Hanataro was stumped by the question as he saw Byakuya lifting his sword. Hanataro started trembling but was able to gather some courage and kept his stand. Byakuya was about to swing his sword when a hand suddenly stopped him. Dear, oh dear. How dangerous. Rukia, who was lost in being princess carried by Itsuki, came back to her senses and was surprised at the newcomer. Captain Yukitake. Yo, Kuchiki. You've lost a little weight. You okay? Byakuya turned around and looked at Yukitake. What are you doing, Yukitake? Hey, that's my line. Before he could continue, a captain-level Ryatsu was felt. Yukitake was surprised as was Byakuya because they couldn't recognize the Ryatsu. What is this, Ryatsu? Rukia, who was still in Itsuki's arms, recognized the Ryatsu. This Ryatsu, it can't be. A figure suddenly flashed from beneath the bridge and into the air. All the people on the bridge, apart from Ganju, looked at the figure holding a device strapped to his right arm. Itsuki recognized that device as it allowed one to fly and Yoruichi used it to escape with Ichigo after his battle with Saraki. Ichigo then landed in front of Hanataro to check up on him. You okay, Hanataro? Sorry, it seems that I've put you through some scary situations. After checking up, he ran in between Itsuki and Rukia's cell and unsheathed his sword. Let Rukia go. Aichi. Seeing the energetic individual with the bandages in front of him, Itsuki wasn't fanboying like usual. He just replied calmly by pointing at Rukia with his eyes. Rukia was currently tightly grasping Itsuki's clothes and looking at Ichigo with a shocked expression. Seeing the opposite party look towards her, she also looked towards her hands. Realizing what she was doing, she suddenly blushed, looking away, but the hands never moved. Ichigo didn't know how to respond as it was his first time encountering such a situation. He put all these thoughts aside as he looked at once more at Rukia. Rukia was done blushing and had water in her eyes. She seemed to be moved by Ichigo showing up to rescue her. What's with that look? I'm here to save you, act happier. Itsuki was stumped by how Ichigo acted. I told you not to come, I won't forgive you if you came, you're all torn up, you fool. Rukia looked at Ichigo's bandages as she was on the verge of tears. She genuinely considered him a friend and was quite hurt seeing his state. Got that right, so, I'll let you scold me how much you want, when I save you. Rukia seemed moved once more hearing this. Ichigo. What? You're not going to tell me to back down after coming this far, aren't you? But. Ichigo just interrupted her and continued. I'm not backing down. I'm not kidding. I came this far to save you. It doesn't matter if you say you want to face this death penalty. Holding his sword with one hand, he pointed with the other. From now on, all your opinions are rejected, got that, dumbass? Rukia was shocked as her rights were snatched. What the hell is that? You are ignoring the rescue opinions. Rukia seemed to have forgotten that she was being held by Itsuki as she shouted. What kind of tyrannical way is that to save someone? Shut up. The one being rescued doesn't get to complain. The two continued quarreling before they stopped and calmed down. But before we could continue, Itsuki seemed to be all but forgotten during this exchange. It did hurt him a little. Seeing Ichigo get ready to attack, Itsuki just waited for him to move. Ichigo then charged towards him while Itsuki moved back a little and shunpoed behind him. To vent his slight grievances, he kicked Ichigo and pushed him towards Byakuya and disappeared into the cell. Ichigo fell down and quickly recovered from the kick. Yukitake was shocked seeing the kid in front. He looked really similar to Kaien. Byakuya, who is that? No relation, at least, not to the man that just flashed through your head. He is no one at all, just another Ryoka. I will erase him. Then it will be over. Byakuya then shunpoed in front of Ichigo. Ichigo got into a stance as he started speaking. You're taking it quite easy, not attacking me when that pretty boy kicked me onto the floor. Hearing how Ichigo addressed him, Itsuki stumbled a bit before looking back at the exchange that was going to happen. Rukia was quite worried but found herself unable to speak. Who do you think you are speaking to? Are you telling me to exploit an opening for the likes of you? Do not speak out of your league, kid. A tremendous amount of Ryatsu was unleashed from Byakuya as Hanataro was brought to his knees. Ichigo also felt the pressure but was still able to remain standing. Oh, completely unaffected by this much Ryatsu, it seems you have improved quite a bit. I don't know how you are alive, but it would have been better for you to remain in the living world. Byakuya then shunpoed behind Ichigo. It seemed Byakuya had also become less talkative than the anime while staying in the presence of Itsuki. Ichigo had surprisingly blocked Byakuya's strike, shocking Byakuya. I can now see you, Kachiki Byakuya. Itsuki was surprised as well but regained composure. This wasn't out of his calculations. If Ichigo wasn't stronger then he would be disappointed. After that it all went just like canon with Itsuki just watching it all happen. Yoruichi was inwardly surprised by Byakuya's improvements but he still ended up short against her. Before she left, she gave one glance in Itsuki's direction before leaving. After Byakuya had left, Kaien showed up next to his brother before Yukitake ordered his arrest. Yukitake knew that they were siblings but the capture of the Ryoka took priority. A captain had died. Although reluctant, Kaien then took his brother to where they were keeping the Ryoka after bowing towards Itsuki who had just left Rukia's cell. Nodding back, Itsuki left the area. On his way he made a surprising discovery. 2 sources of Ryatsu had just entered the area covered by his jurisdiction. Chapter 66, Execution. Itsuki then felt a clash of Ryatsu not far from where the two were running from. It seems that Mayuri is fighting Ishida. Making his way to the first 2 sources of Ryatsu, he saw a middle-aged Shinigami running while carrying a girl. The girl seemed out of it while the Shinigami had a panicked look on his face. Itsuki then appeared in front of them, scaring the wits out of the Shinigami. CCC Captain Minamoto. Itsuki just stared at the guy in front as he started trembling. The girl he was carrying had orange hair and 2 pieces of flower-like hairpins that tucked her hair behind her ears. She had brown eyes and a curvaceous figure. She was one of the Ryoka, Inoue Orihime. The man suddenly slipped and fell back, bringing Orihime with him. This seemed to wake her up as she slowly got up with her back facing Itsuki. It hurts, huh? Where am I? Looking round she got up and saw the man that knocked her unconscious was unconscious himself. His face was pale white as if he saw something extremely horrifying. Seeing this, she started talking to herself. Was he awed by my aura? Itsuki stumbled as he physically saw the optimism radiating from Orihime. She seemed unnaturally happy as she turned around with closed eyes and a smug look. Feeling someone in front of her she looked up only to see the figure of a man staring down at her. Due to the moon being behind Itsuki, all she saw was a pair of beautiful gem-like eyes that seemed to glow in the dark. Beautiful. A bit of light showed of Itsuki's white Haori as shock passed through Orihime. Captain. She now realized that the man wasn't petrified due to her but the figure in front. She slowly started to take steps back as a determined look replaced her fearful one. She knew that she had to use her offensive technique even though she had a general dislike to it if she wanted to survive. Koten Zanchuan. Itsuki saw a ray of light heading towards him from one of her hairpins as he caught it between his fingers. Orihime was shocked as she looked worriedly at the spirit in Itsuki's hands. Itsuki started walking towards Orihime when she used another technique. Santen Keshin. A barrier appeared in front of Itsuki as he disappeared and reappeared behind the barrier. Orihime was surprised as she started having more and more doubts about her power. Ishida-kun was able to go against a captain yet she couldn't. Itsuki noticed that the strength in the lights of her spirit seemed to dull. Each step he took caused an increased amount of pressure on Orihime as she found it harder and harder to breathe. She slowly fell on her knees while looking at Itsuki with a face devoid of hope. Scared. Orihime couldn't respond and she only looked at the ice-like eyes the figure possessed. Suddenly, Orihime felt all the pressure disappear as she regained her ability to breathe before collapsing. It's good you are scared, don't run away from your fear, rather embrace it. It shows your weakness. Only the one who acknowledges their weakness has the right to call themselves strong. This was a first time for Itsuki to do something like this. Orihime in no way had the ability to repel phenomenon itself and her healing ability even trespassed into God's territory as it was stated by Aizen himself. He naturally coveted this kind of ability. The ability was a must-have for the enemies he would face in the future. He felt kind of ashamed using a speech he heard from a show in his previous life. Looking at the 2 collapsed people, he felt another source of Ryatsu behind him. Suki, what are you doing? A rare, helpless look came onto Itsuki's face when he heard this. Turning around he saw Yuichiro show up behind him. Itsuki wasn't great with kids so he just disappeared, he didn't want to get caught up with the whims of a child. Also, his job here was done. Yuichiro was one of the few that was immune to his charms. Itsuki just attributed her immunity to her childish mindset. Seeing Itsuki disappear, Yuichiro showed a sad expression before looking at the 2 collapsed figures. Maki. Itsuki then later felt Toshiro's and Jin's Ryatsu clashing but didn't act. Instead, he made his way to the 13th division where Shunsui, Yukitake and Byakuya were already there. Unknown location. Ichigo had currently woken up and was shouting at Yoruichi for not bringing Rukia. Yoruichi got pissed off at Ichigo's attitude. Shut up. It was impossible for me to get Rukia, did you see who was holding her? That pretty boy. The one with the weird eyes. Yes, currently you are not Byakuya's match, let alone him. If he decided to make a move, let alone you even I wouldn't have been able to escape. Did you forget what Zaraki told you before you lost consciousness? Ichigo remembered Zaraki muttering something before he fainted. At first, he never paid attention, but now looking back, it seemed to be some sort of warning. He tried remembering very hard. You gave me a good fight, so don't go die somewhere else. I don't like doing this, but I have no choice. I'll give you a warning. Watch out, white hair, weird blue eyes. Unable to fully recall, he was able to get the general gist of the contents. At first Ichigo was surprised. He didn't expect to receive a warning from a man like Zaraki, but this meant that the white-haired pretty boy was strong enough for even a man like Zaraki to say such things. Realization dawned on Ichigo as he concentrated back at Yoruichi. Anyway, forget about him. As far as I know, he is probably against the execution, so right now you will have to concentrate on defeating Byakuya. What followed was Ichigo's training in Bankai and the news of Rukia's execution being moved to the next day. The next morning, news came of 9th Division Captain Kaname Tozen capturing a Ryoka. It wasn't until noon when Byakuya and Itsuki had left the Yukatake resident. Byakuya looked at Itsuki. What are you planning, Itsuki? Itsuki didn't reply immediately as looked towards the Sokayaku Hill where Rukia's execution will take place. Just carry on what you are doing, and it seems you have a guest. Byakuya had a frustrated look on his face when he saw Itsuki disappearing, before turning to Rinji who just appeared in front of him. He returned to his apathetic look as he confronted Rinji. Itsuki slowly made his towards the execution grounds as he was joined by Soifan and Hinamori. Found you, Captain. If they were alone, Soifan would just call Itsuki by his name, but due to being outside and in public she still maintained the status of a subordinate. Itsuki nodded at Soifan while all the other captains made their respective move. On their way they came across a large opening where Zaraki and his entourage had just arrived. The entourage consisted of Zaraki himself, Yachiru, Ikaku, Yumachika, Ishida, Orihime, Yasutora Sato, a fully bandaged Ganju and Maki. Yasutora Sato was of Mexican and Japanese descent. He was dark-skinned and had wavy, dark brown hair whose bangs covered his brown eyes. He was a tall muscular youth with pronounced cheekbones and appeared much older than he actually was. Not long later, 7th Division Captain Kamamura and 9th Division Captain Kaname Tozen and their lieutenants, Iba Tetsuzeman and Hisejai Shohei appeared in front of them. They had a small confrontation which resulted in the two captains calling Zaraki a traitor. Although Zaraki told them to have all four of them confront him, the lieutenants felt they were enough. As Zaraki told them to leave. Itsuki and the two girls saw this, but seeing Itsuki not acting, they also decided to refrain from acting. Making their way towards the Sokayaku Hill, it all went according to the plot. The Sokayaku Hill was a hill with sheer cliffs on all sides. On the furthest side there was a large undercut where the Sokayaku blade and execution stand was located. Only the captain and lieutenants of the 1st Division, 2nd Division, and 8th Division had arrived, while only the lieutenant of the 4th Division had also arrived. Sometime later, Byakuya arrived, and after that, Unohana lieutenant joined when Yamamoto made the fake promise to let the Ryoka go. Unohana's lieutenant, Kotetsu Aisane, was a tall, young woman with gray eyes and short messy silver hair with strands on the right side of her face that were shoulder-length and styled as two thin braids. She wore a thin dangling red earring on each ear and a standard Shinigami uniform with her lieutenant badge on her left arm. Once they arrived, the execution commenced. A group of Kido members made their way to the Sokayaku as they all stood next to each rope sealing the giant halberd. Putting their arms together, they made a series of hand signs as blue Ryatsu was released from them. One by one, the ropes holding down the Sokayaku were torn apart as they started spinning round, slowly unfurling the Sokayaku. Once the Sokayaku was released from its binding, the ropes shot out like metal sticks off the hill and planted themselves on the ground. 3 cubes suddenly arose from the platform Rukia was standing on as 2 made their way to her hands and 1 on her feet. She was quickly raised high up near the top of the execution stand. The execution stand was just 2 pillars on either side that were connected at the top by a similar-sized beam. Rukia's hands were slowly raised by a pair of cubes while the 3rd cube kept her feet together. Suddenly, tremendous amount of flame was released from the Sokayaku, heating the surroundings up. The Sokayaku then rose up and pointed towards Rukia while the flames took on the form of a phoenix. Yamamoto then called the phoenix King Kiku. Apparently, it was the true form of the Sokayaku once released. Itsuki looked on as he felt another Ryatsu coming their way. It seemed that due to the Sokayaku being released, everyone apart from Itsuki couldn't feel that person making his way towards them. Plus, it wasn't like he had far to come, the training ground he came from was just underneath the Sokayaku hill. Seeing the Sokayaku getting ready to stab her, Rukia had come to terms with herself as Byakuya started to anxiously look towards Itsuki. Byakuya had also known the plans of Yukatake and Shunsui, as this time he voluntarily broke the rules for his Anna. Just as the Sokayaku was about to go through her, Ichigo appeared and stopped the blade. Soifan was surprised, just like in the anime, as the Sokayaku, known to have the explosive power of 1,000,000 Zanpakutos, was stopped by just one. Just as the Sokayaku was getting ready for its second hit, Yukatake appeared with a shield-like object that had the Shihuin's house crest on it. Throwing a rope towards the bird, it entangled its neck before the end of the rope returned and landed next to Yukitake. Shunsui then shunpoed next to him and they both ran their swords into the shield-like object. They poured their Ryatsu into the shield as it then traveled up the ropes and reached the bird, destroying the Sokayaku. Ichigo was also surprised by this as he then went on top of the platform and released Rukia by half destroying the execution stand. Pieces of the Sokayaku fell onto the ground while still in flames. Yamamoto was surprised by what Yukitake and Shunsui had done while a few more screams were heard. Looking there, Renji could be seen defeating the surrounding Kido guards while making his way to the stand. Ichigo also saw this and smiled. It was as if he was waiting for this. Then just like the anime he threw Rukia towards Renji. Seeing Renji run away with the criminal, the captain sent Isane and Chojiro while Itsuki sent Hinamori. He then turned towards Soifan who was confused as to why Itsuki didn't send her. Isane and Chojiro were instantly taken down while Hinamori was able to put up a fight. Still she fell short, and just when Ichigo was about to land the finishing blow, she suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. Looking round he saw the girl having a red face and being held by the one he was warned the most about. Then his thoughts were then occupied by Byakuya who also appeared. Kion was rushing to Isane when Soifan stopped her, though not as brutally as before. Soifan was still one to follow the rules like the anime but due to the presence of Itsuki it had become milder. Yukitake wanted to stop her when he was stopped by Yamamoto. Shunsui then grasped his shoulder and shunpoed away while Yoruichi arrived and took Soifan with her. Ise Nanao, Shuinsui's new lieutenant, also left with Shunsui and Yukitake. What Nanao wasn't expecting was Yamamoto already being there, but what shocked her more was Itsuki also there. The two faced off as Yamamoto spoke. Itsuki, what is the meaning of this? Chapter 67, Itsuki vs Yamamoto. Yamamoto looked deeply at Itsuki in front of him while Shunsui and Yukitake just arrived and landed behind Itsuki. Nanao appeared after the four teacher and students. She was breathing heavily and looked quite tired. Nanao-chan, you're last place. It's because you're too fast, Captain. She suddenly had a shocked expression when she looked past the two captains. Yamamoto was there looking like a frail old man with a slight crouch while Itsuki was in front. The two extreme opposites had a stare-off. To Yamamoto's question, Itsuki didn't say anything as he looked back. Shunsui and Yukitake weren't surprised by the two having better Shuinpa than them. These two arrived rather quickly, didn't they? Seeing the two, Nanao put her hand into her Shihakuso with the idea of being somewhat useful. Seeing her move, Yamamoto made eye contact with the girl as a despairing expression masked her face causing her to collapse due to the sheer pressure emanating from Yamamoto. Itsuki moved slightly and became the focus of Yamamoto while Nanao stopped feeling the pressure. Itsuki looked back and reprimanded Shunsui. Why did you bring her here? She is too weak. Shunsui looked guilty seeing Nanao's expression. Slight saliva was coming out her mouth as she looked blank with no energy to even talk. I'm sorry, Nanao-chan. I shouldn't have brought you here. Bringing her away, Shunsui returned in a short while. Yamamoto looked at Shunsui as he spoke. Your Shuinpa distance is as great as always. Nothing like the youngest, Yamaji. Yamamoto then looked back at Itsuki. Doesn't matter, there's no need for you to answer but it seems you're siding with your brothers. This has gone beyond giving you guys just a beating. Both of Yamamoto's eyes were dead serious while he continued talking. Out of all three students, you are the one I had the most hope in and the one who I am most proud of. While Shunsui was sharp and astute, he was lecherous, lazy, and frivolous in nature. Yukitake had a weak body but was the most popular and he had a very open mind. When the two fought, they would surpass their peers and elders. You, Itsuki, excelled in all three compared. You have the intellect surpassing Shunsui and have the most loyal subordinates amongst the Godii 13. Although you are still young, your strength has had the biggest improvement and have long surpassed your brothers. I thought of you three like children. Although Yamamoto looked at Itsuki, it seemed like he was talking to all three students. He felt hurt seeing that all three of his students were standing against him. I felt that although we thought of different minds, we walked the same path. Yamamoto brought his walking stick in front of him as the wood disappeared leaving just his Zanpakuto. Yukitake looked at Yamamoto as he unsheathed sword. Genryusai-sensei. Don't say anything, any further discussion on this is useless. Yukitake wanted to say something, but Itsuki raised his hand prompting him to stop. Itsuki stood there while HR put both his hands on his Zanpakuto. His Zanpakutos were both on the left side of his waist so Ryurai was held with a normal grip with his right hand and Byako in a backhanded one with the left hand. Both never moved and looked at each other, they never released their shurikai and kept their Zanpakutos in sealed form. Stabbing his sword into the ground, Yamamoto proceeded to take off his captain's Haori and his Shihakuso off his upper body. A ripped body came into view with scars littering it all over the place. Yamamoto and Itsuki then released their Ryatsu, pressuring the whole of Soul Society. Everyone felt it, stopping most of the fights currently happening. Ichigo, who was battling Byakuya, also felt it. What is that? That is true strength. Byakuya returned to fighting Ichigo. Be safe, Itsuki. Ichigo was a bit distracted before concentrating on Byakuya again. Soifon and Yoruichi, who were fighting, also stopped upon feeling Itsuki's Ryatsu. They both had a look of worry on their faces before Soifon looked at Yoruichi. At first, I was angry at you for not taking me, but I had Itsuki. So why are you still angry? You took Itsuki's first. Their fighting then resumed, but both were worrying for Itsuki. Zaraki had wounds all over his body while a crazy smile never left his face. He felt the Ryatsu of the two people he respected most as he continued looking at his opponents. Genryu Saidano. Kamamura had lost his helmet and his wolf face was out in the open. You sure you want to go? His opponent could kill all three of us even if we combined strengths. Though, even if you still want to, do you think I will let you? Ranjaku was making her way towards the central 46 alongside Toshiro when she felt Itsuki's Ryatsu. Be careful, Itsuki. It was natural for them to be worried as they knew Yamamoto's strength was nothing to scoff at. Shunsui and Yukitake were mostly unaffected, but they still felt the pressure emanating from the two. They could tell that Yamamoto's Ryatsu was still higher than Itsuki's, however Itsuki's was still improving. Even if it was slowly growing, it was still an improvement, nonetheless. They both suddenly disappeared and clashed in the middle. The clash created a crater beneath them as they once more disappeared. This time Yamamoto was going all out and Itsuki was able to keep up just slightly. Strength-wise, Yamamoto was higher, however, all the damages caused by the strikes were healed by Itsuki's high-speed regeneration. This process of breaking and recovering strengthened his body and increased his strength. Arankars were able to improve the more they fought, and that was what Itsuki was doing now. Improving with every strike. Looking at all the possible outcomes and creating countless scenarios. Upon achieving Bankai, Itsuki was able to have 10 partitions, causing a massive improvement in his mental capabilities, and with his thought acceleration reaching 1200%, ideas and plans were quickly thought up. Still, this was nothing compared to 2,000 plus years of experience melded into one's very bones. Shunsui and Yukitake were surprised seeing Itsuki barely on par with Yamamoto. Even though it was a fight of pure swordsmanship, strength, and shuinpa, it was still something to be proud of. Hitting one of Itsuki's sword to the side, Yamamoto took this opportunity to clench his right fist and send it forward. Ikatsu. Seeing this, Itsuki dodged and dropped Ryurai while sending out his own, ignoring the destruction caused behind him. Yamamoto also responded in a similar manner. Throwing out another Ikatsu, the two clashed, causing Itsuki to retreat as he felt a few bones break in his right arm. Yamamoto was also surprised as his arm trembled from the impact. It was natural though, the combination of Hi-Aro and Ikatsu packed quite a punch. Thinking of getting the upper hand, Itsuki took off his Haori and took his arms out of his sleeves, leaving his upper body bare, just like Yamamoto. The only difference was the lack of scars and the tenderness of Itsuki's skin. Shunsui felt it was better for Nanao-chan not seeing this. Like father, like son. Well, in this situation, like teacher, like student. Itsuki ignored Shuinsui's mutterings as he once again got ready to attack Yamamoto. Picking the dropped Ryurai, Itsuki calmly muttered. Shunko. A blue-pinkish Ryatsu covered Itsuki as one could hear the faint rumblings of thunder and the sound of gushing wind. This time Itsuki disappeared and appeared next to Yamamoto before giving out continuous strikes. Shunsui was surprised seeing the tables turning. He recognized the technique used by the previous Onmitsukido head, Shiho and Yoruichi. Yukitake was the same. Yamamoto no felt what his students went through the last time he saw them fight. Itsuki was fast, too fast that when one strike ended, another started. Yamamoto was replying with pure instinct and sheer experience as he felt like he was losing face. This damn brat. You seem to have improved, brat, let this old man give you a proper beating. Pushing back Itsuki, Yamamoto released his Shirkai. All things of this world, turn to ashes, Ryujin Jaka. Hearing this, Itsuki replied. Rain from the heavens, Ryurai. Shred everything to pieces, Byako. While flames appeared surrounding the two, Itsuki had gotten into his Shirkai mode for the first time since fusing with the Hollow. The incantation wasn't the only change, as even though his gauntlets looked the same, the lightning on Ryurai looked more terrifying. Byako wasn't just an invisible sword but now had a proper glass blade. Their physical capabilities had tremendous improvement while 3 lightning drums in a faint circle appeared behind Itsuki. It was also at this time Ichigo decided to go Bankai, however it was completely overshadowed by the release of Shirkai from the two. Heat rose, melting buildings and walls around them while faint storm clouds could be seen gathering over their location. Byakuya seemed amused as he spoke to Ichigo. How does it feel, realizing the small thing you call Bankai cannot be compared to their Shirkai? It doesn't matter, as long as I defeat you. Shunsui and Yukitake finally got to a safe distance seeing the two monsters bout it out. They at first thought of helping Itsuki, but seeing the rare crazy smile on his face, they felt a shudder in their hearts. Yamamoto slowly increased the output of his shuriken, making Itsuki find it difficult to fight the old men. It wasn't like they were having an intense battle, but rather he was training Itsuki. Thinking back to all the trainings he was beaten black and blue, Itsuki started losing control as all his pent-up grievances of that time came pouring out. Screw Cannon. Bankai. Chapter 68, Aftermath. Bankai. Yamamoto was surprised hearing the word Bankai, but felt strange, due to all the noise from the thunder, wind, and the flames. He didn't hear it clearly. He felt Itsuki's Ryatsu spike up and the pressure begin to grow. This brat, he doesn't think. Yamamoto remembered seeing Itsuki's eyes full of grievances. It was probably the most emotions he had ever seen on this disciple. Itsuki was there wondering. Who the hell said Bankai? I was supposed to say it. You brat. You dare. Yamamoto shouted at Itsuki and realized that nothing was happening with him. No power-up, no pillar of Ryatsu, nothing. Itsuki looked confused as a similar expression masked Yamamoto's face. Looking round, he saw Soifan and Yoruichi fighting. It seemed that Yoruichi had revealed Shunko and Soifan had fury written all over her face as a pillar of light engulfed her. Jakuho Reikaben. Itsuki felt shivers down his spine as he remembered Soifan's Bankai. Looking towards Soifan, a gold metallic cylinder that looked like a missile twice her size was encasing her right hand. There was also a gold face guard covering the right side of her face with a slit in the middle. Using the slit to aim the missile, she screamed. For Itsuki's first. Fins emerged at the end on the missile as flames poured out the back. Take T-. Yoruichi suddenly appeared behind Soifan and gave her a chop on her neck, effectively knocking Soifan out. Giving out a breath of relief, she looked in Itsuki's direction with eyes filled with accusation, as she didn't expect Soifan to care about Itsuki that much. At first, she thought that she would have a good bout with Soifan, but reality took a different turn. It was as if Yoruichi had killed her entire clan and she was out for revenge. Yoruichi gently laid down the unconscious Soifan as she examined the missile. Cold sweat poured down her face as her intuition told her that this missile packed quite a punch. Itsuki also let out a sigh of relief before looking towards Yamamoto. Remembering the slight panic in Yamamoto, a derisive smile found Itsuki's mouth. Yamamoto's eyebrow twitched as he knew Itsuki was mocking him. Veins popped out his head as the temperature of the flames increased. Shunsui was already sweating buckets and had thrown off his flowery kimono. This kid, it's true the cub doesn't fear the tiger. Yukitake nodded next to him while Saikyo, who was on his shoulder, squawked. Yamamoto's muscles bulged as he stared at Itsuki with incomparable fury. The more he looked at the smile, the angrier he got. Itsuki. You brat. Suddenly a transmission was heard in the ears of every captain and lieutenant. Connection successfully established. Those of captain, lieutenant, or seated officer rank in the Godai 13 as well as the Ryoka. This is the 4th Division Lieutenant Kotetsu Isane. This is an emergency message from Captain Unohana of the 4th Division, and what I'm about to tell you is true. Afterwards, the lie orchestrated by Aizen Sosuke of his death, the traitors being Ikamaru Jin and Kaname Tozen, Toshiro being defeated, the death of Aizen's lieutenant and the massacre of Central 46 were all transmitted to everyone off. Yukitake was shocked by the revelation. It can't be, Aizen. Shunsui on the side spoke up. That's what the girl says. What are the two of you going to do? Looking at Yamamoto, Itsuki sealed his shuriken as he also sheathed his zanpakutos, indicating his intention. Let's go to the Sokayaku Hill. Yamamoto and Itsuki then properly put on their shihakuso and searched for the Haori. When they took it off, they were blown by the wind. It was quite comedic seeing the two strongest Shinigami of the Godai 13 look through a pile of rubble for their captain's Haori. Ah. Found it. Yamamoto was the first to find it as his zanpakuto once again turned into a walking stick. Crouching slightly, he became the frail old man he once was. Need to take care of my back. Itsuki pretended he didn't hear that as he soon found his Haori and the four left for the Sokayaku Hill. By the time they arrived, Yoruichi and Soifan had their blades on Aizen, Ranjika had hers on Jin, and Hisagi had his blade on Kaname, while a heavily injured Ichigo, Renji, and Kamamura lay on the side. Rukia seemed listless in Byakuya's arms while all the rest of the captains and lieutenants, apart from the 11th and 12th Division, had arrived. Kukaku was also there on the giant monkey-looking gatekeeper known as Jidanbo. Nanao seemed to have recovered and was behind Shunsui. Aizen had a smile on face when Yoruichi questioned. What's funny? I'm sorry, it's time. A rip in space appeared above them as a Jillian opened it wide. There were dozens of them on the other side of the hole where a large, yet closed purple eye could be seen. Suddenly, 3 rays of light came down enveloping the 3 traitors as they slowly rose from the ground. Jin said sorry to Ranjiku as he also looked in Itsuki's direction. Kamamura got up and shouted at Tozen into why he became Shinigami while the latter started talking about justice. Iba wanted to attack but was stopped by Yamamoto as he explained that the light was called Negakian. It creates an independent space within, isolating it from the outside. It was what the Minos do to help their comrades. Lastly, Yukite called out to Aizen. Even joining with the Minos. Have you fallen so much, Aizen? You're too proud, Yukite. Aizen then took off his glasses and swiped his hair back, leaving a strand fall on his face. From here on, I shall stand in heaven. Farewell Shinigami, farewell human Ryoka boy. Aizen looked at Ichigo. For a human, you were truly interesting. Aizen then looked towards Itsuki as a small smile formed at the edge of his mouth before the rift closed, dictating the end. Itsuki remembered part of their talk. So Itsuki, want to make a non-aggressive pact? Itsuki just looked the chessboard, waiting for Aizen to speak. One where you don't directly act against me, and I won't directly target and kill your close ones. Itsuki knew that there was no point in beating around the bush in this meeting as he carried on looking, moving his bishop. Aizen was able to read his intentions as he continued while moving his rook. It seems like you agree, however I will be at a general disadvantage as they will act against me, so I'll add another clause. Seeing the traitors leave, the 4th squad relief teams came to take care of the injured while Itsuki made his way to Byakuya. Unohana had just come from treating Toshiro and also made her way treat Byakuya. You're all beaten up. Byakuya looked at Itsuki as he smiled. Whose fault do you think it is? Rukia tried approaching but was stopped by a Shinigami. Let me go. The captain is UND. Itsuki looked at the Shinigami before ordering. Let her go. The Shinigami immediately let her go as Rukia ran next to Byakuya. Byakuya and Ai-sama. Looking at Rukia, Byakuya decided to tell her the truth. There is something I need to tell you. Byakuya was breathing heavily from the injuries he took when protecting Rukia. It's about my wife Hisana and why I adopted you. Do you know the reason why you were adopted? Yes, it was because I reminded Lady Hisana of her younger sister. Byakuya looked calmly at Rukia. That's right, that is the lie I told them to feed you. You didn't remind Hisana of her younger sister, you are her younger sister. The more Byakuya spoke, the more shocked Rukia got. It was difficult for her upon knowing that she had a blood elder sister and was still alive. It was also the wife of her elder brother who always wore a veil whenever she met. At first, she thought that she was trying to keep a distance, but finding out that she had too much guilt to look at her, broke her heart. Unknowingly, tears fell out of her eyes as Itsuki pat her head. The only ones who know the truth is me, Hisana and Itsuki. Back then, I faced a lot of opposition when I tried to marry Hisana, and it was due to Itsuki that she was properly taken care of. It was also Itsuki who saved your sister from death. I faced more opposition when I adopted you. I promised Hisana that I would protect you. No matter what, I wanted to fulfill the promise I made her. Due to this, even if it was opposed by Itsuki, I made an oath in front of my parents' graves that this was the last time I broke the rules. Byakuya looked calm as Rukia got sadder the more she heard. Then, upon hearing your death penalty being decided, I didn't know what to do. That's when Itsuki came and just said to trust him. I didn't know if he predicted others saving you. Itsuki felt embarrassed taking all the credit. Although Ichigo did play his role, just like the anime, for Byakuya, it looked as if Itsuki had predicted it all. Rukia, I'm sorry. Unohana then told Itsuki and Rukia to leave. Itsuki looked at Ichigo being healed by Orihime before making his way back to the 2nd Division HQ. Everyone got their well-needed rest after these chaotic days were over, and the next day, Itsuki had an unexpected visitor. Rukia had come to visit. Itsuki was sat on the Onmitsukido captain's seat while Rukia stood there fidgeting slightly. She was currently out of her prison clothes and was wearing a purple kimono. She knew that Itsuki wasn't much of a talker as she stood there looking for words to bring out. She opened her mouth and closed it, repeating the process for God knows how long. If someone saw this scene, it looked like a young girl confessing her love to her crush with the blush she had on her face. Itsuki finally couldn't take it as he just stood up and started walking. Indicating for Rukia to follow, they ended up where Ichigo and his group were currently staying. He shunpoed in, grabbed Ichigo and threw him onto the training ground just outside. His friends were shocked by what was happening and thought it was an enemy attack. The three made their way outside only to see the back of Itsuki and Rukia further away, and Ichigo collapsed on the floor with his legs dangling in the air. Rukia was shocked with Itsuki's action and Ichigo was still confused with what was happening. Ichigo then pushed himself up and saw Rukia next to him. Hey! Rukia, what is the meaning of this? Rukia didn't know how to explain to Ichigo as she looked at Itsuki. Seeing Rukia act like this, Ichigo also looked towards Itsuki only to see him throw the two a wooden sword. Catching hers, Rukia seemed to realize that Itsuki had read her intentions and Ichigo was still lost. Rukia got into a stance as Ichigo looked at the wooden sword, then at the wooden sword that Itsuki was holding back. He continued to look back and forth at the swords, then seemed to realize something, but Itsuki had already struck. Itsuki knew that Ichigo was still recovering, but with Orihime here, she could use her healing abilities on Ichigo. Orihime looked at the back of Itsuki and remembered the night when she met the figure who pressurized her with pure Ryatsu. Asking for the captain with beautiful gem-like eyes, she found out that it was the captain of the 2nd Division, the strongest after the captain commander himself, Minamoto Itsuki. Itsuki was thinking of something else as he struck Ichigo's head. I'll add another clause, you will guide that human Ryoka boy for a bit. I couldn't screw cannon then, so I'll screw it now. Aizen, you would rue the day when you made that clause. Rukia had a shocked look on her face when she saw Ichigo getting taken down in one move, while she gulped and took a step back when Itsuki turned towards her. Author's note. Still too soon for his Bankai. There still are many parts to be revealed from the talk with Aizen. Some might think that what Itsuki has done is stupid, but remember, he can be the most clever guy with an IQ of 500, but his intelligence would still be limited to the authors. Chapter 69, Troubles. It's been 6 days since the betrayal of Aizen and gang. Currently, Itsuki was where the human group were staying and was sparring against Rukia. Ichigo was on the side being healed by Orihime. For the past few days, Itsuki didn't teach Ichigo any sort of sword techniques but just sparred continuously, beating the crap out of him. Giving Ichigo a sword technique didn't align with his nature as he had his own, so just polishing his current swordsmanship and honing his instincts was what Itsuki believed to be best. Today was the last day Itsuki would train him, and tomorrow was the day when they would return to the living world. After disarming Rukia, Itsuki ended the spar and was taking his leave with her when Orihime called out to him. Minamoto-san. Running to him, she immediately bowed. About last time, I have to thank you. Upon giving her thanks, she immediately returned to her group. Rukia was surprised as she didn't know why Orihime was thanking Itsuki. Apart from Itsuki telling her to heal Ichigo, they hadn't had any sort of interaction. Itsuki was unable to see her face when she bowed as she quickly turned and walked away. Her friends were surprised with her actions as they started questioning her. Itsuki, not knowing what to do, just shrugged his shoulders and left the training ground with Rukia following. On their way, there was a strange atmosphere as Rukia kept glancing at him. Turning back, he saw Rukia donning a strange expression on her face. She seemed to quickly look away when they made eye contact. This carried on for a while before Itsuki questioned. What? Rukia shook her head before she followed Itsuki to the hospital. Arriving there, they made their way to meet Byakuya, who was still in recovery. His Anna was already there peeling an apple for him while Renji was outside guarding his captain. Walking in, Rukia immediately started talking to his Anna while Itsuki went to Byakuya. Although his Anna hadn't gotten over her guilt, the two sisters liked to be with each other a lot. Rukia would come visit every now and then, talk about her days while his Anna would just listen. Ever since Rukia's execution was announced, his Anna had somehow gotten wind of this despite Byakuya's attempts to make sure she never heard it. She had barely eaten and with a weak body, she fell ill. Upon hearing that Rukia was safe, she immediately wanted to meet her when Byakuya told her that Rukia now knew everything. At first, she was hesitant, but she gathered her courage and faced her little sister. After a night of crying, the two made up as his Anna became extremely protective of her. Looking outside the window, Byakuya started speaking. Did you know about Aizen? Hearing the words Aizen, the two girls were startled before taking their leave. They knew that the two were going to talk about something important. Itsuki stayed quiet as he also looked outside, rendering a short moment of silence. Byakuya gave a sigh seeing his friend's lack of response as he turned to Itsuki. Try not to take all upon yourself, we are here for you. Byakuya knew his friend's character the most due to the time the two had spent together sparring. He knew that his friend was looking for many ways to strengthen himself. Itsuki gave a small genuine smile as he nodded at Byakuya. Itsuki then left for an underground base he had created. Upon entering, what entered his view was a broken shaft and various pieces of the halberd's blade of Sokayaku. These were most of the pieces of the blade and the ones that Itsuki was able to salvage without anyone knowing. These pieces were most likely written off as lost or completely demolished when Yukitake and Shunsui destroyed the Sokayaku. The small amount the Shinigami took would be researched and a new Sokayaku would stand where the previous one stood. The Sokayaku was a weapon known as having the strength and power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto. Whenever Itsuki held a piece, he could feel the broken shard augment his Ryatsu by a small amount. It wasn't activated and was in pieces, so Itsuki could understand why it was only a small amount. All the pieces that Itsuki gathered were in the middle of a triangular formation that looked extremely similar to the one Itsuki used to absorb the hollow. He then put each Zanpakuto at one end while Itsuki stood on one. Pouring his Ryatsu, the formation lit up before immediately dying out. Seeing no changes, Itsuki got up and started to make some adjustments to the formation before trying it out again but still failed. The next day, his Anna and Byakuya were chatting calmly when they heard rapid footsteps approaching. Renji. Ichigo jumped up only to see a Byakuya and a woman that looked like Rukia, shocked at the intrusion. Rukia. No, you are not Rukia. You must be Kurosaki. Ichigo, I have to thank you for taking care of my little sister. Hisana did a slight bow as a gentle smile masked her face. Orihime then jumped next to Ichigo as the latter was surprised with the fact that she reached the third floor. Have you seen Rukia? No, but she most likely is at the 2nd Division training grounds. Okay, and thank you. After the two left, Byakuya looked as if in thought. That kid, I wonder if he plans to call me without titles. Hisana just giggled at her husband's concerns as she went back to peeling oranges for him. The two then made their way to the training grounds. Walking through the path, they felt many eyes on them. Why are they monitoring us? Kurosaki-kun, I think it's because we are in the 2nd Division HQ and the Onmitsukido HQ. Orihime then went on to explain about the responsibilities of the Onmitsukido. You're awfully knowledgeable about this, Orihime. Orihime just laughed and continued walking. Feeling Rukia's Ryatsu, they then made their way towards her. The more they walked towards her location, the less eyes were monitoring them until they came across a training ground when no eyes were left. Rukia was sitting down with Ganju and Kakaku looking at a pair sparring in front. The smoke cleared out and Soifan came into view with Yoruchi in front of her. Rukia seemed to sense the two newcomers as she turned around. Ichigo, in no way. Oh, Ichigo. Kakaku and Ganju also looked back before the former turned back to look at the fight. Yoruchi looked at Soifan. You have really gotten stronger, Soifan. It was all to surpass you. A confident smirk plastered Yoruchi's face. But you are still lacking and... She whispered something in Soifan's ear causing rage to surface on her face. You. Just as she was about to rage at Yoruchi, an Onmitsukido member came and reported something. Calming her rage, she mouthed a few words, clicked her tongue and immediately made her way to take care of some things. Yoruchi also came up to the spectators as she sat down to converse. They were later joined by Ishida and Sato who somehow knew this was happening. So Ichigo, I heard you had a rather fun time with Itsuki. Hearing the demon's name caused Ichigo to sweat buckets. For the past few days it was only getting beaten up and healed by Orihime on constant repeat. It was so traumatic that the demon would show up and beat him in his dreams. Still, he did feel improvements and felt that he was sharper than before, but did he really need to get beaten up that much? Orihime's small voice then interrupted his talk. He isn't that bad of a person. Everyone just turned to Orihime when she said those words. Rukia had a smile on her face as she also voiced out her opinion. Yeah, he isn't. When I was adopted by the Kuchiki clan, it was because of him that I wasn't bullied by anyone. Kakaku also spoke up. He saved my elder brother and sister. All the girls started reminiscing something about Itsuki while the human boys looked confused. What's happening here? A cold voice brought them out of their thoughts while Ichigo started trembling. Itsuki had just gotten back from the hidden cave. The more adjustments he made the more perfected the formation became, but one thing was needed, a major thing. A lot of erasure was needed. Itsuki's own simply wasn't enough. He needed to control the formation and also provide enough erasure to power it up so the pieces of the Sokayaku could be properly melded into his Zanpakuto. Itsuki. Yoruchi jumped onto Itsuki and hugged him like a cat. The human group was especially shocked seeing Yoruchi jump onto Itsuki just like a lover. But before they could question anything, a Jigakucho landed next to Rukia. After reading the message, she turned to the gang. The Senkaman is ready to be opened. After that the group said their goodbyes and the humans made their way to the main Senkaman. Yoruchi also left with them as they needed someone to be their guide, so giving a kiss to Itsuki, she also shunpoed away. Yukitake then gave Ichigo his Shinigami badge and the group then left Soul Society, bringing an end to this episode. Chapter 70, Fusion, 2. It seems we have a year until Aizen makes a move, but this doesn't mean we should just wait. Yamamoto was currently giving a speech as all the captains listened. After the meeting, Yukitake, Shunsui, and Itsuki made their leave together. All the captains then met with their lieutenants when Shunsui suddenly threw a question at Itsuki. Yo, Itsuki. What do you do to look so young in your skin? How do you take such care of it? When the first part was said, even Yamamoto's ears twitched as he carefully concentrated to hear the response while the girls were intrigued by both questions. Girls would be girls as they all paid attention to the answer. Although, they didn't look at him directly. Itsuki felt that he had entered a very precarious situation. Itsuki looked like an 18-year-old right now. Unlike Ranjaku and Jin who graduated with him, they looked in their early 20s. He looked like he had graduated the academy in the past 50 years. His hair was tied in a high ponytail with the ribbon Ranjaku had gotten him before they entered the academy. Itsuki had cherished it since then as it was the first gift he got in this life. The blue color matched his eyes as they looked just like when his mystic eyes were activated. Azure blue with a pink ring within. Whenever he activated them, they would start to glow. He wore the standard Shinigami Shihakuso tied with a black sash. Unlike the normal Shihakuso, his was tightly fitted to his body with unknown material. It was done like so to prevent any loose parts of his shihakuso come in his way when fighting. He wore a short-sleeved captain's haori with the shihakuso sleeves tied around by a black ribbon. Lastly, he wore long black jikatabi instead of the usual wooden sandals that all the other shinigami wore. His zanpakutos were placed on the left side of his waist with Byakko on top of Ryurai. Everyone fell silent as they waited for Itsuki to answer. Itsuki looked as if contemplating for a while before he looked at the surrounding people. Nothing. Everyone stumbled upon his words as Yamamoto fell. He said with such assuredness that everyone didn't know what to say. Hearing someone fall, they all turned to Yamamoto only to see him getting up and turning towards them with an angry expression. "What are you doing? Didn't I already dismiss you?" Although they felt aggrieved with Yamamoto directing his anger at them, they couldn't blame him. The girls felt more hurt with what Itsuki had said, had all the things they've done to keep things tip-top for naught. While some people like Toshiro, Zaraki, and Byakuya didn't care, Mayuri kept looking at his eyes with interest. It was the instinct of a scientist to research the unknown, and Itsuki's eyes attracted him. Well, they attracted different people for different reasons. Naturally, Mayuri had asked to research them and even tried to force it. However, the retaliation of Itsuki wasn't what he had expected. Mayuri had many ways to survive and was even able to revive his Zanpakuto after it was destroyed. Now imagine one person destroying all those methods but leaving one and casting a permanent scar on his Zanpakuto spirit. No matter how many times it was destroyed and recreated, the scar stayed. Since then, Mayuri had kept a distance from Itsuki. Time passed as souls started to mysteriously disappear in the living world, becoming an issue that attracted Soul Society's attention. "Close the gates. Close the gates. Close the gates." A blushing Soifan had just rushed through the closing Senkamen as she remembered her talk with Itsuki. "Yukatake will be shutting the Senkamen for a while so we would lose communication with the living world." "Yoruchi." Soifan clicked her tongue at the mention of her name, but Itsuki continued. "Yoruchi asked me to come but I can't leave, so I'll be sending you instead." Understanding that this was a mission from a superior, she complied. "Hi." Just as she was about to leave, Itsuki gave her a peck and disappeared. Itsuki watched Soifan enter the main Senkamen before turning back. This deployment had brought him a crucial piece of information: the bound arc was happening. This meant that there was a chance for the movies and the other filler arcs also happening. Thinking about this, he decided to collect the data of books about old Soul Society experiments, and he found exactly what he was looking for. Although they were scattered about, the books about the experiments of old written by a Shinigami known as Rantau. Itsuki could tell that information on the bound was mostly destroyed, but some did survive the cleansing. As no one took another look, they just remained there neglected. Further reading, he found what he was looking for: Jokeisho. Jokeisho was a device used to help scientists have high chances of success with their experiments. They also held large amounts of ryatsu, but most of them had been sealed away by orders of Central 46. They were too dangerous and unstable, with one being capable of destroying a tenth of Siriiti if an accident ever happens. Although they were dangerous, Itsuki had a feeling that a Jokeisho was needed to help absorb the Sokayaku shards. The Jokeisho were spread out across Siriiti, and the one Itsuki had proper knowledge of was the one beneath the 12th Division SRDI facility. It was also the one that Kariya Jean, the antagonist of this arc, would use as a means of threatening Soul Society. He found sneaking into the SRDI quite simple, with Byakko hiding any traces of him. Looking round, he found his way to a room containing the record of various experiments. It looked like a large storage room with small square drawers littering the walls. Looking at the square tiled floor, he tried finding some sort of access point that led to the ground. In the anime, it was through the clash of Ichigo and Kariya that the Jokeisho was revealed. Itsuki believed that although it was completely sealed, there must be some sort of opening. His search led him to a certain part of the floor. It looked like just the rest, but as Itsuki tapped the tile, he heard the noise ricochet on the other side. For others, it would have been difficult to hear this small noise, but as Itsuki was concentrating, he was able to hear it. When people would walk over this specific tile, they would disregard the noise and just carry on what they were doing. Cutting the tile from the edges, he lifted the tile only to come across a hole that led to nowhere. He jumped down it, but after stopping himself from falling, he covered the hole with the tile before welding it shut with Ryurai. Jumping down, he was barely able to see anything. After walking, he realized that he was currently walking on top of the Jokeisho. The Jokeisho was a large circular device that had a diameter of many meters. After finding the walls, he began to create a barrier that will basically stop the ryatsu spreading or causing any disturbances outside. He wanted to be as secretive probably. After setting up the barrier, he found the middle and began drawing a triangular formation similar to what he had done before. He then placed his Zanpakutos in the points of the formation and took out the shards, placing them in the middle. After arranging the piece to create a vague form of the blade, he moved to his point and activated the formation. Itsuki didn't need the Jokeisho to be active, but he just wanted the erasure it contained inside. If he did want to activate, it would take around a day just to be activated, which was time Itsuki was unable to waste. Slowly the formation started gathering the erasure and it was fully charged. One by one the shards started to melt and fly towards both Zanpakuto equally. Itsuki also felt his Ryatsu increase as more and more of the shards fused with his Zanpakuto. Time passed until the Senkaman was opened again and Soifan came back to report. As Itsuki was absent, due to training, Soifan made the report to Yamamoto about the bout. It wasn't only until the next day did Itsuki come. After absorbing the Sokayaku, Itsuki had a tremendous boost in Ryatsu, but there was an issue. He hadn't properly assimilated with the power and would need time to properly fuse with it. He had also arrived with another conclusion: the hollow he had fused with before wasn't properly done as well. It seemed that he would need time to do properly and completely fuse with them. Back when he fought with Yamamoto, he discovered that he was getting stronger quite abnormally. He first attributed it to how Arinkars get stronger when they fight, but it seemed his hypothesis was wrong. The untapped potential was just hidden away along with the excess energy made when fusing the Sokayaku into his Zanpakuto. Shunpoing to his HQ, he found Soifan and asked her for her report. Finding out where he was currently in the timeline, he decided to meet up with Yamamoto and talk about the bout. He also sent Saikyo over to Byakuya to give him a message. In the anime, it was requested by Yamamoto, but this time it was asked by Itsuki. This was the first time that Itsuki had actively taken steps to make an impact to the story. Author's note: I have realized that my story mainly focuses on the actions of Itsuki, so would you guys like to see others' perspectives, or shall I just concentrate on Itsuki, or shall I increase the interactions of other characters and not just gloss over them? Chapter 71, Soifan and Yoruchi. The day before. Living world. Yoruchi looked at the girl following before once more looking ahead. She was currently in her cat form and looked a bit depressed. I asked for Itsuki. Yoruchi was hoping to get some more time with Itsuki, but someone she didn't want to meet had arrived. A frown was noticeable on her face as she looked at Yoruchi. Pouting and looking at the side, Soifan indicated that she still hadn't forgiven Yoruchi. Giving out a sigh, Yoruchi began to explain the situation to Soifan. Currently, there was a series of souls suddenly disappearing without any trace. Ichigo's group were currently occupied with the mod souls Urahara had created while they would start the investigation. Although Soifan had found it hateful to team up with this thieving cat, she had no choice as Itsuki had asked her to. Looking at Yoruchi, Soifan remembered their fight back in Soul Society. Yoruchi had just taken Soifan away from the Sokayaku Hill. They had just felt Itsuki's Ryatsu spiking up. So why are you still angry? You took Itsuki's first. Yoruchi was shocked with this revelation. It seems like she knows. Soifan didn't give her a chance to speak as she immediately engaged Yoruchi. Soifan's mastery of Hakuto was higher than the anime. She had approached Yoruchi's mastery but still fell a bit short. This time, as Soifan wasn't the Onmitsukido commander, she wasn't able to call upon the executive militia as she did in the anime. Still, although Yoruchi was able to easily counter Soifan's moves, she did find it a problematic fight. One thing that didn't change was Soifan's desire to surpass Yoruchi, yet the reason was different. Releasing her Shirkai, Soifan was able to land a hit on Yoruchi before creating a distance. A butterfly symbol appeared on the right side of Yoruchi's chest as blood emerged from her mouth. Yoruchi found it difficult to harm Soifan as she still felt guilty in abandoning the trust she had on her. Suddenly, Yoruchi felt Soifan's Ryatsu spike up as a glow surrounded her. Shunko. This is something I created and Itsuki helped me control it. He also told me that it is a technique you used. Now, I will use this technique to defeat you. Yoruchi looked at Soifan as she also activated her Shunko. Yet, she got the upper hand once more as she used a technique that utterly shocked Soifan. Hanki. Hanki was a technique that neutralized the opponent's Kido by hitting it with a Kido of the same quality and quantity spinning in the opposite direction. Getting defeated this easily caused anger to surface on Soifan. I should have surpassed you, for stealing. Bankai. Her flashback ended there as they were currently passing a school. Isn't this the school that humans go to? Soifan then saw the group looking at them out the window when both she and Yoruchi felt something. Soifan. Yes, I feel it. Seeing that there was a window opened, they jumped through and made their way to Oriheim's table. All the while, ignoring the shocked expressions of the group. Yoruchi-san, what dash? Yoruchi put her hand up as she started to search Oriheim's desk. The group was confused as to why they were searching her desk, as Oriheim had a strange blush. Seeing Yoruchi bring out a bag, Oriheim immediately ran to her and grasped the bag. Soifan saw this but let it be. Yoruchi-san, what are you doing going through my stuff like that? Nah, in no way, why are you trying to stop us from going through this bag? Yoruchi was surprised seeing the strength Oriheim exerted as she held onto it, unwilling to let go. The bag was then unable to handle the pressure from both sides and ripped open, letting a bunch of pictures fall out. Ichigo seeing them had a scare and jumped behind Sato as a fearful expression masked his face. However, when he did this, he saw a glint in Sato's eyes. It seemed that he was surprised, but why would he be surprised? The rest were also shocked as a blush crept onto Oriheim's face. Yoruchi and Soifan looked at Oriheim accusingly as she fell on her knees. So, Inoue, why do you have this many of Itsuki's pictures? Yoruchi saw a badge within the pile of pictures as she continued looking at Oriheim. Even if you're part of the club, this many pictures. Oriheim felt ashamed as a mosquito-like voice left her mouth. I, just wanted to show my friends. The group of boys then remembered an unusual gathering around Oriheim's seat as various kaya were heard. It wasn't just limited to his class, but apparently girls from other classes heard the news and also made their way towards Oriheim's desk. Yoruchi sighed at this but let it be, she was part of the club and had the right to carry around these many pictures. Plus, they couldn't waste time as they needed to be somewhere else, so after saying their farewells, they made their leave. After they had left, one of the pics mysteriously went missing. Present time. Soul Society. First Division HQ. It had taken a day for Byakuya to look for the required information before telling Itsuki what he found. Itsuki was currently giving his report about his findings about the Jokeisho and its relation to the mysterious people Soifan encountered in the living world. Byakuya then immediately reported what he had found in his clan's repository as the rest of the captains stood behind them. Yamamoto looked like he was contemplating on something as he made his decision. Yesterday, I had sent 3 lieutenants thinking it would be enough, however, upon seeing this report, I suspect that there is more to what we are seeing. So, Captains Minamoto, Kuchiki, and Hitsugaya, you 3 will be deployed to the living world as reinforcements and will only show yourselves when needed. Yukitake and Shinsui, you will lead your divisions and go to all the Jokeisho locations and seal them. Unohana, I want your division on standby in case anything goes wrong. The rest of the division would be on a state of alert and have their patrols increased. Dismissed. The 3 captains then made their way to get their seals before arriving in front of the main Senkaman. Byakuya looked at the lineup before giving out his opinion. Sending 3 captains, isn't this overkill? Itsuki was the one that replied. The kid is part of the reinforcements in the living world while I'm the last line of defense. What did you say? Toshiro hated people making fun of him being a child as he angrily looked at Itsuki. Itsuki just ignored the outburst and made his way into the Senkaman. Toshiro calmed down realizing that this was just a ploy by Itsuki, him getting angry was confirming Itsuki's claim of him being a kid. Byakuya ignored this and followed Itsuki while Toshiro was the last to enter. This time Itsuki didn't take Soifan with him as he needed someone to watch over the Onmitsukido. The journey was a quiet one, no one spoke. Toshiro was the one that was suffering the most as he wanted someone to talk to. He knew that the 2 were far from talkers and that it will be a long journey. Chapter 72, Bound. Running through the Dangai, a serene silence encompassed them while a constant twitching could be seen leaving Toshiro's eyebrows. Seeing the door to the living world in front, they quickly jumped through only to see a pair of lights approach them. Itsuki felt a sense of déjà vu as the 3 jumped to the side dodging the vehicle. Itsuki realized why he felt a sense of déjà vu, it was a common Japanese truck, similar to the one that brought him here. The driver didn't horn at them indicating that he never saw them. A rather disturbing thought flashed through Itsuki's head. What would happen if I get hit by one? Seeing the truck drive away, Toshiro's voice brought Itsuki out of his thoughts. Need to tell the people that set our coordinates to properly place the exit in a safe place. Itsuki and Byakuya both nodded before the 3 turned towards a certain direction. They had immediately felt the lieutenants congregate at a certain location along with the humans and a few weird Ryatsu. Toshiro seemed to hurry as he had it enough with the silent duo as he ran first. Watching him, Itsuki turned to Byakuya. It seems that he is not only short of height, but also short on patience. Toshiro had somehow heard this while a slight smile found Byakuya. Turning around he went to shout at them, but he realized that they had disappeared and long since passed him. Stomping in frustration he immediately followed. Unknown location. Ranjaku could be seen easily defeating a shadow abomination and destroying the pillars surrounding her. She then focused her attacks towards the surrounding eye-like creatures that poured out light from their eyes. The enemy seemed to be using the shadows around her to attack. Ranjaku had entered the cavern with Hisagi Shohei, Kira, and Yumachika. They had all separated when they were faced against unknown attacks, but she had finally found how the power worked. Cutting the source of light, she made her way back to where she came from only to see another group of people that had entered. 2 of them were in Shinigami clothing, Ichigo and Renji, and 3 of them were in a normal living world clothing, Rukia, Oriheim, and Sato. They were carrying 4 stuffed toys, one was a stuffed lion plushie, another was a human-like bird with a blue hooded coat and red bow tie, one was a human-like turtle plushie in a gray dress trousers, white shirt, and a red bow tie while the last one was a pink rabbit with a colorful suit and ties that had been fashioned into a purse. The group of oddballs seemed to have just entered and were fighting the shadow-like creatures while Oriheim seemed to be constrained by one. Growl, hey Nico. Ranjiku's sword dissipated into ash as they flew towards all the surrounding eye creatures, cutting of any source of light. Ranjiku-san. Renji turned around to see their savior as the rest followed. The lion stuffed toy had a shine in its eyes as it jumped towards Ranjiku. Big breasts Wani-chan. Seeing the perverted toy, Ranjiku kicked it far away from her. The bird plushie toy sitting on Ichigo's shoulder started laughing while Ranjiku turned towards the group. So, what are you guys doing here? We were sent here by Urahara-san, by the way, where are the others? Looking round, Renji had a questioning face. We got separated. Ranjiku then looked at Rukia. Are you okay? Hisagi told me that you took damage on your already recovering soul. Rukia had previously been injured by a bout but was luckily saved by Hisagi. Seeing that she was incapable of battle, she, Sado and Oriheim decided to stay behind while Ranjiku took care of them. Apart from the bird, the other three toys also stayed behind while only Ichigo and Renji made their way forward. Running through the cave, they were suddenly assaulted by various flashes of lights as their shadows elongated. A hand came out from each shadow holding a bladed weapon intent on sneak attacking them. The two were temporarily blinded by the light as they never felt what was behind them. As the blades inched closer, suddenly two shadows appeared blocking the two blades creating sparks between. Hearing the noise, Ichigo and Renji turned around to see the bladed weapon stopped by another two Shinigami. Hisagi-san. Kira. As the four fought the various weapons arising from the shadows, the cave started rumbling as pieces of rubble and stone started falling. Seeing that him and Kira wouldn't be able to advance due to Kira's injuries, Hisagi turned to the two. Kurosaki, Abarai, you guys go ahead. The two nodded and continued forward only to meet the last member of the group heavily injured and unconscious. Yumachika-san. Seeing his former superior, Renji ran towards him. Seeing that he was barely awake, Renji looked at Ichigo then at the eye-like creatures that made their appearance. Ichigo, you go forward, I'll hold this bout back. Ichigo, hearing this, gave a nod before making his way towards the main perpetrator behind all of this. Within a secret room a man sat there in front of a table full of cards. He had the look of a professional man with a red tie, a white buttoned-up shirt and large glasses. His hair was neatly combed to the side as he had a manic grin looking at the red-haired Shinigami through one of the eye-like creatures. Thinking of going against Giselle all alone. While Renji was having a bout with that bout, Ichigo had made his entrance in front of various people standing on a podium of some sort. The leader of them was a tall, muscular man with short, white hair and red eyes. He had long upward curling eyebrows and a scar on his chin. He wore a white shirt that had a red tie tucked in a pair of black dress pants, all under a long brown overcoat. He was Korea Jean. Behind him stood 5 individuals. On the left was an old man wearing a black suit and a purple ascot surrounding his neck. He was standing up with the help of a walking cane. Next to him was a tall and lean-built man wearing a sleeveless Shinigami Shihakuso. He had brown eyes and dark raven hair where a large portion of it fell down the middle. On the right was a woman with green-teal hair and green eyes beneath a pair of furrowed eyebrows. She wore a purple Manchurian-style chipao and beige pants. To her left was a unique-looking man. His orange hair was clean and cut shirt on the left side while it was messy and jaw-length on the right. He wore a sleeveless shirt and shorts with black trimmings alongside a pair of loose boots. He had 2 red belts around his waist while 4 black belts around his shorts, 2 on each leg. Next to him was a large and muscular man with dark skin, short-cut red hair and an orange mohawk. He wore a large sleeveless shirt and a pair of headphones around his neck. Looking at Ichigo, Korea started speaking. How many bout must you people kill before you are satisfied? Ichigo was shocked by the revelation as he deduced an aspect. So, you were the one that revealed that guy's hideout. It was a necessary sacrifice. Ichigo seemed enraged as he started attacking Korea. This time it wasn't a one-sided fight, rather, Ichigo was able to hold his ground for some time before being miserably defeated. As Ichigo was getting beaten up, he was able to unleash his Bankai for the first time after entering the living world. It went a rather cliché way with him remembering all the suffering his friends went through, how they were trying hard and why he couldn't let them down. As Ichigo finally created some damage against Korea, a racier arrow interrupted their battle. This marked the entrance of a new intruder, Ishida. He seemed to have regained his powers after losing them in a fight against Mayuri. Behind him, the group that stayed behind also ran out, minus Renji, Kira and Hisagi. At the entrance though, 3 figures had appeared. Is this the place? Toshiro was once again the one that spoke up as Byakuya answered. Yes. Itsuki looked into the cave as he felt both familiar and unfamiliar Ryatsu coming from inside. Looking at his fellow captains, he saw Byakuya having a worried look in his eyes. It seems he's worried about Rukia. Looking at Byakuya, a smirk surfaced on Itsuki's face. Byakuya felt something wrong as he turned around and saw Itsuki smirking at him. Realizing his friend saw through him, Byakuya coughed and was about to change the subject when all 3 captains looked in one direction. They felt a spike in Ryatsu and a gate opening. Feeling this, they immediately disappeared with Itsuki in the lead. It seems that Ishida has just opened the gate. Back in the hall, Ichigo's group was surprised seeing Ishida's apparent betrayal while Kariya seemed like he expected it. Upon failing to recruit Ishida, Kariya then made his way to the gate to begin the invasion of Soul Society. While Kariya was making his victory speech, Quincy and Shinigami Brat came after. Suddenly a chill went through all the Bount and the lone Shinigami as they jumped out of the gate. Boom. The gate suddenly exploded, bringing with it a cloud of dust. Author's note. Fell asleep in the middle of writing this chapter. So sorry for no chapter yesterday. I'm trying it out various ways of writing because I don't want to rush too much while also trying to give the characters life and not make the story boring. It seems I'm not very good at it. Chapter 73, Ichino's Maki. Once the clouds of dust dissipated amongst the various coughing fits of the people within the room were having, 3 figures made their presence known surrounding the Bount in a triangle. Itsu, Captain Minamoto, Captain Kachiki, Captain Hitsugaya. Ranjaku was surprised at the sudden 3 intruders as she nearly called Itsuki by his name. Kariya just looked at Itsuki, who was standing where the gate was. The rest of his accomplices were surprised as well as they vigilantly looked at the 3. You must be captain of the 2nd Division, Minamoto Itsuki. Ichino's here couldn't find anything about you apart from your Zanpakuto being a lightning and wind one. Itsuki didn't talk back as he looked at the surrounding Bount rake out their dolls. The girl with the green hair should be Yoshi, the weird-looking one should be Mabashi, the old one should be Saatari and the one with the mohawk should be Kogagawa. Looking at them, Saatari seemed to have the more annoying ability with the ability to manipulate space. Itsuki then slowly went into an Iato stance as the rest also got battle ready. Saatari had just called his doll when Itsuki disappeared and appeared behind him. Everyone, apart from the 2 captains and Ranjaku, were shocked by his speed as the old man disintegrated into dust. Seeing this, Byakuya and Toshiro also moved. Mabashi was targeted by Byakuya and Koga went against Toshiro. Yoshi appeared behind Itsuki as her right hand was covered in armor and was holding an energy sword. Take this. Itsuki dodged and swung his sword at her, cutting her in half. She also dissipated. Byakuya made quick work of Mabashi as he released his Shirkai. It was the same with Koga as he was quickly frozen by Toshiro's Shirkai. The Bount were weaker than the anime as they never had the abundance of Reisher found in Soul Society, although they did drink numerous souls. They had, however, encountered a monster like Itsuki, and the 2 that fought the other captains seemed to have encountered their natural enemy. Kariya looked unbelievingly at what was happening as his focus was taken by Ichigo clashing into him. A helpless look plastered his face as a determined one replaced it before he started laughing. Do you think that this is the end, Shinigami? It was stated in the anime that although Kariya looked for revenge upon Soul Society, he truly wanted to end his current immortal life. Ichigo seemed to have already recognized this as he stayed silent when fighting against him. Itsuki never made his move as he focused on someone else entirely. Ichino's Maki, a former Shinigami who served under the previous Kenpachi. He went rogue when Zaraki Kenpachi took over the role by killing the previous one. He had a strong sense of justice and was unable to follow Zaraki's lead of fighting only for entertainment. He believed those in power should use it for noble causes rather than for self-satisfaction. Seeing him sneak up on him, Itsuki swung his sword sending him flying through one of the tunnels. Itsuki then disappeared, following him. Smashing into a wall, Ichino's coughed out blood as he tried to get up. Pushing himself up, he found a sword next to his throat, threatening to slit it. Why don't you kill me? Itsuki didn't answer, but he just responded with another one. Why do you fight? This seemed to trigger something within Ichino's as he shouted. Why do I fight? I fight against the barbaric ways of the Gotei 13, why? What followed was his frustrations gushing out. Itsuki waited for him to finish upon asking another question. You say you're fighting for a noble cause, but it's truly for anger, isn't it? Anger against just one man for killing your previous captain. Ichino's was shocked as understanding flashed through his eyes. Itsuki, however, continued. This anger allowed people to manipulate you, goad you. Quite naive thinking from your part, isn't it? Back at the main hall, Ichigo had just driven his sword through Kariya. The others had moved far away to not get caught up in the shockwaves of their clashes. During this, another 2 figures had joined them, Yoruchi and Soifan. Seeing that the battle had ended, Toshiro turned towards the others. You guys okay? The group looked at him as Ranjaku jumped towards Itsuki, who had just come out, completely ignoring her own captain. Itsuki. Toshiro's eyebrows twitched and a vein popped out his forehead as an irritated look surfaced from being ignored. He hated this trip, the 2 silent buddies, the teasing from Itsuki and being ignored by his own lieutenant had pushed his limits. He was just about to scream when a line passed through his head. Short on patience, short on patience. He looked back to Ranjiku cuddling Itsuki like a koala bear while he patted her head and Itsuki's apathetic look piercing through him. Seeing Itsuki come up, Soifan, Yoruchi and Ranjiku dragged Itsuki away among the various looks of the others. Byakuya just stood there ignoring what was happening around him as he looked at Rukia. She seemed to be okay, but Byakuya could tell that she was injured looking at her pale face. Byakuya and Ai-sama. Rukia looked down when she saw the way her brother looked at her. She couldn't tell if he was worried about her or looking down on her. She was never able to read her brother's thoughts, but she had a feeling that he was worried. Byakuya seemed to nod at her as the rest of the Shinigamis joined the fray. Renji rushed towards his captain while the rest waited in order to get healed by Orihime. They stayed in the human world until they had properly rested and went back under the lead of Byakuya. The ones who had stayed behind were Itsuki, Soifan, Ranjiku, Toshiro, and Yumachika. It seems Ikaku would join them later as this calmed Yumachika down. At first Yumachika was confused as to why he had to stay, but Toshiro told him that he was the most idle. The others were either resting or having fun, so he believed that Yumachika should stay. Ikaku would join him as the two were close. As the group separated, Itsuki wasn't seen until the next day. Chapter 74, Transfer Student. Itsuki had just gotten out of bed where three other figures were wrapped up. Stretching his arms out, he put on a blue yukata and came to the living room after washing up. The three had stayed over at Urahara's store. Walking in, he saw Urahara wearing his striped dark green and white bucket hat which covered his eyes. "So, Itsuki-san, did you have a nice rest?" Itsuki nodded as he also sat down in front of the table. It was a small room with a circular table in the middle. Two kids sat round it as the girl got up to hand him a cup of tea. "Here." She wore white t-shirt with Urahara's shop logo in pink print and a knee-length, pink skirt with white dots. She had a perpetual blush on her cheeks, purple eyes and long, black hair with a purple tint fashioned into pigtails. Her name was Tsumujiya Yururu. The boy, Hanakari Jinta, also wore a white t-shirt with the Urahara shop log printed on the front and three-quarter-length trousers. He had black eyes and red hair. The room entered an awkward silence as Itsuki peacefully drank tea. "Ah." Urahara jumped up and came out with a familiar jigai. It wore the same black suit as it did back in London. "Soul Society sent your jigai. I took it upon myself to do a few tweaks to it, but all should be well." "Tweaks?" "Yes, I just made it more compatible to you and upgraded a few of its specs." Covering his smile with a fan, Urahara gave out a suspicious laugh. Nodding at him, Itsuki just went back to drinking his tea, creating the silent atmosphere again. Jinta looked extremely nervous as he was constantly fidgeting while Yururu was also silently having her tea. Karakura High School. Ichigio. A boy with medium-long brown was seen running through the hallway screaming his friend's name. He had a goofy look on his face and wore the standard Karakura High School uniform. His scream came to a stop when he got punched by Ichigo as he tried to hug him. Ichigo just ignored the downed soul as he continued walking. Another student popped as he looked at the sorry mess. "I told you to stop, didn't I, Kigo? Next time, I'll get him for sure, Mizuiro." Mizuiro was a young boy with short black hair and green eyes. His hair was parted down the middle with a stray bang on his face and the tips fanning out. He wore the standard Karakura High School uniform with the jacket zipped up. Mizuiro then looked up, only to see Ichigo enter their classroom. As Ichigo entered the classroom, he saw Ishida, Sato, and Orihime already gathered round as he joined them. They made some small talk as Rukia also later joined them. Kigo, who had gotten up, saw this and got rivers of tears running down his eyes. "Wah, what is with this grouping? When did the four of you get so close?" Amidst his ramblings, the class slowly filled up and the day began with the sound of the bell. Before starting registration, the teacher pointed out with a slight blush on her face. "Great news, everybody. We have a transfer student today, so." Suddenly, Ichigo's Shinigami badge started beeping, indicating a hollow. Chad, Inoue, Ishida, and Rukia all heard it as they immediately became vigilant. Running out, they came up with various excuses while Kigo, who tried to sneak out, was instantly caught. "But you let them go. Shut up. Get back in there." Ichigo had quickly become a Shinigami and was running across the schoolyard, completely unaware someone had just seen him. Ichigo had just tracked the hollow and was about to attack when it surprisingly split in two. The others behind him were also shocked seeing that spectacle. As the hollow started to disintegrate, a figure was seen walking towards them on the empty street. The figure's shoes made clacking noises upon impacting the ground as he slowly walked towards them. Rukia felt a familiar sensation as the opposite party's Ryatsu got increasingly familiar. This is. Ichigo, however, started having a bad feeling, as a bad premonition filled his heart. Finally seeing the figure in question, Ichigo immediately shunpoed away. Itsuki stood there in a familiar uniform but with dress shoes. The group was shocked with Ichigo turning tail and running away, but were even more shocked seeing Itsuki in the uniform of their school. Back at the school, Ichigo and the rest had just returned when their homeroom teacher turned to the other students. Now that Ichigo and the rest are back, let me say it once again, we have a transfer student. Please come in. While the boys prayed for the transfer student being a beautiful girl, the girls hoped for a handsome boy. A certain girl with glasses had her thoughts aligned with the boys though. Stepping in, the silence caused by the entrance of the transfer student took a physical manifestation as all the students looked forward with gaping mouths. So please introduce yourself. Picking up the chalk, he wrote his name in clear, elegant letters as he turned to the class. Minamoto Itsuki. No one seemed to mind his short introduction as he was given next to a certain girl. They were however more engrossed at his looks. That white hair, do you think it's bleached? No, it looks too natural and silky for it. Those eyes, is he wearing lens? Indeed, those eyes, so cold, wish he would look at me with them. Wait, isn't he the cousin Orihime was showing a picture of some time back? Wait, it's him, isn't it? There was one person who tried not to look at him, Ichigo. Ichigo looked at his own desk sweating buckets of water, trying not to make any sort of contact with his former teacher. As Itsuki walked to his desk, the former gave a fleeting glance towards the latter, making Ichigo's instincts ring bells warning him of an eagle locking onto him. Just as he sat down, Itsuki started thinking to himself. How long has it been since I've been to high school, counting this life and my previous one, 120, no, maybe 130. 130 years is a long time. While he was reminiscing back, he suddenly felt a jolt as he looked at his own desk. He didn't have any books. Looking to the girl next to him, he caught her looking at him as they involuntarily made eye contact. While the girl quickly turned away, Itsuki moved his desk next to her. I don't have any books. The girl seemed to realize this as she avoided looking at him but moved her book to the middle. A few girls got jealous, well more than a few, but let it go seeing who it was. She was the last person they wanted to get on the bad side of. Itsuki looked at the girl next to him. She was certainly a beautiful girl as a youthfulness radiated off her. He knew that she was the athletic type, not by seeing her figure but by knowing who she was. Orihime's best friend and Ichigo's childhood friend, Arisawa Tatsuki. She had short black hair and brown eyes with a lean figure giving her a tomboyish look. She seemed to have a blush on her as they shared a book, much to the annoyance of the boys surrounding them. Break quickly came as the girls were ready to encircle Itsuki and ask him a variety of questions. As the bells rang, they had just lifted themselves up but came to an immediate halt seeing the scene in front of them. Itsuki had propped up her chin as he peered deep into her eyes, seemingly trying to bring out the deepest secrets held within her. Their position was extremely ambiguous and looked like Itsuki was leaning in for a kiss. The opposite part had eyes as wide as saucers as she lost all resistance. A blushing Tatsuki smelt a pleasant smell as she slowly lost herself in those crystal-like eyes. The mood was surprisingly interrupted by a wild Orihime inserting herself between them and grabbing Tatsuki, taking her away. Itsuki however continued looking at her as a smile found his face. A talent indeed. Author's note. Been busy with a few RL things and continuously been on a lazy streak and not in the mood for writing, so expect a decrease in release rate. But, I'll try to bring my mood back up so I can give you a better release rate. Also, have been trying to work out a good schedule so I don't fall asleep in the middle of writing a chapter like last time, but I'm once again too lazy to do that. I'm quite the lazy author. Chapter 75, Arisawa Tatsuki. Itsuki was by no means, attracted to Tatsuki. In the anime, it was seen as she had an unnatural amount of Ryatsu, allowing her to see Ichigo's Shinigami badge and later had enough wool to not be crumbled in the presence of Aizen after he merged with the Hogyoku. However, she was currently still in the beginning phases having her Ryatsu increased and Itsuki decided that it was too early for her. Though, it was still a waste for her talent to go untrained. Tatsuki returned when break was over, but she tried to avoid contact with Itsuki until lunch. She kept a little distance, however, due to her kindness, continued sharing her book with Itsuki. Tatsuki felt all the girls' piercing glares bore through her as she tried her best to ignore them. Itsuki was in a similar sort of situation but he didn't really care and was mostly indifferent to them. What could they do to him? This lasted until lunch when the bell rang and Orihime dragged Tatsuki away from him. Rukia followed them alongside a few girls. Once more, the students around him tried to surround him to ask all sorts of questions but started hesitating when Itsuki showed his apathetic side. Seeing this chance, Itsuki immediately got up and left the classroom. On the rooftop, Ichigo and the male gang had just sat down to eat their bento with Kigo providing the entertainment for the group. What's with the new transfer student? Jealousy was written all over Kigo's face as he remembered all the girls' faces when looking at Itsuki. Ichigo felt a shiver down his spine as he tried to act nonchalant whenever Itsuki was mentioned. Kigo's rambling carried on for quite a while as he looked around laughing at his own joke. He saw Ichigo looking down, a few trembles traveling through his body now and then. Ishida was looking cool and was engrossed his food while Sato was also doing the same, but both kept on looking behind him. Mizuiro had his normal smile on his face as he also looked confused as to the reactions of the three. Kigo felt something behind him move as he slowly turned around and seeing a figure. Expensive dress shoes came into view as he slowly looked up. Mizuiro also looked back, but kept his usual smile. "Good morning, Minamoto-san." Kigo started trembling non-stop. Good morning, Minamoto-tan." Silence, utter silence. Kigo had a horrified look as despair flashed through his eyes. He started cussing himself. Why did he have to bite his tongue at that moment? Why did I though that? He started thinking with a bit tongue as the silence was broken. Pfft. Realizing his mistake, Ichigo and the rest hurriedly tried to contain their laughter while Ichigo hated himself having the ability to laugh. No change of emotion could be seen on Itsuki's face, but the atmosphere surrounding him was noticeably colder. The rest could have sworn hearing the faint rumbling of thunder. Then without showing a change of state, Itsuki made his leave while the boys didn't notice anything weird. Upon hearing the footsteps slowly get quieter, they all breathed a sigh of relief and noticed the smile on each other's faces. However, this smile did not last long as they all noticed something drop on their food. My apples. They're all gone. Kigo realized that his apples had gone while the rest closely examined what had dropped on their food. The girls were happily chatting away when a scream was heard from the rooftop of the school. What the hell? Ichigo and the rest were gobsmacked once they identified the dropping as bird crap. They all looked up and saw a single bird fly round then down towards the courtyard of the school. They immediately ran to the edge as they saw it land on the shoulder of a single person that had white hair. That said person partially looked back as he rubbed the bird's chin and they could swear a derisive smile was present there. Itsuki then went on to a nearby tree to hide himself from the sun. Saikyo then perched herself on the tree while Itsuki just stared down at one of nature's magnificent creations. Apples. Itsuki had found a newfound love with this fruit and loved to relish in them slowly. The three girls immediately felt a shiver down their spine as they got a bad premonition. He didn't find another girl, did he? Itsuki was oblivious to this as he carried on eating apples with a joyful smile. The rest of the day went on as usual when the end of school's bell rang. Ichigo and the rest walked home while Tatsuki made her way towards the dojo where a karate club would take place. At first, she didn't feel anything weird. It wasn't until she left the locker rooms having changed into her training attire when she noticed no one here. There was only one figure standing in the middle of the dojo still wearing his Karakura school uniform. Tatsuki looked at those familiar eyes with a bewildered expression. Minamoto-san. Itsuki moved towards his spot as looked at Tatsuki, indicating her to also move there. However, Tatsuki became even more bewildered, not knowing Itsuki's intentions. Realizing that Tatsuki never got his point, he gave a sigh. Let's spar. A look of comprehension flashed through her eyes as she looked at what he was wearing. You sure, while wearing that? Itsuki nodded and Tatsuki reluctantly moved in front of Itsuki. She was extremely confused as to what was currently happening, but all of it was washed away when she got into a stance. The only thing she saw was the men in front of her as an opponent. Author's note. Been busy with RL stuff. Need to babysit for like 2 weeks, but I'm trying to find time here and there to write a chap. So although it was a small chap, at least it is something to remind you guys that I'm not going anywhere. Still looking for my passion in writing, so I'll try to go back and continue watching Bleach. Chapter 76, Kurosaki Clinic. Tatsuki bathed in her own sweat as she laid, heavily breathing, in the middle of the dojo. It didn't cross her mind that Northwest One entered the place while she was sparring with Itsuki. Remembering back to her spar, she marveled at the fact that she couldn't land a hit on Itsuki throughout the session while he continuously hit her weak points. She felt that she had improved more with this spar than the whole past year. Irritation masked her face as she remembered the apathetic yet carefree look in Itsuki's eyes. At that moment she made a promise to herself. Clenching her fists and gritting her teeth she mumbled. I'll get you next time. Itsuki didn't know of this as he was casually walking back to the Urahara shop when an Onmitsukido member appeared right next to him. Captain, the people responsible for the seal have just arrived and it will take a few days to reinforce it. Itsuki didn't stop walking and just nodded while dismissing the Shinigami. Might as well meet an old friend. Itsuki spontaneously changed directions from the Urahara store to the Kurosaki clinic. Knocking on the familiar door, a cute voice yelled out. Coming. Along with a click, the door opened to nothing. Looking down he saw a young girl about the age of 11. She had light blonde hair, with short bangs covering the upper right side of her face, just above the eyes. She wore a red hair clip on the left side of her head. Her soft, dark brown eyes looked up at Itsuki as a bright smile masked her face and a subtle blush on her cheeks. She currently wore a green hoodie with an apron on top. Who are you, Oniai-chan? Noticing that the pretty Oniai-chan was wearing a similar uniform to her brother's, she let her guard down before another voice interrupted her thoughts. Who is it, Yuzu? Shiba Ishin came out from a door as a surprised look surfaced on his face upon seeing Itsuki. Who are you? It's been a long time, Shiba Ishin. Ignoring Ishin trying to act like they didn't know each other as Yuzu welcomed Itsuki in. Itsuki didn't glance at Ishin who was down on his knees and hands, starting a monologue about himself. Yuzu tried to cheer him up with a helpless expression. Who is it? Masaki's voice was heard while Itsuki entered the living room. There was a kitchen to the right while a dining table in front. Masaki was currently preparing to cook when she noticed the visitor. Oh, you. Ishin quickly rushed in as he put an arm over Itsuki's shoulder. Ah, Masaki, this is my colleague and friend. Masaki seemed to understand Ishin when he quietly emphasized the word colleague. She quickly remembered back to when she first met her husband, when he mentioned that his colleague was fighting. She suddenly jolted up and bowed before anyone could react. A thankful expression was on her face, remembering the night 6 years ago. No need. Itsuki interrupted her before she could say anything. Masaki got up from her bow with an awkward look. Luckily, Yuzu's voice destroyed the atmosphere. Mum, Dad, why are you standing there for, and can you tell me who is this Oni-chan? Yuzu had a cute pout and an accusing look in her eyes as she called out to her parents. She was angry that her parents didn't introduce the pretty Oni-chan. Before they could say anything, another young girl walked in. Who are you talking about? Karen. Yuzu turned around, only to see her twin. The girl looked around Yuzu's age but was the complete opposite. She looked the same, but she had a tomboyish disposition. She had straight black hair that was cropped round to hang around her face, just above her shoulders. Her dark gray eyes hovered at her family then to the unidentified visitor. She wore typical sportswear and knee-length black leggings. She seemed shocked at Itsuki but was more attracted to his unusual eyes. She had been having a weird feeling about her brother and knew he was hiding something. Her instincts told her that the youth in front may have some relation with her brother. Sitting on the couch, Masaki made some tea while Yuzu handed him tea. Karen, who was sitting on a chair, leaned on the back of the chair with her chin resting on top of her hands. So, who is he, Dad? Thinking up a story, Itsuki became the son of Ishin's colleague and a guest that was visiting. Somehow his story became more and more tragic the longer Ishin spoke. And one day, when he was visiting, his family was in a car accident. Apparently, the doctor said that he watched his parents burn alive, screaming and asking for help as he was pinned down beneath the car. Itsuki spit out the tea that he was currently drinking, while Yuzu covered her mouth with tears threatening to come out. Masaki was also shocked at her husband's antics while Karen had a bored look. She knew when her father was lying. The doctors also said that because of the traumatic experience, he barely talks, such a pitiful child. Stop making Yuzu cry. Sending a fist at her father's face, Karen immediately distorted his right cheek and sent him flying to the wall. Itsuki just calmly sipped his tea, while Masaki let out a small laugh and Karen explained to Yuzu that it really didn't happen. It didn't really happen, did it? She seemed unsure so she turned to Itsuki who just shook his head. Karen suddenly noticed, Itsuki's eyes would glance towards one direction from time to time. Looking in that direction, a pile of apples entered her view as she moved to offer them to him. Itsuki coughed in embarrassment, as someone as young as Karen noticed his sneaky looks towards the forbidden fruit. He, however, looked to the side but still reached out and accepted the fruits from the girl. A smile appeared on Karen's face as Itsuki accepted the apples. He looks like a normal teen. Karen's thoughts came to a sudden halt as she looked at Itsuki. It wasn't just her, but the room descended into total silence with all their gazes attracted to Itsuki. Itsuki didn't know yet, but he would have an extremely satisfied and natural smile whenever he ate apples. They seemed to relieve him for a moment. Although, Masaki was slightly immune to his normal charms, but she wasn't against his smile. In fact, no one was. He was forbidden to smile in front of his Anna, unless it was a menacing one that was okay in the eyes of Byakuya. The three girls had a slight blush and Ishin had a despairing expression. He felt that he could hear his family slowly break apart. Though, it was only his imagination. The silence was then broken by the sound of a door opening. I'm home. Rukia walked in only to see Itsuki. Noticing Ichigo's family sitting around, she held herself back. Ah, uncle and auntie, it seems we have a visitor. Ishin nodded as he began to retell Itsuki's story. Rukia started to cry, not because of sympathy, but the absurdness of the story itself. It worked well as Karen and Yuzu felt that it was a normal reaction from her, while Ishin and Masaki already knew her real identity. There was, however, a subtle look of admiration as she faced Itsuki. Captain Minamoto can come up with such a good story. Once again, the door opened. I'm home. This time it was a male voice but that was okay. What shocked Itsuki was what followed. Dad, Yuzu, Karen, Mommy. 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 Itsuki's eyes widened as he desperately held his laughter back. Although one couldn't tell through his stoic face, the occasional tremble gave it away. He didn't even try to bite the apple in front, just in case a laugh slipped out, ruining his image of someone being apathetic. This was however a complete shock to Itsuki. It seemed the butterfly effect also had its advantages. Ichigo was unaware of two, not one, uninvited guest in the house. Rukia had left earlier with Orihime, so he thought she was still with her, so the latter part of what he said came out naturally. Rukia was also shocked, as she tried to hide her laughter in a similar fashion to Itsuki. It seemed that it was the first time she heard this as well. Ichigo walked in with Karen sitting on a chair and giving a look of disapproval, Yuzu with a helpless expression, Masaki with her usual motherly smile but with a hint of embarrassment, and Isshin who was blatantly laughing out loud. However, what he saw next turned him to stone. Two figures refused to look at him as they trembled slightly. Rukia couldn't control herself as she covered her mouth, letting out a muffled laughter here and there. Seeing the familiar white hair, a chill never went through his spine like usual, but a lifeless look was present in his eyes. Turning away, he made his way to his room. No matter how many times Yuzu called for him, he was too embarrassed to come down. With Masaki's insistence, Itsuki found it difficult to refuse having dinner with them while Ichigo had his inside his room. Upon finishing, Itsuki then made his leave, with Isshin and Masaki seeing him out. Rukia was helping Yuzu and Karen clean up the plates. Concluding that no one was listening on them, he turned to the two with a serious expression. Sensing the atmosphere, the two also had a serious expression. It seems that you two have had your powers restored. The two looked at each other as Masaki spoke first. It started to return by itself, I still don't know how it happened. Isshin looked at Masaki as he once again felt thankful for Itsuki saving them. Itsuki then looked at Isshin, who also put on his shoes and made his way outside with Itsuki. Knowing that the two wanted time to talk alone, Masaki just smiled before excusing herself. Chapter 77, Ichino's Maki, 2. Isshin was currently smoking a cigarette while Itsuki was eating an apple. Your powers should have returned. Isshin nodded. When Ichigo's inner hollow was released, Itsuki just looked at the stars. A mix of Quincy, Shinigami, and hollow, the perfect makings of a potential Soul King candidate. Isshin trembled but didn't deny Itsuki's claim. Puffing out second-hand smoke, Isshin also looked towards the stars. If I had a choice, I would prefer he live a normal life rather than the one where his life is always endangered. The more he fights, the more his powers awaken. Itsuki didn't say anything and slowly finished his apple. Throwing the finished apple in the bin, Itsuki got up and left. I'll do what I can. Isshin didn't look at Itsuki leave as he finished his cigarette and also made his leave, towards the clinic in the opposite description. Kurosaki Clinic. Rukia was smashing Ichigo's door, demanding herself be let in. Oi, Ichigo, open the damn door. Tired of all the noise, a grumpy Ichigo opened the door. What do you want? Rukia failed to hide her smile as she tried covering her mouth. Your mommy's calling you, PFFF, ha 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 ha. Breaking down in laughter after barely finishing her sentence, Rukia fell onto the floor clutching her stomach. She just couldn't believe it, the youth that threw Soul Society in chaos, the youth that fought on equal grounds with her brother was such a mama's boy. Ichigo's expression worsened, and just when he went to slam the door, Masaki's voice rang out. Ichigo. Yes mom. An embarrassed look returned to his face before he hurriedly corrected himself. Rukia burst into another wave of laughter as she started rolling on the floor. The lion plushie toy popped his out while thinking to himself. Why is Nei-san laughing so much? This great Kansama will need to investigate. Imagining himself with a Sherlock hat, cloak and smoke pipe, he went to Rukia. Nei-san, oof. Before Khan got any closer, Rukia got up and kicked him back to the room. She thought that he was back to his perverted antics as she went into the room she was currently staying at. Khan had tears of misery upon being planted on the wall. After giving a short monologue of how he would love to escape to Orihime's and Ranjika's embrace, he turned to the bird plushie. She was currently resting on her stomach with her arms propping up her head, legs swinging and dreamingly looking at something, humming a little tune. Looking at her slowly move her head side to side, he thought she was reading a story or a magazine of some sort and moved behind her. Hey, what are you reading, Ririn? Ririn felt a shock through her body as she hurriedly tried to cover the thing she was looking at. Khan realized that it wasn't a magazine or a book but a picture of some sort. Pushing Ririn away, Khan got a better look at the picture. Isn't that the... Before he could continue, Ririn punched him and tried to take back the picture. Let go. No, such pictures should be burned, they shouldn't exist. You dare say such things. The two were in a tug of war when Rukia returned. You two, shut up. You're making too much noise. Dragging the two away from each other, she got a glimpse at the photograph. How did you get this photo? Turning to Ririn, she had the eyes of an interrogator. Looking down and drawing circles with her feet, Ririn found it difficult to look at Rukia as she slowly muttered with a meek voice. I found it. So, you found it, huh? Ririn flinched at Rukia's voice before she decided to take the heat off herself. Pointing her wings at Khan, she mustered some courage and shouted. He said we should burn it. A jolt went through Rukia as she slowly turned her head at Khan with a dangerous glint in her eyes. What did you say? A calm yet dangerous voice came out of Rukia's mouth as she slowly walked to Khan. Khan was currently sweating bullets as a panicked expression slowly crept onto his face. Nay, San. Ririn saw this and rushed to close the door. Slamming the door, the muffled screams of a toy animal were heard. While Rukia had left with Ririn, Ichigo had just entered the room only to see the scene of a massacre. What the hell? The head of Khan was on top of the table while his body and limbs were separated in different parts of the room. They weren't even cleanly cut off, they seemed to have forcefully ripped apart. Khan was missing one beady eye and there were numerous needles pierced into his body. Oi Khan, what happened here? Khan was listless as Ichigo tried to get some answers. In the other room though, the perpetrators seemed to have forgotten what they had just done as Rukia took out an album. Ririn, here are more pictures of Captain Minamoto. Unknown alleyway. Itsuki was on his way towards the Urahara when he sensed something and halted his steps. You're back. Suddenly light seemed to warp as Ichino's Maki appeared kneeling behind him. I found their hideout. Itsuki nodded and gave out another order. Keep the current status quo and let me know of any movements they make. Yes. Light warped round Ichino's as he once more disappeared. Ichino's Maki was someone that Itsuki really wanted as a subordinate. It wasn't just his loyalty but also his abilities that made him a tremendous scout. Able to sneak into Soul Society and alter the records of the 12th Division, no normal person can do that. Itsuki carried on walking whereas Ichino's returned to his scouting location. He had stationed himself in front of an ordinary apartment block. As there was nothing he could do, he remembered his meeting with Itsuki. He was too powerful, powerful beyond comprehension. He had heard about Itsuki as the youngest and fastest person to rise to captain level, without even using his Bankai. Still many had their doubts about his abilities, including Ichino's. For him, his captain was his idol, a man of strength and one he had sworn to follow. With his captain killed by Zaraki and him turning rogue, he never expected to encounter Itsuki's strength firsthand. His initial reasoning was that he was disgusted by the methods of the Godai 13, causing him to join the Bound in hopes of changing their ways. But subconsciously, he never really wanted to change their ways, he just wanted to avenge his captain. He wasn't angry at the Godai 13 but at Zaraki Kenpachi. Itsuki had a talk with him, a talk which changed his whole mindset. Although Itsuki never told him the full detail, he did give brief overviews, and he knew that in the grand machination of things, even the Godai 13 were just mere pawns. The secret history of Soul Society wasn't as it was written in the history books but way more complex than anyone initially thought. Thinking back to what Itsuki had said, Ichino's felt a shudder down his spine. Although, Itsuki's strength and what he said were one of the many reasons he chose to follow him, the main one was Itsuki's willingness to go against the unseen enemies. Ichino's always believed that one should use their strength for noble causes and what Itsuki was doing was the epitome of that. He wasn't on a scout for the purposes of assassination, but rather scouting for a possible future recruit. Urahara store. Itsuki had just closed the doors to his room when three figures appeared, trying to seize him. Seeing this, Itsuki didn't just wait but dodged them, causing them to grab nothing and crash into each other. Taking off his clothes, Itsuki put on an exquisite sky blue yukata, with a tiger and dragon emblem on either side. The three girls ogled Itsuki as he turned around and faced them. What are you doing? Nothing, and where were you and why didn't you come for dinner? I was at the Kurosaki clinic, visiting a friend. Itsuki sat down while Ranjaku came up behind him and gave him a lap pillow. Itsuki had taken off his headband allowing Ranjaku to play with his hair. Yoruchi and Soifan moved next to him with Yoruchi using his belly as a pillow and Soifan using his shoulder. Yoruchi was the first to speak while Itsuki stroked her hair. Since you've arrived, you have barely tried to spend any time with us. We were together last night. Yoruchi held Itsuki's hand before she started planting kisses. You know I don't mean that. Soifan finished off her sentence while she kissed Itsuki's neck. We want some time alone, each of us. Feeling the girls heat up, Itsuki relented. Okay, fine. The girls were noticeably happy as clothes started to be stripped. I just got changed. Itsuki's frustrations didn't last long when he saw a confused look in Ranjaku's eyes. Friend. Your former captain. Clarifying Ranjaku's suspicions, Itsuki dragged her down as well with a kiss. Ahem. 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 A few hours later, Itsuki once more put on his yukata and left the three sleeping girls with satisfied smiles. He had never stopped thinking about the future since his meeting with Aizen. His future enemies, the repercussions for his actions were all needed to be taken into consideration, hence his current actions. Entering the living room, he saw Urahara fiddling round with a jigai and proceeded to sit down in front of the table. Urahara put the jigai down and looked at Itsuki, at his room then back at Itsuki. It still astonishes me seeing you go through great lengths in sealing of the room. No noise, and without any of you four's permission, no one else can enter. Anyway, what did you want to talk about? Itsuki didn't say anything and looked at Urahara. Urahara knew what Itsuki wanted as a serious expression came onto his face. Fine, we will change location. Coming on top of the bridge towers, Itsuki turned to Urahara. The Soul King. Hearing these words, Urahara didn't have any sort of change on his expression as he continued to look at Itsuki. Itsuki was unfazed by Urahara's stare, as he continued. If something happens to that being, who is your perfect candidate to replace him? Although Urahara didn't answer, Itsuki knew the answer. The night was going to be a long night for the two of them. Author's note. It seems that I have improved on the comedy aspect of this. As expected of my genius self. I'm not a great author, but I am a great beginner author with sheer talent. Wait, need to humble myself. Need to make some advancements in the Tao of the Trolls. A certain user gave me a beautiful idea that when I do pull it off, you guys would physically hate me. But I'll probably forget about doing it, well pray that I do. Anyway, love you guys, and like always, thanks for the support. Chapter 78, Day Out with Yoruichi. The next day, Itsuki was currently waiting at a certain abandoned warehouse when a cat jumped onto his shoulder. Recognizing the cat as Yoruichi, he started to pet her while she succumbed and rubbed her head on his face, giving a few licks. After a short period of time, Yoruichi reluctantly pulled herself away and transformed into her human form. Wearing her clothes, she gave a seductive wink to Itsuki. Wanna play tag? As soon as she said this, she vanished from where she was currently standing, only to appear behind Itsuki. Giving a peck on his cheek, she once again gave a small smile and left the warehouse. Itsuki sighed at the antics of Yoruichi before giving a small smile and vanishing from his position. Yoruichi had just jumped over a warehouse when Itsuki appeared right in front of her. Stopping her steps, she gave a helpless smile as Itsuki came next to her and picked her up into a princess carry. Yoruichi didn't squeal like a little girl but was surprised at his sudden actions. Not giving her a chance to speak, Itsuki just shunpoed away into another direction. Sometime later, they arrived next to a mall in a pair of jigai. Itsuki was wearing an All Hail Apples t-shirt with a picture of an arrogant apple, a pair of three-quarter shorts and black boots. A simple get-up. Yoruichi wore a short-sleeved blue shirt, tucked into a pair of short jeans that went from her belly to the middle of her thighs, highlighting her long legs. She wore a pair of sandals creating the picture of an adventurous yet exotic beauty. As it was currently spring, the sun was basking its radiance into the earth as Itsuki brought a summer hat for Yoruichi. While Yoruichi had let her hair loose beneath the hat, she had surprised Itsuki with his current hairstyle. Looking at his reflection on a shop window, he saw that he had his normal ponytail but with three Viking-like horizontal braids on the left side of his head, ending at the ponytail. He never expected her to create this sort of hairstyle for him. Well, he didn't know that Yoruichi had this sort of skill. Foreigners. Do you think they are models? Hey. What are you looking at? And nothing. Wait, what are you looking at? The two certainly did attract a considerable amount of attention as they walked hand in hand. Yoruichi was leaning her head on Itsuki's shoulder as they went window shopping through each shop. They didn't really care for the stares they were receiving as the girls were envious of Yoruichi while the males were envious of Itsuki. They also saw the current Shinigami that was overlooking Karakura town, although they never went to meet him. After going through most of the shops, they entered a cafe for lunch and a slight rest while hiding away from the blaring sun. Itsuki ordered iced tea while Yoruichi ordered just milk before sitting in front of each other. Enjoying it? Yoruichi looked at Itsuki's eyes as the latter replied. Yes, this was my idea. Yoruichi looked embarrassed about recommending playing tag all day but collected herself. Itsuki was enjoying his iced tea when he felt something touch his leg. Looking up, Yoruichi was looking at him with a small smile as she drank her milk from a straw. Feeling her leg slowly touch up his attention was suddenly attracted by a group of customers who had just entered. Yoruichi saw Itsuki's attention elsewhere as she also turned around. Also seeing the customers, she looked at Itsuki with a smile that was not a smile. Looking at other girls apart from the three of us. I will get jealous. Yoruichi's leg was dangerously near a certain area as Itsuki tried his best in keeping his stoic facade. Calmly drinking his tea, Itsuki saw that the other party had noticed him but strangely acted like they didn't see him. A group of teenage girls had just entered the cafe. One of them was Orihime and the other was Tatsuki. Another was a thin red-haired girl that had purple eyes and red-framed glasses. Next to her was a tall and slender black-haired girl that had a mole under her left eye. A short and petite girl was next to her that had short brown hair with her bangs pulled back by a clip, and the last one to enter was a girl with short curly black hair and brown eyes. Itsuki remembered them as Oriheim's friends. Their names were respectively Honsho Chizuru, Kaneda Ryo, Ogawa Michiru, and Natsue Mehana. They both quickly ordered what they wanted. It sat near them but in a way that the two lovers couldn't see them. Although they couldn't see them, it didn't mean that they couldn't hear them. I'm not sure we should be doing this. Yeah, Michiru's right, I also think we shouldn't do this. No need to talk any further, Tatsuki. Ryo is right, I believe everyone here is in one way or another attracted to Minamoto-san. Although it is not exactly love. What do you think, Oriheim? Mehana turned to Oriheim. Yes. I'm his cousin and he didn't tell me this. Oriheim still kept the pretense of Itsuki being her cousin as she bit her lower lip. The group of friends tried to listen in on the couple but failed to hear anything. Do you hear anything? Shoo. The group stayed like that until Oriheim tried to get a glimpse at them. They're gone. What? Do you know who the girl was? Although Oriheim knew it was Yoruichi, she still shook her head. She didn't want them to get involved with the Shinigami side as Yoruichi was completely part of that side. Itsuki didn't expect how the rest of the day would go. Yoruichi dragged him to a local arcade and challenged him to various games. Some he won, while some Yoruichi won. He didn't use his mental abilities as it would be, in a sense, cheating. He let her win some while she won some with her own abilities. On their way back, an Onmitsukido member appeared kneeling in front of them. Captain, the strengthening of the seal would commence tonight. Itsuki nodded and dismissed the member as Yoruichi's voice was heard. What seal? Nothing that requires your attention. Itsuki kissed her neck and successfully distracted her as they carried on their journey back. Unknown location. A group composing of people dressed in priest clothing and Shinigami were surrounding an altar of some sort. The priests were chanting while the Shinigami looked vigilantly around them. Suddenly, cracks were seen on the altar and priests tried to chant hurriedly, putting more force in their words. Sweat started pouring down their bald heads as a blinding light and a loud explosion followed. The priests were thrown back while the Shinigami quickly got into the stance. What followed though, was another explosion, killing anyone else that was there. Chapter 79, Day Out with Ranjaku. Itsuki was calmly sleeping when his eyes shot open and looked towards the direction of the explosion. His attention was then drawn by the girls tightening their hug on him as he just smiled and snuggled in. The next day, Itsuki got up with the girls following. Stretching their lithe bodies, they were quite a sight before Itsuki. Pulling himself away from the temptation, Itsuki washed up and entered the living room where it was already full. Urahara looked at Itsuki. You must have heard the commotion last night. Itsuki nodded as Urahara continued. So, I assume you're not planning of getting involved, are you? Itsuki shook his head. Got a date? This silenced Urahara while Itsuki continued drinking his given tea. Urahara and Itsuki suddenly felt something and looked towards a direction. Well, it seems Soul Society have also heard what's happening and already sent someone. Itsuki just nodded as he got ready for his date. Sometime later, Ranjaku came out dressed in a white one-piece and a pair of sandals. Itsuki wore a white polo, a pair of jeans and white-black sneakers. The day went similar to yesterday, went to various shops but instead of just window shopping, Ranjaku started buying quite a few things. Knowing this would happen, Itsuki had gotten Urahara to make a certain card that basically made him buy anything. Looking at the card, he decided to look for a plot of land to buy. Although Itsuki was a normal human in his past life, his desires he had before had slowly waned. Even though some were still present, he wasn't adamant in getting them. So, he hadn't thought of buying a property or a supercar until now. He would rather stay in his own home with his lovers, rather than at Urahara's place. However, right now, all his mind could handle was Ranjaku's shopping. She made him try on various clothes, becoming an eye candy not just for her but other female customers as well. It could be the same for Ranjaku as well, but Itsuki made sure that there were no males around. After that tiring experience, Itsuki and Ranjaku were seen with their hands full carrying a myriad of bags. Stopping for lunch, they entered a fast food restaurant. A waiter came up to them and couldn't take his eyes off Ranjaku when he felt a glare. Itsuki just looked at him with a frown as the waiter started trembling and sweating uncontrollably. What would you like, sir, madam? Ranjaku didn't notice the man's plight as she was dreamingly staring at Itsuki. After giving their order, Itsuki looked at her. What? I didn't expect that from you. Itsuki was visibly confused. What do you mean? You quite possessive. Itsuki looked back at his interactions with the girls and realized he was indeed possessive. You won't call me a hypocrite? Ranjaku gently shook her head. I've gotten quite attached to my sisters, so I don't really mind. Although, I did at first wanted you as my own, and wondered how it would have been if I told you my feelings earlier. But that is all just a what-if situation. Ranjaku looked deeply at Itsuki's eyes as she smirked. Plus, I feel superior to them due to my assets. Emphasizing on the word assets, she finished it off with a flirtatious wink. Ranjika leaned back while a smile appeared on Itsuki's face. Itsuki just opened his mouth when a meek voice was heard. Here is one normal cheeseburger and one mega cheeseburger with fries and drink. Ranjika looked shocked as she looked closely at the youth. You are a Shinigami? Yes, nice to meet you, Captain Minamoto, Lieutenant Ranjiku. I'm Yamada Hanataro from the 4th Division. Currently on a secret mission. Well, why are you working here? Some events happened and before I knew it, I was working here. Ranjiku nodded as Hanataro was called to the front. Itsuki took a bite out of his mega cheeseburger before turning to Ranjiku. Swallowing the food, he opened his mouth again before being interrupted once more. Renji. The loud shout halted what he was going to say as the commotion in a nearby table died down. The two had noticed Ichigo and his group enter but ignored them. Once the commotion died down, Itsuki opened his mouth again, but was once more interrupted by another loud shout. Damn you, Ichigo. Itsuki once more closed his mouth but this time with an annoyed expression on his face and his eyebrows slightly twitching. Ranjiku had a helpless smile on her face as she turned around. Hey, you guys. Can you please shut up, we're trying to talk here. Ranjiku-san. Before they could investigate, Hanataro came with their orders. Seeing that no one was going to interrupt them now, Itsuki once again started speaking. The dash. Suddenly, loud explosions interrupted him again. This time, no annoyed expression was seen on his face but rather a calm and calculative look. I finally tried to start talking more, then why? Ranjiku was also shocked by the sudden explosion as she vigilantly looked at the presence. Renji was shooting a normal human gun at the men but proved useless and was injured by a blade shot out by the men. Ichigo entered his Shinigami form and started fighting him but immediately fell back. The man suddenly appeared behind him and was about to grab Ichigo by his shoulder when a kick landed on his face, sending him flying a few blocks away. So, this is what he meant when he said that he increased the specs. Immediately popping a pill into his mouth, Itsuki emerged from his Jigai and disappeared after the rogue Shinigami. The dust cleared from the crater as a middle-aged man appeared. He had gray hair and beard and 2 red marks on his forehead. His black eyes scanned the vicinity before landing upon Itsuki who had just arrived. A captain, huh? Chapter 80, by Shin. A captain, huh? Itsuki looked at the men in front of him that had blades growing out shoulders. You must be Baishin. Baishin had menacing smirk plastered on his face as his hand morphed into a series of blades and shot a swarm of them at Itsuki. The swarm of blades landed where Itsuki was standing causing an explosion and dust to appear surrounding the area. As the dust cleared, Itsuki had appeared next to Baishin as he started speaking. 400 years ago, you caused the death of 63 seated officers and... Baishin was shocked at Itsuki's speed as he jumped away from him. Itsuki didn't mind as he continued. They were able to only seal you after they sent a total of 6 captains, of which 2 lost their lives. Baishin still had his smile but the edge of it was twitching and fear was present in his eyes. Seeing a calm look on Itsuki, Baishin stepped back. Where did this monster come from? For now, I need to retreat. Various black portals appeared surrounding them and one behind Baishin as he disappeared into it. However, the rest of the black portals saw the emergence of hollows in various sizes. Suddenly, a shout came from behind Itsuki. Sit upon the frozen heavens, higher Inmaru. Following that, a gigantic eastern ice dragon made his way crushing all the surrounding hollows landing next to Itsuki. Toshiro looked at his fellow captain. Where's Baishin? Escaped. Escaped. From you. He used some weird teleportation ability. Itsuki turned around and disappeared, leaving Toshiro with a disbelieving look. Back when Ichigo invaded Soul Society, Itsuki was able to hold Yamamoto back by himself. Although most of the captains weren't there to witness it, they felt the influx of Ryatsu and strength behind each of their blows. Toshiro himself didn't even know if he could defeat Itsuki if the situation called for it. He didn't know how many captains it would take just to take him down. So, for someone to escape under his eyes, said a lot of the opponent's strength. It wasn't that Itsuki was weak, it was just that Baishin had the skill to evade Itsuki. Itsuki didn't care as to what Toshiro was thinking. After calling and sending Saikyo somewhere, he was currently making his way to where Baishin was previously sealed. He had allowed Baishin to escape before because he wanted to know how he had merged with his Zanpakuto. Apart from him, only 2 people were known to have merged with their Zanpakuto, Ichigo and Aizen. He wanted to know the process so he could find a way to quicken the assimilation of the hollow and the Sokayaku. Currently, only about 50% of the hollow was fully absorbed and 40% of the Sokayaku. Still, both of this had a tremendous boost to his overall Ryatsu, and he was able to control his hollow powers better. His regeneration had increased, using less Ryatsu to active at a faster speed and his He arrow had gotten tougher. In a ruined temple, Baishin had just appeared from the portal as he sighed. Where did that monster come from? Has the capabilities of the Goatee I-13 increased? Calling me a monster, how mean. Not expecting someone here, Baishin turned around only to see an apathetic Itsuki standing there. How? Meanwhile, Itsuki thought. Should not have said that, doesn't fit me at all. Baishin was shocked and once more tried to escape, but this time he felt a sudden pain on his waist and was sent flying into a pile of rubble. Feeling a sense of déjà vu, Baishin got up only to try escaping once more by opening another black portal. What destroyed his hopes was what Itsuki said next. Bakudo number 79, Kyushibari. 9 black holes appeared with 8 surrounding Baishin and 1 on his chest, completely immobilizing him. Baishin was shocked with being suddenly incapacitated by such a powerful Kido. He tried to break free by releasing all his Ryatsu at once, but it proved to be useless. Slowly, turning his head, sweat rained down his face as his flabbergasted eyes displayed what he thought of the absurdity of the current situation. He was someone who had pride in his strength. Looking at Itsuki, he shouted. How? Why, you haven't even released your seal. You can only use a small portion of your strength. By the end of it he was shouting his lungs out. Itsuki couldn't be bothered with him as slowly moved next to him and unsheathed Ryurai. Turning on his mystic eyes, he coldly looked at Baishin. Sensing a change in the atmosphere, Baishin looked up and accidentally glanced at Itsuki's eyes. That one glance caused him to lose the last of his courage as he started trembling in fear. Itsuki didn't care and just brought his sword up to his neck. Now, normally I have 2 options, either I kill you. Hearing this, Baishin had no doubt that the monster in front of him was capable of doing that, no matter how hard his physical defense was. Or I seal you again. However, you wouldn't want for me to do the latter, would you? A small strand of hope appeared within Baishin when he heard this. Itsuki continued. You attacked Ichigo to absorb his Ryatsu. Hearing this, Baishin nodded. Most likely to use his Ryatsu to cause an explosion, separating you and your Zanpakuto, even at the cost of your own death. Baishin was shocked to hear the unknown captain expose his plan as a bitter smile appeared on his face. He had somehow merged with his Zanpakuto to further his swordsmanship only to end up in an uncontrollable rampage, killing his fellow brothers in arms. He didn't want this, he just wanted to split apart from his Zanpakuto and get away from this curse. Itsuki looked at the unfortunate man as a small smile appeared. Now, if I kill you now, you would naturally split apart from your Zanpakuto. But I can also do that without killing you. Baishin's eyes widened once more in surprise because no matter what he did, he wasn't able to reverse the effects of merging with his Zanpakuto. Itsuki continued. That, however, is your choice. Would you rather die like a coward or remain alive and atone for your crimes? This sent Baishin's head into disarray for a short moment. Itsuki didn't rush him and waited for his answer. A gust of wind flew by as Saikyo landed on Itsuki's shoulder and also looked at Baishin. A short while later, Baishin looked up with a determined expression. I'll choose the second option, but I don't think Soul Society would take me back. Hearing this, a small smile appeared on Itsuki's face that sent a small chill across Baishin's body. Who said anything of returning to Soul Society? Budash. Itsuki didn't listen to Baishin's protests as he sent a strike across Baishin's body. Baishin lost consciousness while a katana materialized beside him. Looking at the two, Itsuki called out. Ichinos, take him and fill him in the details. With a warp of light, Baishin and his sword disappeared. Itsuki had sent Saikyo off to retrieve Ichino's Maki. Giving Saikyo a pat in the head, he then sent her off to observe another target. After sending everyone off, Itsuki rubbed his throat as he thought to himself. The amount I have to talk just to recruit someone. Luckily, I told Ichinos to fill him in the details, otherwise. Itsuki's thoughts was then interrupted with a shout. Captain. Turning around, he saw Soifan appear alongside various members of the Onmitsukido. Each one of them had incomparable respect when looking at Itsuki. Itsuki nodded before ordering. Report to Soul Society that the situation has been dealt with. Baishin is dead. Hi. With a shout, the 2 of the members disappeared to tell anyone that was currently in the living world, while another took out a device to report to Soul Society. Itsuki then looked at Soifan and nodded at her. He needed to return to his date with Ranjaku. Unknown location. A groan left a man currently lying on a makeshift futon. Opening his eyes, Baishin felt the loss of weight on his shoulders as he hurriedly tried to feel his shoulders. Noticing the absence of the blades, a joyful smile plastered his face before turning into a frown as he remembered what Itsuki said last. What does he mean by not returning to Soul Society? Although Baishin felt grateful to Itsuki, he didn't know that he wouldn't be returning to Soul Society. Baishin then looked around and noticed that he was in a small room of sort. There was a small kitchen next to a door, another set of doors leading to a bedroom and one more leading to a toilet. He could tell this because they were all slightly opened. Suddenly he heard the sound of doors opening and a stoic voice directed at him. Oh, you're awake. Looking up, he saw a man enter wearing strange clothing. That seems to be what people are wearing nowadays. As this thought flashed through his head, Ichinos continued. Itsuki-sama told me to debrief you. Although Baishin wanted to escape, his fear of Itsuki and his curiosity got the better of him. Why would someone with that caliber of strength save me and keep it a secret? What do you think it was like before Soul Society existed? Baishin looked visibly confused at this question. What do you mean? There was nothing. Soul Society came into existence with the birth of the Soul King. Ichinos shook his head. Indeed, that is what's written on the history books. However, this explanation is far from the truth. It is the lies they've been feeding us. Baishin had a premonition that what he was about to hear would change his worldview, and indeed, Ichinos didn't disappoint. What if I told you that the Soul King wasn't born, or an experiment conducted by Soul Society to regulate the flow of souls? What if it was a living sentient being that was neither dead or alive, from a world before the existence of Soul Society? A man whose limbs were amputated and left there for millions of years just to fulfill his purpose and one man's desire to create the perfect world in his view. Baishin thought that he would have enough shocks for one day, but he knew that more were still to come. Chapter 81, Soifan's Insecurities. Ichinos left a gobsmacked Baishin to think about his decision. Upon putting his groceries away, he looked towards Baishin and silently waited for an answer. Baishin was still digesting what he heard as a myriad of thoughts flew around his head. Determination flashed through his eyes as he looked back at Ichinos. I'll join him in his future endeavors. Endeavors? Quite the weird way of speaking. But this brought Ichinos out of his thoughts. May I please get to know of the one we have chosen to follow? Ignoring the way Baishin spoke, Ichinos replied. He's the current 2nd Division captain and the captain commander's student, Minamoto Itsuki. Baishin didn't care what division's captain he was as he had already killed 2 captains, but what attracted his attention was the second part. Captain Commander Genryu Saidano's student, no wonder he is such a monster. While Baishin was in his thoughts, Itsuki was taking a stroll next to the river with Ranjaku. Seeing the two chatting happily with the sun setting behind them creating a picturesque scene of harmony. Oh yeah, what were you trying to say when you were being constantly interrupted? Remembering the constant interruptions brought Itsuki's mood down a notch when he tried remembering that event. No point now. Ranjaku pouted. Come on, tell me. Itsuki just shook his head and carried on walking. Seeing Itsuki's dampened mood, Ranjaku smiled slightly and grabbed his shoulder, turning around. Leaning in, she planted her lips on Itsuki as his eyes widened in surprise. This didn't last long as Itsuki reciprocated the kiss and brought her closer by grabbing her waist with one hand and grasping her cheek with the other. Seeing Ranjaku's slight blush beneath her hazy eyes and feeling the 2 mounds touching his chest, lit a fire within Itsuki as he picked her into a princess carry. Oh! Ranjaku let out a whelp and hurriedly grabbed Itsuki's neck. Reading his intentions, Ranjaku buried her head into Itsuki's chest as a heavy blush reached her ears. Itsuki then took off, jumping from building to building. Urahara did increase the specs of this Chigai by a huge margin. Also, I should really get my own place. Ahem. Itsuki felt pure happiness after seeing the blissful smile on the sleeping Ranjaku. Ahem. Turning around, he saw where the sound originated from. Yoruchi was standing there, arms crossed and a pout in her face. Itsuki found the current Yoruchi extremely cute. We didn't do this on our date yesterday. Walking towards Itsuki, she started stripping each garment off one by one, once more causing a fire to be lit within Itsuki. Ahem. Calming his breath, Itsuki looked towards the ceiling as he felt the 2 girls snuggle into his arms. Itsuki could hear Yoruchi purring a little while Ranjaku gave out a slight moan with her mouth closed. A sigh left his mouth as he got up, out of the embrace of the 2 beauties, albeit reluctantly. Putting on his blue yukata, he grabbed an elegant kizuru, a traditional Japanese smoking pipe. It was intricately designed with beautiful patterns and was finished by a rare metal. It was a present given by the 3 girls. Itsuki liked it immediately as he laid back on the rooftop of the Urahara store. Blowing out smoke, he held the pipe with his right hand, put his left hand behind his head and crossed his right leg on top of his bent left one. Looking at the stars, Itsuki felt a certain serenity as various plans and possible outcomes flashed through his head. What he was going to do would not just make him the enemy of the Godai 13, but the whole of Soul Society. Those hidden figures, the Zero Squad, would all turn against him and he didn't want any of his close one to be hurt. He knew that it was a pipe dream to keep them safe and do what he wanted to do, but he needed to make the correct plan. But he was still only one person, he needed allies and subordinates. One of the reasons why he recruited Ichinos, Maki and Baishin. Thinking of allies, his thoughts slowly strayed towards his and Aizen's talk. Itsuki, knowing your capabilities, you would have already started forming a plan, want to make a bet? Itsuki didn't reply as he concentrated on the chessboard. A harmless yet menacing smirk grew on Aizen's face. If I succeed, you will join me. Itsuki's hand stopped midway before continuing his move. And Looking at Aizen, Itsuki's eyes sharpened while Aizen's expression remained the same. If I fail, I'll join you. Hearing this, Itsuki silently looked at Aizen as a small smile appeared on his face. The time and space continuum seemed to halt as two scheming smiles seemed to collide. This was the first time that Itsuki put his emotions second and his calculations first. It may seem heartless, but Itsuki had no choice. No matter if he joined Aizen or Aizen joined him, both would become enemies of the world. Plus, Itsuki didn't find this weird. The amount of confidence Aizen had was unsurmountable. In the anime, all the things that had happened until his and Ichigo's fight were all according to his calculations, so this world's Aizen was no different. So, currently, Aizen was probably thinking of how to make use of Itsuki when the time came, while Itsuki was doing the same, thinking of how Aizen would be useful. This didn't mean that Itsuki trusted Aizen, but knowing his character from the anime and this world, it didn't look like he would pull something. Still, it wouldn't hurt to be prepared for the unseen. Naturally, you can't take active action against us and we won't actively target any of your close ones. However, it seems unfair that we would have our hands tied against them, so I'll add another clause: you will guide that human Ryoka boy for a bit. Bringing himself back from his thoughts, Itsuki puffed some smoke. Itsuki felt his head clear as numerous machinations and schemes continued to flash through his head. A special recipe was what he was smoking that helped clear his mind. It was to him what drugs were to Sherlock Holmes. It helped him concentrate. He felt that this world's Aizen was stronger and Itsuki had something to do with it. It was most likely, back during his rampage, Aizen definitely knew about it. Back then, seeing the child Nell meant that he was already the king of Hueco Mundo, and due to Itsuki going on not one, but two rampaging massacres, should have been noticed by Aizen. It would be unnatural and Itsuki would find it weird if Aizen didn't know about Itsuki's rampage. While Itsuki was relaxing, another figure appeared behind him. Opening one eye, he looked at the intruder slowly rest her head on his left arm. Soifan had just come back from a routine trip to Soul Society to check up on the forces back home. It was also to resolve any issues that cropped up. You're back. Soifan nodded and slowly drifted off to sleep. Seeing the exhaustion on her face, Itsuki gave a small smile and picked her up, joining the other two sleeping beauties. The next day, Itsuki was once more in a normal civilian outfit while Soifan tread behind him with an incredibly flushed face, holding his hand. Although she was extremely embarrassed, she didn't let go of Itsuki's hand and was just led by him. They both went to an amusement park this time. Soifan was wearing a simple white one-piece with frills round the edges. A large white summer hat was given to her by Itsuki, complimenting Soifan's innocent look. The blush just added on to her charm. Who would have expected that the innocent-looking girl was a highly skilled assassin with many kills under her belt? Though, this innocence was exclusively towards Itsuki. Entering the park, the two didn't go on the extreme rides that pumped adrenaline because after the first one, they found it boring. Instead they went towards the fun games, ones where they could spend time with each other, well, compete with each other. Somehow though, they ended up in a horror house. Walking through the messy hospital hallway, the two had a brave face on. They were Shinigami, they worked with ghosts. What could possibly scare them? Well, the answer came later on, in the form of jump scares. The two had shut off their perception and lowered their senses by a notch so they could properly feel the scare like normal humans. Turning the corner, they were about to step forward when a hideously bloody nurse popped out from a nearby locker. Raya. No scream came out of Soifan as she gasped in horror, jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and, like a koala, immediately hugged Itsuki, who was frozen stiff. Itsuki slowly moved forward, avoiding the nurse, and inched forward with little baby steps, desperately clinging onto his stoic face. The rest of the horror house went in a similar fashion, with Soifan clinging onto Itsuki and him nearly breaking his cold facade. After they had left, Itsuki put down a wobbly Soifan who found it difficult to find her bearings. Stabilizing herself, she immediately ran away, dropping a few tears, afraid to meet Itsuki's eyes. Throughout the whole house, she had shown a side of her to Itsuki that she didn't want to show. Clinging onto him and being afraid made her think that Itsuki thought of her as a loser. Since the start, despite what she said, she felt a sense of inferiority with the other two, not just Ranjaku. Ranjaku had her assets while Yoruchi had a special meaning due to being Itsuki's first, although she did lose out in the asset area to both of them. She wanted to show a strong front to Itsuki, but that had collapsed within the house. Running away, she found herself in the middle of the amusement park with Itsuki nowhere in sight. Looking around, she scolded herself for losing her composure and breaking down. Now Itsuki is going to think I'm a crybaby. A self-depreciating smile appeared on her face while tears threatened to come out when she thought about what happened. She decided to just leave because she had ruined the rare day of just the two being together. As she was just about to make her way towards the entrance, a pair of arms appeared around her, pulling her back to a familiar embrace. Feeling the warmth from the opposite party, a shocked expression masked Soifan's face. Before she could think, she felt a puff of air blown onto her ear as a jolt went through her body, causing her to hurriedly escape. Freeing herself from her predator, she glared at him. "WW, what are you doing?" Seeing Soy fawn back to her blushing self, a teasing smirk found Itsuki's mouth. This, however, had more than one effect. The atmosphere seemed to slow down, and silence engulfed the place. Looking at the people surrounding them, all the women had gaping mouths and a slight blush looking at Itsuki while hateful glares were directed at him from the men. Knowing that they couldn't stay here any longer, Itsuki grabbed Soy fawn's hand and left the area for a more remote one. Seeing that no one was around, Itsuki grabbed Soy fawn and pushed her gently yet forcefully onto a wall. Putting his hand onto the wall behind Soy fawn, Itsuki eclipsed over her as she felt like a caged rabbit. Propping up her chin with the other hand, Itsuki looked into Soy fawn's eyes and slowly leaned. No words were needed to be said, just the moment mattered. Soy fawn felt all her insecurities wash away with that one kiss. While Soy fawn's innocence was reserved for Itsuki, this side of Itsuki was only reserved for Soy fawn. Naturally, later on. Ahem. Chapter 82, Shinenju. In one of the many alleyways of Karakura town, a certain figure was blending in with shadows as it observed the various blank white souls drifting in between the humans who had no clue what was surrounding them. That said figure was wearing a full-on Mitsukido outfit and could be identified as a woman due to their stature. The woman was furiously jotting down notes as various sorts of expressions passed through her eyes. As if expecting something, she held out her hand and Saikyo dropped down on it. Attaching the message onto its leg, she then started to pet it. While she was doing this now, another Onmitsukido member arrived next to her. Your shift ends here. Looking up, the Onmitsukido member was surprised seeing Saikyo here. To have Saikyo-sama here, what's the problem that requires the direct attention of the captain? Pointing at the phenomenon in front of her, she sent Saikyo off and went away, leaving her peer to carry on the inspection. She then made her way back to Soul Society. This Onmitsukido member's name was Yuki, a girl born in the snow. She had no surname, and the name Yuki was given to her by herself. She was also the one that directed Hinamori back when she first graduated, and also the one that has been directly reporting to Itsuki all this time. Upon stabbing her Zanpakuto in midair, she opened a Senkaman and made her way through the second division. Due to the nature of the work Onmitsukido and the second division do, they were given their own personal Senkaman. Itsuki used it from time to time, but on official work he would use the main one. Yuki sighed to herself as she remembered her interactions with Itsuki. Pure idolization was present in her eyes when she went through the Onmitsukido training grounds. She was going to report the temporary captain of this place as both the Itsuki and Soy fawn were in this place. Walking past the training grounds, she looked at all the members training until they couldn't move. The Onmitsukido had improved tremendously over the years and were no longer the standard cannon fodders they were. Due to this, the requirements to enter and to stay in the second division had increased. This meant that the total members of this division was lower than the others, but the overall quality was on another level. By the time she came out of her thoughts, Yuki had arrived at the temporary captain's office. Entering the room, what entered her eyes was a simple room that had a table with a gentle-looking girl on the other side. There was a small bookshelf on the side. The table was littered with all kinds of paper and a small photo frame facing away from Yuki. Standing on attention, she stood there waiting for her orders. Hinamori was finishing up the paperwork when she looked at Yuki in front of her. Your name's Yuki, right? Hi. Hearing this, Hinamori narrowed her eye. So, you want to join the captain's personal guards? Hi. You do know many people have tried and all of them have failed. This didn't deter Yuki as she nodded. Looking at those determined eyes, Hinamori sighed. Fine, tomorrow come with me, we will be going to the living world. My work here is done, and I need to return to my official duties as Itsuki-sama's personal guard. Saying this, she dismissed the guards and went back to finishing off her paperwork. Hearing the girl leave, Hinamori looked towards the Onmitsukido's Senkaman. Just a little bit more then. Itsuki was oblivious to this as he read the report of tied to Saikyo's leg. 2 different reports had come this time. One reported of these strange white souls wandering the streets and the other was about a captain's test being taken place next week to fill in Jin's spot. Seeing the autumn leaves drop to their demise on the cold hard floor, Itsuki went back to looking at what attracted him the zoo. Large pandas lazed about eating bamboo shoots looking all cute. Something about them attracted Itsuki and they had found a place next to his love for apples. All he wanted to do was to just cuddle them. Buying a panda winter hat from the gift shop, Itsuki put it on above his ears and left the zoo. What he didn't see was one of the obscure pandas give out a demonic smirk and pull out a laptop to get typing with its fluffy paws. Itsuki then left the zoo while it was closing, drinking a carton of apple juice when an Onmitsukido member appeared next to him kneeling. Captain. There has been an emergency, a group was dispatched. A group was dispatched. Seeing the sharp glint at Itsuki's eyes, the Onmitsukido member shuddered. As if not seeing his fear, Itsuki's voice got colder. On whose orders? The Onmitsukido member started trembling as sweat could be seen between his eyes. CC Central 46. Itsuki's eyes narrowed as he frowned. Those. Itsuki didn't finish as he looked at Saikyo. Get Soifan, I'll be returning to the 2nd Division HQ and you. The Amitsukido member looked terrified as he looked down. Who was dispatched? It was the recruit squad. They said that they needed the training. So basically, they sent a group of greenhorns into uncharted territory. The Amitsukido member was silent. The fact that they were recruits meant that they were geniuses from the academy. So, lost contact or confirmed Kia? Lost contact, Captain. Itsuki nodded and popped a pill in his mouth. The pill was a mod soul, with the complete opposite personality of Itsuki. As soon as his eyes opened, roses seemed to come out from behind Itsuki until Itsuki shattered them with his cold voice. Go back to the Urahara store. Apart from the personality, the only difference between the two was the eyes. Itsuki had his normal eyes from before while Itsuki had his mystic eyes. Soifan arrived next to him, still confused by the events. Looking at his lover, Itsuki told her to take charge in the living world as he opened a Senkaman back. Just as he was about to enter, he felt a spike of Ryatsu coming for the city's graveyard. Looking at the direction, Itsuki closed the Senkaman and made his way over there. Soifan and the Amitsukido member followed behind him as they had also felt the disturbance. By the time Itsuki arrived there, a group of people had just disappeared into thin air, leaving an unknown girl Shinigami and Ichigo in his Shinigami attire. Itsuki, that symbol, it's the Ryodoji family. Weren't they banished into the Dongai around 1,000 years ago? It's hard to believe that there are still some survivors. Itsuki nodded as he landed next to the two as the girl jumped back in surprise. Ichigo felt the familiar presence behind him as he slowly turned around. Itsuki didn't say anything as Soifan went up to the two. Kurosaki Ichigo, what are you doing here, and you girl, report your name and division. Those guys Those guys attacked her, so I fought back. Ichigo, being the hot-blooded teen, started shouting, but with one look quietened him. The girl dazed upon seeing Itsuki as she tried her best to remember her identity. My name is Senna. Her two amber eyes were filled with confusion as both her hands grasped her head. She had done up her purple hair into a ponytail with a red ribbon. Seeing this, Itsuki spoke up. You have various sorts of memories, don't you? Senna came to a realization as she slowly looked up. You're not a Shinigami, rather a Shinenju, an object that is composed of the memories of many souls. Soifan was surprised to hear this, as so was Ichigo. Looking at Ichigo, he continued. The same exact Shinenju you've been looking for, I presume. Author's note. I try not to read novels that have below average English, even if the plot is really good. Okay, I still read them. But I read them with the fear that it may affect my writing. The miseries of a brilliantly talented author. Pray I don't chance upon the stray path. Chapter 83, Itsuki vs. Ichigo. Ichigo looked shocked at the revelation as a look of denial was seen on Senna's face. However, Itsuki continued despite seeing this. That Sanpakuto, if I'm correct, its name should be Mirokumaru. The Shinigami who the Sanpakuto belonged to was reported missing around 100 years ago. Looking at Senna, then at her Sanpakuto. In the Dongai. Once Itsuki finished, Senna clutched her head. No, I'm a Shinigami. Soifan had a cold look on her face as she narrowed her eyes. Then if you're a Shinigami, what division do you belong to and when did you come to the living world? Senna was blank when she heard the question. Looking all fidgety, she hesitantly replied. I don't know, I woke up by the riverside yesterday, I've known it since I was young, I'm me. The more she thought, the more chaotic her memories became. Soifan's already narrowed eyes, narrowed further as she was about to make her move to capture Senna. She halted her step instantly as Ichigo moved in front of Senna, indicating his intentions on protecting her. Move, Kurosaki Ichigo. This matter no longer concerns you. It does now, and it just doesn't sit well with me. No matter what you say, she is currently here, she has emotions, she laughs, she cries, are you going to ignore that and take away her freedom? The more Ichigo spoke, the more emotional he got. His fear for Itsuki had also subsided, but no one knew if it was temporary or permanent. Seeing this, Soifan clicked her tongue as she awaited instructions from Itsuki. Hearing nothing, she turned around, which also prompted Ichigo to look in Itsuki's direction. However, Itsuki wasn't standing there. Rather, he was off to the side drawing something with a stick. This shocked the three as they never expected Itsuki to do something like that. Feeling their gazes, Itsuki looked in their direction and got up while swiping his clothes for any dust. Before he stepped forward, Itsuki stomped his foot lightly, prompting Ichigo to flinch while Senna took a step back. After making sure that no traces of the drawing were left, he walked towards Ichigo. Is that your decision? Ichigo held up his sword with a light tremble and nodded with determination. Looking towards Soifan, she stepped back, understanding that Itsuki would take it from here. Ichigo had a slight hesitance as he shouted at Itsuki. Draw your sword. A derisive look was seen in those exquisite yet deadly eyes while a mocking smile was directed towards Ichigo. Make me. A short sentence yet filled with incredible arrogance. Although Ichigo was reluctant, he knew that the opponent had the right to say that. But he was still filled with some assurance. He knew that captains and the like would have their Ryatsu limited to just 20% of their original. With a resolute gaze, Ichigo first made his move. Running towards Itsuki, Ichigo swung his sword like how he usually does, starting from above the right shoulder and ending past his left leg. Itsuki had already seen through this as he dodged and sent a kick to his chest. This was when Ichigo's plot arm, animal-like instincts kicked in and barely moved his sword back, blocking the kick with the handle. It didn't stop there though. Pushing Ichigo back, Itsuki used the momentum to deliver another kick, this time hitting squarely on his face, sending Ichigo out of the cemetery. Senna didn't stand and watch as she shunpoed towards Ichigo. Itsuki watched this and put his hand out, preventing Soifan from making a move. Senna was hurriedly rushing towards Ichigo as the different memories were pushed to the back of her mind. Her thoughts were fully on Itsuki overpowering Ichigo, who had just showed his strength against the people that sought to capture her. Landing next to Ichigo, she saw he was okay as he slowly got up while rubbing his left cheek. Ichigo. You okay? Seeing that Ichigo's attention was not on her, she followed his eyesight only to Itsuki standing there. Such speed. Senna was sure that she had left before the captain, but he had somehow arrived before her. Such speed. Seeing the difficulties Ichigo was facing, determination filled her eyes as she unsheathed her Zanpakuto. Holding it horizontally in front of her, she released her shuriken. Call forth the twilight, Mirokumaru. Reading her intentions, Ichigo hurriedly shouted. Senna, stop. Ignoring Ichigo's shout, her Zanpakuto took on the form of a golden kakura with a pointed tip. A Buddhist staff. Pointing at Itsuki, she lunged at Itsuki, intending to drive the staff through his torso. Itsuki dodged the simple move and dealt a blow to her stomach, rendering her unconscious. Ichigo watched this happen as he was still disorientated from the kick. Knowing that he had no choice, he put his gigantic sword in front of him while his left arm grasped his right arm. His Ryatsu spike up and a determined look was plastered in his eyes. A strap from the handle of his sword wrapped around his arm when he shouted. Bankai. Suddenly, the air was blown backwards as a black-clothed Ichigo appeared, swinging his pitch-black katana and clearing the dust that had emerged surrounding him. Tensa Zangetsu. While in Itsuki's mind something else was heard. Dust Sweeper. Looking at the now confident Ichigo, he suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Itsuki, stabbing his sword at Itsuki's throat in a similar way he had done to Byakuya. He wasn't going for the kill but just wanted to surprise him like what he did to Byakuya. However, it went different to what he expected. A katana had appeared in front of the tip, blocking the strike. Ichigo was surprised at the sudden change and jumped backwards only to feel multiple sources of Ryatsu surrounding the two. Looking around, he saw that dozens of Onmitsukido members were surrounding them in a battle-ready position. As he got ready to face the group, a cold voice interrupted them. Stand back. 2 words, but all the Onmitsukido members retreated. There was only one reason they were here. Itsuki had unsheathed his sword. When the corps commander of the executive militia unsheathes their sword, an imminent execution has begun. Though, right now it wasn't that, so Itsuki told them to stand down. Concentrating back onto the fight, Ichigo once again made his move, but it was immediately blocked by Itsuki. It didn't stop there as he made another move, and that was also blocked by Itsuki's other sword. Dual-wielding, Itsuki went against Ichigo, much to the surprise of the latter. No matter how fast he went, Itsuki was able to counter it either by dodging, blocking, parrying, or an attack of his own. Ayagag. Screaming, Ichigo went for a downward slash as Itsuki parried it off to the side with Byakuya held in a reverse grip with his left hand. He then struck at Ichigo with Ryurai, forcing him to pull back his sword and block it. The more they fought, the more astonished Ichigo got, and he started remembering back to Yoruichi and Zaraki's warning. Even Byakuya had to use Bankai to fight against him, and the captain in front hadn't even unleashed his shuriken. While Ichigo was shocked down to his core, Itsuki was instead feeling gleeful. Each strike helped him assimilate more with the remnants of the Black Hollow and the Sokayaku. That was the only reason why Itsuki didn't release his shuriken. Slowly wounds started showing on Itsuki as he began to be pushed back. It was natural though. Itsuki was going against an individual's Bankai. For him to contend against it did say a lot about his strength. Although his fast swordsmanship was the main reason of contending him, the 1 week of training Ichigo had basically allowed him to read all his attacks patterns, and with his mental capabilities it wasn't difficult to predict his next move. It can't be. The captain is being pushed. Shut up. Soifan stopped the Onmitsukido members from talking anymore because it may affect their morale and the morale of the whole division. Look carefully, the captain hasn't even unleashed his shuriken yet. Upon hearing this, the members had a look of realization as they talked among themselves. Bunch of idiots. Looking down on my Itsuki. Soifan furiously looked at the members around her as they all shrunk their necks. At the battlefield, Itsuki realized that the help Ichigo was giving was now useless. Rain from the heavens, Ryurai. Shred everything to pieces, Byako. Now shout was needed as Itsuki emerged in his Shikai form. Looking down at Ichigo. Playtime's over. With this he disappeared and appeared next to Ichigo and slashed at him once. Ichigo was able to defend it but was shot back due to the immense strength. Itsuki didn't stop, he continued with his relentless attacks and each sword that struck Ichigo caused him to numb due to the lighting. Increasing the output of lighting, Itsuki stunned Ichigo on the next strike and used that brief period to immobilize him. Author's note. Was going through the comments of the first dozen or so chapters of this book and all I read was a massive battle between having a harem and not having one. Chapter 84, Dark Ones. Senna woke up to a small room while lying in a futon. Her head felt fuzzy and her abdomen still had some lingering pains from last night. Remembering last night, she hurriedly jumped up and ran out the room, smashing the doors to the side. Ichigo. Opening the door stunned her. Itsuki sat there enjoying tea as three girls sat around him. A beautiful dark-skinned girl relaxed her head on his lap while getting the occasional pat. A cute petite girl sat next to him as she peeled apples and fed them herself, and a voluptuous beauty sat behind him giving his shoulders a massage. She was stunned by this picture and was more stunned with what followed. Itsuki looked at her with half-open eyes and pointed in a direction. Looking at where Itsuki was pointing, Senna walked up to the door and opened it, only to see Ichigo there fully bandaged from head to toe and another strange girl sitting next to him. She had created an orange barrier surrounding him, and as the bandage slowly tore apart, she saw the wounds of Ichigo heal at a considerable pace. Seeing this, she just smiled and went into the room. Itsuki didn't care what she did as he finished his tea and slowly leaned back, resting his head on Ranjiku's chest. Ranjiku started playing with his hair. Itsuki's eyes shot open and looked at a direction while the girls did the same. Who did Soul Society send now? Not necessarily Soul Society. As soon as he said this, the room to the living room opened and Urahara walked in with another two figures to the side. One was Hinamori while the other was an Onmitsukido member that had a familiar Ryatsu. Seeing Itsuki surrounded by the girls, a hint of jealousy passed through Hinamori's eyes as she kneeled in front of Itsuki with Yuki following. Get up. Hearing Itsuki's order, both got up while Hinamori started explaining why he was here. The member next to her had applied for his personal guards and needed examination while Hinamori had finished all the work back at base. The only time when they were needed now was to go over reports. Unless it was important, it would all be handled by Maniko. Itsuki looked at Soifan, who just clicked her tongue and left with Yuki to test her. No matter what Soifan thought, she was still a loyal subordinate. Hinamori then found a spot behind Itsuki and stood there, doing her duties as his personal guard. Time passed as Ichigo was slowly healed by Orihime and Itsuki was waiting for the Ryodoji clan to attack. Senna looked at Ichigo being healed, but her mind was far from it. She had expected to be confined in some sort of prison. Everywhere she looked, a white eagle would come into view and just stare at her as if monitoring each of her actions. Knowing that she couldn't escape, she just gave up. It wasn't until Ichigo had got up, was she allowed to leave. However, she noticed that the bird had kept following her. Back at Urahara's store, Itsuki had one of his eyes closed as he was observing Senna and Ichigo. I feel like a certain someone would love to have this ability. Pushing away the useless thoughts, Itsuki continued looking as the two helped the soul find his father, ending up at a shrine of some sort. Then a Senkaman opened and Yukite came out with Toshiro joining them. Realizing that they had to move, Itsuki sent Ranjiku and Soifan while he left for somewhere else. Ranjiku went to stand behind Toshiro as he was still her captain while Rukia and Renji were confronting Ichigo. Various Onmitsukido members arrived behind Soifan as they watched Renji shout at Ichigo. You do know that she is the Shinenju? Yeah, I know. Renji was surprised at this confirmation. Then Toshiro interrupted him. We know that Ganryu has a plan to destroy Soul Society and the Shinenju Senna is the key. Ichigo stood in front of the members of Soul Society as he looked at them with a resolute gaze, not intending to back down. Just as the situation was about to escalate, all the individuals felt a few figures suddenly appearing above them. They all wore the Ryodoji clan's armor and attacked the group. While this was happening, Itsuki appeared within an unknown world. So, this is the Valley of Screams. Muttering to himself, Itsuki made his way to where most of the souls were gathered. What entered his view was an altar shaped into a long pillar from the ground surrounded by a formation, indicating its use for rituals. Looking at the runes littering the formation, Itsuki concluded that it was meant for the blank souls to be attracted to Senna, constricting the dimension. This would lead to the Dangai collapsing and the living world colliding with Soul Society destroying the two realms. As Itsuki adjusted the formation here and there with a mischievous expression, he felt a few sources of Ryatsu entering the area. Disappearing from the spot, Itsuki watched Ganryu place Senna in the middle of the formation and go to activate it. Ganryu had placed Senna on top and activated the formation, causing a series of purple globes to slowly revolve around Senna on top. Thinking that the formation was okay and just needed to be powered up, Ganryu turned around when a pulling force attracted him backwards. It was not just him, the other members of his clan were also dragged backwards. Wah! Hurriedly shutting the formation off, Ganryu looked back at the formation and then at Senna, who was missing. With his eyes widening in shock, he and the other members looked around only to see her in the arms of a young man. His captain's Hayori indicated his status. Itsuki looked coldly at the members as their identities came to mind. They called themselves the Dark Ones and were led by Ganryu. First person that came to view was a man named Jai. He was a large man with dark black skin, full lips, short bald faded black hair, and a broad nose. His widened eyes revealed them to be black. He wore a white kimono undergarment underneath his dark green shihakuso, a blue obi belt sash wrapped around his waist, a dark green armored breastplate that was on his front chest that had bronze outlines around the armored breastplate and curved bronze arrows in the center, which was also held by red ropes. He also wore a dark green beret cap on the top of his head, white tabi socks, and tan zora shoes. The next person was named Rion. He had light skin, blue spiky hair, and black eyes. He wore a sleeveless white kimono undergarment underneath his sleeveless dark green sleeveless shihakuso, a yellow obi belt sash wrapped around his waist, a dark green beret cap on the top of his head, dark black elbow-length arm warmers, the same dark green armored breastplate that Jai wears around his chest but had a silver outlining around the armored breastplate and curved silver arrows in the center, which was also held by red ropes, dark green gauntlets on hands that have thin curved silver inlay, white tabi socks, and tan zora shoes. He also wore steel armor around his face which exposed his eyes, nose, and his mouth. Standing next to him was the only female, going by the name Benin. She was a tall woman with tan skin, long wavy waist-length deep lavender-colored hair, thin deep lavender eyebrows, and yellow golden eyes. She wore a split-open sleeved white kimono undergarment underneath her dark green split-open sleeved shihakuso that exposed most of her cleavage, a dark red obi belt sash wrapped around her waist. She also wore a dark green beret cap on the top of her head and the same dark green armored breastplate that had bronze outlining around the armored breastplate and curved arrows in the center held by red ropes covering her around the chest, white tabi socks, and tan zora shoes. The fourth member was a man named Mio. He had dark black hair, turquoise-colored eyes, thin dark black eyebrows, and pale skin. He wore a white kimono undergarment underneath his dark green shihakuso, a lavender obi belt sash wrapped around his waist, dark green armor that was held by red ropes covering his chest which also had bronze outlining and curved arrows around and in the center of the armored breastplate itself. Like the others, he also wore a dark green beret cap on the top of his head, white tabi socks, and tan zora shoes. He kept his hair tied halfway down his back. The last member was a man named Bao. He had dark black hair and a large build. He wore a white kimono undergarment underneath his dark green shihakuso, a light green obi belt sash wrapped around his waist, and a dark green armor on his chest that was held by red ropes covering and had bronze outlining curved arrows around and in the center of the armored breastplate. He wore a dark green beret cap on the top of his head, with a gray veil that has the red Om sign in the center covering his face, white tabi socks, and tan zora shoes. The fluttering of the veil revealed his face that composed of pink skin, including no eyebrows, bloodshot eyes, dark black eyes, and sharp, jagged teeth. Ganryu himself wore the same form of armor the other Dark Ones wore, only with gold bordering on his as opposed to red. He also wore a long black cape, with a red interior, and what looked like gold frill from his waist, connected to his red obi belt-like sash. He was fairly tall and had long white hair that reached down past his shoulders. A scar was plastered on his face from his forehead, traced diagonally down to the corner of his jaw. Apart from their colors and armor they wore, the only similar thing four of them had was a shocked expression as they hadn't felt Itsuki's presence at all. They all watched Itsuki put his hand on a device in his ear and nodding. Suddenly an insignia appeared on Itsuki's neck in the form of a pasque flower. The said insignia vanished into nothingness as the six felt a tremendous pressure weigh them down. What went unheard in their ears was, "Captain Minamoto Itsuki, permission to remove limiter has been granted." Chapter 85, Unexpected Addition. Itsuki threw the device into the air as it shredded to pieces due to the sheer pressure Itsuki was radiating. Looking at the group, Itsuki unsheathed his sword and pointed it at them. "Come." Saying this he disappeared and landed in front of Ganryu, swinging his sword at him. Ganryu was shocked but quickly defended with the sword though he was, however, sent crashing into the large pillar. Didn't he just say come, why is he attacking us then? This was like a signal as the other five made their moves. Ganryu-sama. Jai had a pair of chakrams as weapons which he threw at Itsuki while Benin pulled out a crossbow and fired an arrow. Mew appeared next to him swinging his sword and Bao appeared behind Itsuki swinging his extremely large clubs. Seeing the coordinated attack of the four, Itsuki remained calm and dodged the chakrams by doing a back flip. As Bao had swung from the top, Itsuki kicked at the incoming club while using his sword to block Mew's attack. While doing this, he caught the arrow shot by Benin and crushed it. Bao and Mew were thrown back, as series of explosive projectiles and tendrils were hauled at him. Dodging each of them, Benin appeared with a set of chained daggers on his right while Jai was to his left swinging his chakrams at Itsuki. Ganryu seemed to have recovered from the previous strike as he appeared behind Itsuki. Thrusting his sword forward, Itsuki swung to the side, grabbed Benin and threw her onto Jai. Jai was surprised seeing Benin rocketing towards him and instinctively went to catch her, but he was impaled through Benin with Itsuki's sword. Ganryu watched the two being driven through with Itsuki's sword in horror, as he screamed in anguish. You. All that was returned was Itsuki's apathetic look as Bao appeared behind him and once more, using pure brute strength and the help of gravity, he once again struck his club downwards. Upon impact, a cloud of dust was produced covering Ganryu's vision. As the dust cleared up, there was a huge crater beneath the set of Bao's clubs but no Itsuki. A sprout of hope appeared but was instantly demolished seeing Itsuki's back behind Bao. Just then, a cut appeared on Bao's chest and blood shot out of his mouth as he collapsed. An angry Mew appeared after seeing his comrades defeated one by one as Itsuki blocked his sword. Suddenly, Mew disappeared and appeared behind him and sent another strike. Trying to compete in speed. A small derisive smirk appeared on Itsuki's face as he also moved and reappeared in front of Mew. Surprised by seeing the captain in front, Mew swung his sword which was once again blocked by Itsuki. He didn't stop there though, he seemed to have pressed a button and another blade appeared from within. This new blade was gold in color and extremely thin. Itsuki didn't wait for Mew to attack once more as he drove his sword into him. Now there were only two left, Rion and Ganryu. Ganryu looked at Itsuki and shouted. Why? Why are you doing this? Itsuki didn't say anything and started to slowly walk towards him. Just as he took a step forward, a sudden noise destroyed the atmosphere. Oof. Looking at what he stepped on, Itsuki saw the back of a certain lion plushie. He could see the sweat pouring down the giant head of the toy as he slowly lifted it up and faced it towards him. A rather normal look was on the toy as Itsuki could see the toy trying to act like a normal one. How did he get here? Ganryu and Rion looked shocked at the toy. What the? It just spoke, didn't it? Itsuki ignored the two as his gaze penetrated to toy. You must be the one called Khan. Khan twitched slightly but still tried to play it off. Moving the toy to his shoulder, Itsuki just said. Hold on, if you don't want to get killed. Instantly Itsuki felt two soft paws latch onto his back as he shunpoed. Though this time it was accompanied by a scream. Tears flew out of Khan's eyes as he desperately clutched Itsuki's shoulder. Appearing behind Rion, the latter heard Khan scream but was still unable to defend. After defeating Rion, the last one left was Ganryu as the two faced off each other. The wind blew past them as they started their stare-off. Khan, behind Itsuki, was gasping for breath when a furious look appeared on his face. Jumping in front of Itsuki, he once again destroyed the atmosphere. Grasping Itsuki's collar he started shouting at his face. Oi! What do you think you're doing? You trying to kill me? First you say that to hold on if I don't want to die, then you try to kill me yourself. You son of a and carrot percent dollar, you pound dollar, percent dollar carrot pound. A truckload of profanities followed as he spat his saliva on Itsuki's face, yet when he looked at Itsuki's eyes he froze completely and started wiping it off with his hand and obediently went back to latching on Itsuki's shoulder. Seeing the toy shut his mouth, Itsuki turned his attention back to Ganryu, wondering why he never attacked. The answer soon came as he stared disbelievingly at Khan before looking back at Itsuki. Not knowing what to say, Ganryu just got into stance. Khan thought he was off the hook, but his eyes blacked out and he found himself looking at Ganryu's shocked eyes. Feeling something amiss, he realized that he had full control of his limbs but was still confused as to what was happening. He first looked at his paws, then moved his vision downwards, saw his kicking legs, and that was when it clicked. Two black straps made an X on his torso, and looking at where the straps led, he realized that he was properly strapped onto Itsuki's torso. A small cardboard sign fell from his neck that read, Protection. Realization dawned on his face. No. Itsuki ignored the crying Khan and attacked Ganryu. Ganryu decided to ignore the weird combination of men and toy as he also reciprocated Itsuki's attacks. Yet, the screaming Khan was extremely distracting as all Ganryu could hear was a scream that would fade in when Itsuki attacked and fade out when he pulled back. Khan's screaming slowed down when Itsuki and Ganryu continued to cross swords. Ganryu then saw a slight opening that was heading straight for the toy. Ganryu didn't know if it was intentional or not, but he decided not to take any chances and went for it. Khan had slightly calmed down, causing his scream to die down when alarm bells rang out within his head and a cut appeared on his torso. Feeling a chill in its soul, Khan's racket returned. It lasted until he fell unconscious and Ganryu was tired. Seeing the toy out of it, Itsuki sheathed his sword, much to the surprise of Ganryu. Looking at Itsuki, Ganryu shouted. What are you playing at? Itsuki took of Khan and threw him to the side. Has the Ryatsu of you comrades disappeared? Ganryu's eyes widened as he sensed the Ryatsu of the others and realized that it was still there. A frown covered his face and he looked towards Itsuki when Saikyo landed on his shoulder alongside Ichino's and Baishin appearing next to them. Saying something to the two, he then went off on his own with Saikyo perched upon his shoulder. Ichino's then appeared next to Ganryu while Baishin went off to pick up the other dark ones. Ichino's handed a letter to Ganryu and awaited his decision. Ganryu looked through it and nodded his head at Ichino's while he then looked towards Itsuki's direction. Ichino's used his ability to mask the presences of the group and made his way to the exit. While this was happening, Ichigo fell through the hole that had appeared in the living realm alongside the reinforcements from Soul Society. Sensing Senna's Ryatsu, he made his way towards it when he saw Itsuki standing in front of her. What shocked him next was, Itsuki draw his sword and cut through Senna. Read this book on its original website, https://www.webnovel.com/book/13097341506731205/rebirth-in-bleach. Author's note. Guys, guess what, it's my birthday, well in half an hour, but for some of you it already is while some of you need to wait for the 8th of August. Happy birthday to the genius me. Though I did have to buy my own birthday cake because no one else in my family could, sad face.